price. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. You can find clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Just call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Living and having fun in the hot summer sun can turn deadly when mixed with stimulants. Stimulant drugs raise body temperature, impair the brain's ability to regulate heat, and makes it harder for the heart to cope with extreme heat. Studies show 1 in 5 heat-related deaths have involved meth, a stimulant that overheats the body, putting users at higher risk. Be aware and stay safe. Meth and heat is a deadly mix. Visit thenewmeth.com.
Sponsored by the Substance Awareness Coalition Leaders of Arizona.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Chicago Cubs made themselves feel right at home last night in downtown Phoenix as they crushed the Diamondbacks 7-0. And again, Merrill Kelly wasn't sharp in his start, and the offense was asleep all night long, just 5 hits in the shutout. On the bright side, the Padres did lose an extra innings last night, so the Diamondbacks still remain just 2 games back in the NL wildcard hunt. A potential pitcher's duel tonight. Brandon Pfaadt and Clay Holmes. First pitch will be at 6:40 tonight right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And on the Ketel Marte front, manager Torey Lovullo mentioned pregame yesterday that there is strategy on getting him back on the field for the Phillies series next week. As the Cardinals continue to get ready for their final preseason game, here was head coach Mike LaFleur on if Carson Beck might be good to go.
Good with the throwing session. Still TBD in terms of, what this, I guess we play Friday. This Friday will look like.
For more on Beck and the Cards, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia. Bring the heat with cool summer savings at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. Drive the new 2027 Kia Seltos in store or shop online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. What is going on, everybody? And by everybody, I mean the 4 of us here. What is going on right here between all of us?
Well, this is a deep question.
Well, I'm just saying, what's going on, fella? What's going on?
That's the way you got to say it.
Birthday!
It's Tuesday morning. We got a lot to talk about. We're on the doorstep of football season, although it can't get here soon enough. We got a month left in baseball season.
Mm-hmm.
The end might be a good thing if that gets here soon enough.
So if you were an NFL owner and you had, say, $1 billion and you were driving to arrange a prostitution engagement and you're pulling into
I'm with you so far.
And you're pulling into a trailer park, at what point in time would you think this is a bad idea?
Well, I mean, it obviously depends on the person, right?
I think the mindset that you would be in, the bad idea part would have to come much, much earlier. I think by the time you're making that turn into the trailer park, there is no stopping it at that point.
Yeah, there's a term. There's a specific word that describes a condition that could be applied to Jed York in this case. I won't say the word because it's a little crude, but that feeling beats every other feeling head to head. It's immediately followed by regret.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to hearing this term. I'm not quite following you. I'm curious to see what it is.
It starts with an H.
It does start with an H.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting. So have you guys ever seen the Trailer Park Boys, that great sitcom?
I never watched it.
I know of it, but
I've had it recommended many times.
Oh, my goodness. Do yourselves a favor and watch it. It is so great.
I had it recommended at the same time I was watching Letterkenny, and I was like, I can't overdose that much on rural Canadian television. So. But I've heard it's really funny.
Yeah, I think the immortal Clu Haywood yesterday pointed out on Twitter that if there's one thing that's worse for an NFL owner to be arrested for solicitation at a trailer park, it's having the height chart behind you in the mugshot and you're barely hitting 5'8".
Oh, man. Shout out my short kings, but not him.
That's what I'm saying. All the short kings.
I noticed that, too.
Right.
Like, wow, he's a wee guy.
Talk about adding insult to injury, right?
No doubt, man. My gosh.
Jed York.
We could do a whole hour just on this story, really.
Yes, I'm hoping
Well,
to.
at least Jed York filed for divorce 3 months before this whole thing went down. So maybe he had an inclination.
Single life is going well for him, I guess. He's really living it up.
Why? What happened?
Yeah.
Jed, stay tuned, Jed York. There'll be solutions soon.
Yeah, they're called sex robots.
There you go. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
What do you know? A little clarity on the Josh Sweat situation with the Arizona Cardinals. The veteran edge rusher, activated from the physically unable to perform list on Monday, was at practice in Tempe. Following that move, Sweat had been on the PUP list since the Cardinals reported to training camp in Glendale back on July 22nd. Sweat, heading into his second year with the team, did not participate in any of Arizona's offseason program. He accumulated 30 tackles and a career high and team-leading 12 sacks last year, or 40% of the Cardinals' sack total in 2025. But he is back on the field. Yet to speak to the media. That'll be the next step to get some answers and clarity on the mindset of Josh Sweat going through this. But good to see him back on the field yesterday.
Oh, yeah, no, good development. And we kind of talked about it yesterday, foreshadowed it, that they were coming to a fork in the road.
Yeah.
Because either you're going to Green Bay and taking part in that or you're not.
We should have seen, the meaning of what Mike LaFleur was saying. Look, it's rushing the quarterback. You can just go out there and do it. It's not like the intricacies of playing quarterback where you need rep after rep.
Right.
So we probably should have seen it coming.
Well, but as he pointed out, not everybody agrees with him on that.
Yeah, that's true. Cardinals made some other roster moves on Monday. They released tight end Baylor Cupp and wide receiver Bryson Green, and placed wide receiver Xavier Weaver on injured reserve, and waived injured running back Trey Benson. Benson, a third-round pick back in 2024, ran for 451 yards on 92 carries for the Cards over 2 seasons. He was limited to just 4 games last year by a knee injury, severely limited this preseason by knee issues. But wow, we were wondering what Trey Benson's spot on this team would be after the Tyler Algier signing and after the drafting of Jeremiah Love. The answer is no spot.
Yeah.
Couldn't get on the field, couldn't work out a trade. He was a trade candidate, obviously. We'll have some reaction to that today as well.
Another day 2 draft pick bust for Monty Ossenfort.
Yeah, there are way too many of those.
Yep.
Cardinals also signed safeties Devin Bobby and Hudson Clark. Team traveling to Green Bay today. They'll have a joint practice with the Packers tomorrow. 2 teams will wrap up the preseason Friday night at Lambeau Field. Elsewhere around the NFL, the Cleveland Browns named Deshaun Watson as their starting quarterback to begin the season. Watson won a preseason QB battle with second-year player Shedeur Sanders. Browns head coach Todd Monken said yesterday, quote, took in the full body of work over the course of the training camp to the games to the joint practice, and ultimately felt like to start the season on the road, Deshaun gave us the best chance to move the ball and score points, which doesn't bode well either for the Browns' chances this year or for Shedeur Sanders' career prospects. Watson had completed 16 of 27 for 162 yards and a pick this preseason. He has led the Browns to 10 full points on 10 drives.
It's impressive.
In 2 games.
That's impressive.
Easy decision for the Browns. Trade going down to the NFL. Patriots sending receiver Kayshon Boutte to the Houston Texans for safety Jalen Reed and a 2028 7th-round pick. Boutte had 33 catches, 6 touchdowns for the Pats last year.
That booty.
That
booty.
Jermaine Gresham drop.
Our guy, man.
One of those in
Where
a long
is
time.
Jermaine? Is he still balling out someplace?
No, he is not.
Man.
That booty.
I think he's going back to college.
Come on, Booty Pirates.
He's probably got some eligibility.
Probably playing for LSU. Play some tight end for LSU.
Yeah, could be.
I'm a big fan of Booty.
D-backs opened their 3-game series at Chase Field against the Cubs, except nobody told the Bats. Chicago wins the opener 7-0. Merrill Kelly a little better than he's been as of late, but still got touched up for 3 runs on 5 hits over 5 2/3 innings. Replaced with 2 outs in the 6th by Taylor Clark, who immediately gave up back-to-back home runs to Michael Conforto and Carson Kelly. And back to the Bats. The D-backs hit ledger, Bick, was reminiscent of the world's most depressing cruise ship. Only 5 singles. There's a theme here going on, right? Cubs starter Kevin Gausman nearly untouchable. He allowed just 3 hits over 7 shutout innings. That series continues tonight at Chase Field. Brandon Foote on the mound for the Diamondbacks against Cubs right-hander Clay Holmes. 6:40 first pitch. Pregame starts at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If there was good news for the D-backs on Monday, it's that the Phillies and Padres were both slowed down. Cal Raleigh showed signs of breaking out of a season-long slumber. 3 home runs for the Mariners in a 9-2 win over Philadelphia, which snapped their 9-game winning streak. That also propelled me past Sammy in our Dingers competition.
Oh, there you go.
And I'm closing in on second place Jarrett. It's getting tight. And the Pittsburgh Pirates outlasted San Diego 3-2 in 12 innings at Petco, so the D-backs remain 2 games behind the Padres for the 3rd NL wildcard spot, and 4 out of the number 2 spot behind the Phils. The D-backs said also yesterday the plan is for second baseman Ketel Marte to be activated next Tuesday when they begin their series with the Philadelphia Phillies. Marte placed on the 10-day injured list last Friday with an injury that was revealed by an MRI on Thursday. That, of course, followed his 3-day stint on the restricted list after he failed to show up for a game against the Red Sox last Monday night. Before yesterday's game, the D-backs optioned left-hander Mitch Bratt back to AAA and recalled right-hander Juan Burgos. And the Phoenix Mercury bought out the remaining time on veteran DeWanna Bonner's contract, allowing her to become a free agent and join a team with postseason aspirations. At 13-24, the Merc eliminated from playoff contention just a year after they advanced to the WNBA Finals. The 39-year-old Bonner averaged over 10 points per game. Before the roster move, Mercury continued their homestand tonight against the Washington Mystics at 7 o'clock on Arizona's Family Sports. What a difference a year makes with that team.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. I mean, I went to the Diana Taurasi game, and the pomp and circumstance and celebration for DT was awesome. That game was eye-opening. That is not a good basketball team at all. There you go. There is your splash for this Tuesday, August 25th. Coming up after a tumultuous week, D-backs fans were looking for signs of life versus the Cubs. The Cubs, on the other hand, were just looking for D-back signs. Oh, I like it, Jared. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Field bar is 2-2. Is hit to left, but it's right at Ian who will make the catch, and that's your ball game. The Cubs come into town and just flatten the Diamondbacks 7-0.
In front of the home crowd is wild. Oof. More Arizona sports takes on what happened at Chase Field last night coming to you on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
To anyone who avoids HVAC repairs, it's time to leave it to the experts. With memberships that cover regular HVAC maintenance and worry-free repairs, Service Experts keeps your home healthy and happy. Visit ServiceExperts.com to check out today's special offers and promotions.
Hey, this Labor Day, hit the road to savings. Yep, the Labor Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi, your man. It is so on August 25th through September 7th. 2 years ago, we bought a brand new Explorer during the Ford Labor Day sales event. Big time savings. Love our Explorer. And now it gets better because we get $5,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Ford Explorer or $3,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Bronco when you trade in your old ride. And on a 2026 Ford F-150, the truck that works as hard as you do but doubles as your weekend warrior. How about a 2026 F-150 STX or XLT and get $5,500 in trade assist cash when you trade in your old ride. Or get 2.9% for 72 months plus $1,500 in bonus cash on a 2026 F-150 STX or XLT. But hurry, the Ford Labor Day sales event ends September 7th at buyfordnow.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you have unpaid tax debt to the IRS that you can't pay, please hear this special notice. Specially approved IRS relief programs designed to aid delinquent taxpayers are now in effect that can significantly improve your financial situation. Depending on your circumstances, you may qualify to have your tax problem resolved in your favor and may even have your back taxes reduced by thousands or eliminated entirely. A relief hotline has been established by Community Tax for you to call and see if you qualify at 800-224-4083. If you owe the IRS back taxes that you can't afford to pay, don't let the IRS trick you into thinking you have no way out. Our highly accredited tax professionals will let you know what you qualify for and how much you can save. We may be able to stop all liens, garnishments, levies, and save you thousands. Call and see if you qualify for this taxpayer relief at 800-224-4083. 800-224-4083. That's 800-224-4083.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
That was a tough game. You know, we were in it, staying in it. Merrill was doing a good job of making pitches and pitching into the sixth inning. I thought he deserved to pitch into that sixth inning. We had him a little bit covered with Clarkey, and just unraveled from there. From the sixth inning through those sixth, seventh, and eighth innings where they broke the game open. The Cubs are a good baseball team. So are we. We got to be able to play our game, do the things that we do best, and that's control counts, get on base, create some traffic, slug. We just couldn't get anything going today.
Yeah, Story Lovello after a 7-0 loss to start their 3-game series with the Chicago Cubs. If you want to pin it on somebody, pin it on Clarkey.
Clarkey? Yeah.
When Tori said Clarkey, I made eye contact with Jarrett, and we were both shaking our heads. Mm-hmm. Just another one of those great Major League nicknames.
Yeah, right.
Not a great way to start the series, obviously. Merrill Kelly was a little bit better than he's been, but not as good as he needs to be.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
5th straight start with at least 3 walks for Merrill Kelly, and you watched early. He either cannot locate the way he used to, or he does not want to locate the way he used to. And the latter might sound ridiculous, but that's what happens to pitchers who don't trust their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to put it over the plate.
No, and when it did go over the plate, as Clarkey experienced when he relieved Merrill Kelly.
Old Clarkey.
The Cubs are
again,
hitting it out of the park.
the Diamondbacks didn't score a run the whole game, so it's not on Clarkey.
No, it's not.
No.
But it goes back to show what Torey Lovello said. The Cubs are a good baseball team. They're feeling themselves a little bit right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're comfortably ahead of the National League wild card standings right now, and they're bolstered by the fact that pretty much everywhere they go, especially here in Arizona, it's almost like a home game.
Mm-hmm.
It's a home game in road uniforms
Well,
for the Cubs.
especially when they're good, and especially when they're
Yes.
good and they have an electrifying young player, which what they have with Pete Crow Armstrong.
Yeah.
So I think this is one of those years that it's good to be the Cubs when you're traveling from city to city and you're seeing your legion of fans everywhere you go. It isn't always like that.
Yeah.
In the years where they're really bad, it isn't. I mean, it always happens, but it's happening a lot this year, largely because of PCA.
Yeah, it's true. And they didn't even get damaged by PCA last night.
No.
0 for 5, hit one where I think the legions of Cubs fans thought it was gone, but it wasn't.
I heard a lot of people making fun of Cubs fans about that. It
happens to
That's fine to
everybody.
do that, but are we trying to say Diamondback fans are smarter?
Yeah.
Because they're not. Okay.
I'm a Diamondback fan,
So
and I
again,
thought-
if we're gonna make fun of that, let's at least recognize that we're no better. Okay. It comes off as really petty.
I'm glad you said that. The other thing is that ran through my head. Are Diamondbacks fans smarter? No, because Diamondbacks fans also boo the throw over to first base.
Yes. And they do the wave.
I was there when they were
They
doing
do
the
the
wave.
wave.
There was a group of kids 2 sections over Friday night that the whole time they were there were trying to start the wave.
Do you know how much sound Diamondbacks fans make when their starting pitcher's got 2 strikes on a batter? Crickets. So if you're those stupid Cub fans, they thought that was a grand slam.
And look, it's off the bat of Pete Crow Armstrong.
Well,
He's one of the
that's-
hottest players in
that's it.
baseball. So
there was a lot of wishing going on.
You think it's going on?
There was a lot of wishing going on.
There was also a subplot in the game last night, and Merrill Kelly was greatly affected by it, and it went on for quite some time. As Quentin Berry, the third base coach for the Cubs, apparently was efforting to steal signs.
Mm-hmm.
It caught Merrill Kelly's attention. It caught the attention of the dugout with Torey Lovello and
Jeff Bannister.
yelling at Ryan Flaherty, the bench coach of the Cubs, going back and forth. There was a lot of lip reading.
John Boy's going to have a good time with this one.
Yes, he will have a good time with this one. But Diamondbacks personnel talked about it. Lovello talked about his back and forth with the Cubs coaches on the subject.
A lot of things were happening inside of the game. I know you guys are going to ask me that question, so I'll get out ahead of it. Look, it's gamesmanship. It's a part of the game that I want to keep between me and the Cubs. And we were barking at their third base coach, and he was barking back. And what's funny in April is not funny in August. Everybody's edgy. And, they're protecting their side, we're protecting our side, and that's as far as I want to go with that.
Merrill Kelly used some more, maybe some stronger language and his thoughts on it.
That's stealing signs is as old as baseball. I think it's a little bull when it comes from a coach. I think, if it's a guy on second base and they see the grip in your glove, or if the hitters can see something that you're doing with your glove, I think that's fair game. I think guys have been doing that since the beginning of baseball. I think it's a little bush league when it comes from outside that. I think inside the lines is one thing. I think the guys that are standing outside the lines, I think it's a little bush league. That being said, I got to take a look at what I'm doing, because clearly he had something, and obviously if he has it, then other people will probably pick up on it as well. So I got to figure out and do better on my part to not give it away. But yeah, I think it should stay between the players.
Yeah, it's one of those nuanced baseball arguments. Stealing signs is as old as baseball itself, but it depends on who's stealing them.
There's all sorts of layers and rules to it.
But I like the acknowledgement from Merrill Kelly at the end, turning it inward. he picked up on something I was doing, so that's on me to correct it. But
how long has this been going on?
That's the thing.
Because
we talked about this with Brandon Pfaadt before he went back down. And
look at him since they addressed that.
Yes.
What if this was the whole season? This has been going on, and it's why Merrill Kelly has a 5.3 ERA, and it took him this long to figure it out because the third base coach did it this time. Wouldn't that be something?
That would be a big fail. That would be a big fail on behalf of the Diamondbacks to not self-scout and see that themselves.
Yes.
If it's going on, especially when one of your guys has already allegedly gone through it, got fixed, made a substantive change to his delivery, and turned his season around. At that point in time, you would probably want to do inventory on every one of your struggling starters.
Yes.
Because it doesn't appear to be something the Diamondbacks exceed at. Put it that way.
I would agree because, again, here we are, and you heard Torrey say it. What's funny in April is not funny in August. It's August, and this is still apparently an issue.
What was Zach Gallen complaining about most of the season?
Yeah.
Tipping pitches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's something that you couldn't avoid out of last night is how pervasive is this with the Diamondback pitching staff, and what is the quality control on the Arizona side to prevent this from happening?
Yeah. Jeff Bannister was also very involved. Whenever something happens from the dugout, he usually is involved and can be a pretty intimidating force. But he was asked about it after the game, didn't want to say much.
I don't know that I thought Quentin was doing anything. I really don't have any comment about what our game or anything that went on. If you want to ask me about context of the play on the field, we'll talk about that. But I don't really have anything to say.
About that back and forth, nothing.
That's part of the spirit of the game at times, right? I mean, it's competitive. It's August.
Yeah, Torrey Lovella said it didn't get personal between them, but
oh yeah, it did. It did.
Which means yes, it absolutely.
You could lip read Flaherty from the other dugout, couldn't you?
Yes.
A lot of F-bombs coming back at Jeff Bannister.
Unless it's an F-bomb, I'm terrible at lip reading.
Oh, are you? Yeah.
When I watch those John Boy videos, or you remember the old NFL bad lip reading videos that would come out? They're very funny, but I would never be able to produce anything like that because it just doesn't register.
Do you agree though with Merrill that it was Bush League, and that it was coming from a coach?
Yeah, it's not supposed to come from a coach.
Okay.
That in the etiquette of baseball, the third base coach should not be relaying signals.
And that was the reason why Major League Baseball going into this year cracked down on the coach location rule.
Yeah,
like you have to stay in your box. Now, you can go as deep as you want behind as long as you're within the lines, but it was to crack down on those things because a lot of coaches were trying to move up and down the lines to get a better view of what that pitcher was doing to relay it to those batters. So, it's a very nuanced argument.
What does the pitch comm do? Like the thing? Like, was it stealing signals or he was stealing tipping pitches?
He was looking at grips.
Yeah.
He was looking,
because it was sort of the way they described it was he was stealing signals, which is not exactly what it was.
No, it was
like in the old days where you look at the catcher's fingers.
Which that's and that's what the pitch comm was designed for.
Mm-hmm.
But stealing grips.
And just so everybody knows, there were some developments in the Ketel Marte saga. We're going to get into that at 7 o'clock.
Oh yes, we're the story that keeps on giving, Bick. Coming up next here on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Well, look who showed up at Cardinals practice. Yes, we'll get into the latest from the Cardinals as they embark on their Green Bay trip next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know, how personal do you get with the personnel based on needs in the clubhouse? That is where we are right now. This whole thing, how personal do you get? You have to barf it all up, Ketel. If you want this to even have a chance of getting fixed, he's got to tell them everything. What he is thinking, how he is feeling, all of it. Based on what his teammates are saying and not saying, Luke, the answer to that question could be, I say could be, his teammates don't want him around in that clubhouse.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Say it all the time. You should have really high standards when buying a car. You should want a great brand. You should want a great experience. You should want a really fair price and a vehicle you cannot wait to drive. That's what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW and a whole lot more. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you are going to get an extensive selection of new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, and high-quality used cars. In fact, you're going to get the best selection you're going to find in the American Southwest. And as many of our listeners attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. And then once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center is staffed by BMW certified technicians. They are absolutely awesome, and they're going to ensure your vehicle will receive expert care. So if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Here's how you get that done. Pick a location, take a test drive. If you've never been behind the wheel of a BMW, it's going to blow your mind. Find what you like, then get your hookup by asking for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's vowed to hook up every member of this listening audience. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've taken M-Drive every morning for 10 years. Here's why. Once men get into their 40s and 50s, the body starts changing. Testosterone naturally declines, energy drops, recovery takes longer, and keeping weight off gets harder. I know, I felt it myself. That's why I take M-Drive every day. M-Drive is made for men over 40 with clinically tested ingredients that support healthy testosterone, steady energy, and metabolism. No hype, no shortcuts. I know the people behind M-Drive. I've watched this Phoenix company grow, and I've trusted the product for 10 years. In fact, M-Drive has been helping men for nearly 20 years. It's the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts. Don't let age beat you. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's use code GAMBO at mdriveformen.com. Testosterone support, energy, metabolism, don't wait. It only gets harder. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. Start today. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
The velvet rope is waiting. The lights ignite the night. The music takes control, and everything feels right. Welcome to Wicked Ball at Studio 101. Dress to impress, dance without limits, and compete for your share in the $15,000 costume contest. Friday, October 30th, Talking Stick Resort's Wicked Ball at Studio 101. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks' best did not show up last night at Chase Field. Merrill Kelly was far from sharp in his outing, and the offense combined for 5 hits in their 7-0 loss to the Cubs last night, as the Snakes missed an opportunity to gain ground in the wild card chase, as both the Padres and Phillies dropped games, but Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball tonight in hopes of bouncing back after his last start. Diamondbacks Cubs first pitch tonight will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur preps for their final preseason game against his brother in the Green Bay Packers, Carson Beck is TBD on if he will be ready to go on Friday. And from a roster standpoint, the Cards released former third-round pick Trey Benson as Josh Sweat was activated from the PUP list yesterday. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
It was cool to see him out there today. He, had his jersey on and with that 10. It was just, it's been a while since we've seen him out in his uniform. So it was refreshing for us. Eager to see him get going. He's obviously a tremendous player. He's a guy who's been in this league for a long time and had a lot of success. So to have him back on the field is going to be huge for us.
Trey McBride of the Arizona Cardinals meeting with the media yesterday, talking about the return of Josh Sweat to practice. Vince, why did you play a soundbite of the tight end talking about the edge rusher coming back to practice? Because the head coach didn't address it.
Yeah.
The head coach met with the media an hour before the practice started, and because he was not specifically asked about Josh Sweat, he did not let it out that Josh Sweat would return to practice. So we won't hear the head coach's stance or comments on it until tomorrow from Green Bay.
Yeah, and so Monday was the very first time that Josh Sweat practiced with the Cardinals since last season. Okay, and so you're like, wow. The physically unable to perform list has some requirements, and it has to be confined to players who suffer football-related injuries. And no one can seem to recall where this might have happened to Josh Sweat. He played all 17 games last year. He got dinged up once, but it was nothing significant. And I think a lot of people, the skeptical people, seem to think, yeah, this is pretty obvious what's going on here. The worst case scenario was that the Cardinals and Josh Sweat were playing a game of chicken, that the Cardinals told him, you are not going to be traded. And he is like, well, we're going to see about that. And so the threat was maybe he would go all the way up into the season and not play, which would be ludicrous given how much money he's going to make. Now it seems like the more logical conclusion out of all of this was they recognized his unhappiness, and to make him happy, they let him take off mini camps, OTAs, and all of training camp. Because this trip to Green Bay is this is the end of training camp.
Yeah.
And so
roster cutdown day is Sunday.
That's it.
Yeah.
So to me, that seems like the more logical solution to this. It's not ideal, but Mike LaFleur seems to think that edge rushers, it's like riding a bicycle.
Run at the quarterback.
That's all you do. You find your line and you get after the guy. I don't know how true that is or not. But look, Josh Sweat he's a proud professional. You can trust in the player to know what he's capable of doing. So I guess the bottom line is this is good news, especially for a defense that might be a problem, to put it mildly.
Look, I don't think for the optimism of the first two preseason games overall, most of that optimism was focused on the offensive side of the ball. I don't think anybody really feels great about this defense going into the season. Feels a little bit better. Well, actually, it feels a lot better with Josh Sweat back on the practice field. But again, we don't know about his enthusiasm level about being back on the practice field. We'll hear from Josh Sweat at some point in the very near future, I would imagine. We'll hear from the head coach, like I said, tomorrow when he addresses the media from Green Bay before that joint practice. But the question remains. I mean, pass rush is still a question with Josh Sweat, without Josh Sweat. And, you look at the process of roster building, and why was there not more emphasis put on the defensive side of the ball? in this offseason? I think those are fair criticisms and fair, heavy questions to ask going into this season.
Well, and I also think that the idea of trading Josh Sweat, I don't think that's entirely off the table yet. If the Cardinals lose their first 5 games, the trade deadline is November 10th, and there will be no shortage of teams looking to add an impact edge rusher.
Yeah,
good teams.
Look, there was an impact player traded yesterday in the NFL. Kayshon Boutte goes from New England to Houston. Why was Houston looking for him? They suffered a season-ending injury to Jaden Higgins, who's supposed to be their number 2 receiver. So they addressed it. Good teams with playoff aspirations will address their needs. And if one of those teams happens to pop up, maybe a deal for Josh Sweat becomes a lot more palatable for the Arizona Cardinals. I don't know, because he's at practice now. We can say that with certainty for the first time, but it has felt very unsure and a lot of eggshell walking, it seems like, from the outside to a lot of different people on this subject.
Well, listen, Mike LaFleur has made it very clear that it wasn't an injury. How many times did he say that? At least once.
Yeah.
And he described it more as maintenance. Well, if your knee needs 30 days of maintenance before you can get off the pup, then one of two things are true. Either he's got a problem knee, which is not good, or this was just kind of all right, well, we won't make you practice. Just be there for us on August 26th.
Yeah. And a lot of people, when the footage came out of Josh Sweat from the open part of practice yesterday came out, a lot of people noting, yep, he's got a knee brace on. And then some people pointed out he's always wearing the knee brace. It's just been hidden under his uniform pants before. You just haven't noticed.
That's right.
So, again, we'll get more questions. They are on their way to Green Bay today to take on the Packers in the battle of the LaFleur brothers. Here was Mike LaFleur on the plan for joint practice against Green Bay.
Yeah, so you just split up the fields, right? And so we'll be on one field with the one offense versus all the offense versus all their defense, 1s, 2s, and 3s, and then obviously they'll be on a different field. And then when we get to a 2-minute situation, we'll all come up. So it kind of has more of a game feel, and both sides supporting each other there.
Yeah, and the benefit of having such an arrangement?
It is. I mean, there's, outside of obviously, tackling to the ground, because of that amped up level. Again, people smarter than me, but we all love the joint practices. Maybe some of the players, they got different opinions on it and stuff. For the most part, not trying to speak for them, for the most part, I think they like it because, again, they get to go against someone else. Like, I think our receivers are getting sick of running the same routes over and over and over versus our corners, and we don't want to just turn into a double move fest every single day in practice just to try to win practice. We want to get, sharpened at the stuff that we're going to do more than we're not. So from that standpoint, it ends up being good. And again, like I was kind of saying with the science aspect of it, like there is something to be said about the teams that are in these joint practices and the lower percentage of injury in those first, I think it is 4 to 6 games.
Yeah, and the other news coming out from yesterday on the injury front, Jeremiah Love progressing but won't see the field this week, so that's something to keep an eye on. The Carson Beck situation continues to be monitored as well. And a recent day 2 draft pick, no longer a member of the Arizona Cardinals, and Trey Benson. We'll get into that a little bit later on too. But and that won't, that's not going to make huge national headlines, but here in Arizona, that is something to focus on, and we will.
Yeah, Trey Benson waived by the Cardinals, and it's not a good situation. That draft pick did not pay off for the Cardinals. Many people wondered what the point of it was in the first place, but that relationship is now over. Player going into year 3, cut.
And I think, if you want to read the tea leaves, that was a player that probably was on the, hey, we're dangling this guy if you want to trade for him, and he just could not stay healthy enough to be attractive to anybody.
And I think most smart NFL GMs are like, why trade for him? They clearly have a log jam there. Let's just wait till they release him, and now they have.
Coming up next, when it comes to recruiting, Lane Kiffin says you're either with us or against us. We'll explain more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
One, does he want to be here, right? Because that's been circulating out there in the ether for forever. And now that he's activated, is his off-season program enough to get him ready? Because he's done nothing with the team until I'm seeing images of him today on the field. He's practicing with the guys today for the first time this year, this entire year. Is he going to be ready?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, football season is here. The real stuff not that far away. And if you're looking to take your fandom to the next level, if you need a new television or you're looking to upgrade your entertainment center, do me a favor. Forget about the big box stores. Forget about shopping online. Get in your car, head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance, and ask for my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns Waltz. Tell him I sent you, because if you do that, you're going to get the best price you're going to find in the Valley. And what you'll get from Waltz is pretty much everything. You get prices that are comparable to the big box stores, but you're going to get 10 times the service. You can get same-day delivery 7 days a week if you need it. You can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Remember, Waltz is a Valley institution that has been serving Arizona since 1957. They've got everything you need to take your fandom to the next level. All the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, great selection of audio components, great selection of outdoor televisions. They're even in the golf simulator business now. You can go check that out at Waltz. So take my advice. Head down to Waltz. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-346-2476. 800-346-2476. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-346-2476.
Hi, I'm Jen.
And I'm Daniel.
We're your average Arizona family. We have 2 kids.
Make around $85,000 a year.
And just bought an American-made car.
And I'm Andy Biggs. Because of the working families tax cuts that I delivered, a family like theirs saw their 2026 tax bill drop by almost $2,700, according to the Treasury. That means more money staying where it belongs, with Arizona families.
Like ours.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves a risk of loss.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will we see Carson Beck in the Arizona Cardinals preseason finale Friday at the Green Bay Packers? We'll be talking Cardinals at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We have, made a decision to recruit some kids around the country. And, through these multiple injunctions around the country, which this is not a first time, been in college sports for a while, a group of players were granted a 5th year of eligibility around the country in multiple sports. And through them winning their injunction and entry into the portal, they're available to recruit. And so ourselves, like many places around the country, are recruiting them. And at the end of the day, because of these rulings, they're either going to play for you or they're going to play somewhere else around the country. So we've made a decision to recruit them, like probably most people are.
Oh, there's the rule follower, Lane Kiffin, making sense of the situation, which makes no sense to a lot of people. The head coach at LSU talking about the recruitment of former Ole Miss tight end Daquan Wright, waived by the Cleveland Browns, and now becomes, because of these multiple injunctions that Lane Kiffin referenced in that soundbite, he becomes eligible to be recruited. So Lane Kiffin's like, hey, why not here if nowhere else? The SEC has come out and said they're against this, but there's still no rules in place. And I heard this like a million times this morning on ESPN radio. There's no rules in place, so you can't really blame Lane Kiffin. Yes, you can. You don't have to recruit these kids.
Yeah,
if you feel something's wrong, don't do it.
Yeah, that's it. But the coaches now, this modern era of coaches, do not have the ability to say no. They don't have the ability to go, this is bad for our game, we're not doing this.
They only have the ability to say more.
Lane Kiffin does not have the ability to feel something is wrong.
Oh, there's that. And listen, I don't know if there is a more loathed university right now than LSU.
It's disgusting.
It's not even close. The basketball coach just recruited a Russian center who was playing professionally, forcing a Ukrainian player on her team to leave the program for obvious reasons.
Not the men's program.
And now the men's program is lining up these guys who have been on NFL rosters because a Louisiana-based judge declared it possible.
Can I talk about one of the more underrated and untalked about aspects of this whole story?
Yeah, sure.
Daquan Lewis, was last year a member of the Ole Miss Rebels.
Right.
A team that is fighting to get to the playoffs. A team that was absolutely wronged by its head coach. Abandoned by its head coach.
If you think that.
In Oxford, Mississippi. We know how you feel, Sammy.
I know.
Upward movement or nothing.
No, keep going.
Lane Kiffin is public enemy number one in Oxford, Mississippi. Less than a calendar year ago, he's wearing that uniform and probably felt wronged at a first opportunity. Who's he joining forces with?
LSU.
Lane Kiffin.
Yeah. How about that?
It's gross. The
It is
whole
gross.
thing is gross.
Yeah, the whole thing is gross. And once again, there are costs to this. And that is the high school kids who are supposed to be coming into college and supposed to be having opportunities. They're the ones who are getting left high and dry here. And some of the stories are horrifying of guys who had schools picked out, who thought they had places on team secured, and now, hey, don't really need you anymore.
Yeah.
Paul Feinbaum said college athletics have just hit a new low, that there have been scandals far worse than this in the history of college football, but as a collective, as a body, they've never been lower.
Yeah.
And this is after they kind of dodged the Brendan Sorsby thing that was all set to be another sort of embarrassing stain on college football, and it just kind of got taken out of their hands. But if he would have been allowed to come back and play this season, which is what they were trying to have happen, that would have just been another layer of ridiculousness.
Yeah. Did you see what Texas Tech's head coach said yesterday? He mentioned that if all these kids are allowed to come back and play from the NFL, that Brendan Sorsby not being able to play is still confusing to him.
Did he forget about the whole gambling aspect of it? That he broke the golden rule of sports and competition?
I don't know.
Dan Wetzel from ESPN wrote a column. Thanks to the NCAA, the NFL waiver wire is the new national signing day. There's a clip on ESPN.com. He calls Wright's decision to play for LSU absurd and comical. Pete Thamel, Daquan Wright returning to college to play at LSU is mind-bending. And then I'm watching ESPN this morning as I wake up, and they have this big buildup on this story. And let's go to Sam Acho, who covers college football for us at ESPN. How big of an indicator is this that this is wrong for college athletics? And Sam Acho's like, oh, it's not a big deal. There's only a couple players doing it. And there was a court ruling that makes this legal now. Can you dig a little deeper?
Yeah.
And have a feeling on something? College athletics is crumbling before us.
Yes.
And it's one of the things that makes the has made the American sporting experience so unique and so emotional. And it's going bye-bye because everybody is asleep at the wheel at the NCAA office, first of all. And these judges from around the country really shouldn't have that much impact on what happens on playing fields in college athletics.
And these judges are producing very favorable rulings to their locale, which makes it even more suspicious and more wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And happening this morning, Pete Thamel just reported, the Big Ten is set to pass a rule today that doesn't allow players to return from the NFL and play for a Big Ten school. So that's just another feather in the cap. Okay, if the Big Ten's saying we're not going to accept NFL guys, but if the SEC and other conferences are going to stand still and do what Lane Kiffin and LSU and other schools are doing, there's going to be even more controversy.
Well, at least the Big Ten had the chutzpah and the courage to pass a rule.
To say we're not going to be like this.
Which will probably be circumvented by some court judge in Connecticut somewhere.
Well, do you think that's almost part of their rivalry with the SEC?
Yeah.
Like they came out in response saying like, well, we're the Big Ten. We don't need to do stuff like that.
We don't stoop that
We're
low.
not like the SEC, those scumbags.
Right, exactly.
Look, I think there is gamesmanship there because the Big Ten does have the upper hand right now. And by saying this, they are saying, hey, we don't have to resort to these methods to have competitive teams. But make no mistake about it, the SEC and Big Ten in so many other ways are in partnership. Because they're the two conferences that are probably going to do more to break up the NCAA as we know it than any other conferences.
No doubt.
It's gross. I wanted to get so
and of
excited
course,
about
Lane
college
Kiffin's
football.
right at the center of it.
Yes.
I'm not sure when was the last time we've had a college program this reviled going into a year.
Going into a year? I can't think of one.
I can't think of one either.
No. And he's yet to coach a game at this school, and one of his first games will be going back to Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm.
But I think LSU will probably just start paying off the fans to jump ship and become fans of LSU now. The really loud and vitriolic ones, like, here's a little NIL for you, fans.
Right,
come on over.
right.
I wanted to get so excited about this college football season. I was trying to rekindle my love for it, and every day something happens. You're like, this is gross.
Vince, you still can't.
No,
you can't.
I can't.
Because of one tight end going back to LSU, I know it's like...
It's just the series, though. This is just the latest.
That's the only thing you've noticed about college athletics changing, Sammy?
But once the ball's in the air, all that gets...
Once you can wager on it, I'm in.
No, I'm just saying, once the ball is in the air and the teams are the teams, the games and the storylines are going to be great. They are.
Sammy didn't grow up with the sport the same way that we did. Like, the slow erosion of the sport has been essentially his entire life as a fan, so it doesn't hit him as hard.
That is true. It's I know I'm the boomer. I'm the old guy. Get off my lawn. I'm yelling at clouds. All of those sayings.
Yes.
No. But, listen,
when the
I
coaches
get all
themselves
that.
are saying it.
No, but I get all that. But I don't understand how leaving a program that's on its way to the playoffs is cool. I can't understand why you think that way. But that's okay. You're not alone. That's a newer generation.
But I don't think it's universal in that generation either. I mean, there's one way. There's two ways to look at it. Was it sleazy or not? Raise your hands if you're in the sleazy category.
Yeah, it's me.
I'm raising my hand.
It's me.
Other people don't think so, and the people in LSU don't think so. Coming up next here on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, it's been a bumpy ride for Ketel Marte lately, but Torey Lovello hopes he gets a soft landing when he comes back. Yes, those words were actually used. We'll get into them straight ahead here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, you know what, I got a great idea. Let's go replace all of our windows. Let's go window shopping. But if you've been in your home 15 or more years, chances are your windows are getting in bad shape. And once they get into bad shape, once they begin warping or having condensation, you find that big spike in your energy bills. It's time to get them replaced. Highly recommend you call my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are conducting their biggest sale ever right now. You can get 10 windows or more. You are going to get $3,000 off the price, plus you're going to get installation and labor for free. That is a phenomenal deal. Call Joe at 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600. Take advantage of the smoking hot deal, because at Advanced Window Products, you're going to get a lot of good stuff, namely a home court advantage, because they've got a factory right here in the valley, which means you're going to get all the factory direct advantages, faster turnarounds, no middleman markups, the best pricing you're going to find at Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Give them a call today. Take advantage of this smoking hot deal. 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-762-6565. That's 800-762-6565.
True luxury isn't just seen, it's felt behind the wheel. Welcome to Genesis of Scottsdale, where every visit feels first class. Step into our showroom and experience the spacious, family-sized 2026 GV80 3.5T and the strikingly athletic GV80 Coupe. Both flagship SUVs pair commanding power with handcrafted interiors, intuitive technology, and iconic design engineered entirely around you. And for a limited time, well-qualified buyers can unlock exclusive 0% financing on both models. Elevate every journey. Step into extraordinary today at genesisofscottsdale.com or visit our showroom at 15345 North Scottsdale Road.
0% APR up to 48 months on select 2026 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance on approved credit. Monthly payment of $20.83 per thousand financed. Competitive owner bonus up to $1,500. Varies by model. Cannot combine with loyalty offers. Excludes tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $998 protection package, and dealer options. In September 8th, 2026. See dealer for full details.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Zach Bryan with Heaven on Tour. Saturday, September 5th, State Farm Stadium.
I wish I didn't, but I do.
with special guests MJ Linderman and Faye Philly. Tickets are on sale now at ZachBryan.com. Don't miss Zach Bryan live.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Chicago Cubs made themselves feel at home last night in downtown Phoenix as they crushed the D-backs 7-0. And again, Merrill Kelly wasn't sharp in his start, and the offense was asleep all night long, just 5 hits as the team got shut out. On the bright side, the Padres did lose in extras last night, so the D-backs still remain just 2 back in the NL wildcard hunt. A potential pitcher's duel tonight. Brandon Pfaadt and Clay Holmes. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And on the Ketel Marte front, manager Torey Lovullo mentioned pregame yesterday that there is strategy on getting him back on the field for the Phillies series next week. And as the Arizona Cardinals continue to get ready for their final preseason game, here was head coach Mike LaFleur on if Carson Beck might be good to go.
Good with the throwing session. Still TBD in terms of what this. I guess we play Friday. This Friday will look like.
For more on Beck and the Cards, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today. And this report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Employee pricing for everyone at Freeway Chevrolet, up to $12,500 off a new Silverado. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How did last night fare for the Diamondbacks against the Cubs? And was Ketel Marte present? The Bernsey and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
We're trying to create the softest space for him to reemerge back into this environment, and that's up to him however he wants to do it. I cannot force a human being to do something that I want to do or anybody in this room wants to do or a fan wants to do. One of the things that made Ketel such an extraordinary player is that he goes to the beat of his own drum, and I respect that.
Manager Torey Lovullo yesterday, pregame before the opening of the Cubs series, it was revealed that there's a plan in place, at least in the Diamondbacks' minds, of Ketel Marte returning to the team, the field for the beginning of the Phillies series next week. I have to say this. I'm sorry. This, to me, was a facepalm moment for the Arizona Diamondbacks organization. I'm not saying you have to be the harshest in terms of the judgment of Ketel Marte, but to use terms like we're trying to create the softest space for a landing spot for him?
Yeah.
Like it's going to get softer than it was already?
Well, listen, and for him to say, I can't make a player do something he doesn't want to do, how can you not hear that? Or how can you hear that and not think that Ketel Marte just can't get in front of the group right now?
Yes.
Won't do it.
But let's go deeper than that. What did he not want to do last Monday? He didn't want to show up for his team and perform his job.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And so, again, I don't know how this is going to land. Torey Lovullo also said yesterday that he's spoken to nearly every player in the clubhouse about this matter and said that there's just a wide variety of opinions on Ketel because there's a wide variety of players in that clubhouse. There's not a ton of them who were around the last couple of years. And so the opinions vary on Ketel Marte is what I think Torey is trying to say. I'm not sure I believe that. I do think that by waiting as long as he's going to wait to get in front of the group is going to be more hostile to him than less. Now, if the Diamondbacks rattle off 5 straight losses, and they're heading into that Philadelphia series desperate for offense, who knows? Maybe the pragmatic approach will change the way the team thinks about everything. I don't know. It's just really, really odd to me that Ketel Marte, if he plans on coming back to the Diamondbacks, why he won't get out in front of this.
Yeah, you would think, again, like you said, the longer he waits to address this team, to patch this up, and you're going to do that right before a game, I mean, you got a week to do that. Well, not really a week because they do go on the road after this Cubs series for a 3-game series. But here was more from Torey on that when he was asked that question. Is the delay in Ketel addressing his teammates going to make it more difficult?
I don't know some of the answers to that question because I've talked to just about every player, and I know how they feel. That it's a very individualized situation. How are you taking this day by day, and what are you willing to do to help? Is the mindset in that clubhouse. With Ketel, he's very private and he's very quiet, and it's hard to extract information from him. And we all know that we can retreat if we go back to disagreements that we've had with loved ones or family members, brothers, sisters, parents. Sometimes you pull back and you want to just retreat and survey. Maybe that's what he's done. So I have not talked to him, but the one day at Salt River, and I'm allowing him to have his space. When it's time, it'll be time.
It's a lot of surveying going on.
Wow.
It might just be avoidance.
Yeah. Well, there is that. There is that. But again, this is once again creating the softest space possible for him to reemerge. That if you were somebody angry at Ketel Marte in that clubhouse, you'd be rolling your eyes at that. Because that's exactly what some people believe have led you to this crossroads. The enabling.
Yes. And I'm one of those people.
I don't know how you couldn't be, given the fact that this has happened now in successive seasons.
And I do understand the beat. He marches to the beat of his own drum. But, there's more than one drummer in this band.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to march to
keep
somebody.
rhythm with everybody else.
Exactly. You have to march to their beat as well if you're part of a team. You're not a tennis player. You're not a golfer.
Mm-hmm.
You're not a boxer.
You're not a one-man band. You're part of an orchestra.
Yeah, but you know what? And I forget. I think it was Wolf and Luke. I think Luke even made this point. This great point, Jared.
Did you hear it?
What? He made a point like with his head. You mean?
Right? No, it's the idea that it isn't just Ketel Marte missing games and going AWOL on his team. If you look over the course of the season, it's also him going AWOL between the ears during games. The not always being locked in like you need to be.
I actually did hear him say this.
And we have seen this manifest itself in a lot of ways. The real impatient at bats, the one pitch at bats, the not tapping his head to challenge a called third strike when it ends the game.
Sort of ineffectiveness when he pinch hits.
And then they brought up that somebody told Luke, go back and look at what his stats are when he isn't starting, but is asked to come off the bench and give you an at-bat during the game, and you're going to see a lot of one-pitch groundouts, is what Luke had to say. So there's that. It just, I think the truth of the matter is this is a very, very complicated dude who is a handful to manage. And I've said before that I have been told that this is very similar to Phil Jackson and Dennis Rodman. The difference was Dennis Rodman in Chicago had Michael Jordan to kind of keep him in line, Scottie Pippen to kind of keep him in line. This current Diamondbacks clubhouse, there's not a lot of dudes are going to step up and put him in his place. Maybe Geraldo Perdomo, maybe Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yeah, that situation's different because for us, Ketel is ideally like our Jordan. We need him to be the best player.
Yeah.
In the Diamondbacks case, it'd be like if Kevin Ginkel was just wild and needed to go do what he needed to do. But when he was on, he was great. Like, we need Ketel to be more the Jordan than the Rodman.
And also the thing that is driving all of this, and for the people who are getting very frustrated with Torey Lovullo for not, cracking a proverbial whip or laying down laws or being more firm, it's this contract that he has. He's tanked his trade value, and I'm sure the Diamondbacks could try to trade him if Ketel is open to it, but you're going to have to absolve a lot of that money. And I'm not sure they want to be doing that. So what are they hoping for? And what kind of change are we expecting from Ketel Marte when the dude is 31 years of age? He's bailed on his team twice in successive years.
He's a 10-5 guy. Those are guys that are pretty set in their ways.
That's a handful.
Like people say, you're making a big deal of it, but the first thing he did when he had a chance to respond to any of this, the first thing he did was go to the casino during a D-backs game.
Yeah.
That was the first public response.
Yeah. Buried in that soundbite that we played too is like Torrey talked about creating this soft space for him to return, but he also said, I haven't talked to him outside of that meeting. This is a guy who has leaned on this father-son relationship that they've fostered over the years, and we are now 8 days removed from the initial incident, and there's been no casual contact.
Crazy.
Bizarre.
We got a break, but there's more good Tory sound about how he feels the fans should react.
Yeah, there is. We'll get into that. You can win tickets to the Sun Devil season opener. ASU takes on Morgan State September 5th at Mountain America Stadium. Enter to win a pair of tickets at the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, the 2024 draft class was supposed to be the beginning of a rebuild for the Arizona Cardinals. Instead, it's been part of the collapse. We'll explain more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Trey Benson, who was drafted to, in essence, eventually going to be the guy who becomes our bell cow running back. Not only has that not happened, they've had to go out, sign a running back in free agency, draft a running back in the first round, and today they cut Trey Benson. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that this happened. I guess I just look at it and I wonder what other high draft picks from the last couple of years are in jeopardy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence, have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Paul Caldisi here with Matt Degas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think they're done paying taxes when they retire.
Paul, not even close. If most of your savings is in a 401k or an IRA, you've built a tax time bomb. And without a strategy, the IRS becomes your biggest beneficiary. So the time to act is now. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll map out your risk and show you how to fix it. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria. We started newacunit.com because we kept seeing homeowners get confused and taken advantage of.
Buying a new AC unit shouldn't be stressful.
So we built a company we'd want to buy from. Answer a few questions online and see your price instantly.
No hidden fees, no surprises. Just a seamless experience backed by our 100% money-back guarantee.
See how simple replacing your AC can be. Visit newacunit.com today.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. newacunit.com.
Hi, Arizona. This is Joe with Advanced Window Products, and that's the sound of a great deal. Today only, August 25th, we're giving Arizona sports listeners a deal so good, you'll hear it across the Valley of the Sun. If you buy 10 or more of our custom-made windows, we're giving you a mind-blowing $3,000 off plus free labor and installation. Our biggest offer ever. That's $3,000 in savings off windows that are factory direct and manufactured right here in Phoenix, specifically for the Phoenix climate. Call us at 480-676-3600. Our windows come with a lifetime warranty, including accidental glass breakage and labor. Now that's peace of mind. But you must act today. You've got until tonight to lock in your savings. You won't hear this commercial tomorrow. Call right now for your free estimate. The number is 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600. Visit our website to get a quote and see the quality for yourself at advancedwindows.com.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app. 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Trey Benson's timeline looking like?
Again, we're just taking it one day at a time with Trey right now. So that's all I got for you with that.
Not anymore. The question, if you couldn't hear it, was what is the timeline for Trey Benson? Trey Benson, obviously, on the depth chart at running back as of yesterday.
Yeah.
Been hampered by a knee injury, hasn't been able to stay on the field. And Mike LaFleur answered it day by day. After that, Trey Benson was released by the Arizona Cardinals.
This was the
injury settlement.
This is the 66th overall selection in 2024. That's a pretty high draft pick to be showing the door.
Going into year three?
Going into year three.
Look, the writing was on the wall. The Cardinals obviously didn't feel comfortable putting much stock in a return to health or production from Trey Benson because of the way they handled their offseason. They drafted a running back at number 3 overall. They signed a running back to not a pricey free agent contract, but Tyler Algier didn't come here for free either. So they revamped that room. So it's not that huge of a surprise. But what you said is the bigger issue, is that the 2024 draft class, which would have been Monty Ossenfort's second draft class, was supposed to be the backbone of a rebuilding project or rebuilding effort. And it has been anything but. Because that year, the Cardinals were loaded with draft picks.
12
In fact,
of them.
they had 12. They had 7 of the first 90 picks. And those 7 players are Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman, and Elijah Jones.
Okay. Out of that crew, Isaiah Adams looks to be breaking through as a legit offensive lineman, which is good news. Max Melton is battling for the number 2 cornerback job with Denzel Burke, but neither one has been spectacular. So for the 43rd pick overall, I think Max Melton has underperformed. Darius Robinson clearly underperformed as a first-round pick, 27th overall. He got a terrible grade out of the game against the Cowboys, in which he played 7 snaps, didn't do much, didn't generate any pressure, split a double team to make a nice tackle on one play. There's some confusion as to why his grade turned out so bad, but he remains a guy that hasn't produced. When the games matter, he's not producing. And then Marvin Harrison Jr., we all got our fingers crossed that this is going to be the year for him. But Trey Benson, gone. Tip Ryman hasn't been what we've expected. He's dealt with a lot of injuries. And then you're talking about, a possibility that by the end of this training camp, you might have 5 of those 12 guys released going into year 3?
Yeah.
Oof. That's bad.
Yeah, it's not good return on investment. And looking at, you mentioned 66th overall pick for Trey Benson. He was the 2nd running back taken that year. And I think, I have the whole draft class of running backs that year taken. It might go down as the worst running back draft class in the history of the NFL. The guy who went ahead of Trey Benson was Jonathan Brooks of Carolina, who's been banged up and has 9 carries so far. 9 carries in his entire NFL career.
Wow.
Yeah. There's only 2 guys that have eclipsed 1,000 career yards from that draft class. Bucky Irving from Tampa Bay and Tyrone Tracy from the Giants. It was just a bad running back draft class.
And clearly. With Trey Benson, do you feel it was all just rotten injury luck, lack of opportunity in his spot on the depth chart, or do you think that was really, truly a bust pick? Because people were so excited about him as even going into this offseason before they signed Algier, they thought this was it.
Well, listen, they drafted him very high at a time when they still had James Conner functioning at a very high level. And so I do remember in real time a lot of people thinking, this kid better be good.
Yes.
It was almost the same thing as Trey McBride. Like, wow, you better be right about this kid. And fortunately for the Cardinals, they were right about Trey McBride. Trey Benson, unfortunately, it's been mostly injury related, I believe. But even when it wasn't, he didn't sizzle.
Yeah, he was relatively healthy the rookie season.
Mm-hmm.
Played in 13 games. Okay numbers. And last year, people will point at, hey, he averaged 5.5 yards a carry. Well, he only had 29 and 52 came on one run in that week 1 game against the Saints. That was one of the takeaways from that game was like, ooh,
yeah,
is Trey Benson going to pop here? And he didn't pop. So I think it's a combination of the two because through the rotten injury luck, if a team has belief in you, they'll stand by you going into a third year. Maybe I'm off on that because he was only a 3rd round pick. And they, like I said, they did revamp their running back room. And he wasn't.
There's a log jam there, and they weren't going to kick Bam Knight to the curb. So I think more than anything, I don't think the Cardinals wanted to do this. I think they had to do this.
Thought they owed it to him.
They owed it to themselves to do it.
Not a member of the 2024 draft class, but another guy who's been kind of under the microscope on the defensive side of the ball this preseason has been B.J. Ojulari. People waiting for him to pop as an edge rusher. Kind of playing for a roster spot right now. Mike LaFleur was asked what he's seen from B.J. Ojulari at this point.
Yeah, it's unfortunate in terms of what that injury did to him and how much time he missed. But I know this about B.J. He takes it one day at a time, and he's going at it one day at a time. I know he feels better every single day that he's out there, and it's like I say with a lot of these guys that haven't played a lot of football recently. Time on task, failure received. Just keep going. Just keep punching away at it every single day. Keep the right mindset. It's unfortunate, but that's his story right now in terms of the injury and the amount of missed time. But he's made of the right stuff, and he'll figure it out.
Yeah, people are trying to.
Trey Benson was also taking it one day at a time. Look what happened to him.
Right.
And people are kind of monitoring and trying to decipher what all this late game preseason action for B.J. Ojulari means. Does it mean he's on the bubble of the roster? I do believe that. I also think there is something to be said for trying to get a guy enough reps who has not had a ton of reps because of injury. But if B.J. Ojulari as an edge rusher doesn't make this team, oh
boy. Yeah, and
they
listen,
don't have much else.
Well, and he is clearly on the cut line.
Yes.
And you could tell by the amount of snaps and when he was playing in the most recent preseason game. Yeah, and again, so the misses are adding up for Monty Austinfort, and it's not good.
Yeah, more misses than hits, certainly. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Field bars 2-2 is hit to left, but it's right at Ian who will make the catch, and that's your ball game. The Cubs come into town and just flatten the Diamondbacks 7-0.
In front of the home crowd is wild. Oof. More Arizona sports takes on what happened at Chase Field last night coming to you on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
The Life Changer loan does exactly what it says it does. It changes lives. It allows people to pay off their homes in years, not decades, saves their clients hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. But there's another element with the Life Changer loan that comes in very, very handy. That's because when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer loan helps you knock it out of the park. And I say that because Life Changer loan clients get to keep 24/7 access to their equity, and there is no monthly minimum payment. In fact, they once had a client go 5 years without making a payment after the market crash in 2008. And yeah, the interest went up every month, but that client never went late, never risked foreclosure. Chances are your mortgage cannot do that. On a Life Changer loan, you get the freedom, the flexibility, and most importantly, the control when it comes to your mortgage. When times are good, you can pay down, pay off quickly. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time a Life Changer loan client needs to pay off their home. But should financial instability arise, having that 24/7 access to your equity gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want it, whenever you need it, and that can be a pretty handy thing. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
College football is so back, and so are the predictions on Kalshi. Playoffs, who makes the playoffs, wins their conference, the Natty. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market, you trade those predictions in a live market. Yep, Paul Calvisier, Giannis, Messi, DeChambeau, all talking Kalshi. And you know what they're talking about? How Ohio State and Notre Dame are neck and neck as favorites to win the national championship. Both currently trading at 13% on Kalshi, meaning a $100 trade pays out $725 if they win it all this season. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. There's no house, and as probability changes, you can buy in, out of your position, and for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $20 when you trade 20. Code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks' best did not show up last night at Chase Field. Merrill Kelly was far from sharp in his outing, and the offense combined for 5 hits in their 7-0 loss to the Cubs last night, as the Snakes missed an opportunity to gain ground in the wild card chase, as both the Padres and Phillies dropped games. But Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball tonight in hopes of bouncing back after his last start. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as for the Arizona Cardinals, their last preseason game will be this Friday. And Mike LaFleur says Carson Beck is TBD on if he'll be ready to go. And from a roster standpoint, the Cardinals released former third-round pick Trey Benson as Josh Sweat was activated from the PUP list yesterday. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event going on now at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shopping for a truck, crossover, or SUV? See your Valley Chevy dealer during the Labor Day sales event going on now.
Arizona sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy Cebulka here to get you guys the biggest stories going on in sports. And we almost had a freewheeling Rush Hour Reboot. My computer went black during the update. And the update was off the cuff. And thank God the sponsor sheet pulled up late and we were able to see it. But it was almost an off-the-cuff reboot.
Wow. I'm glad that my computer's not the only one that does that on a daily basis.
Oh, Vinny, yeah. I was like mid update, black, and I'm like, oh, here we go. And but anyway, we're backing up and running. And the first question I've got for you guys is we talked about Ketel Marte coming back to the team and potentially addressing the clubhouse. Would you be surprised if he didn't really at all address the clubhouse or the fans?
Well, I don't know about the fans. Okay. He's going to have to address the clubhouse. Okay. There's no way about that. There is no world in which he can roll into the clubhouse next Monday, go to his locker, get dressed, and just go through a normal day. I don't see that being. That would be a joke.
That would be like the Seinfeld episode where George quit and then reconsidered and be like, oh, just show up like nothing happened.
Yeah.
And he does. I agree with Bick. It has to be done.
Okay.
With the guys in the clubhouse. I don't expect much in terms of fan reaction.
Okay.
But we'll have, as Jarrett said earlier, we'll have more from Torrey on how he thinks Ketel Marte should be treated by the fans when he comes back.
Yeah. Now focusing on the baseball on the diamond. Not a great showing from the Diamondbacks last night. And the Athletic did their power rankings. They had the Diamondbacks 12th with their main question, and I'll ask it to you guys. Can they get enough innings out of their starting rotation from now until the end of the season? Do you think they can get enough from this rotation?
I have severe doubts.
Me too.
I mean, I know the news on Soroka or the outlook on Soroka is quick. I mean, I assumed you hear inflammation in a pitching arm, you're assuming at least a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
They put him on the 15-day injured list, and he thinks he can come back and talked about the possibility of not even missing a start before they made that maneuver. But he wasn't great in his most recent return. Merrill Kelly is still trying to find his footing. I think you have two reliable starters right now. That's less than 50%. I don't feel great about it.
Yeah, I think they're in a numbers crunch right now, Sammy, and it seems to me like the date for guys who can be starters to return first week of September at the earliest. So you got a ways to get there, and right now they're in a numbers crunch. Yep. And Merrill Kelly hasn't had a quality start since before the All-Star game. I believe it's a streak of 9 consecutive. Oof. He wasn't that bad yesterday, but he wasn't great. So yeah. This is the high wire act they're doing right now.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to ask you this. The Diamondbacks are 2 games back of the Padres, and they play the Padres the last series of the regular season. Would you sign up for the Diamondbacks being 2 games back against the Padres in the last series of the season?
And having to sweep on the road in San Diego?
Just need to win 2 of 3.
Oh, yeah, because they've got the tiebreaker if they win the series?
If they win the series, they would they would hold that tiebreaker.
Yeah, I would take that.
I would take that, too.
I think I would.
That's a good question. I would take that.
I think I would, too, because right now it feels like the Padres are playing better baseball than the Diamondbacks. All right, let's not.
If they're 2 games back and they win 2 of 3, they would still finish a game behind the Padres, wouldn't they? Because the 2 games would get an even.
Yeah, that's a good point. Sammy Matt.
The question should have been, would you sign up for needing to win 2 of 3 against the Padres in the last? Yeah.
That clarification. The answer is still yes.
The answer
is
still yes. Okay. The Cardinals yesterday.
Jarrett correcting facts.
I love it.
Nice.
I love it.
What is happening?
What is going on?
Is there a meteor hurtling towards Earth right now?
The wisdom of over the years, the mind just marinates.
It marinates what? Okay. What were your thoughts when you heard Josh Sweat was activated from the PUP list yesterday?
I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
But I wasn't shocked because, as we discussed yesterday, this is kind of the time that you're either going or you're not, right? You're heading up to Green Bay now. The team is going to be up there practicing. The cut-down day is on Sunday. You got to be with the team starting like now. Yeah. You got to be on that trip.
Yeah, it's bleep or get off the pot time. So he got off the pot.
Mm-hmm.
I was happy to see it too. Feel much better again, assuming that he's in the right place mentally and in terms of
that's a big assumption.
Commitment to team, and those assumptions will be cleared up one way or the other when he speaks to the media. But you'd much rather have Josh Sweat on the field than not. So yeah, pleasant surprise.
All right, let's revisit something we briefly talked about yesterday. Both LaFleur brothers talked to the media, and who you take in that scuffle? Mike or Matt?
So Mike looks a little, maybe a little more athletic to me, but this is also the big brother, little brother thing.
Yeah, true.
So I think you got to give the big brother some pedigree points, if you will.
Okay.
I don't know. I think they would never throw down. But they're far too close.
Did you hear Matt said yesterday?
Yeah.
Said don't if the team's getting in a scuffle,
tag me in. They'll tag in Mike, and we'll get after it.
We'll get after it on the 50.
Dan,
I say do it.
You have a brother, right?
I do.
Older or younger?
Older.
And is this a true dynamic thing? The older brother, younger brother?
He was 10 plus years older than me.
Oh,
so there was not quite that.
Well, there's a 9-year difference between the LaFleur brothers.
Wow,
correct?
that's right.
It's
there
9
is.
years?
Is it 9?
I believe so.
Oh wow. See, I have a younger brother, 2.5 years younger, and in like a wrestle match, I would never ever let him beat me.
Right.
To this day.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, they are feisty though. That's why I think I might be in Mike's corner on this. He's got something to prove.
I wonder if they're going to do it just for the theatrics of it all.
That would be
It's more
fun.
of a
It's
7
7.5 years.
7.5 years between the LaFleur
But
brothers.
still, that's a big age gap. I didn't realize that.
Think about what ESPN would do if the LaFleur brothers threw down at the 50. They would talk about it for an hour.
That's what I'm saying.
They
It'd
would
be
also
great.
have Pat McAfee doing play-by-play on it.
I feel like the Harbaugh brothers were more likely to do it. They've played in the Super Bowl.
But they're old dudes now. They're not throwing down.
They would both leave on crutches.
Right.
Pulled hammy and
all
hurt
that kind
back.
of stuff.
Jim's older, but he's getting a little crazier, I think.
Oh, Jim's winning that. Jim Harbaugh over John?
I don't know, man. Then again, we're talking about the older brother's energy. That's John's got bats, so I don't know about that.
Fair. All right. Lastly, we talked about at 6:45, kind of Lane Kiffin, the state of college football. In one sentence, how would you describe the state of college football right now?
It's pure chaos right now. There is no quality control. There's no leadership. There is just everybody serving their own self-interests and nobody serving the collective good or caring about the collective good of college football.
Yeah.
It's pathetic is what it is.
It is a free-for-all cash grab.
Free-for-all cash grab. I like that. And a random question here.
We know you like it, Sammy.
I want to turn this on to what would be your one-sentence description of college football right now?
Ooh. My one sentence description of college football
you would say,
is
doesn't matter once.
Here we go.
Doesn't matter once the games start playing, right?
It's chaos, but give me all of it. Because I'm stoked for it. It's probably the most excited I've been about college football in a long time.
Really?
Yes, because
U of A might actually be pretty good.
U of A might be okay, and we might be looking at a future Cardinal quarterback.
That's a good point.
That's fair, yeah.
That is fair.
So it riles me up to maybe think about one of these guys popping in a big way and being the hype.
Why are you trying to run Carson Beck out of town?
You're right,
that's
man.
funny.
You're right. Hopefully he plays on Friday.
What is going to be good about this college football season is that these conferences are very angry at each other.
Yeah.
The Big Ten and the SEC are in this hissing match. Kurt Cignetti has added fuel to that fire. And then nobody likes the Big 12 because of Texas Tech and that donor.
Yeah. And the world hates LSU.
And the world hates LSU.
So there's a lot of storylines that I'm excited to see play out through the season, I think. So thanks, guys. We covered a lot. We didn't even get to my 2-minute drill.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Sammy.
How about 2-minute drill tomorrow?
Yep.
Thanks, Sammy. Coming up next, we'll get back into the NFL. More fallout from the Deshaun Watson decision to start him in Cleveland. That and a lot more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Josh Sweat has been activated. Let's see, you're going to go play and practice against the Green Bay Packers. That's great. Then again, wait a minute. Who are they having a joint practice with?
It didn't take you long. It really didn't take you long,
You
did
know
it?
where I was going. So what are you saying, Josh? You'd like to go out there and show JG what you got? Maybe Matt LaFleur as well, because Mike and Matt are brothers, and maybe they could work a deal.
It's just Green Bay's been the team that makes the most sense all along if he's going to get traded.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and in baseball, managers are required to see the entire field, otherwise your team isn't going to be very good. Well, it's exactly the same thing with your finances, and if your wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park, step up to the plate with my friends at Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, your tax, and your estate planning together on the same team, under one roof, with a firm that sees the entire field. And if you're wondering if your existing plan could be doing better, simple solution. Pick up the phone, call Trajan Wealth, schedule a free appointment with their fiduciaries. They can give you a second opinion on your current portfolio. They can give you personalized strategies that are built around you, your needs, your goals, your level of risk tolerance. They can secure your financial future. When I sat down with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, just like I like it. No sales pitches, no financial jargon, and that is because they're fiduciaries. Their advice is built around you, not a commission. I saw the difference right away. Dream big, plan smarter by calling Trajan Wealth at 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this sounds like a great time to upgrade your SUV.
That's right, Dave. During our Arizona Tough Sales event, we've got some great offers across our SUV lineup. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $299 a month, or save up to $6,000. And if you need more room, the new 2026 GMC Yukons are arriving daily with leases starting at $699 a month.
So stop into Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, Arizona. This is Joe with Advanced Window Products, and that's the sound of a great deal. Today only, August 25th, we're giving Arizona sports listeners a deal so good, you'll hear it across the Valley of the Sun. If you buy 10 or more of our custom-made windows, we're giving you a mind-blowing $3,000 off plus free labor and installation. Our biggest offer ever. That's $3,000 in savings off windows that are factory direct and manufactured right here in Phoenix, specifically for the Phoenix climate. Call us at 480-676-3600. Our windows come with a lifetime warranty, including accidental glass breakage and labor. Now that's peace of mind. But you must act today. You've got until tonight to lock in your savings. You won't hear this commercial tomorrow. Call right now for your free estimate. The number is 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600. Visit our website to get a quote and see the quality for yourself at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've taken M-Drive every morning for 10 years. Here's why. Once men get into their 40s and 50s, the body starts changing. Testosterone naturally declines, energy drops, recovery takes longer, and keeping weight off gets harder. I know, I felt it myself. That's why I take M-Drive every day. M-Drive is made for men over 40 with clinically tested ingredients that support healthy testosterone, steady energy, and metabolism. No hype, no shortcuts. I know the people behind M-Drive. I've watched this Phoenix company grow, and I've trusted the product for 10 years. In fact, M-Drive has been helping men for nearly 20 years. It's the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts. Don't let age beat you. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's use code GAMBO at mdriveformen.com. Testosterone support, energy, metabolism, don't wait. It only gets harder. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. Start today. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
To anyone who avoids HVAC repairs, it's time to leave it to the experts. With memberships that cover regular HVAC maintenance and worry-free repairs, Service Experts keeps your home healthy and happy. Visit serviceexperts.com to check out today's special offers and promotions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Arizona's going to start against Jacksonville. Took in the full body of work over the course of off-season to training camp to the games, the joint practice, and ultimately felt like to start the season on the road, Deshaun gave us the best chance to move the ball and score points. I mean, that's really what it's about. And felt that way going into the last game, but wasn't sure. And after we talked as a staff and after we re-looked at everything, we're going to go that direction.
Todd Monken, head coach of the Cleveland Browns, making the announcement yesterday. It'll be Deshaun Watson. And not calling this a week-to-week examination either.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson, the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns, coming back from an Achilles injury, trying to come back from all the off-the-field baggage, and there is a lot of it. And the fan base has let its feelings be known. I don't really have any investment in Cleveland football. I do think it's a really good football city, so to see those fans suffer repeatedly is not all that pleasurable. But going into a season to have very little hope or almost a hatred for your own team is not healthy.
No, it can't be. And I got to say, their head coach, Todd Monken, is a first-year guy. He is making a very tough and a very unpopular move out of the gate with the starting quarterback. And I don't know what to make of that. I really don't. You would think under every circumstance, Shedeur Sanders would get the nod. He's young. You want to find out if he's got a growth curve to him, if there's a ceiling there that can be raised, if you will. Or you might want to just lose games and kind of get fans excited about drafting really high next year. Deshaun Watson doesn't do much for anybody, particularly with that press conference where people have to remind Deshaun Watson, and it's insane to me that he needs this reminder. But fans owe him nothing, and he's acting like they do. He's acting like they owe him either applause or silence or respect. And I don't know why he believes that. And once again, this is yet another one of these cases where somebody who is not the victim seems to have convinced himself he is.
It's a great way to put it. I also found it interesting that we talked about the Deshaun Watson, and we played some of that sound from his press conference, where he said, "I have no regrets in my life." Which, to me, a guy that's lived the life that he has for the last 5 years, for him to say that out loud is laughable. And that, to me, would have been the impetus. And I know I said cut him immediately. There's all kinds of dead cap ramifications. They can't do that. He would never play another down for my football team. I know I got to pay him, whatever. Just 2 days after that, he already says he regrets his comments that he made after the game.
Oh, yeah.
So that's how quick he is to come around on those regrets.
Well, and again, he doesn't have any regrets at all. He made it clear in his initial statements, I don't regret anything. What he did is got a talking to from his head coach who told him, look, I'm going to name you the starter, but you're going to have to apologize to the fans.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this is never going to work. Here's the lead from Lindsey Jones in The Ringer today. Quote, Cleveland Browns fans first lost their team in 1996 when then-owner Art Modell moved the franchise to Baltimore. They lost it again on Monday when first-year head coach Todd Monken named Deshaun Watson the team's starting quarterback. It's pretty strong.
Do you think that Monken had the sole say in this?
No, I don't think anybody has sole say anymore. Ultimate
No, the answer is no.
You get all kinds of feedback, but you pointed out he's a first-year head coach. He had every opportunity to wash his hands of this. This was not his mistake. This was the organization's mistake to give that ridiculous contract. He doesn't have to play him. He's tying his hopes of keeping an NFL job to Deshaun Watson being his starting quarterback. It's ridiculous. Watson said yesterday about his comments on Saturday, quote, "I thought it was going to get a little different response, but I think my emotions got the best of me. My comments were not intended to go at any of the fans around the city because there's been a lot of great fans that have been supporting me." Where? And I know the frustration. The organization had put a lot of investment in coming to get me back in 2022, and things haven't been going down the right direction that we thought it was. A lot of injuries, a lot of time off, and not putting the best football and my foot forward.
All right, so the Browns training facility is tucked away in a real quiet neighborhood. There's an industrial park right by. It's in the Cleveland suburbs. There's no major thoroughfare nearby, and I'm telling you that because what they've had in the last couple of days, they've had fans randomly drive by their training facility screaming at the team. And the fact that this facility is tucked away in this neighborhood means they're going out of their way to do that. That's how unpopular this decision, that's how unpopular this player happens to be.
Well, there's another thing to worry about on the Deshaun Watson front now. Deshaun Watson and the rest of the world now know that there is a trailer park massage parlor that's only charging $140.
What a deal.
Oh, yeah.
And
what a deal.
That's within driving distance for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
You have to worry about that. You pointed this story out to me. This is in the New York Times, another NFL story. John Branch, who has reported on CTE in sports for more than 15 years, has an eye-opening article that I look forward to reading the whole thing. But some of the headlines are absolutely jaw-dropping. John Branch writes, researchers considered every former NFL player who died from 2016 to 2021. There was 878 players who died in that span. Some died in their 20s, some died in their 80s, most in between. The study's main finding was simple math. At least 215 of those 878 former players, or 24.5%, had CTE. That roughly 25% figure does not even consider the 643 brains that were not examined of the individuals that died. That is
so they're claiming 25% is the low estimate, and the number is likely much higher than that. And it underscores just how dangerous this is. And what the piece in the New York Times, and this is research, this is qualitative research that has been done. I'm trying to find the firm. Well, whatever, I'll get back to that. But what they're saying, what the New York Times piece is saying, is that in most situations, workplace numbers like this would warrant government intervention. And they point out that the black lung disease, for instance, that would have been 10 to 20% of coal miners. You're talking 25% minimum of football players. The difference, of course, is this is a workplace that you choose. It's not. This isn't a workplace this is a workplace that's entertainment, and so people look at it differently.
Yes,
the violence is the point, but they're pointing out that these numbers. I mean, that's crazy. 1 in 4 minimum.
Yeah, that would equal about 400 players on current rosters if the percentages hold. 400 players currently would be diagnosed with CTE. I was thinking about this over the weekend, too, not related specifically to this story, but you just said something. The violence is the point. The violence is the love affair.
That is the love affair.
That is why the American public loves professional football so much, is because of the violent nature of it. And now I understand it. Every walk of life does this. You try to make dangerous things more palatable and safer for the participants. But like you said, danger is kind of the point. Not everybody can do this.
No. But the NFL, I'm sure they don't like this report being out there because that's frightening. Those are staggering numbers.
And again, the study published the low-end figures.
Yeah.
It could be a lot higher than that because of the brains that were not even examined.
Yeah. It's the British Medical Journal. It's a peer-reviewed general medical journal came out with these findings.
Yeah.
So this wasn't like an Axios survey. You know what I mean? This is, it's frightening.
Yeah, coming up next, we've hit the halfway point of this Tuesday show. Big's going to kick off the second half with the blast. Fire! Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
Yet another way Global Credit Union works to save their members money. Dave Burns here, happy member of Global Credit Union. And when it comes to your insurance, it's really easy to forget about it. But Global wants to make sure you're not missing out on better options. Global Credit Union insurance brokers can review your current coverage and do the comparison shopping for you, checking multiple providers to help you find the right fit for your needs and budget. They can help make sure you have the right coverage from day one. Start your quote today at globalcu.org/insurance.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments, clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-346-2476. 800-346-2476. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-346-2476.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now. The Chicago Cubs made themselves feel right at home last night in downtown Phoenix as they crushed the Diamondbacks 7-0. And again, Merrill Kelly wasn't sharp and the offense was asleep all night. Just 5 hits in the shutout. On the bright side, the Padres did lose in extra innings last night, so the Diamondbacks remain just 2 back in the NL wildcard hunt. Tonight, a potential pitchers duel. Brandon Pfaadt and Clay Holmes. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. On the Ketel Marte front, manager Torey Lovello mentioned pregame yesterday that there is strategy on getting him back on the field for the Phillies series next week. And as the Cardinals continue to get ready for their final preseason game, here was head coach Mike LaFleur on if Carson Beck might be good to go.
Good with the throwing session. Still TBD in terms of, what this, I guess we play Friday. This Friday will look like.
For more on Beck and the Cards, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. And that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
At long last, Josh Sweat is healthy, but is he happy? You never know when it's the Arizona Cardinals. After nearly 9 months of not practicing with his team, Sweat came off the PUP list on Monday, and it's certainly good news for a defense that might rank among the worst in the NFL, a defense that has no other form of pass rush, a defense that just allowed 24 first-half points to Cowboy scrubs. Now, some wondered if Sweat and the Cardinals were engaged in some kind of game of chicken. The Cards made it clear they weren't trading him, dodging all questions about whether the player had asked to be moved. Meanwhile, Sweat made it clear he wasn't going to be part of the team's offseason, even though the organization had paid him handsomely, even though the Cardinals were trying to forge a new beginning with a new head coach. It should also be said the Cardinals are not exactly the most transparent team in professional sports, which, to be fair, is the norm in the NFL, and it's entirely possible that the Cardinals and Sweat reached an accord where Sweat could return at the very last moment in exchange for silence and smiles and dinner recommendations for the new head coach. But it doesn't mean Sweat is happy. It doesn't mean he'll be here after the November 10th trading deadline. But it does mean Sweat is back to playing football again in Arizona, and for a defense as porous as the Cardinals, it's happening just in the nick of time. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Sorry. Should have had that queued up better, too. Hit the Sweat song.
There you go.
Sammy, you know this song, right?
Most definitely.
Jock Jams, ubiquitous.
Yeah, Jock Jams, that's right.
That's enough of gonna make you sweat.
Yeah.
But Josh Sweat was back at practice yesterday. And look, we've kind of had these two concurrent weird stories in Arizona running at the same time.
Yep.
The Josh Sweat story, filled with mystery, not exactly the daily intrigue that the Ketel Marte story has. The Sweat thing's been going on a lot longer.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe there's a patching up to do between Ketel Marte and his teammates, and we'll get into that in a little bit. Josh Sweat does not owe that to his teammates because he has been around since it's been mandatory, just hasn't been practicing. So there's nothing that needs to be explained to the teammates. I would like to hear his rationale for if he's indeed on board with the program. I agree with that. I want to hear what his rationale was and how serious this injury was.
Listen, because we've already had the head coach on at least one occasion say, well, I shouldn't call it an injury. It's more like maintenance.
Getting right.
Getting right.
That was the phrase.
That's what the phrase was, getting right. And so, okay, now you've got how many days till the opener? You've got about, 2 weeks?
12 days, yeah.
12 days? Is that enough time for an edge rusher to find his mojo? Now, Mike LaFleur is convinced that edge rushers are different. It's not like a quarterback that's got to develop rhythm and symmetry and synchronicity with the offensive line and the receivers and all that. This is a dude who on third down, you pin your ears back. Hate that saying. Pin your ears back and get after the quarterback. So, look, the Cardinals defense obviously needs him. And I just hope that there is a level of happiness. I hope that this was a prearranged agreement that, okay, Josh, look, we know you're unhappy. We hope you'll give this new guy a chance. We're not trading you as much as you want to be traded, but okay, you don't have to do any of this other stuff. We will trust you to be ready 12 days outside of the NFL season.
Yeah, my calendar math is off. It's closer to 3 weeks.
Okay, it's closer to 3 weeks.
Yeah,
okay,
my bad.
Yeah, that makes more sense to me. So, but we just want you on that plane going to Green Bay, and sort of get everything going from there. If that's the case, and Josh Sweat comes out and balls out, no harm, no foul. Now, we're going to find out. We're going to find out how productive he is. We're going to find out if this defense can complement him rather than tax him, as he said at the end of last year. But a lot of unknowns on that side of the football.
Doesn't the idea, though, of special rules for different players,
not great.
That start to...
Not great. It's not great. I think in football it's a little bit different because I think in football there's a universal contempt for all the offseason stuff. And I think a lot of veterans are like, I don't need this. I don't need to be doing this. But there is something to be said for being there, especially when a new head coach is trying to create something. So it's not ideal. So there clearly is something that was bothering Josh Sweat. Yeah. And it wasn't just a knee, because this has been going on since January.
Well, the new head coach thing is mitigated a bit because it is the same defensive coordinator, and a lot of people have issues with that very thing. But you can't get past that because the head coach changes, what they are trying to accomplish changes. And if you go back to recent Cardinals history, I mean, the Patrick Peterson situation with Steve Wilkes, that was not ideal. I do have that correct, right? It was Steve Wilkes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You want your best players on board with this. There is a transition going on. We'll see if they can overcome this. Is Josh Sweat, let's say he's ready to go. He plays 17 games. Is he going to make the difference between the Arizona Cardinals being a playoff team and not? I don't think so, but you want him on the field. And this is...
Well, they're certainly not getting to the playoffs without him. So, and the idea of making the postseason is pretty far-fetched to begin with. Anything's possible, but the defense is going to have to make a market improvement from last year, and that wasn't going to happen if Josh Sweat was traded or not playing and Jalen Thompson's balling out in Dallas. You know what I mean? That would be taking two of the bright spots out of last year's defense and just saying, okay, we're gonna try to win with this defense that's diminished from last year. That wasn't gonna work.
Yeah, I just had a harrowing thought during this segment that we still have 3 weeks until we watch this team play a game that counts. Here was Roy Lopez yesterday talking about Josh Sweat being back on that defensive line.
Just see his smile, right? He's another one that's out there. He's got a big smile that everybody sees and enjoys and gravitates towards. And, from the moment I met him, he's been nothing but great to me and funny. Man, he's got a big laugh. And just to having him out there, seeing number 10, seeing the jersey fly around is it's exciting because he's got so much anticipation watching him play because he is a player of that caliber. He is a player that everybody loves to watch, but also when you're a player that gets to play with them, and you love to play with a guy like that. So I'm excited to play with him. I haven't got to play with him yet, as far as on a Sunday. So it's great, man. I've known about Sweat. Everybody as a player, you know about Sweat for years now. So to see everything firsthand is going to be really cool and I'm excited.
Yeah, another player on that defense that's going to be counted on, pretty heavily is Rabbit Taylor Demerson, part of that 2024 draft class. Didn't fall in the first 3 rounds, but he got injured on a hit that he delivered that drew a penalty Saturday night against the Dallas Cowboys. The Cardinals also signed 2 safeties yesterday, which I found kind of interesting on the Rabbit front. But here was Mike LaFleur talking about Rabbit's injury and the timetable on that.
So he's got a little bit of a rib issue too. I mean, he hit him pretty good right there. So just kind of talked about in our team meeting about, what's legal, what's not legal, stuff like that, and the targets and all that kind of stuff. But he'll be, I guess you could say, more day to day, and we'll kind of evaluate it every single day.
I think it's become pretty clear that Wingard's going to be the starter alongside Budda Baker at that safety position.
Yeah,
this is a big year for Rabbit as well, because he started to make some strides last year at the end of the year. Having him injured going into the year, not ideal, but we will see on that specifically as well.
Devin Bobby is one of the guys that they brought in. This kid played for Baylor last year, and he gets after it.
And that whole Bobby family, if you're not first or last.
Ricky Bobby, yeah, right, yeah, exactly.
They like to go fast.
Coming up next, how should fans react when Ketel Marte returns? Well, Torey Lovello has some thoughts. We'll tell you what the skipper had to say on that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Field bars 2-2 is hit to left, but it's right at Ian who will make the catch, and that's your ball game. The Cubs come into town and just flatten the Diamondbacks 7-0.
In front of the home crowd is wild. Oof. More Arizona sports takes on what happened at Chase Field last night coming to you on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and sports fans know the sideline is no place to be, especially if you're dealing with that nagging, chronic, awful joint pain that limits all the stuff you want to do. Good news is you've got a path back to normalcy. My friends at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, these are cellular level treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you're hurting, and the results are long-lasting relief. And folks, this stuff really works. These treatments are backed by science. They happen right in their office. There's no missing work. There's no surgery. There's no long recovery. You go into the office, you get your treatment, you walk back out of the door and go about your day. What happens is these treatments help the inflammation calm down, then the pain backs off, and then suddenly you're kind of feeling like your old self again. They have helped me dramatically on 2 different occasions. The patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics is a staggering 92% nationwide. Also includes Emmett Smith, former NFL great, who raves about QC Kinetics. So if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain and they've told you that you need surgery, go get a second opinion. Go check out what these cutting-edge options can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get the free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Now's the time to save at Freeway Chevrolet with employee pricing for everyone. Plus, up to $12,500 off select new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 model. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Savings include manufacturer rebates and dealer discount. Actual savings will vary by model, trim, equipment, and vehicle availability. Offer excludes tax, title, license, registration, and any optional dealer added items. Purchase price includes $589 dealer value. Offer cannot be combined with other incentives or special financing unless permitted by the manufacturer. Contact dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by August 31st, 2026.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, Arizona. This is Joe with Advanced Window Products, and that's the sound of a great deal. Today only, August 25th, we're giving Arizona sports listeners a deal so good, you'll hear it across the Valley of the Sun. If you buy 10 or more of our custom-made windows, we're giving you a mind-blowing $3,000 off plus free labor and installation. Our biggest offer ever. That's $3,000 in savings off windows that are factory direct and manufactured right here in Phoenix, specifically for the Phoenix climate. Call us at 480-676-3600. Our windows come with a lifetime warranty, including accidental glass breakage and labor. Now that's peace of mind. But you must act today. You've got until tonight to lock in your savings. You won't hear this commercial tomorrow. Call right now for your free estimate. The number is 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600. 3600. Visit our website to get a quote and see the quality for yourself at advancedwindows.com.
Summer's winding down and life is ramping back up. And Aleve is here for all those moments that matter. From early mornings to late afternoons, Aleve relieves pain in 30 minutes for up to 12 hours with just one pill. For busy schedules packed with school drop-offs, long meetings, and an endless to-do list, Aleve delivers long-lasting pain relief so you can keep on track. From sunup to sundown, you'll be ready for whatever's next. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Morana talk D-backs baseball now.
D-backs lose the opener last night to the Cubs 7-0. Same two teams tonight. Brandon Pfaadt on the mound for the Diamondbacks. Yesterday, pregame, the plan, at least the Diamondbacks' plan, was revealed. They want to have Ketel Marte back in the lineup next week for the Philadelphia series. Crucial series, could be a crucial series if current trends continue. So that obviously got a lot of reaction, a lot of questions about it. And one of the questions was to Torey Lovullo, as he unveiled this plan to the media yesterday, what happens if Ketel Marte comes back and gets booed? Which is a pretty pertinent question. Here was Torey Lovullo.
I'm going to keep that between me and the players, if you don't mind.
Oops, that was the, here we go. This is it.
We are all going to be there to support Ketel any way we know how, the best way we know how. You're looking at probably one of his biggest supporters, one of his biggest fans. So I will continue to be there and assist him any way that I possibly can. But when you talk about that impact on an athlete, you just don't know what it means until it happens to you. I have had it happen to me as a player. I've had it happen to me as a manager of a baseball team. And, you kind of shrug it off and know that it's the fans' right to do that. I know that it impacted the shortstop in Philly. And I remember there was a tweet that went around, let's start cheering for him. And I think there was a direct turnaround. So it can weigh on you. It can be a little bit frustrating.
He's such a sensitive guy.
And I'm not sure what Deshaun Watson, you said?
No, I'm talking about.
Yeah. Ketel is a very loving young man, and I don't want that to happen. I understand it's a possibility that it could happen, but we'll rally around him.
Bick, you get first bite at this this meaty bone.
Oh, boy. Okay, listen. I understand where Torey Lovullo is coming from. There was that infamous night at White Sox Park. At whatever they call it, first rate field. I don't even know what it is.
I think it's rate field.
Rate
now.
field.
Yeah.
I do know that everybody, myself included, went off on that baseball fan because we all assumed that he had done research on Ketel Marte and found out that his mother was deceased and then targeted him in that regard. Turns out we were all wrong. Yeah. It was just some stupid comment from some rando who had no idea about anything with Ketel Marte, and we saw what it did to him. We saw how he began crying on the field. So there is a worry that any real negative reaction is going to produce an equally bad reaction from Ketel. I don't know if he's going to get booed that hard, to be honest with you. I think a lot of Diamondbacks fans who show up to that game against the Phillies on Monday, I think the game is going to be so important and the opponent is going to be so good that I know there'll be some, but I don't think it'll be the prevailing thing.
The happy to have him back because we need him might overtake the emotion of the moment.
It depends what's going to happen in the next few days here, but I do think there's going to be some of that.
I think that group is also going to be reduced by the fact that the frustration around this story has caused a lot of Diamondbacks fans to check out completely.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like, I'm done with this team as currently constructed. I'm not putting any more of my interest and support behind this team. And if that's your prerogative, it's obviously your prerogative as an individual. So many things to consider here. We know about that on-field incident in Chicago that you talked about. I know Ketel Marte is not making his decisions based on whether or not he'll be booed by a fan base. Obviously, if that was the case, he wouldn't be making the decisions that he is.
Right.
He deserves to be booed. And I don't say
I
don't
agree
say
with
that
you.
lightly because I don't like booing a fan base booing its own player. And Torey Lovello brought up the Trey Turner incident, the situation in Philadelphia, which was shocking to everybody, that a Philadelphia a community that is known for being hard on athletes could actually be supportive. Well, why were they supportive of Trey Turner? He's highly paid, yes. Very important to the team, yes. But he was struggling. That was the reason for the boos in the first place, is because he wasn't living up to what the team was paying him.
That's it.
And he was letting the fan base down. He showed up every day.
Yep.
And not showing up to me is the differentiating factor in all of this.
It's the third rail, Vinny, and again, and that is why I find it very, very odd that some in this fan base have normalized this behavior. The fact that this dude has gone AWOL on his team in successive years, landed on the restricted list in successive years, that's unheard of for a guy just blowing off his team, which Ketel Marte has done 2 years in a row.
Can I also say, it sounds like there will be no discipline from the team.
No.
Like, he's not going to be suspended.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe he's going to be fined or something. I don't know. There's got to be some fans who think, well, there has to be some repercussions and some consequences.
I'm raising my hand on this one, too.
And if that comes from us booing him, and that's the only consequences, are we not allowed to do that?
Yeah, how about it?
It's 3 days on the restricted list, which is unpaid. Is that the totality of the punishment for not being there for your team?
It's a bad look for this organization, man.
If that is it, again, you have to consider the other 25 players in that clubhouse and what they're going through to keep their jobs. Because I guarantee that's not going to go over well. I called it a facepalm moment. The press availability yesterday, creating a soft space for a soft player.
Yeah, creating the softest space possible, and I can't make a player do something he doesn't want to do. Yeah, you can. You can tell him, Ketel, if you want to come back and play baseball this season, you get your ass to the clubhouse tonight and talk to these guys. But this is not. They will not be like this with Ketel Marte for whatever reason, and they're paying the price for it because he's running roughshod over them.
It certainly appears that way right now.
Todd Walsh said it himself. The going to the casino was a middle finger back to the baseball team.
Yeah.
And they're doing everything they can to make this as comfortable as possible for Ketel.
And I'm not sitting here pretending like Bobby Knight type coaches and hard-nosed managers that smoke in the dugout and curse on their press conference availability still exist. It doesn't exist. Baseball, professional sports, society in general is way more gentle than it used to be. But sometimes you got to crack the whip. You don't crack the whip, it creates situations like this. And this situation is far past being created. Now it's being nurtured.
Well, and this is why I think the end game is pretty clear to anybody who would look at this thing, right? I think that Torey is going to be Torey. And Torey has made it very, very clear how he's going to handle Ketel.
Yeah.
And if this doesn't pay off and they don't get into the playoffs, and if Ketel isn't a huge contributor going forward, I think they're going to be trying a new manager next year. And the new manager will not be nearly as forgiving. That's what I would assume.
Without a doubt. Like if it goes the way a lot of fans are maybe thinking the Diamondbacks missed the playoffs, Torey could be gone, and because Torey is gone, Ketel could see that as the franchise being, they're not going to give me what I want anymore. So then he could waive his 10-5, being okay. It may be time for me to be traded as well.
Waiving his 10-5 might be a moot point. For him to waive his 10-5 to be traded, you have to have a team that wants to absorb him as a player.
No doubt. But At this point, what's better, having a disgruntled, kind of frustrated Ketel Marte on your team for the next 5 years, or trading him for prospects? I mean, I hope that's.
It'd be nice if he was playing like an MVP.
Exactly. It would be nice if.
That would make a lot of this conversation a little easier to stomach, at least.
Yeah, win tickets to 311 before you can buy them. Arizona Sports giving away 2 pairs of tickets to 311 at Arizona Financial Theater November 5th. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, so enter before noon today at the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, we will talk Cardinals as they get ready to head to Green Bay for joint practice and a preseason game. Donnie Druin from Cardinals on SI. He's our guest. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know, how personal do you get with the personnel based on needs in the clubhouse? That is where we are right now. This whole thing, how personal do you get? You have to barf it all up, Ketel. If you want this to even have a chance of getting fixed, he's got to tell them everything. What he is thinking, how he is feeling, all of it. Based on what his teammates are saying and not saying, Luke, the answer to that question could be, I say could be, his teammates don't want him around in that clubhouse.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Truck started slow. Battery might be toast.
Slow starts are the first sign of heat damage to your battery. We'll test it, no charge.
Thanks. And if it is dead?
We'll set you up with a new, fully warranted battery, some up to 5 years, and we'll recycle the old one.
Thanks for the rundown. Lead the way.
Get free battery testing, charging, and recycling at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks' best did not show up last night at Chase Field. Merrill Kelly was far from sharp in his outing, and the offense combined for just 5 hits in their 7-0 loss to the Cubs last night, as the Snakes missed an opportunity to gain some ground in the wild card chase, as both the Padres and the Phillies also dropped games. But Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball tonight in hopes of bouncing back after his last start. Diamondbacks, Cubs, first pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur preps for their final preseason game against his brother and the Green Bay Packers, Carson Beck is TBD on if he'll be ready to go on Friday. And from a roster standpoint, the Cardinals released former third-round pick Trey Benson as Josh Sweat was activated from the PUP list yesterday. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app. 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Bickley and Murata. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Yes, it's the 38th week of NFL preseason. So it seems. Cardinals headed to Green Bay for a joint practice and a preseason game against the Packers at Lambeau Friday night. Here to talk Cardinals football with us. He covers the team for Cardinals on SI. Donnie Druin joining us via video. Donnie, welcome.
Donnie.
Thanks for the time. Good to see you, man.
Jared, get up his volume. Pump up the volume, ferret.
We got Donnie video. We don't have Donnie audio. Jared looking perplexed. Me stalling.
Mm-hmm. Me shaking my head.
All right, we'll try to reconnect with Donnie in a second here. The big story from yesterday, obviously, was the Arizona Cardinals getting Josh Sweat back to practice, the defensive end, edge rusher who has not been on the practice field. And to hear it put that way, has not practiced this year with the Cardinals. Yeah. It's true.
It is true.
Nothing in OTAs.
Yeah.
Nothing in mandatory minicamp. Nothing prior to yesterday in training camp for Josh Sweat. So that is a good sign moving forward. There's still some, uncertainty, a TBD status put on Carson Beck. I would not, if he's TBD on Monday/Tuesday, Beck, I wouldn't expect Carson Beck to be thrown into the game on Friday. Maybe I'm wrong.
And I'm a little confused about this Carson Beck thing because he kept playing in that game. And then he practiced afterwards.
And look, I know things change, and the Cardinals have already had a couple of preseason injuries that have changed after the fact. But Carson Beck, he was described initially as not that big a deal. All right, we're going to try Donnie again. Donnie, are you there?
Hey, it's preseason for everybody, I guess. How you guys doing?
There you go.
Good. How are you?
Good.
Obviously focusing on the Josh Sweat to return to practice yesterday. A good sign moving forward. How much of a surprise was that to you guys out there at practice? Because it wasn't talked about ahead of time.
Yeah, 15 minutes after we talked to LaFleur, we got that little notification via email, and then we went out to practice, and we saw Josh Sweat. It was a pleasant surprise. It was a Christmas in August, for lack of better terms, where a Cardinals pass rush that desperately going to need it if they're going to do anything in 2026. So good to see him. He obviously had that knee brace on his knee, which I wasn't aware of previously, but all of Twitter seemed to know about. But they get the much-needed boost. I might anticipate that he's going to participate in that joint practice against the Packers, not going to play in preseason, and then they're going to have 2 weeks to ramp him up for the week 1 starter.
All right, so what was his frame of mind? Could you tell? Does he seem to be cool with playing football in Arizona?
Yeah, he seemed happy. Josh Sweat, from all accounts, has always been kind of that smiling, goofy person. Mike LaFleur's talked very highly of him. The teammates that we've spoken to this offseason, whether it be in the outside linebacker room or even Roy Lopez, have had great things to say about Josh Sweat as a person and as a teammate. So if you block out all the outside noise and you only talk to the people inside the building, Josh Sweat, by all accounts, has been a phenomenal teammate. He's been in meetings, he's been doing work off to the side, he's been doing his own thing. So it just seems the team wanted to really protect that knee across the preseason, that want anything happening to it. And given this team's history, look, I don't blame them at all.
Donnie Druin from Cardinals on SI joining us here via video this morning on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Heading to Green Bay now. The joint practice, obviously, it's different. Mike LaFleur talked about it. Hey, getting some change in the process is good for his team before that preseason finale on Friday night. What are some of the things that you are looking for in not only the joint practice session, but really on Friday night, Donnie?
Yeah, joint practice, I think we're going to see majority of starters. So as a result of that, you're not going to see really a whole lot of guys playing on Friday, but I do want people to pay attention to who is playing, because that'll be very, very telling of who the Cardinals believe is on the fringe of the roster, either the first four in or the fourth four out, however you want to see it. That's going to be very telling as to who exactly the Cardinals are wagering on cutting and who they're kind of making some big, big decisions on. I'm looking at the wide receiver room where they could keep 6 receivers. It feels like they could keep 4 running backs. And I'm really looking at the cornerback room too. I need somebody to step up in that cornerback room, and I would love to see a guy in the outside linebacker room really get to the quarterback.
All right, update us on Carson Beck and whether you think he's going to play against the Packers, because it would seem to me that this team should want to see more of him.
They do want to see more of him, but I'm not sure if they trust his rib issue. Everybody remembers he kind of got hurt in that Hall of Fame game. He practiced the entire week after that, and then he was suddenly ruled out before playing the Raiders, which is a surprise to everybody. He showed no signs of being hurt, but Mike LaFleur insisted that it was kind of like a soreness thing that built up over time. Hasn't thrown for it, I think, the last 10 days. Now, I would be kind of surprised to see Carson Beck out there on the field. I think they liked what they've seen on Carson Beck. I think they need to see more out of Carson, but also you're not going to throw a guy in there if you think there's any chance of really aggravating that or re-injuring it. But also on the other side of the coin, guys, like if Jacoby Brissett is going to be the week 1 starter, as all indications seem to be, is there anything to lose, I guess, with seeing more Carson Beck? Because you can see Carson Beck in the preseason. You don't know how much of him you're going to see in the regular season. Right. It's a very, very big decision that the Cardinals are going to have to weigh in the next coming days.
The wide receiver position, you brought it up. I think it's an interesting study going into this final week of the preseason, Donnie, because we know Harrison, Wilson, and Bourne have those first 3 spots. How many do they keep? Because you can really make a strong case for 7 guys right now if you consider Devin Duvernay and his special teams ability. Simi Fehoko just makes plays whenever you ask him to. Jalen Brooks has been one of the breakout stars so far, and Reggie Virgil has been really, really good as well. If it came down to one of those 4 not being on the team, or at least on the initial 53, who are you pointing at right now?
And you didn't even bring up Amir Smith-Marset, who I think was having a good training camp before Jalen Brooks kind of really usurped him on the depth chart. But I think Simi Fehoko might be the odd man now. I think Devin Duvernay, with the special teams prowess that he brings, I think he's kind of a lock in my eyes. And then Reggie Virgil has shown a lot as a 5th-round pick. So in my mind, they're at least keeping 5 receivers. And it's really going to be roster mechanics to see if they can really squeeze that 6th guy in. The 6th guy for me right now is Jalen Brooks. I mean, the ability that he's really shown. I mean, you called it. He's been the training camp standout. He's breaking out in preseason too. It just feels like every time they've thrown him the ball, he managed to make plays. Now, granted, this is against the Cardinals defense in practice. This is against 2nd and 3rd stringers in preseason, so you can't put too much weight into it. But you need a guy who can also contribute in special teams as well. And I think that's where it's really a 2-man race between Brooks and Smith-Marset. So it's going to be very, very telling, because Smith-Marset has been the 2nd guy returning after Devin Duvernay. And I think all signs kind of point to Friday at Lambeau Field, and we're going to see a lot of those guys. And I think it's going to be really the final audition to make Mike LaFleur have to think twice. Kendrick Bourne talked to us last week and said, we need to make tough decisions for this coaching staff. And to their credit, guys, like the entire receivers room from top to bottom has really played well this training camp and preseason.
All right, so Josh Sweat aside, what's your level of concern with the Cardinals defense once week 1 arrives?
Yeah, I think Nick Rallis has a really short leash this year. But I do. I think it was pretty telling. They tried to interview other defensive coordinators during the beginning of the offseason before ultimately reverting back to him. And that kind of told me that patience is thin. And I don't want to put too much stock in the preseason. There's a lot of different variables. There's a lot of different reasons why some things can happen. But you haven't been encouraged by it, right? You certainly can't say they look like the Seahawks defense last year, or it may be even that like 2023, 2024 Cardinals defense that made Nick Rallis a potential head coaching candidate.
Yeah.
We just need to see this defense healthy. It's something we really haven't seen in the past. And I do want to reserve my judgments. I do want to not overreact to anything, as crazy as that is saying in 2026. But Nick Rallis definitely, at least for me, has a little bit of a warm seat entering the first week of the season.
We all talk about we're talking to Donnie Druin from Cardinals on SI here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. On the defense, Josh Sweat being back, obviously a huge boost to the pass rush, but who else is going to be able to provide pass rush this year? During your viewing of practice, the preseason games, all the training camp workouts, who has kind of maybe encouraged you the most that they can be a guy to be counted on Sundays, if anybody?
If you asked me before they took a preseason snap, I would have told you Darius Robinson, who again had another great training camp, but he's really failed to produce in the two preseason games that he's played in so far. And across from Josh Sweat, there really hasn't been a consistent guy who can get to the passer. And I think if you're looking at anybody, it's going to be fellow training camp standout Ekuleotu, who I think is a pretty good bet to make the final 53 over a guy like Bijay Ojulari right now. But Zaven Collins isn't really known as a pass rush specialist. Jordan Birch is still kind of TBD on that year two jump. Baron Brown is a good rotational pass rush guy, but you can't count on him to get to the quarterback every other play. So Monty Ossenfort, he bet on the Cardinals pass rush room kind of taking that next step, didn't really do anything or make any outside moves to that room this past offseason. And he better hope that those guys on the defensive interior and the guys in the cornerback room can really take a step up and help them out to get to the quarterback, because it's shaping up to be Josh Sweat and the whole rest of the circus.
Yeah, true. Donnie, we fought through some technical stuff.
Yeah, thank you, Donnie.
We appreciate you sticking in there. Good to have you on the show, man.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you guys, man. I'm so used to yapping to Boom Boom, Tyler Drake next to press conferences, so it's great to talk to some Warriors on the sports. Guys.
Thanks, Donnie. Appreciate
See you, Donnie.
it. Donnie Druin, Cardinals on SI, joining us via video this morning here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, college football is the Wild West right now. Is embracing chaos the only way to enjoy it? That and more straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
One, does he want to be here, right? Because that's been circulating out there in the ether for forever. And now that he's activated, is his off-season program enough to get him ready? Because he's done nothing with the team until I'm seeing images of him today on the field. He's practicing with the guys today for the first time this year, this entire year. Is he going to be ready?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The all-new Kia Seltos is here, and Earnhardt Peoria Kia has the one you're looking for. With a bigger body and a bold sport-tuned design, with an advanced digital cockpit, with enhanced safety features, and with a payment you'll love. Starting at only $239 a month, plus tax, with approved credit from Kia Finance. Cars you love from a trusted name in Arizona for over 75 years. That's Earnhardt. So get yourself a Kia Seltos at an awesome payment the no bull way at Earnhardt Peoria Kia today. Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue north of Bell Road, and always online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
24-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Example VIN reference 19710. $37.99 due at signing. Excludes government fees. Tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $999 protection package, and dealer options. Expires August 31st, 2026. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for more details.
At America First Credit Union, we're all about helping your money do more. And right now, we can also help you get more money. Because for a limited time, when you join America First and take advantage of select everyday products and services, you can get a cash bonus of up to $350. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Cardinals fans, football is back and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2026 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
Sonic Drive-In is a proud partner of the Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope for our local children and families in need. Dine at any of the Arizona Sonic locations from now through August 31st, and Sonic will donate $1 from every Wacky Pack Kids meal sold to Phoenix Children's. That's $1 for every Wacky Pack meal sold. Feed your kids and help the kids at Phoenix Children's. With your support, we can continue to improve specialized children's care in Arizona. Live free, eat Sonic.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, Arizona. This is Joe with Advanced Window Products, and that's the sound of a great deal. Today only, August 25th, we're giving Arizona sports listeners a deal so good, you'll hear it across the Valley of the Sun. If you buy 10 or more of our custom-made windows, we're giving you a mind-blowing $3,000 off plus free labor and installation. Our biggest offer ever. That's $3,000 in savings off windows that are factory direct and manufactured right here in Phoenix, specifically for the Phoenix climate. Call us at 480-676-3600. Our windows come with a lifetime warranty, including accidental glass breakage and labor. Now, that's peace of mind. But you must act today. You've got until tonight to lock in your savings. You won't hear this commercial tomorrow. Call right now for your free estimate. The number is 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600. Visit our website to get a quote and see the quality for yourself at advancedwindows.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Will Josh Sweat be full speed ahead by the time the Cardinals reach week 1? We'll talk the return of the edge rusher starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Dan Wetzel, I've had people talk about this like the sky is falling. It's not the first time that I've heard that. I remember that when the transfer portal first became a thing and when NIL first became a thing. So how would you describe this particular moment that we find ourselves in collegiate sports?
Absurd and comically absurd at the exact same time, because you can make cracks like Paul did. Look, this is probably a one-time issue. It's a one-year issue. And yes, it is crazy. We're signing guys off the Cleveland Browns back to college. It's a boomerang effect. But this is not going to probably be a widespread set. And I say probably because we never thought we would get here. But this was somewhat predictable when last year we had players getting signed off, basketball players getting signed off G League teams in the midseason, European pro leagues, former NBA draft picks. So eligibility is the number one problem that college athletics has. It is
comically absurd, the phrase used by Dan
that's
Wetzel to
very
describe
much
what's
what it
going
is.
on. And look, it is somewhat reassuring to hear Dan Wetzel say this is likely a one-year issue, and the issue that we're talking about is this injunction, this court ruling that has granted an extra year of eligibility to a group of players who started their collegiate careers in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
The weirdness of it is the timing, because most of these players are on or were on NFL rosters. And this is circulating and centering on Daquan Wright, the former Ole Miss tight end, in training camp with the Cleveland Browns, waived with an injury settlement, and now he's headed back to college to play LSU after he's already earned pay as a professional, which it's not even the pay part anymore to me, because college athletes are paid. It's just that there's lack of direction and influence from everywhere that supersedes the influence and direction of the NCAA, which is not hard to do. Trust me, they're a completely aimless organization right now. But when does it end? And you heard before Dan Wetzel chimed in there was Mike Greenberg. This is from Get Up on ESPN, bringing up all the things. And it's another thing every year that's almost daring hardcore college football fans to continue to love the sport the way that they once did.
Well, listen, if you've got dudes who've been on NFL rosters going back to college, I don't think there's a distinction anymore. I don't think there is college football. I think it's just football. I don't. There's almost no separation now, and that's a worst case scenario for the sport of college football. You want to have your own unique identity. You want to not be something where guys can go back and forth from the pros back down to college. It's absurd. What it does is it disrupts the natural order of everything.
Yeah, I mean, and why is college football such a popular endeavor in this country? Well, it's football first and foremost. Mm-hmm. But it also ties in the emotional, this team is one of us, it's one of our community, to a much larger degree than even professional football does. You went to the same school as the people that are participating.
Yeah.
Daquan Wright's not an LSU student.
No, listen, and part of the issue is here, as we've seen, is that judges around the country are now routinely blocking the NCAA from enforcing their own bylaws. And by doing that, and they do it because federal and local court cases can take months, even years to resolve, so these local rulings basically have the effect of letting the player play while the courts settle, get to the bottom of it. Which if you are, and again, all you have to do is follow the money. That big booster at Texas Tech made a huge donation to a Texas politician, and then suddenly now a court is ruling in Brendan Sorsby's favor.
Weird.
Amazing how that happens. I wonder about the local judge in Louisiana. What was the motivation there? It's that level of corruption that really bothers me, and this should not be happening. This is not the natural order of how it should be in college football.
Well, Lane Kiffin's at the center of it. Kiffin came out and said, hey, this is legal. It's been deemed such. Mm-hmm. If we don't recruit these guys, they're going to go somewhere else, so why not us? Part of this whole story, too, was the Cleveland side of things. And Todd Monken's under fire for a lot of reasons in Cleveland already as the head coach. But he came out and said, I wondered why Lane Kiffin called me. I didn't call him back. I guess I should have done that. Mm-hmm. Lane Kiffin says that never even actually happened.
There's some inaccuracies in that story, but I don't know. Maybe someone else called them that said they were me, So I actually don't know Todd. So I guess somebody left him a text or call that was me, because I don't know him or have his number.
Imagine being called a liar by Lane.
Oh, how about it? Now, and here's the other thing that makes this so problematic, because you would think that if the sport was looking out for the good of the sport, college coaches should be unanimous in not engaging in this behavior. But there is none of that. And to the contrary, they all see what Curt Cignetti did last year with dudes who were 24 and 25, and that's what college football coaches want more than anything. They want experienced play. They want men.
Yeah.
They also know they have to win. Like, the administration's not going to care about their nobility and their morals.
Okay.
If they lose, they're going to get fired after a couple of years. Unfortunately, I do. Like, he is a slime ball and a sleazebag, Lane Kiffin. I understand what he's saying though about, like, these are the rules, and if I don't do it, somebody else
will.
It just sucks that that's the way things are.
Mm-hmm. But props to the Big Ten, who today came out and said, we are not engaging in this.
Until the lawyers get involved.
Until the lawyers get involved.
Yeah,
good point.
Let's guess where that attorney is going to be, that attorney and judge is going to be based from.
Is
it
Columbus?
going to be Ann Arbor, Michigan? Or is
Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio?
Columbus. The thing is,
Columbus circuit judge
today.
Right. But this is the problem with the NCAA and even the conferences not having any true power, that anything can just be circumvented by local laws, local courts. The conference can rule the rest of the NCAA.
Mm-hmm.
Like this, the Big Ten can have different rules than the rest of the conferences. Like, who's going to be? Are other conferences going to follow suit now, or just ones that think it benefits them? Did the Big Ten only do this because they wanted to snub their nose at the SEC?
Yeah, and again, this is after NIL. Fine, pay them. Have some sort of structure. Yes. Have some sort of system in place so it's not the Wild West on every front.
The transfer portal. Have more better rules in place for that. The dissolution and dissolving of the conferences and the regional rivalries and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's been a lot.
Text thread with
It's been a lot. That's a good way of putting it,
with
Ferret.
some buddies who have interest in college football, and one of them said, made a joke about drafting a Cal player for their Big Ten fantasy league, and I'm like, that's how wild it is. You don't even know what conference Cal is in anymore. They're in the ACC. We haven't even talked about the conference realignment, throwing a wrench in everything. It's hopefully we finally get games on Saturday that count in college football. So maybe I'll come over a little bit more to the Sammy Sabolka. Everything's great over here.
It washes it away a little bit because, look.
It does. That's why we watch for the competition.
The ASU run to the playoffs, which is only a couple years ago now. Were you thinking about, like, well, this is happening in the Big 12. It's not the same. Were you thinking like, oh, man, some of these players are getting paid or some of these players are transfers? No. You get engrossed in the story and in the games and in the moment if things are fun.
But it's ASU, so it's a one-year distraction and it's not a sustained distraction. Yeah, it was a nice, fun run and distraction from everything that was wrong in the sport. Hopefully they can do it again. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on this Tuesday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, it's Vince Murata letting you know the Ford Summer Sales event is still heating up at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and the temperature on these deals is off the charts. Step inside and discover something refreshing, crystal clear pricing, a relaxed and welcoming atmosphere, and savings so real you can feel them in your pocket. Now that's 75 years of doing things the right way for Arizona. Right now, take $5,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Bronco Sport models, $6,500 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Explorers, and even $9,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford F-150, STX, XLT, and Lariat models. The window is closing and the temperature is rising at Earnhardt Ford. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan with the story of Vince and Jody. Vince is a fireman. Jody's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, which is good, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. They switched over to a Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. It's another amazing example of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt, and you do it without any fear because you always have access to your equity. That is the secret sauce of a Life Changer Loan, where you literally do your banking inside of your mortgage. Every deposit you make goes to wiping out your debt, and 5 years is the average length of time a Life Changer Loan client needs to pay off their home, which obviously does some pretty terrific things, but mostly you now get decades to build personal wealth, while most everybody else, probably chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Now, having access to your equity also comes in handy. Should financial instability ever arise in your life, you now have the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want it, whenever you need it. That can be pretty cool. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Down the stretch we go with a pennant race, right? Baseball in full swing, and there's no better place to be than
Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Messi, Giannis, DeChambeau, all talking Kalshi in baseball, like how Milwaukee is trading at 11% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $850. Arizona, hello, trading at just 1% to win it all, meaning if you take your swing, a $100 trade pays out over 10 grand with a win. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as probability changes, you can buy in, out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $20 when you trade 20. That's code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lovello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Chicago Cubs made themselves feel right at home last night in downtown Phoenix as they crushed the Diamondbacks 7-0. And again, Merrill Kelly wasn't sharp in his outing, and the offense was asleep all night, just 5 hits in the shutout. On the bright side, the Padres did lose an extra innings last night, so they still are just 2 games back in the NL wildcard hunt. And tonight, a potential pitcher's duel. Brandon Pfaadt and Clay Holmes. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. On the Ketel Marte front, manager Torey Lovello mentioned pregame yesterday that there is strategy on getting him back on the field for the Phillies series next week. As the Cardinals continue to get ready for their final preseason game, here was head coach Mike LaFleur on if Carson Beck might be good to go.
Good with the throwing session. Still TBD in terms of, what this, I guess we play Friday. This Friday will look like.
For more on Beck and the Cards, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies.
All right, it is the start of the 9 o'clock hour. That means it is time for some social studies. You can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And you can watch us live every single morning on YouTube at Arizona Sports. All right, first question this morning on social studies, a poll question. Which long-tenured veteran Diamondback player is having the most disappointing season, and why? Is it Ketel, Zach Gallen, or Merrill Kelly?
Well, it's got to be Ketel. I mean, the events, the recent events make that a blowout, in my opinion.
Yeah, based just on production while they were on the field, that changes the answer, but it's hard to overlook. If I was going to frame it that way, I think it would be Zach Gallen.
Okay.
But that's a pretty disappointing 3-horse race right there.
If you take away the brief time that Merrill got traded, but he came back, essentially those are 3 longest tenured members of the Diamondbacks that you're going into this season leading the team, and just for all of them to be possible answers to this question is very disappointing.
Yeah, very odd.
And I think a majority of the vote, we got 308 votes. I think a majority of them took it as the play on the field. So that's maybe why Zach Gallen has 56% of the vote.
Okay.
Ketel Marte, 32% of the vote, and Merrill Kelly just 10. But, I mean, recency bias, Merrill Kelly, Marte and Gallen haven't been on the field, so I guess that's disappointing. But Merrill Kelly has not been giving them anything. To the responses, Jonathan said Marte, even before the abrupt hiatus, he has had an underwhelming season, whereas you didn't expect amazing play maybe from Gallen, especially after last year, and Merrill Kelly is getting up there in age. Darryl Lee brings up a point. He said, can we say Mike Hazen, he's a longtime vet, and every single player on that list was an unknown, undecided going into the offseason. He chose to have each of them on the team this offseason. And then Tom Foss, he puts it from a statistical standpoint. Zach Gallen has a 6.3 ERA, a 3-9 record, and before the injured list, he was one of the worst pitchers in baseball. And then Grum, again, he's not as long-term, but Perdomo, he's been on the team longer than I think we think. He's had just an absolutely brutal year.
Yeah, it was weird.
He's also a possible answer.
Yeah, he's a possible answer too. But it was one thing that you could always count on from Geraldo Perdomo was a great at bat, and he had an at bat last night. So we're like, who was that guy in Geraldo Perdomo's uniform?
Right. He challenged
with the bad challenge and then took strike 3. It was bad.
It was. All right, we've talked a lot this morning on how Torey wants the fans to maybe perceive Ketel coming back. So we ask you the question: how will you greet Ketel Marte and react to his return to the team this season, and why?
Yeah, I'm not like Vinny, I'm not a boo players kind of guy, so I wouldn't be doing that. I certainly wouldn't begrudge those who do, though.
Okay.
Because you can't normalize what he has done 2 years running.
It's true.
As much as everyone wants to see him back, as much as the team and the manager want to sweep this under the rug, this can't be normalized. And as Vinny said, there doesn't seem to be much consequence attached to this.
No, and if there, I thought Jared brought up a good point. Is his return and facing the fans, is that a level of consequence for this team? Because I was shocked to hear that there's a strategy to get him back next week.
Mm-hmm.
Torey used the term backing up and surveying or something similar to that.
Yeah.
For a guy, we know the track record of Ketel Marte. We know he's complicated. We know he's sensitive. We know all these things. I didn't expect to see him back on the field this year. I thought it was going to be a time for him to really, really survey and be challenged by the organization. Hey, look in the mirror and decide whether or not you want to be a part of this franchise moving forward. And that usually doesn't happen in 10 days.
No doubt.
Especially when you're rehabbing an injury.
Yeah. Especially when it's a repeat offender.
Yeah, a majority of the comments are saying that they will boo of some sort. They'll be disgruntled of some sort. RA said, I won't boo, but I definitely have changed my opinion on Ketel Marte. Tom said, hey, I'm going to forgive him, and if he doesn't play well, I won't shed a tear if he's not on the team next season, which I think is also a fair response. Got the yips, said he's going to get booed. Mike Soroka was at the game last night. Nolan Arenado got an MRI in Boston and is clearly playing through something. If I had to guess, he will get booed. And then Richie, he took it a completely different way. He said, I'll happily welcome him back. He's been part of this team for a decade now, and he's desperately needed in the lineup. And I'll ask the question.
Can you trust him?
I don't know if you can, but I'll ask the question for the majority of the people that said, I'm going to boo or I'm going to sit there and not cheer. What are you going to do when he hits his first home run back? Or if he gets a big hit in a big spot?
Yeah, then I think everything is all good.
Right? And that's Sports, man.
It is sports. That's exactly right.
All right, speaking of sports, some embarrassing stories have come through the 49ers camp as of yesterday. So we asked, what is the most embarrassing sports story scandal of all time and why?
Embarrassing is
embarrassing.
I have two. The Manti Te'o catfish thing.
Lots of that.
I still don't understand how that could happen for that long, to that degree. The other one for me is the Tanya Harding.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Nancy Kerrigan
Yeah, that's
thing.
a good one.
Tanya Harding may or may not have been part of the hatching of that plan. I highly suggest you all watch I, Tanya, the movie. It was really, really well done. But after all that, Nancy Kerrigan still won the silver and Tanya Harding finished 8th. Like, she was the only thing standing in her way of a gold medal.
Man.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Vic, you got any of that?
I mentioned. I was going to mention the Nancy and Tanya thing. I think that's right at the top. I think FIFA during the World Cup changing the ruling and I thought that was pretty embarrassing.
I'd agree. Jones, he said DeAndre Ayton calling out of a game because ice was on the road.
Yeah,
I'm sure you remember that.
Oh yeah.
He had a reason.
Daylight Film said the 1919 Black Sox for throwing the World Series. And then Ross Vegas, he said, it's got to be the Yankees when the players traded wives, kids, and houses.
Oh, that's... But that...
it's odd.
It's
definitely odd.
They obviously were not embarrassed by it.
That's true.
I think one couple absolutely regretted it, and one couple actually rolled with it, had a long life together.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
Andy had a second DA one, him sleeping through his test in the bubble and having to miss the game.
Oh.
When they needed the win.
That doesn't really rank in the top 1,000 of embarrassing scandals, in my opinion. But
the same thing, the bubble when Lou Williams was caught at a certain place.
Lemon Pepper Lou.
And then Darryl Lee just said Bill Belichick. From where he was to where he is.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's pretty embarrassing.
And how could we forget our old friend Archie Bradley?
Yeah.
I pooped my pants.
I knew you were going to get that in there.
There it was.
We got to vote for the Brian Colangelo burner phone, too.
Wow.
What's that?
That was pretty embarrassing.
Educate Sammy on that one real quick.
We're past break, Jay.
That's fine.
Okay, good.
Right.
Never mind.
At Bickley
At the end of
_Murata
the show.
on X, and we'll pay off that tease later.
Make sure you get a generation gap question about the burner phone on Thursday.
No.
We'll see if Sammy studied it. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, do the Diamondbacks have enough starting pitching to get to the playoffs? That and more straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Josh Sweat has been activated. Let's see, you're going to go play and practice against the Green Bay Packers. That's great. Then again, wait a minute. Who are they having a joint practice with?
It didn't take you long. It really didn't take you long,
You
did
know
it?
where I was going. So what are you saying, Josh? You'd like to go out there and show JG what you got? Maybe Matt LaFleur as well, because Mike and Matt are brothers, and maybe they could work a deal.
It's just Green Bay has been the team that makes the most sense all along if he's going to get traded.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Murata, and it is time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa with truck deals that are racing out the door. You, right now, can get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. For drivers looking for serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers a 4.9% APR percentage rate, an extra $2,000 and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. On the 2026 GMC Canyon, 3.9% APR financing, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment free. All offers do require approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today. Don't get left in the dust. Shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
What keeps you up at night? Do you wonder if what you've saved will be enough? If your money will go as far as you plan? Or whether your retirement will look the way you imagine? What worries you? Everyone's concern is different, but ignoring it won't make it disappear. This is Ron Paul. You may not be able to predict what comes next, but you can take steps now to diversify your savings with precious metals before uncertainty becomes urgency. My friends at Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit explaining how gold can help diversify your IRA or 401k. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. There's no cost and no obligation. Just free information to help you consider your option. Take the first step with Birch Gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898.
Hi, Arizona. This is Joe with Advanced Window Products, and that's the sound of a great deal. Today only, August 25th, we're giving Arizona sports listeners a deal so good, you'll hear it across the Valley of the Sun. If you buy 10 or more of our custom-made windows, we're giving you a mind-blowing $3,000 off plus free labor and installation. Our biggest offer ever. That's $3,000 in savings off windows that are factory direct and manufactured right here in Phoenix, specifically for the Phoenix climate. Call us at 480-676-3600. Our windows come with a lifetime warranty, including accidental glass breakage and labor. Now that's peace of mind. But you must act today. You've got until tonight to lock in your savings. You won't hear this commercial tomorrow. Call right now for your free estimate. The number is 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600. Visit our website to get a quote and see the quality for yourself at advancedwindows.com.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health. But then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER.
Have some needs, and we will take care of them internally. And we've got some guys that have been here that will be strongly considered, that have helped us win games, and we're going to fortify our bullpen and do the best that we can to get out to a lead and hang on to that lead. And if we got to cut guys short, we will. But we feel like we have an assortment of young pitchers that will get that opportunity that I was speaking about, that need to make the most of it. And a couple of those guys that we're considering have been here already, so they shouldn't be overmatched or feel overwhelmed. They should be very comfortable stepping into this arena.
Torey Lovullo, manager of the Diamondbacks, pregame yesterday before the series opener against the Cubs, in which they lost 7-0 with Merrill Kelly on the mound, talking about the state of the rotation, having to put Michael Soroka on the 15-day injured list. Certainly not ideal, especially after he just came back quite recently, Bick, from an injury. That creates a hole. You heard at the very beginning of what Torey said there, Mitch possibly not being here. Mm-hmm. Well, Mitch Bratt was optioned back to Reno yesterday. They still don't have Corbin Burns back, although he's scheduled to pitch an inning. It was supposed to be 2, but an inning and 25 pitches and a rehab assignment today. So he's getting close. They have 30
People have
games left,
speculated that Mitch Bratt might come back for that doubleheader against the Giants.
Yeah, that could happen.
That could happen.
Because I'm looking at Fangraphs, and they do a really good job with their probables grid. And their next 4 games starting tonight: Fott, Erod, Cole Drake Thursday, Jose Cabrera Friday.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
TBD.
Oh, boy.
For the next 2
this is the...
Merrill Kelly would figure into one of those.
It should be pointed out, and they admitted that they did try but they did not get any pitching at the trade deadline this year when it was a known sort of issue even then.
And they're facing one of those guys they tried to get tonight in Clay Holmes for the Cubs.
Which would mean losing to Clay Holmes tonight. If he deals, that would be particularly painful.
Yeah, that would sting.
That would.
And that would be after losing to a guy in Gossman who was also on the market and went from Toronto to Chicago and really was just in complete command last night for 7 innings, I thought.
Well, think about what we just said. The Diamondbacks are 2 games back of the wild card spot. Their best player doesn't have any contact with the team. And their starting rotation, you can solely really rely on 2 out of 5.
Yep.
One of which was sent to the minors earlier this season.
Like, I don't want to say the fact that they're only 2 games back is
a miracle.
Is a miracle, but the spot that they're in, it feels like they're a sinking ship, and all they have is some duct tape.
Sabolka, Torey Lovello deserves manager of the year.
I'm also not saying that. It's just that
this is the playground we play in now with expanded playoffs, and the Diamondbacks have 30 games left, and you wonder about Corbin Burns, you wonder about Soroka coming back. They painted a real rosy picture on that. Zach Gallen being close to returning. 17 of their remaining 30 games are against teams that are currently in the playoffs as of this morning. That includes a series against Texas and a series against the Astros. The Astros are in that final American League, or actually it's Texas now that's back in the final wild card spot in the American League at 500. So there's no losing teams in that picture. But more than half their games are against playoff teams, good teams. And you just have to wonder about the bodies, not just about the performance, but do they have the guys to get them to the finish line?
Listen, that's a big question, because as we mentioned last night, we all kind of thought last night was going to be a big start for Merrill Kelly, and he wasn't terrible, but it wasn't the Merrill Kelly that the Diamondbacks need. His last win was July 22nd. He's got 5 consecutive starts with at least 3 walks. He came close to a quality start last night, 1 out away, but he hasn't had one of those in his past 8 starts. And now there's this question, is he as well tipping his pitches? Zach Gallen thought for some time that was sort of the root of what his deal was. And now you got Merrill Kelly thinking the same way. So my point is, even though Zach isn't part of the rotation now, this has been an ongoing thing all year with the Diamondbacks. A couple of their starters, and you could even maybe fold Brandon Pfaadt into this, even though he denies that he thinks he was tipping pitches, where you've got starters not in the best frames of mind.
No.
And also, he's shown more signs of life, more sparks throughout the season. But we talked about how before he went on the IL, Zach Gallen was statistically the worst pitcher in baseball.
Yep.
Right now, Merrill Kelly is statistically the worst pitcher in baseball.
That's unbelievable.
He has the worst ERA in all of baseball. He has the worst whip in all of baseball.
That's unbelievable.
Wow. Here was Kelly talking about feeling better on the mound last night.
How do you sum this one up? A loss. How do you sum up your performance?
Better. Obviously step in the right direction from where I've been the past month. Felt like everything was a lot sharper. Location was better. Definitely, like I said, definitely step in the right direction.
Look, when Merrill Kelly, when Torey went to go get him after 5 2/3, they were still within striking distance. The game was still within reach. That changed pretty quickly with the back-to-back jacks given up by Taylor Clark.
Clarky, come on, get it right.
Sorry.
Clarky, make his name longer.
Clarky. Yeah, and look, and now they're facing a Cubs team that has scored 26 unanswered runs over the last 2 games.
That's absurd.
They were down 2-0 against the Mariners, exploded for 19. They scored 7 yesterday.
I'll tell you what, the safest bet in sports, though, when the Mariners lose by 17 or more runs, bet them to win the next day.
Get it done.
And bet them to hit a lot of home runs, too.
On the Cubs, though, like going into this playoff stretch, if you just took the 4 teams that are really in it, and you said Cubs, Phillies, Padres, and Diamondbacks, and you had the normal average baseball fan pick the 3 teams, it would be the 3 teams ahead of the Diamondbacks. They're the much higher payroll, much more talent on their roster on paper teams. It sucks that that's who the D-backs are having to compete with. And they're all kind of hot right now at the same time.
Well, it's not like the Diamondbacks payroll is pieced together with like bubblegum wrappers and nickels. I mean,
one of their highest paid players hasn't played in a year.
Sure. But, you're kind of painting the picture of unfairness. That's fine.
I'm trying to do something. Make me feel better.
Coming up next, it is Tuesday. We got the latest round.
Oh,
no. Mustache.
Not a mustache.
And it's coming up live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Field bars 2-2 is hit to left, but it's right at Ian who will make the catch, and that's your ball game. The Cubs come into town and just flatten the Diamondbacks 7-0.
In front of the home crowd is wild. Oof. More Arizona sports takes on what happened at Chase Field last night coming to you on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
You've seen his face on billboards, valley buses, television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand, but don't get it twisted. The work they do is extremely serious, and when you're injured in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Remember, big insurance, corporations, defendants stack the deck against everyday Americans, lowballing claims, delaying payment, denying justice. Sweet James fights back. Their mission is to defend the powerless and level the playing field for real people who have been hurt through no fault of their own. Their attorneys are outstanding. They've got an incredible amount of trial experience, and that trial experience with their 98% winning record gives them great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, because the insurance companies know Sweet James will not back down. It's why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in America. It's also why they're best attorneys. They've been named best attorneys in the country and awarded best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, they're exactly the hard-hitting firm you need in your corner. Here's the number: 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hey, this Labor Day, hit the road to savings. Yep, the Labor Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi, your man. It is so on August 25th through September 7th. 2 years ago, we bought a brand new Explorer during the Ford Labor Day sales event. Big time savings. Love our Explorer. And now it gets better because we get $5,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Ford Explorer, or $3,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Bronco when you trade in your old ride. And on a 2026 Ford F-150, the truck that works as hard as you do but doubles as your weekend warrior. How about a 2026 F-150 STX or XLT and get $5,500 in trade assist cash when you trade in your old ride? Or get 2.9% for 72 months plus $1,500 in bonus cash on a 2026 F-150 STX or XLT. But hurry, the Ford Labor Day sales event ends September 7th at buyfordnow.com.
Gear up this fall with the new All-Pro battery by Steel.
Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available only at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power. Comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now. The Diamondbacks did not show up last night at Chase Field. Merrill Kelly was far from sharp in his outing, and the offense combined for just 5 hits in their 7-0 loss to the Chicago Cubs last night, as the Snakes missed an opportunity to gain ground in the wild card chase, as both the Padres and the Phillies both dropped games. But Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball tonight, as he has hopes of bouncing back after his last start. Diamondbacks Cubs first pitch will be at 6:40, and you can listen right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur preps for their final preseason game against his brother and the Green Bay Packers, Carson Beck is TBD on if he'll be ready to go on Friday. And from a roster standpoint, the Cardinals released former third-round pick Trey Benson, as Josh Sweat was activated from the PUP list yesterday, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll question. As a baseball fan, how do you feel about the unwritten rules of the game? Are you A, indifferent, it's a part of the game, B, love them, protect the integrity of the game, or hate them, get over it?
I hate them.
Okay.
I hate them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think, is this regards to Merrill Kelly getting all angry?
In regards to
third
potential
base coach.
Because Buster Olney put out there, he said, just putting this out there, if you're a third base coach or a first base coach and you spot a pitcher doing something, don't you relay that to your players?
You're supposed to coach.
Wouldn't the players you're coaching get mad if
you didn't relay that to them? Of course, yeah. Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, hate them got 20% of the vote. Love them got 33% of the vote. And indifferent, it's part of the game, 47% of the vote on today's Arizona Sports Poll question that you can vote on at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
His mustache tickles, Mama.
Yes, it is that time of week where we play America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, Mustache. Where we're presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley and Murata have to guess whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one to 10 points wins. And today's topic has to be something Ketel Marte related, right? The big dominating story over the last 2 weeks, this week's twistaroo, turnorama, was that he was at a casino during the D-backs game. So this has all things having to do with gambling and casinos.
Oh,
is the
okay.
theme.
All right.
Okay, Dan, would you like to go first or second?
Sure, I'll go first.
Dan, you
Jarrett.
would like to go first, and you will get this a clue.
Oh, there's blackjack and poker and the roulette wheel. A fortune won and lost on every deal. All you need is a strong heart and a nerve of steel. Viva Las Vegas.
Jarrett, you're not on camera. You're not treating our YouTube
right, I didn't
viewers
have my mic on.
to the Jarrett Elvis shimmy, the shoulder shimmy. That would be Elvis
my
Presley.
pelvis.
Great sideburns, no mustache.
That is correct. All right, Vince Murata.
Yes.
Your first clue.
On a warm summer's evening, on a train bound for nowhere, I met up with a gambler. We were both too tired to sleep.
That is Kenny Rogers, not the former Major League pitcher, but the country singer. And a mustache.
That is correct, and a beard. Those
you don't play beard, not a beard.
I know. Cheek fur, not a cheek fur. All right.
Yes.
Dan Bickley, your next clue.
Gambling is illegal at Bushwood, sir, and I never slice. I owe you nothing.
Judge Smales, Ted Knight, not a mustache.
That is correct. All right, the gambling casino edition of Mustache Not a Mustache for you, Vince Marotta.
All right.
Huh. Interesting. Oh, this one right here. Okay, sorry.
You're on a draw, Mike? Go away. This one is not good for you. And in my club, I will splash the pot whenever the I please.
That is John Malkovich. And I believe he had a mustache.
Yes,
there.
that's right. Teddy KGB.
Teddy KGB.
Teddy KGB in Rounders. I think that was a good performance. It was mesmerizing. The accent's very over the top, but it was very entertaining. All right, Dan Bickley, your next clue here.
I'm a shade queen. The only card I need is the ace of spades. The ace of spades.
That is Lemmy from Motorhead. Definitely a mustache. Funny story. There is like a coffee shop / bar right across the street from the Whiskey A Go Go in L.A. You'd always see Lemmy there.
Oh,
I saw
really?
Lemmy there. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
At a coffee
hanging
shop.
out?
Yeah, hanging out. Well,
With his-
it's a bar. It's yeah.
What's the
Mutton
side,
chops.
Yes, the sideburns that
Yeah.
go into the mustache.
Yeah, fantastic
Tremendous.
look.
All right, Vince Marotta.
Bicks off to a 6-6 start right here.
You always said cards will never do you wrong. The trick you said was never play the game too long. A gambler share.
I believe Bob Seger and his Silver Bullet Band mustache.
That is correct. Good job on that
They're
one.
giving me some woolly celebrities.
Wow, this is a very mustache.
Yeah, it's the Rainbow Bar and Grill, by the way, for Lemmy from Motorhead. That's the
Okay.
name of the place.
Outstanding.
Sorry, I didn't.
No.
You
But
didn't need to know that, but
I needed to know it. All right. Dan Bickley.
Jared Carlin.
The main voice in this one.
5. I'll stay.
I also like to live dangerously.
20 beats your 5.
Well, I won't lie to you. Cards are not my bag, baby.
Yeah, that's Austin Powers, not a mustache.
That is correct.
I nearly died laughing during that scene in the theater.
Stays on
I'll
5.
stay.
All right, Vince Marotta.
Uh-huh.
There was a guy beside me, a big fat guy, you know. He opened a big attaché case filled with $10,000 chips, pulls out like $750,000, and he's going to bet on this boxer. And it was a 4-to-1 underdog. So I said, I'll just bet on this 4-to-1 underdog, you know?
He must know something.
Yeah, because this guy must know something. He's probably in the mafia. I watched the boxing match, Dave, and my guy that I bet on, gets knocked out in 25 seconds.
Whoa.
So I go back to the book. I go, what, that guy from the mafia? He goes, that guy's not from the mafia. He goes, that's old long shot Louis.
Long shot Louis.
I think that's Norm Macdonald, you know.
That sure is.
Not a mustache.
That is correct. Okay. We got a perfect score going into the final round.
Okay.
Dan Bickley.
Yes.
A lady doesn't wander all over the room and blow on some other guy's dice. So let's keep the party polite.
Doesn't blow on others.
It's one of the main rules.
Frank Sinatra.
Hey, let's keep this family friendly.
Oh, my goodness. Let's keep it
Frank
polite.
Sinatra, not a mustache.
There you go. He follows that
Wow.
up by saying, let's keep it polite. And
Wow.
double entendre there,
All right.
Frankie boy.
I have a version of that song that is completely not safe for
Oh,
work.
thank goodness. Okay, for the tie, Vince.
Uh-huh.
Don't you draw the queen of diamonds, boy. She'll beat you if she's able. You know the queen of hearts is always your best bet. Desperado.
That is Don Henley of Eagles. Not the.
IGGLES, Eagles.
Did he have a mustache or did he not have a mustache?
This is very intense right here. What is your guess there?
I'm going to go against my gut here.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to say that Henley was wearing a mustache at that point.
Well, you would be correct.
Whoa!
Full beard at the time, which means we have a tie, which means for the first time in quite a while, we will go to a tiebreaker. Sammy, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, then. The tiebreaker question is coming right after the break when we conclude.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
Sammy's response got me. Yeah.
Yeah.
We will determine the tiebreaker of mustache, not a mustache. And some final thoughts on this Tuesday edition. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you only got a mustache.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Field bars 2-2 is hit to left, but it's right at Ian who will make the catch, and that's your ball game. The Cubs come into town and just flatten the Diamondbacks 7-0.
In front of the home crowd is wild. Oof. More Arizona sports takes on what happened at Chase Field last night coming to you on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and a heads up to all the homeowners in the Valley. If you need new windows, if you think you need new windows, today is a great day to call Advanced Window Products. This is their largest sale ever that they've got going on for today and today only. You buy 10 or more windows from Advanced Window Products, you are getting $3,000 off the final price, and you're going to get free installation and labor at no cost. This is the best deal they have ever presented. And once again, nobody wakes up and says, hey, I got a great idea. Let's go replace all our windows. But if you've been in your home about 15 years, you know the scorching Arizona sun can do a lot of bad things to our windows, warping, condensation, and like me, a huge spike in your energy bills. And if that sounds familiar, highly recommend you take advantage of that offer. Advanced Window Products right here in the Valley. They've got their own factory right in Tolleson, which means they're going to build your windows, they're going to install your windows, then they're going to guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable. If you ever sell your home, these are windows that will literally pay you back. And once again, great deal going on today, $3,000 off the price, plus you're going to get installation and labor at no cost. Give them a call at 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
The velvet rope is waiting. The lights ignite the night. The music takes control, and everything feels right. Welcome to Wicked Ball at Studio 101. Dress to impress, dance without limits, and compete for your share in the $15,000 costume contest. Friday, October 30th, Talking Stick Resort's Wicked Ball at Studio 101. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, Arizona. This is Joe with Advanced Window Products, and that's the sound of a great deal. Today only, August 25th, we're giving Arizona sports listeners a deal so good, you'll hear it across the Valley of the Sun. If you buy 10 or more of our custom-made windows, we're giving you a mind-blowing $3,000 off plus free labor and installation. our biggest offer ever. That's $3,000 in savings off windows that are factory direct and manufactured right here in Phoenix, specifically for the Phoenix climate. Call us at 480-676-3600. Our windows come with a lifetime warranty, including accidental glass breakage and labor. Now that's peace of mind. But you must act today. You've got until tonight to lock in your savings. You won't hear this commercial tomorrow. Call right now for your free estimate. The number is 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600. Visit our website to get a quote and see the quality for yourself at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Ken Goodrich with Gettle. We once got a call from two neighbors yelling at each other over a shared wall. We got there fast, isolated the leak, repaired the pipe, and calmed down a suburban standoff before it turned into full-blown neighborhood warfare. At Gettle, we do things the right way, not the easy way. So we don't just fix the pipes, we keep the peace. Because burst pipes bring stress, and we bring solutions. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day. The Song of the Day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. G-O-E-T-T-L. Keeping you cool, but hard to spell.
Wow. What is this?
Of course, it's Herb Alpert from the Tijuana Brass.
Okay.
Jarrett, refresh my memory. Is this the song they used in the Peyton Manning Saturday Night
The Will
Live
Forte,
sketch?
Peyton Manning, yes.
Oh. Have you ever seen, I got to send you this sketch, Bick. What a high school coach giving a pep talk and dancing to this song. I didn't realize this was the song when I picked it. I picked it because it's called Casino Royale.
Okay.
From 1967.
It sounds like it could come out today and be a hit.
I mean, this says the kids are going to love this.
There was a very famous album cover from Herb Alpert for Whipped Cream, and back in the day, that was considered risque. Nobody would even bat an eye today.
I have it right in front. Whipped cream and other delights.
And other delights, yeah.
This, Casino Royale, Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass. Today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
We got to determine a winner. The whole audience waiting with bated breath, collectively.
Everyone's waiting for this tiebreaker question. And so given that the theme was casino or gambling, I went the poker route, all right? So Phil Hellmuth.
Yep.
Notoriously known as the one of the best poker players of all time. He has the most World Series of Poker bracelets. At how many?
All right. I will submit my guess to you, Sammy, through instant messenger.
Jarrett, you might know this. Do you know this?
It's kind of a manageable number, I would imagine. So the range could be close here. My guess is in, Bick.
Okay, I know nothing about this guy, but I'm taking this guy's pretty good at what he does.
He's one of the best ever.
He has
got
the
a lot
most.
of bracelets. The most bracelets.
The most bracelets. The bracelet is what you get for winning a World Series of Poker event.
Okay. Oh, an event.
Yes.
An event. You have to win a tournament. Every year they have about 30 different tournaments. In the old days, they only had one.
Okay.
But now they have a bunch
my guess now?
But each tournament has thousands and thousands and thousands of people. It's hard to...
Got it. 25.
Ooh.
Vince said.
Vince's guess was 29. The correct answer is 17. So Dan Bickley. I had a tiebreaker was going to go to career earnings. He's won over $30 million. Not even in the top 10 in career.
I think 16 of those 17 bracelets are all in Texas Hold'em also.
Really?
So while considered one of the greatest Texas Hold'em players of all time, not considered the greatest poker player.
He's like Rafa Nadal. He's
That's right.
clay court player.
Who would you consider the best poker player ever?
Phil Ivey, probably.
Yeah, I think so too.
What about Doyle Brunson?
Hey,
Doyle Brunson
Doyle's
from a
the man.
different generation. Yeah.
I used to know.
Texas
I
Dollar.
used to actually kind of follow the poker. I never really played it, but I would watch it a lot. Mostly because I enjoyed the broadcast.
Yeah.
Norman Chad. Cracked me up. That's one person. It's not Norm and Chad.
Yeah,
It's
Norman.
Norman Chad. Yeah.
All right. So yesterday, I get up. My alarm goes off. It's time to get out of bed. I always click on the TV, put on ESPN to get me going. And there was a replay of it was the nap. It wasn't even in the morning. It was the nap. I woke up and I flipped on the TV, and the Little League World Series was still going on. And you know what I said out loud at the top of my lungs?
What'd you say?
Holy bleep! How long does this event go on for?
Yeah.
But did you see the kid from? I gotta pull the story up here.
Was it the girl from Alabama yesterday?
No, Iane Salcedo, 4'10", 90-pound, 11-year-old. Canada against Panama, 3-0 pitch. The kid's small. He's got a tiny strike zone, but he bends over and he's basically like dancing in the batter's box, like wagging his bat, and like barking at the pitcher.
Oh.
And then the pitcher throws a pitch that's in the strike zone. The umpire is distracted because the kid's dancing, and he draws a walk. And I know you can't say stuff like this because it's kids. Drill that kid.
Oh, no.
You can't do. I mean, that's unsportsmanlike.
Of course it is.
You're yelling at the pitcher who's pitching to you. If it's
Yeah.
coming from the dugout, it's one thing.
Yeah.
Here, I'm going to play this video, and I want to get your reaction. Look at this kid.
So he's bending at the waist.
He's bending at the waist. He bends
Up and
all the way
down.
down. He's yelling at the pitcher. And then he starts pimping the crowd after he gets ball four. He starts pimping the crowd, too.
Wow.
I tell you what.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, you think the coaches probably told him to do that, right? You don't think he just went rogue and acted like a silly Billy?
I don't. These
Like
kids,
a silly Billy?
These kids emulate what they see at the major league level. I've never seen anybody do that. But going rogue, as we've learned quite recently, is very much a part of baseball. I don't know. Every year I get hit with the same reaction. Like, why are we putting these kids on TV so much?
It does seem to go on and on and on and on.
I mean,
I hate this event so much.
I don't like it.
I'm not a fan.
People do not like college baseball. People do not like minor league baseball.
That's right.
Why would they watch such a low level of baseball? Just a bunch of kids playing sports. They don't have the kids basketball tournament.
No.
Or Pop Warner football that they put on TV. It's ridiculous. I hate it.
Well, you just gave him a broadcasting idea. Also, you brought this up, Bick, during our show meeting today. The NFL and Disney have teamed up for a new collection released yesterday, pairing every franchise across the league with an iconic character from Disney, Pixar, Marvel, or Star Wars, because they're all under the same Disney umbrella.
Wow, lots of cool options, right? For the Cardinals, they must have got a really cool option.
No, they got the loudmouth parrot from Aladdin. What was that thing's name? It was
Iago.
Yeah, that's it.
Voiced by Gilbert Gottfried.
I'm glad we brought this up. I went and took the liberty of ranking each one in each division. The best two.
Did you really?
I did. The best one is the Seahawks.
Oh, really? Wait, would they?
It's the seagull. It's the birds from
Mine,
Nemo that go
mine, seagulls.
mine. The graphic is great. The second best one is the Raiders with Darth Vader. It's so sick. The graphic is awesome. The worst one is the Texans. They got Jesse from Toy Story. When the Cowboys got Woody from Toy Story.
Oh, that is
There's so
rough.
many
Talk
Disney
about
Cowboys
Little
to go around, I guess.
Did the Falcons get the Falcon?
Yes, they did, which was pretty cool. But it doesn't look great on a shirt, so.
The Millennium Falcon.
The Millennium
yeah.
Falcon.
Oh, they got the Millennium Falcon.
Who did the 49ers get?
Stinky Pete
from Toy Story.
It's so bad.
Oh,
That's boy.
Isn't that what their actual mascot, though, is what, Sourdough Sam?
Yes.
Who's also a prospector, so it kind of works.
Also getting votes for best ones were...
What do you think of sourdough bread, Jarrett?
I love sourdough bread.
It's good.
I really do. I like a French baguette or an Italian.
Well, we know about your feelings about
better.
baguettes.
Yes.
That's going to do it for us on this Tuesday. Thanks to Donnie Druin from Cards on SI for joining us. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra. LaFleur versus LaFleur. The Cardinals and Packers joint practice is shaping up to be more memorable than most. The Diamondbacks were shut out by the Cubs, but didn't lose any ground in the wild card race. Merrill Kelly called the Cubs stealing signs Bush League. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra.
Zach Bryan with Heaven on Tour.
Poison myself again, something in the orange tells me you'll never
Saturday, September 5th, State Farm Stadium.
I wish I didn't, but I do.
With special guests, MJ Linderman and Faye Philly. Tickets are on sale now at ZachBryan.com.
I think I heard you coming.
Don't miss Zach Bryan live.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $351 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hi, I'm Jen.
And I'm Daniel.
We're your average Arizona family. We have 2 kids
Make around $85,000 a year.
and just bought an American-made car.
And I'm Andy Biggs. Because of the Working Families tax cuts that I delivered, a family like theirs saw their 2026 tax bill drop by almost $2,700, according to the Treasury. That means more money staying where it belongs, with Arizona families.
Like ours.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the Ford Summer Sales event is still heating up at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and the temperature on these deals is off the charts. Step inside and discover something refreshing, crystal clear pricing, a relaxed and welcoming atmosphere, and savings so real you can feel them in your pocket. Now that's 75 years of doing things the right way for Arizona. Right now, take $5,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Bronco Sport models, $6,500 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Explorers, and even $9,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford F-150, STX, XLT, and Lariat models. The window is closing and the temperature's rising at Earnhardt Ford. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
NewACUnit.com, this is Bodie.
I got a price from NewACUnit.com. Does that really include everything?
Yep, that's right. Everything you need.
Okay, the AC unit?
Correct. Your new AC system is included.
You handle the installation.
We sure do.
What about materials?
All included in your price.
How about a warranty?
Absolutely, and a 100% money-back guarantee.
So everything really is included?
It really is. See your all-inclusive price today at NewACUnit.com.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved solved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now. The Chicago Cubs made themselves at home last night in downtown Phoenix as they crushed the Diamondbacks 7-0. And again, Merrill Kelly wasn't sharp and the offense was asleep all night long. Just 5 hits in the shutout. On the bright side, the Padres did lose in extras last night, so they still remain 2 games back in the NL wildcard hunt. Tonight, a potentials pitchers duel. Brandon Pfaadt and Clay Holmes' first pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. On the Ketel Marte front, manager Torey Lovello mentioned pregame yesterday that there is strategy on getting him back on the field for the Phillies series next week. As the Arizona Cardinals continue to get ready for their final preseason game, here was head coach Mike LaFleur on if Carson Beck might be good to go.
Good with the throwing session. Still TBD in terms of, what this, I guess we play Friday. This Friday will look like.
For more on Beck and the Cardinals, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning, it's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
Doing great.
Yeah, I can see that. You got a mess going on over there. He's got the earplugs based on right now. You can see it, YouTube. What's up, YouTube?
When you have
Shaka, bro.
When you put like a cord away and you have to unravel it for 17 minutes, doesn't that imply that you had to twist it into that 17-minute knot to get it that way?
That was an absolute mess. That was an unmitigated disaster.
It looks like it's,
looking at that over there.
Put together a
We should have had a picture
here
of that because.
Well, don't worry, it's still going. I'm going to be working on this till next March.
You're going to be. Luke's got all sorts of issues right now based on earnings. Don't worry about it. I'll drive.
And I got to deal with the headphones. Oh, now I got another issue. Wolf's going to drive. Awesome.
How good is that? Let me grab the wheel and we'll just go, brah.
Go ahead.
What do you say? Oh, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about the blood sport? Is that it? Shall we talk about the blood sport?
That's where we ended up.
I'm just saying right now, of course, the 53, it looms, does it not, Base Earnings? We're going to be talking an awful lot about the 53 and making the 53. And the way that you can massage the 53 nowadays in the National Football League. Rick, how many guys are allowed on the practice squad? Once again, Rick, I think you were telling me this. 17, I think, is the latest number right now that you can actually use for the practice squad. Can you imagine? And the practice squad, man, has actually gotten so loose now, too, the definition.
We're talking about practice,
That's right,
man.
AI. We're talking about practice. Just saying, the 53 looms. Everyone, how about you show a little respect to these guys that have worked their whole life to get to where they are right now? And you know what? It might not be good enough. Can you imagine how crushy? What?
16 standard players and a 17th player from the International Pathway program.
There it is, Rick. I love that stuff. Rick, yeah, he seems to know this stuff. It's kind of like yesterday, September 12th, 1988. Came out of nowhere.
That was you.
That was me remembering that. It's kind of like some of the things Rick remembers as well, basically. He just got this weird memory. 16 players, I guess, officially, with an international player attached to that. Interesting.
Yeah, I fixed my cord 12 minutes ago. We're talking D-backs here.
Oh, okay, right. You're done with that? Okay,
Yes.
that's good. Okay, Luke is ready to broadcast.
I fixed it right around when you said you were going to drive. I was like,
my goodness. Well, I did. I took the wheel and rammed us into a wall going 150.
I mean, it is a direction. It's just not a direction we're
All right,
going
now,
right here.
Basinonians, what do you want to talk about right now? Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop driving.
No, I kind of want to see where this goes now. It just seems to be trivial with the Rick.
Where do you want to go, Luke?
Well, we have to talk about the Cattell stuff because since the show ended yesterday, the plan has been pretty clear from the Diamondbacks now. It's come out that, he'll be back in time for that Philadelphia series next week.
Okay.
So read into that what you will. I mean, again, typically with a knee injury, you're hopeful a guy's going to come back at a certain point. How many times have the Diamondbacks, and everybody's different, and these haven't been knee injuries necessarily, but how many Diamondbacks in the last 2 years have been like, hey, we're hoping this guy comes back in a couple weeks maybe, and then, it gets pushed back a couple weeks. No, okay, maybe it's next season. How many guys that got hurt last year were supposed to come back at certain points this year, and the only one that has come back is Justin Martinez. But with Ketel Marte and his knee injury, it's like, he'll be back Monday, August 31st.
Yeah.
We already know. So
okay.
That itself is interesting to me.
Yeah, that is a little interesting. I'm very, very interested in how all of this goes from this point forward. With Ketel Marte, of course, and the guys that are in the clubhouse. I'm sorry, brothers. This to me is where my mind is preoccupied. I know there's a lot of people that are talking about what can you expect from Ketel Marte when he comes back, and how difficult of a transition will it be for him to go out there and play, and how will the fans receive Ketel Marte? And I get all of that. I really do. But for me, once again, it is the personal relationships that you forge, and that's the word I'm going to use, forge. It's the personal relationships that you forge with your teammates that really brings a culture together and really holds a team together, and the leadership that is in that clubhouse or locker room as well. This is what's got me fascinated, because you know what? That's going to be rough.
Well,
that's going to be rough.
It's not like this is happening in spring training. This is being put to the test
right
in the middle of a playoff race where, even going into last night, and we can get to last night's game. Here's the recap. Last night's game sucked. But even going into last night's game,
it sucked buttermilk.
They had won. They had just come off a series win and lost ground in the race. I mean, this is a high-pressure situation, and they'll be playing Philadelphia, in theory, when Ketel comes back. So add even a little more juice to it. Here's Torrey pregame yesterday.
Is there a plan at all for him to be in the building during this homestand?
I don't know that answer right now.
By the way, I'm pretty sure I saw Michael Soroka at the game last night.
Yeah.
On the injured list, but found time in his busy schedule to show up.
He's walking around, got a little treatment, as a matter of fact, and then he just was walking around the clubhouse.
I think I saw him, next to Merrill Kelly when Merrill was staring down the Cubs' third base coach for
like 45 goodness, how about that? Do you want to get into that? No, we're not going to get into that right now.
Though.
Oh, we are at some point in time,
hilarious.
Isn't that?
It was the bright spot of an otherwise miserable
night. How about Banny, man? He was getting Banny, I thought he was ready to go. My goodness.
And Merrill just sitting there on that top step of the dugout. And, of course, the TV broadcast, they kept showing views of the third base coach with Merrill over his shoulder just staring him down.
Yeah, there's no doubt, man. It's a good thing Gink wasn't on the hill. Gink might have walked off that thing.
Those are the two, I would say the two Diamondbacks pitchers you maybe don't want to pull that on. Merrill and certainly Gink. Here's more from Torrey.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking about. Yeah, I think that'll be the 10th day or 11th day. So there's definitely a strategy to get him back on the field, get him healthy when he's over Salt River. I failed to mention what his progression was today. Joe Mather went over today and he hit in the lab. He was doing a lot more baseball activity. He was finally cleared to take some BP today. So very encouraging. Joe liked what he saw for a day one return. He's going to have, several days to go out and continue to get that build up and be as ready as possible. If it's possible to get him ready for Philly, we would definitely take the at-bats.
Yeah.
Here's the stuff you're talking about.
I think even Torrey right there noticed the fact that, the whole, hey, listen, if it's possible that he's ready to go for Philly, he just kind of put that there because maybe, he's going to play Philly. Yeah. That's what he's going to do. I think maybe he jumped up into the sensitivity of all that.
Oh, yes, this is an injury. He might be out a couple of additional days.
Hey, listen, what we don't know? The yin and the yang here. He might be ready to go. He might not be. But we're thinking about Philly. You know what I mean? Okay.
I wish he would have gone into that specific accent. Okay, so this is more what you're talking about. This is Torrey asked if he thinks it's going to be harder for Cattell to rejoin the team, specifically with the clubhouse and everything that he's going to have to address that. I don't need Cattell to address the fans or anybody outside the clubhouse. Right. I don't think he will. But he's going to have to address the clubhouse.
Oh, yeah.
It just probably depends on the individual. We're trying to create the softest space for him to reemerge back into this environment, and that's up to him however he wants to do it. I cannot force a human being to do something that I want to do or anybody in this room wants to do or a fan wants to do. One of the things that made Cattell such an extraordinary player is that he goes to the beat of his own drum, and I respect that. I don't know some of the answers to that question because I've talked to just about every player, and I know how they feel. That it's a very individualized situation. How are you taking this day by day, and what are you willing to do to help? Is the mindset in that clubhouse. With Cattell, he's very private and he's very quiet, and it's hard to extract information from him. And we all know that we can retreat if we go back to disagreements that we've had with loved ones or family members, brothers, sisters, parents. Sometimes you pull back and you want to just retreat and survey. Maybe that's what he's done. So I have not talked to him. But the one day at Salt River, and I'm allowing him to have his space. When it's time, it'll be time.
Oh, my goodness. You know what? I just want to stand with Torrey on this. I really do. Because, first of all, I love his honesty. He didn't say everything's going to be great, did he? He didn't say, hey, listen, we're a team, and we're going to assimilate. We're going to be fine. He did not say that, Basin audience. He told the truth. 100%, which once again tells me there is going to be some drama inside the clubhouse. I was joking with you before the show started. When's the fight? Some guys might actually say, you hurt me really bad, bro. You hurt us bad, bro. And then, maybe you've got a problem. I'm joking to some degree, but it's going to be rough.
Well, there's going to be...
You heard Torrey use the word soft. We want to actually have a soft landing. He knows it's going to be hard inside that clubhouse. It is.
And he can only
and he
control
didn't try
that
to
so
fake
much.
it.
Yeah, I mean, it's how many different guys in there? If half of them are on board, that's great, but that means half of them aren't. And this is a situation, it sure seems like the more we get into this now, 8 days in, this seems like a situation Cattell created. This doesn't seem like something that, based on what we know, doesn't seem like something that happened to him. Yeah. So it's going to be that much more. The onus is on him to talk to his teammates. All right, when we come back, let's get into football. Josh Sweat. Is he going to be on the field for the Cardinals in Week 1 now that he's been activated from the PUP list? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Josh Sweat.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Theobar's 2-2 is hit to left, but it's right at Ian who will make the catch, and that's your ball game. The Cubs come into town and just flatten the Diamondbacks 7-0.
In front of the home crowd is wild. Oof. More Arizona sports takes on what happened at Chase Field last night coming to you on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. You got to have shade. You know you have to have shade. You got to have shade here in the Basin, whether it's on your back patio, your front patio. You got to have shade around the pool. Listen, when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. That's right, Gather. voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's well over 1,000. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. These installers are shade experts, baby, and they've installed thousands of shades right here in the basin. You better believe it. They'll work around your stucco or tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade, and then open that same patio with a touch of a button. Go to allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
True luxury isn't just seen, it's felt behind the wheel. Welcome to Genesis of Scottsdale, where every visit feels first class. Step into our showroom and experience the spacious, family-sized 2026 GV80 3.5T and the strikingly athletic GV80 Coupe. Both flagship SUVs pair commanding power with handcrafted interiors, intuitive technology, and iconic design engineered entirely around you. And for a limited time, well-qualified buyers can unlock exclusive 0% financing on both models. Elevate every journey. Step into extraordinary today at genesisofscottsdale.com or visit our showroom at 15345 North Scottsdale Road.
0% APR up to 48 months on select 2026 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance on approved credit. Monthly payment of $20.83 per thousand financed. Competitive owner bonus up to $1,500. Varies by model. Cannot combine with loyalty offers. Excludes tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $998 protection package, and dealer options. In September 8th, 2026. See dealer for full details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
Oh,
what do you got, Rick?
Alrighty, guys. So according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Network, the Arizona Cardinals and center Yelda Froholt have agreed to terms on a 2-year, $20 million contract extension.
Oh.
This will keep him in Arizona through the 2028 season.
Nice.
Yelda.
Solidify.
Yelda. What's up, Yelda? Good job, brother. Good job, Arizona Cardinals as well. Yelda Froholt, I think, an underrated center in the National Football League. I think the Arizona Cardinals recognize that, and it's one of the reasons why they wanted to sign him.
So Josh Sweat coming back. What do we make of this now? We got to react to it briefly towards the end of the show yesterday. We got to talk to Paul Calvisi when he was in here because he happened to be in here right after it happened. But Josh Sweat coming back to the Arizona Cardinals, activated. They never left, but activated him. He hasn't practiced since last season,
Mm.
right? As far as we know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm sure he's done stuff, but he hasn't practiced with the team since last season. So now he's back. What are the odds we see him in week 1 against the Chargers? And that's the next logical question, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Once again, trying to get over the grassy knoll that I am, basically. Are you kidding me? We're just going to go ahead and we're not going to hear anything of Josh Sweat. We're not going to hear any OTAs. Forget about it. Josh Sweat, hey, listen, we got some issues with Josh Sweat right now. And Josh Sweat, forget about the rumors you might have heard out there. Of course, none of them are true. And then all of a sudden, we're going to miss all of training camp. And then we're going to miss the preseason. And then as you're going into the last preseason game, by the way, 2 days before you leave to go to Green Bay, then we're going, he's ready to go now. For me, again, the coincidence based on it. And I'm saying this is not going to happen.
You're saying the coincidence that it's Green Bay.
Yes.
You're not saying the coincidence of the timing, just that it's late August.
No,
You're
I'm saying because
Green
it's Green Bay and the fact that they're leaving to go to Green Bay, and all of a sudden he's ready to go. That, to me, the coincidence is beyond irony. And even though I'm told, Basinonians, that it has no bearing whatsoever on what is happening, you know me. I am the grassy knoll.
It's the first place you went yesterday when we had that news. I mean, that was significant news.
I just want to be
show.
honest. I want to be honest, and I want to be completely fair. I am the grassy knoll. You have to remember that. I don't believe there's a lot of coincidences that happen among men. I don't.
Well, I mean, I'll go down your path a little bit. I think if there's a coincidence here, it's that they're playing the Packers the final week of the preseason. They have the joint practices basically the final week of heading into preseason action.
Yeah.
So if you were going to bring Josh Sweat back, this is kind of like you got to do it now. So I think the coincidence is just that this happens to be when they're facing Green Bay. Like if Green Bay was the first preseason game, I don't know if he would have been back then.
Rick called for that. I did not call for that, basically. Rick actually just thought he was going to fire off the X-Files right now. But honestly, why was last week not a possibility? How about the week before that? Why was that not a possibility to bring him off the PUP list? Hey, guess what, everybody? We're going to go and actually practice with the Green Bay Packers, man. We're going to practice. Hey, everybody, look at Josh Sweat out there on the field. I'm just saying. The coincidence of it all is very X-Files.
What are the odds? So the NFL trade deadline is November 10th. So the Cardinals are going to get 9 games in before then.
Yeah.
So week 10 is against the Rams. What are the odds Josh Sweat is a Cardinal week 10 against the Rams?
I don't think they're good.
I don't think they are.
And I could be dead wrong on this. Monty could hear it. That Wolfie, I just heard that Wolfie over there. Okay, I get it.
Picture Monty laughing a lot right now, to be
well,
honest.
yeah, you know what? You might be right on that. But yeah, I will be shocked, as a matter of fact,
Really?
if he's
Okay.
on this roster.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, I think they'd have to have a competitive record through the first 9 games, and we've already detailed who they play in the first 9 games. And I get that almost anything is possible in the NFL. I know there's a lot of people that think, there's going to be 0-9. I mean, I maintain they're probably going to win 5 or 6 games this year, which is probably the worst case scenario because it doesn't put you in the playoffs and it hurts your draft stock. But they're going to steal some wins this season that we're not expecting right now. But I don't know how many of them are coming in the first 9 games. And if they really are going into week 10, like 2-7,
yeah,
there's going to be teams that need Josh Sweat.
Yes. Listen, this Josh Sweat and the fact that he is going to be practicing, man, he's coming off the PUP list and he's going to be practicing against the Green Bay Packers, I would imagine. Maybe even playing. I just don't know. He has, think about it. He has not practiced.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, does he have enough
practice, man?
AI, please.
Does he have enough time to get ready for Grick is just going to empty the sound folder every time we start to talk this segment. So I'm trying to figure out what's left. JJ McCarthy.
It just makes you feel.
For me, it's.
There we go.
Okay.
I call him 9.
Yes. Okay. We don't call him 9.
No.
Just saying, we call them OTAs. And the fact that you missed all of the OTAs And the fact that you missed all of minicamp in regard to how, minicamp isn't like it used to be, basically, but still, once again, he missed everything in the offseason. He missed everything in the preseason. Up until this point right now.
He has missed everything
He's
since
missed
the end of last season.
everything. And it's been odd. And you know what? A very uncomfortable conversation for Mike LaFleur, hasn't it been? Very terse, very short, very quick in his answers in regard to Josh Sweat. It's just weird all the way around. And even the Arizona Cardinals would say that it's been weird.
It's not ideal. I mean, I get it if you're Mike LaFleur, if you're Monty Austinfort, if you're a Cardinals fan that wants them to win this year, you want Josh Sweat back as soon as possible. Apparently this was as soon as he could possibly do it. I still haven't heard from Josh Sweat. I mean, maybe that would go a long way towards feeling better about where this is all headed. But the other part of this is if they really are 2-7 or 1-8 or whatever at the trade deadline, you might want to get what you can get back for Josh Sweat, which I think would still be some good stuff, and you might want to play young guys at that position. I mean, at that point, if you really are 2-7 or 1-8.
Yeah, right.
I'm always hesitant in the NFL to skip ahead and just assume a team is going to be 1-8 9 weeks into the season, Yeah. But we know what the schedule's like.
I'm just wondering, though. I'm just wondering from Josh Sweat and his perspective right now, if my brothers, I think there's something else that is going on here. I really do. And the Arizona Cardinals have been put in a really difficult situation from having a guy that they signed to an extension, by the way, and paid an awful lot of money. And now all of a sudden this happens, of course. And if my suspicions are correct, that, and this is just me, nobody has told me this. I want to make this, nobody has told me anything in regard to this. But just once again, okay, listen, Josh, you want out of here? You got to work with us. You have to work with us. We can't just, we can't just give you away for nothing. You have got to work with us. And because of that, this has made this a really weird situation.
Maybe you can play for LSU. That seems to be where this is all headed in the NFL, right?
College eligibility left?
If you're not super happy with everything that's going on in the NFL, just go play for Lane Kiffin. All right, when we come back, let's get back into baseball. We kind of avoided it in the first segment, but we now need to focus on it next segment. What exactly happened against the Cubs last night? Because that game was pretty much brutal from start to finish. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Progressive knows you've got plenty of things to worry about.
What time does the kids' practice end? How long has that check engine light been on? Are takeout containers microwave safe?
So the last thing you should have to worry about is what to do if something unexpected happens on the road. That's why if you're ever in a major accident, Progressive's accident response can detect it and send help. It's just one less thing to worry about.
How long does chicken last in the fridge?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Dan Bickley here with My Guy Bear, owner of Walt's TV and Appliance in Bear. I bet most of your customers come from word of mouth.
You're right, Bick. For generations, our customers have been our best advertising. That's why when you make a qualifying purchase at Walt's, we'll give you a Refer a Friend card.
And what happens when they bring that in?
They'll receive $50 off their purchase, and you'll receive $50 off your next purchase. It's our way of saying thank you to our customers.
Visit Walt's just off the I-10 in Warner next to the IKEA. They've been serving Arizona families for generations. And don't forget to mention my name for additional discounts.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. they know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. And these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment-free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Try Angel Soft for your tushy. It's made by angels. Soft and strong, budget friendly. The choice is simple. A roll that feels like paradise, and always at a heavenly price. Angel Soft, Angel Soft. Soft and strong, so it's simple.
Pick up a pack today.
Angel Soft. Soft and strong, simple.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals and center Yelda Froholt have agreed to a 2-year extension that will keep the center in Arizona through 2028. For details on the contract, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks were crushed 7-0 by the Chicago Cubs last night at Chase Field. Game 2 of the series is tonight in downtown Phoenix. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Clay Holmes. And the Phoenix Mercury host the Washington Mystics tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. Kelsey Plum will make her Mercury home debut. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Today only, Advanced Window Products is giving their biggest sales offer ever. If you buy 10 windows or more, you'll get $3,000 off plus install and labor at no cost. But the offer is only valid today. Call now at 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 or go online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Will Josh Sweat be full speed ahead by the time the Cardinals reach week 1? We'll talk the return of the edge rushers starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I'd say this captures the moment of the mood of last night's game, doesn't it?
It brought us to our knees.
That was a mess for the Diamondbacks against the Cubs. The Cubs have now scored 26 unanswered runs. Not all against the Diamondbacks, but they've scored 19 unanswered against the Mariners on Sunday, and now a 7-0 win yesterday. So they are dealing with a difficult offense right now in town with Chicago.
There's no doubt about it. This is an excellent team. Did you see how many home runs this team has been hitting?
Yeah.
Okay, punch it, Rick. I can't believe you haven't punched it right there a little bit, but This game felt like a bag was over your head and your neighbor was kicking you in the cradle. It was brutal. Before I go off on this, what made you feel like it was a bag over your head?
I mean, it was almost out of hand early, right? I mean, the Cubs were not that far away from a grand slam to go up 5-0. Now, I liked that Merrill essentially settled down for a while after that. His numbers by the end of the game didn't look amazing, but maybe that's the biggest thing. I mean, you don't know what you're getting from Merrill Kelly right now. It's hard for me to overreact to last night. 3 earned runs and 5 2/3 against the Cubs the way they're hitting.
Oh, my goodness.
But it was close to being a lot worse. Now, close doesn't really matter. Merrill settled down, and he gave him a chance. The lack of offense, the Cubs are a team you can score runs against, and the Diamondbacks scored 0 against them last night. And if you want another thing that really made it suck buttermilk, as you would say, this is a team that the Cubs are a wild card team right now. And it seemed like they are way ahead of the Diamondbacks after that game last night.
Okay, so, with the bag over the head, kick to the cradle for me, Basinonians, it set off a cognitive chain reaction, of course. And, Rick, if you just want to go ahead, give me a little mood here, if you don't mind, Basinonians. Okay? I mean, you might as well bring that back. Once again, that's right. Brought me to my knees, and not because I was praying to the Lord God, ladies and gentlemen, which I love doing. But it was because of watching the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks had 3 hits. Ron Wolfley reporting. 3 hits makes you think
My sources.
Makes you think of hitters, does it not, Basinonians? 3 hits.
Mm-hmm.
Who are your hitters? The Diamondbacks scored 0 runs. 0 runs makes you think of hitters. And that made me think of Diamondbacks hitters. The Diamondbacks hitters were 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position.
That's almost worse.
What is the worst number?
The 2. The 2 is worse. That's a great question.
It was just so rough on them, and I'm not laughing at them, Basinonians, because I've been 0 for 2.
I'd rather be 2 for 16 than 0 for 2.
I've been 0 for 2 as a player on the field, okay? Meaning I've sucked buttermilk on the field, myself personally. Last night was bad. 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position, and that made me think of Ketel Marte. It did. A game that was so rough offensively. It's like, oh my goodness, what is going on here? And it made me think of Ketel Marte, and Ketel Marte made me think of Merrill Kelly's outing last night. The fact that he was 1 out away from a quality start. I realize he loaded up the bases. He got out of it. He was 1 out away from a quality start. And think about this. Against that team who can score runs the way the Cubs can, that is a quality start indeed. They lost the game because of the cognitive chain reaction, Basinonians.
Anytime you get shut out. And Kevin Gausman, I mean, he's been a good pitcher in the past, certainly. It's not like this is like a bad pitcher, but it's his numbers this year. He's got a 4.37 ERA even after last night. And like you said, it's the 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position because the 2 indicates you just never had guys in position to score. You're going to need to put up runs to beat the Cubs. It's their one weakness. We had Jesse Rogers on yesterday, and he pointed out, like, you can score on this team. It's not like they have a bunch of aces in the rotation, but they put up runs. And I mean, PCA is probably going to win MVP. I know he went 0 for 5 last night, but he got close to doing a lot of damage. Nico Horner has been one of the hottest hitters in baseball for the last, 2 months? And that's not accounting for some of these other guys. Suzuki's a solid hitter. Ramirez is coming on quickly as a rookie. Like, they can put up runs. You got to be able to put up runs against them. Now, today's interesting because it's Brandon Pfaadt against Holmes, so this could be more of a pitching duel, but I would say that's not a given. You're going to need to score runs. Here's Torey Lovello afterwards.
That was a tough game. We were in it, staying in it. Merrill was doing a good job of making pitches and pitching into the 6th inning. I thought he deserved to pitch into that 6th inning. We had him a little bit covered with Clarkey and just unraveled from there from the 6th inning through those 6th, 7th, and 8th innings where they broke the game open. The Cubs are a good baseball team, but so are we. We got to be able to play our game, do the things that we do best, and that's control counts, get on base, create some traffic, slug. We just couldn't get anything going today. Their starting pitcher was very effective. He's basically a two-pitch pitcher, was driving his fastball on both sides of the plate, throwing, splits off of that. And the fastball was alive and had a little extra hop to it, and he was pretty dominant with that pitch and kept us off balance. So he threw 7 scoreless innings, and we got to be a little bit better offensively, and I believe that we'll come out tomorrow and play our finest game.
Yeah, Torrey remains very, very optimistic in regard to being able to come out and actually do it. And, I thought it was interesting as well. Torrey said before the game that he didn't want to see Merrill Kelly around the edges. He didn't want to see him pitch on the edges. He wanted to see him throw strikes, wanted to see him be a little bit more aggressive. And for the most part, I thought Merrill, again, I thought he did a adequate job. He started, 1, 2, 3 in the first inning, of course, got nicked up in the second for a run, and then went 1, 2, 3 in the third, and 1, 2, 3 in the fourth. He gave his team, I thought, a chance to win the game. Now, again, it didn't look great, maybe, but when you pitch, when you talk about pitchers, I really don't care about how it looks. How much do you give up? That's how many runs do you give up? That's what I care about.
How it looks. That to me is more like for a general manager or somebody in the front office deciding in the offseason, like, hey, is this our guy? Is this somebody, that we want in this spot? Right. But as far as like through the game, when you're in the actual game and there's 30 games left in the season and you're in a wild card race or a playoff race or whatever, it is, what are the results? They could have gotten real ugly in the second inning, but when they left the second inning, it was only 1-0.
Yes.
And you're right. That's all that matters. Here's Merrill Kelly after the game, sort of along the lines of what you're saying.
How do you sum this one up?
A loss.
How do you sum up your performance?
Better. Obviously step in the right direction from where I've been the past month. Felt like everything was a lot sharper. Location was better. Definitely, like I said, definitely step in the right direction.
Yes, I would agree with that.
His next start should come against San Francisco, probably on Saturday. So if he pitches the way he did last night against the Giants, we've already seen the Diamondbacks have a lot of success against the Giants this year. But we're at a point right now in the season where ideally you wouldn't have to count on Merrill Kelly to be like one of your top 3 pitchers. They absolutely have to count on Merrill Kelly to be one of their top 3 pitchers right now because they really only have 3 established pitchers. And
I thought this was a step in the right direction for Merrill Kelly.
All right, when we come back, who has the most on the line this week for the Cardinals? We're going to talk to our own Tyler Drake, who just put out on ArizonaSports.com, if you want to read along, his projected 53-man roster. So we're going to grill him on that, too. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Trey Benson, who was drafted to, in essence, eventually going to be the guy who becomes our bell cow running back. Not only has that not happened, they've had to go out, sign a running back in free agency, draft a running back in the first round, and today they cut Trey Benson. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that this happened. I guess I just look at it and I wonder what other high draft picks from the last couple of years are in jeopardy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. How sports fans gather, man. You know this. Every great team has one thing in common. They diagnose the problem, they adjust, and they execute. Well, pain works the same way. If you're dealing with sciatica, numbness, tingling, or that deep ache that will shoot down your leg, oh my goodness, run. You need a team that knows how to fix that. Sciatica is often caused by things like herniated discs, spinal stenosis, or degenerative disc disease, and DISC specializes in diagnosing the exact root cause using their personalized pain mapping approach. That means no guesswork, just answers and a plan, of course. If pain is keeping you from workouts, from coaching your kids, from enjoying the game, it's time for you to get your life back. Go to sciatica.com and connect with DISC today, because pain shouldn't be your opponent. That's sciatica.com.
The Labor Day sales event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning lineup, including Silverado, Traverse, and Trax. Plus, check out Equinox with excellent efficiency and bold design. It's the SUV that lets you take on the world in style. We have the inventory and we have the offers. Visit valleychevy.com or go to one of your 13 Valley Chevy dealers today. The Labor Day sales event going on now.
Watch D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2026 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
The all-new Kia Seltos is here, and Earnhardt Peoria Kia has the one you're looking for. With a bigger body and a bold sport-tuned design, with an advanced digital cockpit, with enhanced safety features, and with a payment you'll love, starting at only $239 a month plus tax with approved credit from Kia Finance. Cars you love from a trusted name in Arizona for over 75 years. That's Earnhardt. So get yourself a Kia Seltos at an awesome payment the no bull way at Earnhardt Peoria Kia today. Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue north of Bell Road, and always online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
24-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Example VIN reference 19710. $37.99 to its signing. Excludes government fees. Tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $999 protection package, and dealer options. Expires August 31st, 2026. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for more details.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Welcome back to Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Our own Tyler Drake is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line as we head into joint practices and then the final game of the preseason. Tyler, what's going on, man?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
We're doing good.
Good, buddy. How are you, man?
We're good. We're
Nice.
it's a travel day for the Cardinals. We're still pumping out some content on Arizona sports. We got Froholt just signing that extension. So congrats to him. I think that's a huge positive there. But yeah, doing good. Wolf, how you doing, man?
You know what? I'm jacked up because we're getting ready to play the fourth preseason game, of course, and that can only mean one thing. The next time after this game, the Arizona Cardinals play, they're going to play a real game, and it's going to be the regular season. Here we
Starters
go.
are going to play in that one.
And starters are going to play.
Yes.
Thank you.
Breaking news.
All right, Tyler, I'm looking at your projected 53-man roster, and I mean, I understand, obviously, the caveat here, they still have another preseason game to play, but you put it up on Arizona Sports for what it looks like right now, and it's interesting because ESPN put theirs out for every team yesterday, too, and you guys are pretty similar. ESPN, I think, probably wants a do-over because they put theirs out before the Josh Sweat news, so they didn't have Josh Sweat on the active roster, and obviously you do. But as I look up and down this roster, was there a spot or two that was more difficult for you than maybe some of the other ones?
Yeah, but before we get there, my roster prediction did come out before the Josh Sweat news, by the way. I just had a feeling he was getting off the pup list before week 1.
Wow.
Also the Trey Benson, and also I had Trey Benson off the roster, so I'm gonna give myself some flowers there because those are 2 things that I already had down in writing before we got the news, before everything broke. But yeah, looking at the roster, wide receiver stands out above everything else just because you look at the back end there. Obviously, Reggie Virgil's been doing some things, Simi Fehoko as well. You got Jalen Brooks, who I think has more than earned a spot on this roster. So I think they keep 6, and it really comes down to, is it going to be Simi? Is it going to be a guy like Jalen? Is it going to be a guy like Reggie? I think I just said it. Jalen Brooks, I think, rounds out the room. I think Reggie Virgil has a spot because his 5th round standing definitely helps there, and he's done some things. And then I look at Simi, look at what he did last year. I mean, they didn't have him on the 53-man, but they kept him around, brought him on the practice squad, brought him back on the active roster. So I could definitely see some roster gymnastics going that way. And then I look over at the cornerbacks room. That's another deep room. It's been really fun to watch throughout camp, throughout preseason. And it's coming down to guys like Elijah Jones and Starling Thomas, I think, in the back end of that room to really see who rounds out that in that specific position group. But again, those 2 groups, I think, since the start of camp have been the most competitive out of anybody else.
So talk to me about Devin Duvernay and what you like about Devin Duvernay.
Oh, I think you do not have to worry about special teams. I think this guy is a return option, both kick and punt returner. He is the guy that's going to get you through the season. Yes, you can throw some other options in there. They've used Max Melton. They've used some Michael Wilson a little bit even in the punt game. Bam Knight's been involved as well. But I do think it starts with Duvernay in both aspects. Obviously he's a receiver. He can bring you something there too. But I think his worth is really going to be in special teams and really helping flip the field there.
Stop and think about this with Devin Duvernay. Played 17 games with the Chicago Bears, okay? Had 2 receptions and 5 targets. That's how much and how good he is as a teams player, which is why I asked you that, and you're all over it, dude. He is a great
when he
teams player.
When he signed, that was automatically, well, you have your return guy in both aspects. Like, you do not need to go get another guy. You've got him there. Lock him in. Let's go.
He reminds me of Quan as well because he's thick. He's a thick
he's
dude, man.
not like
and he's wearing 81,
receiver.
too.
Yeah, that's
interesting.
That's true. He does kind of look the part. We're talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, I want to go to the running back room because, as you mentioned, you don't have Trey Benson on here. Now, obviously, Trey Benson's not on the team, so that makes sense. But you've been talking up Bam Knight for a while. How do you see this? Let's just fast forward to week 1. We don't know for sure Jeremiah Love's going to be good to go. I think we're all hopeful he will be. We don't know about James Conner. Tyler Algier looks good to go. Bam Knight has been how do you see this playing out in week 1 specifically?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how everything plays out with Jeremiah. I honestly, I would not be surprised if he enters the week with a questionable designation. I think that could be more of a gamesmanship side of things, just because, hey, why give all that info out when you don't need to? But also, yeah, if he doesn't go, you look at Tyler Algier taking over, and then it comes down to where's James Conner at? Because the big thing is he returning to performance? That's been the thing. It's not returning to play. He's been out there. He's been practicing with individual work, but he hasn't done team stuff still. And so that's going to be the factor we all have to watch, I think, moving forward, heading into the practice sessions before week 1 really kicks off, before we get to LA. That's going to be something that everybody's going to be watching, because if not, yeah, you could be looking at a Tyler Algier, Bam Knight 1-2 punch to get through that first week. If you want to slow roll Love one more week and make sure everything's good there, if you want to make sure James Conner's healthy and where he's at, mentally, there is a way where it could be those 2 options, which I think a lot of people would not want to see. But also, I think that's a reason why they went so heavily into the running backs room this offseason, because you can still have some depth pieces that you can still move the needle. We're not looking at last year where you're really filling it in with practice squad guys. These are all legit starters that I think could come in and fill in when they need to. But yeah, I think the Love situation is going to be something we're all watching, because if you can get him on the field, a lot of good, I think, is going to happen with this offense right away.
No doubt about it, TD. What about Corey Kiner? What do you think about Corey Kiner? That's a bubble guy, right? I mean, I love what I'm seeing from this kid, but I know he's squarely on the bubble, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I think some roster gymnastics would have to happen, I think, for him to earn a roster spot. I think, like you said, he has been doing some good. I think the hurdle he showed the last game was really stood out to me. So, yeah, he's definitely on there too. It's been a really fun running backs room as well. I know I talked about wide receiver and cornerbacks, but you look at the running backs room and it's like, okay, there's a potential starter, there's a potential starter, there's a potential starter. And so it's again, been really fun to see that room. And yeah, Corey Kiner definitely has raised some eyebrows, especially recently. So he'll be somebody to watch and probably maybe makes the practice squad here, but who knows? Maybe somebody else on another team picks him up and adds him to their 53.
You know, Tyler, going back to Josh Sweat for a second, how do you see this playing out now? Like you said, you already were anticipating him coming off the PUP list here pretty soon, and he comes off that list yesterday. Do you expect he would be good to go for week one? And Wolf and I were having this conversation earlier. What are the odds he's on this team past the trade deadline after week 9?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is now I feel like we're going to get the ramp up from the ramp up where it's going to be, hey, 1 or 2 practices of getting him through the individual work before he's fully back in team activity. So that's definitely going to be something to watch. But I feel like just given the timing, there's clearly enough time for him to get back in the mix, to get everything going to where week 1 comes around, charges come around, he's back in the mix and he's going. So I'm looking at him back in there. Like if they thought that he was going to miss any more time, I thought maybe he could have been a candidate to be on the reserve PUP list where you miss some games, but instead they take him off. So that's a sign that he could be ready sooner than later. So that's what I'm looking for. But yeah, I still think that the trade chatter talk is not going to go away, especially if we see this team come out of the gates and start losing right away. You get to the trade deadline, he is going to be a name that teams are going to be inquiring about. He's a name that the national people are going to be talking about as an option. Like that's not going to go away. So it's a really good step forward that he's off the PUP list. It's a positive, optimistic move, but still all of that stuff's still going to be around this team into the trade deadline. And if he's still around, it could still be going into next offseason even.
TD, give me an update on my dog, Tip Ryman. If you don't mind, what is the latest that you're hearing from Tip Ryman and when maybe we might see him again?
Yeah. Tip Ryman, I mean, before I get into that, off the field, he is one of the best dudes on that team, in my opinion. He is just an overall good human being. So bummed to hear that he's not going to be ready for week 1. And he would be a guy that honestly could be a candidate for that reserve PUP list where he misses the first 4 weeks. Because honestly, you look at the 53-man roster squeeze that you have to get through. You could honestly get through with 3 tight ends. I know it's crazy to say that for the 13 personnel. They're going to run it a lot, I think, this year. But to say that they only have 3 tight ends to start the year is something that's a little crazy to say. But you have Teagan in there to fill out, and then you have Tip on that PUP list. You can bring up guys from the practice squad to fill in through those weeks where you still don't have Tip. So there's a way to get around it. But I'm a little worried that we might not see Tip for a little bit longer than week 1. So, yeah, I do not have him on my roster projection just because I think he could be one of those numbers where, hey, it actually would help out the grand scheme of the 53-man roster if we did put you on here for the 4 weeks till we can get you back.
I think you just ruined Wolf's day. Thanks, Tyler. It was good to talk to you.
TD, thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
That's Tyler Drake joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right there. And yeah, check out his 53-man roster projections right now on arizonasports.com. They look pretty locked in. Honestly, I mean, there's a couple. He mentioned one of the tough decisions at wide receiver. He has them keeping 6, and he has Simi Fehoko as the odd man out. But obviously, there's also still another preseason game, and they got real competition at that position. So check that all out. When we come back, Merrill Kelly versus the Cubs third base coach. What happened last night, and is there going to be carryover into tonight? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, moving is difficult. It really is. Have you ever done it? Of course you have. We all have at one point in time. Try to do it alone, and you know what, man? It's tough. Well, Moving Team 6, they understand that. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. That's really important. That secure part of it as well. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros right here in the Basin. Whether it's a local move, man, you're just going to move up north. Or maybe it's a long distance. You're going to move to Alaska, commercial, residential. It really doesn't matter. Moving Team 6 has got you covered, and they have 2 massive air-conditioned storage facilities as well in East Mesa and in Phoenix. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Bodie in Victoria. We started newacunit.com because replacing your AC the traditional way was stressful and expensive.
We believe homeowners should pay for their new AC unit, not a costly sales process. So we created a simpler way.
By cutting unnecessary overhead, not quality, thousands of homeowners have saved up to 50% on a new AC unit with everything included.
Make your next AC replacement simple. Visit newacunit.com today.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, newacunit.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the Ford Summer Sales event is still heating up at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and the temperature on these deals is off the charts. Step inside and discover something refreshing, crystal clear pricing, a relaxed and welcoming atmosphere, and savings so real you can feel them in your pocket. Now that's 75 years of doing things the right way for Arizona. Right now, take $5,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Bronco Sport models, $6,500 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Explorers, and even $9,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford F-150, STX, XLT, and Lariat models. The window is closing and the temperature is rising at Earnhardt Ford. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals and center Yelda Froholt have agreed to a 2-year extension that will keep the center in Arizona through 2028. For details on the contract, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks were crushed 7-0 by the Chicago Cubs last night at Chase Field. Game 2 of the series is tonight in downtown Phoenix. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Clay Holmes. And the Phoenix Mercury host the Washington Mystics tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. Kelsey Plum will make her Mercury home debut. This report is brought to you by Genesis of Scottsdale. Experience real luxury felt behind the wheel at Genesis of Scottsdale. Elevate every journey and step into extraordinary at genesisofscottsdale.com.
It kills me not to know this, but I've all but just forgotten what the...
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How did last night fare for the Diamondbacks against the Cubs? And was Ketel Marte present? The Bernsey and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
This world has forgotten.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke. There was a unique storyline in that game last night, Wolf, that kind of you can pull out of. The game itself was miserable. 7-0 loss to the Cubs.
Yes.
There's really no debating that.
No.
There weren't any positives to come out of that game.
The Cubs just looked like the better team. Now, it's one game out of 162. Yeah. They just looked like the better team in all areas.
You know, I guess if there's a positive, it's that the Padres and Phillies both lost. So it ultimately,
that's a positive.
It's ultimately just a missed opportunity for the Diamondbacks to gain ground and see how they bounce back tonight. But there was the storyline where Merrill Kelly felt like Quentin Berry, the Chicago Cubs third base coach, was essentially looking into his glove, stealing not signs, but how he was gripping the ball and then relaying it to his players. So this falls into one of those gray areas in baseball where, like, okay, it's not against the rules. Is it against the unwritten rules? Wherever you come out on that, Merrill wasn't happy. He wasn't the only Diamondback that wasn't happy, but he was especially unhappy.
Yeah, that was, man, it was crazy to actually see that. The Cubs third base coach, Quentin Berry, he seemed to be peaking, of course, and signaling to the Cubs and relaying to the hitters, of course, what was going on. And this has been going on, by the way. How long would you say in Major League Baseball?
Regular baseball guy. How
could
long
we
has
say
baseball
100
been a sport?
years?
125 years? I would probably even longer.
The sport started. Since
I was just going to say,
yeah, it's got to be like 140 years.
I just, so
some
me
guy that
once,
was operating a train was pitching 5 games a week.
And, listen, Brian Kaplan, of course, and Jeff Bannister, they were all over it, man. And Flaherty, the Cubs bench coach, was barking. Mm-hmm. He was barking, and Banny and Kaplan were barking, and Merrill Kelly was up on the top step and yelling at Quentin Berry. I mean,
Merrill Kelly wouldn't leave when he got pulled from the game. I mean, look, everybody knows this. Usually when the starting pitcher gets pulled, they're kind of not in the dugout for at least a little bit. They're going and they're getting treatment or whatever. They come back with ice wrapped around their shoulder. They go shower, whatever. Like, he didn't leave. He stood on the very top step and just
he was still yelling at him, yelling at the back of his head.
Yeah, but then there was also a good stretch where he was just, I mentioned this earlier, they kept showing the camera angle where here's Quentin Berry. Okay, he's coaching third, but hey, that's Merrill behind him, just staring at him, staring daggers into the back of his head for an entire inning.
And, they were talking about this on the broadcast as well, and just talking about the fact that, okay, BB was saying, hey, he's not allowed to go out of the box, and he wasn't going out of the box, the coaching box.
Yeah.
He wasn't. And, because of that, he by all accounts, he was okay. But it appeared as though he was signaling to some guys as to what was coming. And, this has been going on from the very beginning of baseball. So if you're not trying to steal signals, you're not trying in the game of baseball.
I mean, it's a slippery slope. You don't want to become the Houston Astros from a few years ago. But I get what you're saying. It didn't look like Quentin Berry was really cheating.
No, what were they? Yeah, once again, what were they doing? The Astros were doing something completely different.
They were banging on trash cans using cameras. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This wasn't that, but you don't want to just go down that slope of, hey, everything's okay. Here's Merrill, because he was pretty upset, and here he is after the game.
We just thought he was relaying signs. We thought he had something on my changeup. We thought he was giving, especially the lefties. Every time I was throwing a changeup, we felt like he was relaying that.
Here's more.
That's stealing signs is as old as baseball. I think it's a little bull when when it comes from the coach. I think, if it's a guy on second base and they see the grip in your glove, or if the hitters can see something that you're doing with your glove, I think that's fair game. I think guys have been doing that since the beginning of baseball. I think it's a little bush league when it comes from outside that. I think inside the lines is one thing. I think the guys that are standing outside the lines, I think it's a little bush league. That being said, I got to take a look at what I'm doing, because clearly he had something, and obviously if he has it, then other people will probably pick up on it as well. So I got to figure out and do better on my part to not give it away. But yeah, I think it should stay between the players.
You see, okay, I love Merrill, and you know how to respect him greatly.
Yeah,
my goodness, are you kidding me? Yet at the same time, I would disagree with him respectfully on that in regard to the coaches that are out there as well. The coaches, in any sport, they're trying to help their team win in any way that they possibly can. And if they see you're tipping your pitches somehow, some way, and want to signal to some of the guys, I got no problem with that. I really don't. It's part of the game. It's just like a coach standing on the sideline and he sees something with an offense in the National Football League. A coach is standing there, a defensive coach, and he says, hey, every time they get into this formation and this personnel group, this is what they're doing. And you know what? We need to tell you what they're doing. And again, it's a situation that's been going on forever in the game of baseball. And I've got a problem with you cheating when you have cameras and things of that nature involved. Yeah, I've got a big problem with that. But if you're just out there and you're looking at how a guy is working his glove and you're tipping your pitches, that's part of the game.
I tend to agree with you. I mean, I thought it was interesting that Merrill drew the distinction between I get it. Like, players can steal signs. Coaches doing it is a different level in his mind. He's probably not the only player that feels that way. I mean, he said it, you said it, that players stealing signs is as old as baseball. Well, so is pitchers getting angry about it. He has every right to be upset about it. That he wasn't the only one. I tend to agree with you where it's not like Quentin Berry did anything illegal.
Yeah.
It's just you get nervous when, then where do you draw the line? Like, you and I, common sense, draw the line. You can't be using cameras and banging on trash cans.
Yes.
But other teams would be like, hey, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. That was the Astros rallying cry when they were doing that,
Yeah, but once again, it involved cameras.
Well, they were cheating.
Yes.
There's no way around it.
I'm just saying, too, it used to be a situation in the National Football League based earnings, once again, where there were some guys who would signal in the plays. And there are other guys, and you'll see this all the time, guys that are faking the signal call, right? Because you really don't know who's the guy that's doing it. Well, you know what? If you could actually decipher who was actually doing it, there were coaches that would have a guy that's all he did the entire game was look over there and try to figure out who it was that actually was signaling in the plays and trying to record them as to what they were doing to signal in the play so they could actually go, every time he makes this hand motion, guess what they're playing? They're playing quarters. I mean,
Jim Harbaugh
this is what
put his
you're
coach
doing.
on the other team's sideline.
I'm just saying, this is what you do. You try to steal their signs and figure it out and say, hey, listen, I know what they're calling. And if you know what they're calling, man, maybe you have an advantage.
Quick ruling from behind the glass. You guys good with this or no good with this? Jamal, Rick?
Oh, I'm good with it. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, who cares?
Jamal?
I'm not mad at either side.
Who cares? Well, everybody cares.
You're not mad at either side. Is that what you said?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy that Merrill was getting upset about it, but I'm also like, don't do it. Like change something.
Yeah. Okay.
Like if you're gonna use it as an advantage and it's not cheating, do it.
Okay.
No, I don't think that people should care about if the coach is doing it. I think it's fine. Stop tipping your pitches.
All right. Well, that's basically what Merrill said.
Yeah.
Just not in those words. He used a little more colorful language. The new Ain't No Fang just dropped. Alex Weiner and Dave Burns tackling the Ketel Marte situation and whether the Diamondbacks can keep up in the pennant chase. Listen on ArizonaSports.com, the app, or wherever you get your podcasts. When we come back, we are closing in on that 53-man roster. So what is the Cardinals roster going to look like when it is ultimately finalized? We're going to dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Field bars 2-2. is hit to left, but it's right at Ian Happ, who will make the catch, and that's your ball game. The Cubs come into town and just flatten the Diamondbacks 7-0.
In front of the home crowd is wild. Oof. More Arizona sports takes on what happened at Chase Field last night coming to you on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment-free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OEC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, Wolf, I hold in my hands Tyler Drake's 53-man roster. Right here. Do you hear it?
Yeah, I hear it. Yeah, okay. That's cool.
I have ESPN's too, but I didn't print that out. But I did go through and just look to see where they differed. Not much, honestly. They each projected 53-man rosters. Tyler, we just had him on, said that he had put his out before the Josh Sweat news yesterday, which is true. ESPN put theirs out before the Josh Sweat news, too. So actually, ESPN doesn't have Josh Sweat on their roster. So that's one of the 3 spots they differed.
I see.
But other than that, like ESPN has 7 receivers. Tyler has 6. So ESPN has Simi Fehoko. That's about it. ESPN has Jonah Williams on the D-line. They have 7 D linemen. Tyler has 6.
I think TD wanted you to know that. He came out first with his, right? He came out before he didn't look at the ESPN 53-man roster, correct?
No, he was saying he put his out before the Josh Sweat news broke, and he still put Josh Sweat on his roster.
Yes.
Which, because he figured he was coming off the pup list pretty soon. But by and large, pretty similar. I mean, it seems like the real competition is at receiver. Is there any way they would keep 7?
No.
So
I just don't see that.
You're more Tyler than ESPN on that one. Tyler has 6, ESPN has 7.
Okay, yeah, that'd be really, really tough. Now, I will say, of course, Simi Fehoko is he is an excellent teams player as well, and that's something you've got to take into consideration here. I think only having 3 tight ends for the most part, especially with a team that loves 13 personnel the way that I think Mike LaFleur and the Arizona Cardinals are going to love themselves some 13 personnel going forward. I think that is an area they're going to have to address at some point in time. Many times as well, you can take an offensive tackle. You can take a guy, an offensive lineman, of course, and you can put him as a tight end and go 13 heavy. They call it 13 heavy personnel, where one of those tight ends is actually going to be an offensive lineman. So you can do a lot of different things, but I think the running back room and keeping 4 running backs, I think that probably is going to happen. Many teams do only keep 3, and then they'll keep a 4th on the practice squad, of course, or try to massage that somehow, some way. So it's going to be tough, but I think 6 for the wide receiver room is all you can actually keep.
It's interesting because, and I'm just looking at these 2. I mean, we know Tyler. Tyler does a great job, and obviously ESPN does a really good job at this stuff too. They're so similar across the board, but on offense, the only difference is that ESPN also has them keeping Simi Fehoko. Every other player, 25 other players, they're in lockstep. And running back in particular, I find interesting because at the start of all this, it was, okay, well, you got Jeremiah Love, Tyler Algier, James Conner. Are you really going to keep a 4th running back to keep Trey Benson around? Maybe this guy has trade value.
Right.
He was the 2nd running back drafted a couple years ago. He has shown flashes. He just hasn't been on the field enough. There are teams that need running backs. Well, then they waive Trey Benson. I'm sure some team's he's probably going to be playing for some team at some point this season. You're probably going to be picking up in your fantasy football league in week 9 when he's like the Vikings running back.
I think you're right about that.
But
he's so talented.
Yeah, and just running backs all get hurt. But it looks like, and I agree with these, that the Cardinals are probably going to, even without Trey Benson, still keep 4 running backs because of Bam Knight.
Yeah. Man, that is honestly, Corey Kiner, too. Once again, I really was impressed with how Corey Kiner ran the ball.
Would you try to hide him on the practice squad if you were already keeping 4?
I think that's coming. There's no doubt about that. Could you actually go ahead and massage your way into a 53, keep Simi Fehoko, a 7th wide receiver, and maybe only go with 3 running backs, thinking you could actually get Bam Knight back? Of course, after the cut, after he cleared waivers.
Risky, though.
It is risky, there's no doubt. But when you think of the running back room and you think of, okay, James Conner, and again, we all question the health. And when is that going to be something that is going to materialize and we're going to actually see James Conner? I don't know, but I hear he's doing well. And because of that, that makes me think James Conner, Jeremiah Love, Tyler Algier, those 3 guys, and maybe you can massage, because Simi Fehoko is that good of a team's player.
Yeah.
That good. You can't keep 7 wide receivers on your 53-man roster.
Even if
you cannot.
Really just going to be strictly a return man? Well, would you, the number 5 targets last year as a receiver?
Well, I'm just saying, for Chicago.
Yeah.
2 receptions, 5 targets on the year. Played 17 games. That's how good he is as a special teams guy. So, again, it's going to be interesting to see how they do this because, again, Simi Fehoko, I don't think he clears waivers. I think somebody might pick him up because of how good he is in transition.
It feels like he does. This is 2 years in a row where it seems like he's done everything they've asked in camp and in the preseason games. I mean, he's having a pretty good preseason, but he seems to be the guy that's stuck in the numbers crunch each year. And just to be clear, when I say exposing Bam Knight is risky, it's not like I'm saying Bam Knight's going to win NFL MVP this year.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that if you go into week one and you only have Jeremiah Love, Tyler Algier, and James Conner as your running backs, I don't know if James Conner or Jeremiah Love are healthy for week one. You know what I mean? So you're going to go to week one with just Tyler Algier and maybe Corey Kiner if he's on your practice squad. Like, that's why I think Bam Knight has a little more value than you would have anticipated at the start of camp.
Yeah, but that's, it always comes down to this. Okay, 4 running backs, you're going to keep 4 running backs. You're going to keep 4. That 4th guy better really be really good at special teams, just like you're going to keep 7 wide receivers. That 7th guy better be really good at special teams. The 6th guy better be really good. Even maybe the 5th guy as well. You need these guys that are on the depth chart to back you, that are backing up. You need these guys to be teams dudes. And I know that, Bam Knight definitely is a guy that contributes as well. I just think Simi Fehoko contributes more.
What about on defense? Anything really jumping out to you on defense? I mean, for the most part, again, this is pretty even across the board. Tyler has Elijah Jones as a 6th cornerback. ESPN only has 5 corners. The safety rooms are pretty much what you would expect. Same with the inside linebackers. Mostly the same with the D-line as well. I mean, it's a long way of saying it feels like most of the position battles are fairly ironed out already.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think they're pretty standard here. I would agree with everything that Tyler has in regard to keeping 6 defensive linemen. The outside linebackers, maybe only 5. Maybe Iku Leota is a guy that you might let go. I would say that Carson Shire, by the way, is oh my goodness, guys.
He's been noticeable.
This guy, his tackle on the opening kickoff was the highlight of the game for me.
Yeah.
It was the highlight of the game.
And he had a real memorable tackle on a kick in the previous game, too.
That's right. This is not happening by accident. This dude is a dog. He hit Maffa. Yeah, it was Maffa. Phil Maffa. He hit him so hard that Maffa came off the ground and spun around in midair. I mean, seriously, as a wedge buster that went to 4 Pro Bowls based on needs, I've never seen a dude get hit as hard as Maffa got hit.
Thank you to all wedge busters out there.
Thank you, wedge busters.
Shire hit him so hard that it knocked him into the air and he spun in the air. I mean, it was that brought me off the couch.
This is where the Cardinals have had more success in the drafts with Monty, is the later round picks. I mean, Carson Shire was the 183rd pick in the draft, so it's not like a gimme that he's going to be a player, but he looks like a player.
He looks like
they got
a
somebody
player.
there.
Yeah, Carson Shire, dog. It's going to make a lot of Cardinal fans forget about me because that dude can tackle. I could never tackle. I was the guy that I'd block you to the ground. You know what I mean? That was me. Carson Shire is killing people like I never killed people.
He's going to be a wolf player.
Metaphorically speaking, of course.
Oh, yeah.
If he's on the team, he's going to be a wolf guy for sure. Also interesting to note, I don't see B.J. Ojulari on either of these lists.
Yeah.
Something we can get into later on. All right, when we come back, sounds like Cattell's coming back next week against the Phillies of all teams. What has to happen between now and then for this return to actually work? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
One, does he want to be here, right? Because that's been circulating out there in the ether for forever. And now that he's activated, is his offseason program enough to get him ready? Because he's done nothing with the team until I'm seeing images of him today on the field. He's practicing with the guys today for the first time this year, this entire year. Is he going to be ready?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
True luxury isn't just seen, it's felt behind the wheel. Welcome to Genesis of Scottsdale, where every visit feels first class. Step into our showroom and experience the spacious, family-sized 2026 GV80 3.5T and the strikingly athletic GV80 Coupe. Both flagship SUVs pair commanding power with handcrafted interiors, intuitive technology, and iconic design engineered entirely around you. And for a limited time, well-qualified buyers can unlock exclusive 0% financing on both models. Elevate every journey. Step into extraordinary today at genesisofscottsdale.com or visit our showroom at 15345 North Scottsdale Road.
0% APR up to 48 months on select 2026 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance on approved credit. Monthly payment of $20.83 per thousand financed. Competitive owner bonus up to $1,500. Varies by model. Cannot combine with loyalty offers. Excludes tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $998 protection package, and dealer options. In September 8th, 2026. See dealer for full details.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises. And right now, we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals and center Yelda Froholt have agreed to a 2-year extension that will keep the center in Arizona through 2028. For details on the deal, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks were crushed 7-0 by the Chicago Cubs last night at Chase Field. Game 2 of the series is tonight in downtown Phoenix. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Clay Holmes. And the Phoenix Mercury host the Washington Mystics tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. Kelsey Plum will make her Mercury home debut. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. Talking Stick Resort's Wicked Ball at Studio 1-on-1 is on Friday, October 30th. DJs, special guest appearances, and compete for a share in the $15,000 costume contest. That would be a nice amount of money. Buy your tickets now at TalkingStickResort.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and every game feels like a must-win for the Diamondbacks. Today is no different. We'll get you updated on the state of our baseball team tomorrow. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, well, it sounds like Ketel Marte is coming back next Monday against the Phillies. That's the plan. So for all the talk over the last week or so of like, okay, can he ever come back and play for this team? The Diamondbacks have actually been pretty consistent. I mean, when we talked to Mike Hazen last week, he said the hope is that they can work this out and he comes back. Torrey's been pretty consistent as well. It's all great to say. They got 2 more games against the Cubs in this series. Then they actually have 4 games in 3 days against San Francisco, but then oddly have Sunday off, and then Monday at home against the Phillies. That's when Ketel is eligible to come off the injured list, and that's when it sounds like they think he will come off the injured list. So I ask you now, Wolf, how's this going to work?
Oh, I know. This is so critical right now. You played a cut from Torey Lovello a little bit earlier in this broadcast, and it was Torey talking about we're trying to create a soft environment for him, or a soft landing. I'm
Want me to play it?
Yes, I'd love to hear that again. Listen to this, Basinonians.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking about. Yeah, I think that'll be the 10th day or 11th day. So there's definitely a strategy to get him back on the field, get him healthy when he's over at Salt River. I failed to mention what his progression was today. Joe Mather went over today and he hit in the lab. He was doing a lot more baseball activity. He was finally cleared to take some BP today. So very encouraging. Joe liked what he saw for a day 1 return. He's going to have, several days to go out and continue to get that build up and be as ready as possible. If it's possible to get him ready for Philly, we would definitely take the at-bats.
All right, not that one, so let's try this one.
It just probably depends on the individual. We're trying to create the softest space for him to reemerge back into this environment, and that's up to him however he wants to do it. I cannot force a human being to do something that I want to do, or anybody in this room wants to do, or a fan wants to do. One of the things that made Ketel such an extraordinary player is that he goes to the beat of his own drum, and I respect that. I don't know some of the answers to that question because I've talked to just about every player, and I know how they feel. But it's a very individualized situation. How are you taking this day by day, and what are you willing to do to help is the mindset in that clubhouse. With Ketel, he's very private and he's very quiet, and it's hard to extract information from him. And we all know that we can retreat if we go back to disagreements that we've had with loved ones or family members, brothers, sisters, parents. Sometimes you pull back and you want to just retreat and survey. Maybe that's what he's done. So I have not talked to him, but the one day at Salt River, and I'm allowing him to have his space. When it's time, it'll be time.
You know what I love about that? It's a little bit earlier right there. Back it up. The soft space that's trying to be created here. But once again, Torey Lovello is not trying to control how Ketel should be viewed in the clubhouse. I think that's really interesting.
It's important, I think.
He's important. Why do you say that, Luke? Because he's letting everyone else make their own opinion.
They're going to make their own opinion.
They are.
If you come
well
along,
done.
and this isn't a Tory thing. If any manager comes along and is like, hey, you're all going to like it. You start telling people how to feel.
Yep.
You lose them.
Yes.
You cannot tell somebody how to feel.
Yes. So I love the fact that he's allowing them to actually make up their own mind. To Ketel Marte, I would say, Ketel, full apology with no excuses. Full apology. Because right now, based on what I'm hearing, there really isn't a good reason as to why you didn't show up at Fenway Park. Doesn't seem like that.
The more we go into this, the more I think we're all going through what Tory said the other day of he went from being concerned for Ketel to feeling betrayed. That's essentially how he said. He used those keywords, concerned and betrayed. And that's kind of what this feels like. When we were talking about this last Tuesday, it was like, man, this is really messed up. You and I were talking about, like, it's so messed up.
Yep.
He must have a really good reason. Something must have really happened.
That's right. That's right.
And now we're a week later, and we have not heard a good reason. It doesn't sound like his teammates have heard a good reason. It sounds like, again, whether this is true or not, it sounds like he didn't want to play last Monday. Tory said, you have to. And he's like, then I'm out. That's what it sounds like, and it's been 8 days now. So if that's the case, he's going to have to explain that to his teammates.
So once again, Ketel Marte, full apology to your teammates with no excuses. Don't try to characterize. No excuses whatsoever. Full apology, full stop. Number 2, shut your mouth. No social media stuff. Don't say anything about it. Eat it up. Eat up what you did. Shut your mouth. No social media. And number 3, do your job. Those 3 things. Full apology, shut your mouth, do your job.
Well, he continues to post on social media. I don't know if you guys saw on his Instagram story, he was running around doing cone drills, and he also posted some picture of him just in a D-backs uniform playing.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, Wolf. I don't have a problem if he's posting that stuff. It's the more like the cryptic stuff that makes it sound like he feels like he's the victim in the situation. That's the stuff because then you're going to explain that to your teammates too.
Don't do it.
If there are victims in this situation, they are his teammates that have played all season through injury. It's guys like Erod and guys that are fighting through all the injuries that they've had in the rotation that have kept this team in it, or Corbin Carroll coming back from a broken bone in his hand to start the season, or Jerry playing through, and those guys having to answer questions about Ketel Marte when he didn't give them the answers.
Yeah.
So those are the people he has to talk to. He's got to talk to the whole team, not just those guys. But what you said about the apology, my stance on this has kind of been like, if I were his teammate, I personally wouldn't need an apology. I would need an explanation. But I do think as a team, they probably are. If anybody in that room feels like they need an apology, he's got to apologize.
Yeah. Well, once again, if Tory felt betrayed, something happened here that is wrong. And that's why he needs to take full responsibility for his own actions, apologize, shut his mouth, do your job. Because this is really important, because, Basinonians, dudes are going to be watching Ketel closely. Very closely.
Well, yeah, I mean,
they may not even say anything to him. They're going to watch him.
Do you think that everything you just said, and I agree, that's pretty much all he can do right away, and then go out there and hit 4 home runs, too, that would help.
Do your job.
Although that brings up a whole other thing of, like, if they can't score runs for the next week and then he comes in and is hitting the ball all over the place, you'd be like, hey, thanks, could have used that last week. It's going to be a real dicey situation. Everything you just said, I pretty much agree with, but I don't know. That's not going to solve everything.
No.
It's going to take time, and I don't know if he's on this team next year anyway. Even
talking about this year.
Yeah, even if he comes back Monday, there's still a lot up in the air.
What needs to happen? Full apology, shut your mouth, do your job, because dudes are watching.
You think they get that?
I think so. It's the only way you're going to bring him back.
Does it, real quick, I know we have to go to break, but considering he had to apologize to the team last year for guys that were here last year, how much do words really matter?
Yeah, but what if you didn't? What if you didn't apologize?
No, that's not going to work.
It's not going to work.
I'm just trying to figure out if anything's going to work.
Either way, I would roll my eyes if I was his teammate.
I'm just telling you right now, you're going to get up there and not apologize for what you did. bro.
Yeah, he can't just show up and be like, hey, guys, I'm here to play.
Yeah.
Like nothing happens. Win tickets to the Sun Devils season opener, ASU taking on Morgan State September 5th at Mountain America Stadium. Enter to win a pair of tickets at the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. By the way, that is a week from this Saturday. All right, when we come back, let's talk some college football.
Okay.
I think we've all just kind of unified that there's one team everybody in the country is rooting against. I don't know. Let's get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings. Not only was he not in the dugout with his team on Friday, he wasn't in the facility, he wasn't in the stadium. He was spotted at a casino.
Yeah.
Which, again, players have lives. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't.
Gambling's legal.
Gambling
Players have
is
lives.
legal.
There's nothing wrong with going to a casino.
I thought you crystallized it perfectly in your column on Arizona Sports. In a series of things that have been bad looks for Ketel Marte, it's just another one.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Arizona, it's time for you to listen up to level up, of course. Yeah, I love the old listen up to level up. Ron Wolfley here. Tim Hovick's summer sales event at Santan Ford. It's bringing the heat, man. Right now, you can drive home a new Ford with no payments for 90 days. Stop and think about that for a minute. No payments for 3 months. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Plus, you get a free 2-year maintenance program. That's how you attack the summer, brothers. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it right now. Whether you love the Ford Expedition, maybe it's the Ford Mustang, the Ford F-150. That's what I drive. Whatever it is, now is the time. It's an easy drive. The Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. No payments for 90 days. Free 2-year maintenance. Head on over to Tim Hovick, Santan Ford. I am Santan Ford.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250, micro. And yes, I told you so.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together. Not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth. But here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
The all-new Kia Seltos is here, and Earnhardt Peoria Kia has the one you're looking for. With a bigger body and a bold sport-tuned design, with an advanced digital cockpit, with enhanced safety features, and with a payment you'll love. Starting at only $239 a month, plus tax, with approved credit from Kia Finance. Cars you love from a trusted name in Arizona for over 75 years. That's Earnhardt. So get yourself a Kia Seltos at an awesome payment the no bull way at Earnhardt Peoria Kia today. Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue north of Bell Road, and always online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
24-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Example VIN reference 19710. $37.99 due at signing. Excludes government fees. Tax, title, license, $6.99 document fee, $9.99 protection package, and dealer options. Expires August 31st, 2026. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for more details.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra. LaFleur versus LaFleur. The Cardinals and Packers joint practice is shaping up to be more memorable than most. The Diamondbacks were shut out by the Cubs, but didn't lose any ground in the wildcard race. Merrill Kelly called the Cubs stealing signs Bush League. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra.
Well, if that was Bush League, what is college football turning into?
Oh, my goodness. Rules, please.
You know, when did we get to the point where random courts are deciding what can or can't happen in college football? There is an NCAA, isn't there?
Yes. Where is it?
How do they have no power at all?
This is just an absolute mess. College football, especially college athletics, but college football, I would say in particular, man, is an absolute unmitigated mess.
Can you imagine random courts across the country telling the NFL who can and can't play and you know what players are eligible and when? And I'm not talking about like somebody gets arrested. That's different. But I'm just like eligibility or this or that. Or this guy gambled, but he could help my team in my city, so he's eligible to play. Imagine doing that stuff with the NFL. I understand college football isn't the NFL, but it's turning into it. It's turning into the NFL, except with no rules. And how many coaches have we heard say this? I mean, there's a cut from Kenny Dillingham a couple weeks ago saying, I'm almost at the point where I don't care what the rules are. Just tell us what they are.
Yeah.
It's so far past the wild, wild west that it's the amount of times we have to look through legal documents to prepare for a college football game is getting ridiculous.
Can I just say this as well? I love the SEC and the statement they came out in regard to professional football players actually coming back and playing college football. Mm-hmm. Did you see this?
I did.
Okay. What? You were going to say something.
LSU's in the SEC, and they don't seem to care.
Okay. This is what the SEC stated, basically. I'm going to read this to you. College athletes, not former professional athletes, have been at the heart of the Southeastern Conference. Individuals who choose to leave college athletics, sign professional playing contracts, and compete professionally should not then be permitted to return to college competition. Allowing that to occur will blur the line between college and professional sports, create significant competitive equity concerns, and reduce opportunities for high school and current college athletes. College sports are for college athletes. The current confusion around national eligibility standards emphasizes the need to advance the Protect College Sports Act. Period. The SEC just made the statement.
Okay. What conference is LSU in?
The SEC, I believe.
And Daquan Wright's coming back from the NFL to play for Lane Kiffin?
Yes. Well, once again, you've got the rogue head coach, Lane Kiffin, who we all know doesn't really care about anything but Lane Kiffin.
Yes. Here he is. He talked yesterday why he's you just read the statement from the SEC and why Lane Kiffin, who at this point you almost just picture him as the guy that's gone so far beyond breaking all the unwritten rules that he doesn't care anymore. But he was asked, okay, well then why are you recruiting this guy that was just in the NFL?
We have, made a decision to recruit some kids around the country. And, through these multiple injunctions around the country, which this is not a first time, and in college sports for a while, a group of players were granted a 5th year of eligibility around the country in multiple sports. And through them winning their injunction and entry into the portal, they're available to recruit. And so ourselves, like many places around the country, are recruiting them. And at the end of the day, because of these rulings, they're either going to play for you or they're going to play somewhere else around the country. So, we've made a decision to recruit them, like probably most people are.
Yeah. Once again, I'm sorry, but standards matter. And this is the reason why they have got to figure this stuff out, because this shall not pass. It cannot pass to me. And by the way, what are you doing? If you're literally a 22, 23-year-old guy that's going and playing in the NFL and coming back to play against what are you doing? Dude,
that's a whole other part
up.
of this conversation.
Bone up.
I mean, look, the big picture here is this isn't just about LSU. I mean, I think if you're not an LSU fan, I think we're all rooting against LSU at this point. Maybe I was late to the party. I've lost a ton of respect for Lane Kiffin over the last, 9 months. I know people questioned him a lot before that. I know he's done some questionable stuff and some shady stuff. To me, it's not that he's recruiting an NFL player to play for. I mean, at this point, I expect it from Lane Kiffin. It's still bailing on your team during the college football playoff and pulling their assistant coaches away to hamper their chances of winning, when a lot of those guys that came there for you, those kids, those players, you're hurting their chances just because you're Lane Kiffin and you don't care about anybody except yourself. But then there's also stuff like this. Todd Monken from the Cleveland Browns the other day just threw it out there in passing, like, I guess, okay, maybe this is why Lane Kiffin was reaching out to me. Well, here's Lane Kiffin.
There's some inaccuracies in that story, but I don't know. Maybe someone else called them that said they were me, So I actually don't know Todd. So I guess somebody left him a text or call that was me, because I don't know him or have his number.
So here's the thing.
Wow.
I don't know who's telling the truth here, but I don't trust anything Lane Kiffin says.
I know. Like history matters. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, he might just be a compulsive liar. I don't know at this point.
Yeah, and once again, too, when I think of Daquan Wright specifically, I think of the player, ladies and gentlemen. I just don't understand how you do this. I don't understand how you do this. Now, again, I guess technically, if you've got a year of eligibility and you want to come back to the college level and play, and people might actually give you money. I don't know his personal situation. I do not. But this is something that I'm so happy to see the SEC take a stand on and say, this is not going to happen.
But they're not.
We are not going to allow this.
But it sounds like they're going to allow it.
No, they've made a statement against this happening. Now, once again, they're going to have to go through the courts, Luke, and you know how that is. But at least they're stepping up, saying this should not be the norm by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, the Big Ten is actually passing a rule, supposedly today, that stops players returning from the NFL to come back and play for one of the Big Ten schools. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. If Daquan Wright is playing on LSU this season, then the SEC is just saying words. And the Big Ten is apparently actually passing a rule. Now, again, who has actual power to do anything? I mean, that's the bigger issue for me. It's not that Daquan Wright might go play for LSU. It's that there is nobody making consistent, enforceable rules in college football. I'm pretty sure college football generates some money. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, definitely.
So maybe it might be worth, is there somebody in charge who's like, oh, yeah, I'll get to that. I was too busy painting my house for the last 6 years. Because the apathy is what has gotten us to the point we're at right now.
Yes.
The apathy of Lane didn't really break any rules. Okay, put some rules in place then. Like, if that's your comeback every time, well, there's not really a rule for that, then put some rules in place.
Yeah, and they're going to. There's no doubt about it. The SEC is going to, or they will lose face in a big, big way. If they do, after saying this, individuals who choose to leave college athletics, sign professional playing contracts, and compete professionally should not then be permitted to return to college competition. If you don't do something about this, SEC, you are Lane Kiffin.
Especially if the Big Ten actually does something about it. I mean, those are the two conferences everybody's watching, right? And if the Big Ten's like, no, we're not going to allow it, and the SEC is like, we sure shouldn't either, but go ahead, Lane, because we won a national championship in our conference, even though they win all the time anyway, although not recently. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Oh, man. How long have you been fighting your own teeth? Yeah, it sounds weird, doesn't it? Cutting food up into little pieces. Maybe you're smiling with your lips shut. Listen, that's no way to live, and I know that because I was right there with you. But one phone call could change your whole game, man. I mean, think about it. Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned. They're led by my good friend, Dr. Joe, with over 3,000 full-mouth implants under his belt, man. Dr. Joe's so cool. I love the fact he's got the same haircut as I do. Flat top. Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix is locally owned, of course, led by my good friend. And not only that, maybe somebody's told you that you don't have enough bone for implants. Well, not everyone is a candidate. That's exactly why Aria starts with a complimentary 3D CT scan and consultation. No cost, no pressure. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria. We started newACUnit.com because we kept seeing homeowners get confused and taken advantage of.
Buying a new AC unit shouldn't be stressful.
So we built a company we'd want to buy from. Answer a few questions online and see your price instantly.
No hidden fees, no surprises. Just a seamless experience backed by our 100% money-back guarantee.
See how simple replacing your AC can be. Visit newACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. newACUnit.com.
Progressive knows you've never met Channel 6 meteorologist Daniel Hughes, but when he says it'll be sunny, you trust him. After all, he is a weather professional who knows how to use a green screen and probably went to weather school. You never went to weather school, so you hit the farmer's market in your convertible. Turns out Daniel Hughes is not dependable, but Progressive is. So bundle your home and auto insurance and get 24/7 protection and reliable coverage. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like on Wash and Wax, you can get 3 Meguiar's products for just $20. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Zach Bryan with Heaven on Tour.
Poison myself again. Something in the orange tells me you'll never
Saturday,
come
September
along.
5th, State Farm Stadium.
I wish I didn't, but I do. Remember every moment on the
With special guests, MJ Linderman and Faye Philly. Tickets are on sale now at ZachBryan.com.
I think I heard you coming.
Don't miss Zach Bryan live.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals and center Yelda Froholt have agreed to a 2-year extension that will keep the center in Arizona through 2028. For details on the contract, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks were crushed 7-0 by the Chicago Cubs last night at Chase Field. Game 2 of the series is tonight in downtown Phoenix. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Clay Holmes. The Phoenix Mercury hosts the Washington Mystics tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. Kelsey Plum will make her Mercury home debut. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Get up to $15,000 off a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Tuesday.
What up, Aria?
Down your lunch. Rick is here.
Yeah.
What's going on, Rick?
What's up, guys? There's a lot of banging and clanking ahead of above us. Has anybody heard that?
Yeah.
Somebody's on the roof, like doing something.
Well,
really?
I think, are they on the roof or just the floor above us?
Is there a floor above us? I thought it was just us and then roof.
No, there's a whole other story.
I don't know. I just worry about my floor.
Rick, how long have you been here?
I don't know. I just keep it focused on my floor.
Man.
Tunnel vision.
Okay.
Yeah, tunnel vision.
Rick is
One
a guy
game
who
at a
uses
time.
the stairs. He doesn't. Are you kidding me? He uses the stairs. He doesn't see the numbers on the elevator.
Wouldn't you wonder
a
where
third floor?
where the rest of the stairs are
I thought
going?
I went to the roof. I don't know.
We've
I just
been
work
on the
here,
roof.
man.
Were you up on the roof with us when Wolf and I looked at the? Okay, yeah. That's
Yeah.
By the way, Basinonians, there's two types of people: those that use the stairs and those that use the elevator.
True.
Figure out which one you are, and you're going to live a much happier
Well,
life.
it depends what building I'm in. If I'm in a 3-story building, I'm using the stairs. If I'm in a skyscraper in New York City, I'm probably going to take the elevator.
Probably the elevator would be wise.
But you never know.
The Arizona Cardinals activated star linebacker Josh Sweat off the physically unable to perform list yesterday. Do you guys think he will be on the Cardinals in Week 1?
Week 1, yes, I do. But each week you go into the season, I would say the percentage gets a little bit lower for me.
Yeah.
So you're saying active and playing for the Cardinals, or just are you saying in terms of he gets traded?
Yes. Will he get traded by Week 1?
I don't think he'll be traded by Week 1.
Let's see. They have a bye, of course, before.
Yeah, I mean he could. I'm not saying it's
I'm just
100%.
trying to. Can I see how things go against Green Bay before I say anything on this? Is that okay? I mean, do you mind if I go ahead?
They lay out 2 jerseys at the joint practice. One is a Green Bay Josh Sweat. One's a Cardinals
I mean,
Josh
just knock
Sweat.
it off. How often does JG talk to Josh Sweat? I'm taking notes on that. If I'm there, hey, where's Paul? So it is. Whoever's going there, we need somebody to take notes. How often does JG talk to Josh Sweat?
You better, if you're Green Bay and you're taking Josh Sweat, you better be giving us a lot back. That's the only guy in the team that sacks quarterbacks right now.
The Arizona Diamondbacks were crushed 7-0 by the Chicago Cubs last night at Chase Field. During the game, there was a spat between dugouts about Cubs third base coach Quentin Berry appearing to relay Merrill Kelly's pitches to the Chicago hitters. This takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. And it asks, as a baseball fan, how do you feel about the unwritten rules of the game? Love them, protect the integrity of the game. Indifferent, it's part of the game. Or hate them, get over it.
All of the unwritten rules, or specifically the one last night?
It said the unwritten rules.
I know. I'm looking at it. I was just asking for a Rick ruling.
you want some clarity on that.
Off of the poll question.
Okay, but I mean, for our show, what are you saying? Are you basing this on last night? Because some unwritten rules, like I get, some of them I'm like, okay,
No,
it's not 1953.
I'm basing it off of, sure, we can base it off of last night's game.
I will say this. Wolf and I were talking during the break. I'm always going to back Merrill Kelly. I mean,
Yeah.
ASU's own. But it would have been weird if you're Quentin Berry and your team loses and your team can't score runs and you go into the locker room after the game. You're like, oh, yeah, I knew what they were throwing. I just didn't want to tell you guys because, unwritten rules. So as much as I get why Merrill as an actual competitor is frustrated in the moment, I don't think the Cubs necessarily crossed any lines last night. I'm indifferent towards the unwritten rules of baseball because some of them I totally buy into. Some of them are outdated.
I'm indifferent to this rule, unwritten rule of baseball, okay? In regard to stealing, oh my goodness. Do you have any idea? We all do. We all know they've been trying to steal signs forever, from the very beginning. That's what they've been doing. And because of that, again, it's part of the game, and I understand they were coaches, okay? They were out in the coaching box. Hey, the coaches actually are trying to get their team to win as well. Are they going to be part of everybody, first of all, is trying to steal signs? Everybody. Are they going to be part of that? Yes, everybody is going to be part of that. So, to me, I'm indifferent on it, man.
It would have been weird, though, don't you agree? Let's say the Diamondbacks won last night 2-0, and Quentin Berry goes in the locker room for the Cubs, and the Cubs are like, man, we just could not figure Merrill out. And he's like, oh, yeah, I knew what he was going to throw.
Yeah.
Hey, Coach, why not tell us? Well, I didn't think I should.
Yeah, it's an unwritten rule.
I wanted to see you guys work it out for yourself.
They're trying to steal your signs, just like every player is trying to steal signs.
So, Luke, you asked for Rick Rulemaker. You guys both said indifferent. I'm going to overrule you guys. I'm going to vote hate him, get over it. I do not care that the third base coach is stealing signs. Again, get a bigger glove. Stop showing your signs.
So
come on.
You're basing this just on last night, though. That's why I was asking, because there are some unwritten rules in baseball that I think really still have a place.
Yes, I agree with that.
Ones, though? Like, I'm trying to think about it, and I don't see any ones like you shouldn't get beamed in the head if you toss your bat. I'm sorry.
I don't know if that's an unwritten rule.
Yeah,
it used to be that if you showed up the pitcher.
You went right to.
Don't give up a home run.
No, but you can get brushed off the plate. You can. There's a little policing in the game.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not throwing at somebody's head.
What if you accidentally hit the guy in the face? Come on.
Well, the unwritten rule I would say is don't hit a guy in the face.
How about you don't give up a home run?
First of all, too, the unwritten rule of, hey, don't try to lay down a sacrifice bunt in the 7th inning when a guy's got a perfect game.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry on that one. Dude,
I have a problem
I'm trying
with
to
that
beat you. I'm going to do everything I can to beat you.
If there's 2 outs in the 9th inning and, you're throwing a perfect game and the score's 11-0, then yeah, okay, I'm not laying down a bunt.
I agree with that.
But when they were going off on Tim Tawa a couple weeks ago, it was the 5th inning. They're trying to win the game.
I think it was the 6th.
Oh, well, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know where the cutoff is.
Please, knock it off.
Anyway, apparently people do like the unwritten rules. Or are at least indifferent about them. Because indifferent, it's part of the game, leads at 48%. Love them, protect the integrity of the game, 30%. And hate them, get over it, is at 22%. I thought I would win here, okay?
I just picture Merrill clicking over and over again, just sitting at home.
All right.
Come on.
Arizona State linebacker Zyrus.
Actually, I picture Cattell clicking indifferent over and over again to all of them.
Goodness.
Arizona State linebacker Zyrus Fiaseu is out for the season with a lower body injury. Kenny Dillingham announced that earlier today. While he was projected to be the 3rd linebacker on the team this season, this is now the 3rd season-ending injury the Sun Devils have suffered on defense before the season has even started. At what point do these injuries start to pile up? And none of them are really starters or, players that are supposed to have that huge of an impact this year, but you're losing depth.
Yeah, you're taking hits now. I mean, the defense is probably going to be ahead of the offense anyway at the start of the season.
Yeah.
I would say ASU's defense is probably going to be way ahead of ASU's offense because we don't even know who ASU's starting quarterback is yet. ASU has a potential for a great receiving room, but the top 3 guys are all new. You have a lot of new guys, O-line, running back. Like their offense is largely new. So I would say, especially early in the year when the 2nd game is at College Station and the 3rd one is on the other side of the planet, ASU is going to be leaning on their defense. So I don't want to lose any more depth guys. And I certainly don't want to lose any starters.
See, that for me, that is the whole situation right now. Depth is so important, especially when you have a year-to-year proposition the way that college football is. It is just ridiculous. What a year-to-year. Man, I used to say that about the NFL, that the NFL was a year-to-year proposition. The college football, by far and away, blows that statement out of the water. And depth is always so critical because many times, even coming out of training camp, many times you're not 100% who all of your starters are. You may not be 100% who all of them are. They're still a work in progress. They're still developing. That's why you need depth. Because if somebody develops into a starter more, you need other guys who can help you out in transition as well, help you out and do other things. You need depth. And when you're losing depth, guys, that's not good.
That season 2 years ago where they went to the college football playoff, it gets lost in the shuffle because everybody looks at Scadaboo, Jordan Tyson, Sam Levitt, Kenny Dillingham. It gets lost in the shuffle how good and how deep their defense was that year.
Great point.
And I'm not saying it's necessarily going to be that good and deep this year. It's not going to be as deep because everybody keeps getting hurt. But the defense is where they have continuity this year from last year. So, can't take a whole lot more of these. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, all right, so Ketel Marte, it sounds like, is coming back early next week. Do these next few games before his return matter in terms of how he'll be received by the team and the fans? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Trey Benson, who was drafted to, in essence, eventually going to be the guy who becomes our bell cow running back. Not only has that not happened, they've had to go out, sign a running back in free agency, draft a running back in the first round, and today they cut Trey Benson. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that this happened. I guess I just look at it and I wonder what other high draft picks from the last couple of years are in jeopardy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. At Trajan Wealth, independence matters, man. They're not tied to any product line, so their advice is built around you, not a commission. That's really, really important. That's what it means to work with a true fiduciary. Visit TrajanWealth.com for more information. There's more to retirement planning than crunching numbers, of course. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they coordinate your investments, taxes, and estate plan around your actual life. So every piece is working toward the same goal. Visit TrajanWealth.com, or you can pick up the phone, brothers, and you can dial 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the Ford Summer Sales Event is still heating up at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and the temperature on these deals is off the charts. Step inside and discover something refreshing, crystal clear pricing, a relaxed and welcoming atmosphere, and savings so real you can feel them in your pocket. Now that's 75 years of doing things the right way for Arizona. Right now, take $5,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Bronco Sport models, $6,500 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Explorers, and even $9,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford F-150, STX, XLT, and Lariat models. The window is closing and the temperature is rising at Earnhardt Ford. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150 Bronco and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Now's the time to save at Freeway Chevrolet with employee pricing for everyone. Plus, up to $12,500 off select new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 model. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Savings include manufacturer rebates and dealer discounts. Actual savings will vary by model, trim, equipment, and vehicle availability. Offer excludes tax, title, license, registration, and any optional dealer-added items. Purchase price includes $589 dealer value. Offer cannot be combined with other incentives or special financing unless permitted by the manufacturer. Contact dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by August 31st, 2026.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Everything to look for in the Cardinals, Packers, joint practice, and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Okay, so Diamondbacks Cubs tonight. Diamondbacks Cubs tomorrow afternoon. Then the D-backs go to San Francisco for game Thursday, a game Friday, and 2 Saturday. Doubleheader on Saturday.
Okay.
Which that doubleheader makes it even tougher with where they are in the rotation at this point because they can't. You're condensing the game, so you can't throw a pitcher out there on a shorter rotation, but still the same amount of days rest. You know what I mean? Like you can't be, hey, it's been 5 days, so you can go out there and pitch. Well, because of the doubleheader, they're going to have to either have a bullpen day or dip into the rotation or whatever. But then they come back next Monday, Wolf, and that's when Ketel is supposed to come off the injured list.
Okay.
So there's a lot of different ways to go with this. I actually kind of want to start here. What about the fact that his first game back, if all goes according to plan, is at home?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
What's that fan reception going to be like?
Well, yeah. What is it going to be like? See, I don't think the story has been completed yet because I do believe there are a lot of Diamondback fans that are out there that are still waiting to hear why he missed at Fenway.
Which is, I think where I would be. If I weren't covering this story, if I were a fan of the team, but I didn't work in this industry. I don't – look, I understand the fans that are like, dude, I just want to cheer for my team. And I like Ketel, right? And so I kind of want this to go away. I get those people. I fully understand those. I don't get the ones who are like, this is everybody else's fault. The media created this. Torrey created this. Corbin Carroll created it. It's everybody except Ketel's fault. I don't get those people because you're not open to anything that's going on around you. But if you're just a fan of the team and you just want Ketel back because he's – your kid's favorite player, or he's your favorite player, and I get that. Like, you just want this to go away. So I think he'll actually get a decent reception at that game.
We ought to do this. We ought to have a listeners-only meeting in that regard on this very topic. We ought to do this.
On Monday? Or
at some time? No.
Okay.
We ought to do this soon at some point. How do you feel about Ketel Marte? And are you going to cheer him when he's announced? When he comes back and plays.
I think he gets more cheers than boos.
Okay.
Significantly more cheers than
boos. It's interesting because Torrey said we're trying to create the softest space for him to reemerge back into this environment, meaning the clubhouse, of course. That's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
That's what he's got to do. That's what they have to do. That's going to be, man, how difficult is that going to be? And I love the fact also that Torrey is not trying to control how other people in the clubhouse view Ketel Marte. He's not trying to control it. He's letting them have their opinion, period. Now, I'm sure, once again, He's going to say, make sure you are a good teammate at everything you do. And at the same time, he's allowing them to work through the process of embracing Ketel Marte all over again inside the clubhouse. But how will fans embrace Ketel Marte? Interesting.
I just found it interesting that, and I don't think this is planned. I think this is just kind of what's the minimum time he can spend on the injured list, because we think his knee's certainly good enough to play. If not now, then the second he comes off the injured list, and it just happened to be at home. It also just happened to be against one of the teams they're trying to run down for a playoff spot. So those games, there's not a whole lot of time of like, well, this is going to be kind of an awkward one while we all figure out how we feel about Ketel. And by the way, we're losing to Philly 11-0. You know, like you got to, those are must-win games at that point. This is Torrey. I haven't played this cut for you yet, Wolf. This is Torrey before the game yesterday. He was asked what his read is on how the locker room feels about all this.
I'm going to keep that between me and the players, if you don't mind.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, my goodness. You know, right now, is there any doubt? Is there any doubt?
I think if it was great and they were excited to have him back, he would have said that.
He would have said that. He would have been. And again, Torrey does not want to go up in front of anybody and be somebody that is opaque. He does not want to go up and lie. Doesn't want to do it. He's not going to do it. That's who Torrey is. And because of that, I think we can read into that enough. There's no doubt about it. Just him saying again, create the softest space for him to reemerge back into this environment. That says it all to me. Okay? But Torrey, how's he going to do that? He's going to let guys be guys. He's going to let guys do it. He's going to, hey, listen, I got a real problem with this issue right now. So you know what? You do your job. And that's all you can ever ask. That's all you can ever ask. But it does say to me that this is going to be really rough to reemerge Ketel Marte back into the clubhouse. I don't know why that was so hard to say.
Mel Carte.
You got to pull that, man.
Maybe he should come back as Mel Carte and see if people notice.
Not as bad as my coworker at my other job the other night who walked in and was like, hey, did you hear about Ketel Martel?
Maybe they were talking about something different. Maybe
that
sounds like a restaurant that just opened in Scottsdale.
That was so good. Pull that for me, just so I can hear it again at some point. Okay, that was. You can't actually fake that.
No,
that was totally legit.
That was right there with me saying Eduardo Rodriguez's name that one time. They got 6 games between now and then. Do you feel like these 6 games impact how he's received? And let me explain why, okay? Just look at the extremes. What if they are 0-6 in the next 6 games? And by the time he comes back, I mean, at that point, they'd essentially be out of the race. Cool, thanks for coming back now, bud. Okay, we're basically done.
That's bad.
What if they go 6-0 in those games? Hey, you know what, Ketel? We're doing pretty good without you.
Yeah.
You know, at that point, they would have been 9-2 in their last 11. They'd be on a 6-game winning streak. I'm sure they'd be well into a wild card spot at that point. Do you really want to tinker with the chemistry? Now, more likely, it's the Diamondbacks this year. They'll be 3-3 in those games or something. But if they are really extreme one way or the other, I wonder if that impacts how he's received. You missed your chance. We're done basically because you left.
I don't think there's any doubt that it would impact that perception.
With the players. I'm not saying the fans. I'm saying the players.
With the players. Yeah. No doubt about it. And again, this is the biggest issue, brothers. No offense to fans that are out there, but listen, it's about the players and how he gets along with the players when they come back. Who's going to look at him and say, dude, I can't even trust you. I can't even trust you. Are you kidding me? It's going to be really, really rough. It's all going to be based on how he's received in the clubhouse and what kind of leadership is going on inside that clubhouse as well.
It feels, if you're Ryan Waldschmidt, and he kind of said this the other day, you're a rookie.
Yeah.
You're just trying to make it in this league.
Do your job.
Ketel bailed on you last week, but that's the only time he's ever done it. if you're Kevin Ginkel, he kind of said this over the weekend too, Cattell's bailed on you multiple times over the last few years. So I got to think if somebody extends the olive branch, it's going to have to be a vet. You know what I mean? It's going to be, it's not going to be like Tommy Troy comes off the injured list. Hey guys, Cattell's back. Let's all accept him. It's going to have to be like Corbin Carroll walking up in front of everybody and being like, stop doing this to us. You're a professional athlete. Stop bailing every year in a playoff race, but we need you.
Do your job.
So it's going to have to be, I think, somebody at that level. All right, when we come back, let's get into football. Cardinals taking on the Packers this week. So you've got LaFleur versus LaFleur, but it's the fourth preseason game for the Cardinals. But then there's also joint practices. There's a lot going into this week. And, also amidst that backdrop, when are we going to see Carson Beck again?
No.
Like this week or November? Like, we can see Carson Beck at some point? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
To reemerge,
Ketel Marte was spotted at a local casino during the Diamondbacks game. People say, he didn't break any rules. No. He's a grown man. He can do what he wants. Absolutely. And people say, well, Ketel Marte is at the casino all the time. Let's use a show example on this.
Yeah.
Let's say I didn't show up to work today.
All right.
Let's say I didn't text anybody on the show that I wasn't showing up to work today.
Right.
You're wondering where I am if I'm going to walk through the door? I'm spotted at somewhere that I always am. I'm at a sports bar at 6 a.m. It's not anything out of the ordinary for me. Am I breaking any rules? Yeah. No. Am I going to get fired? Absolutely.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, this Labor Day, hit the road to savings. Yep, the Labor Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi, your man. It is so on August 25th through September 7th. 2 years ago, we bought a brand new Explorer during the Ford Labor Day sales event. Big time savings. Love our Explorer. And now it gets better because we get $5,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Ford Explorer or $3,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Bronco when you trade in your old ride. And on a 2026 Ford F-150, the truck that works as hard as you do but doubles as your weekend warrior. How about a 2026 F-150 STX or XLT and get $5,500 in trade assist cash when you trade in your old ride? Or get 2.9% for 72 months plus $1,500 in bonus cash on a 2026 F-150 STX or XLT. But hurry, the Ford Labor Day sales event ends September 7th at buyfordnow.com.
Progressive knows when it's 3 a.m. and you can't sleep, your mind starts racing, asking the big questions.
Why doesn't glue stick to the inside of the bottle? How come you never see baby pigeons? Am I breathing weird right now, or have I always breathed like this?
Progressive can't help with those questions. But if the question keeping you up at night is about your insurance, rest assured, we're here online when you need us, 24/7, 365.
But seriously, where are all the baby pigeons?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Leon was about to leave the military.
My biggest concern was, what am I going to do next?
He found out about My Computer Career and their military transition program.
The Cyber Warrior program takes you from not knowing anything about a computer at all to being a subject matter expert.
How long is that going to take?
In the span of 4 months, I was able to get 4 different certifications.
4 months? Leon's advice?
Highly recommended.
Become a certified cyber warrior in just months at mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. VA education benefits available to those who qualify.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving.
you've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals and center Yelda Froholt have agreed to a 2-year extension that will keep the center in Arizona through 2028. For details on the deal, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks were crushed 7-0 by the Chicago Cubs last night at Chase Field. Game 2 of the series is tonight in downtown Phoenix. First pitch is at 6:40, with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury host the Washington Mystics tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. Kelsey Plum will make her Mercury home debut. And ASU head coach Kenny Dillingham announced that linebacker Zaire Fiaseyu is out for the season with a lower body injury. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event going on now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shopping for a truck, crossover, or SUV, see Your Valley Chevy dealer during the Labor Day sales event, which is going on now.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Gotta say real quick, just based on what I'm seeing in our YouTube live chat,
yeah,
I'm now really interested in what the reception's going to be for Ketel Marte.
Really?
Yeah, because you've got some people in there saying I'm going to stand up and clap for this guy. You've got other people saying, like Javi said, you should be suspending this guy for the rest of the season.
Wow.
I've seen a few that are like, you're really going to stand up and clap for a guy who keeps quitting on this team? Like he's quit on the fans multiple times too.
Man.
I think Robert may have nailed it, actually. The best way to get to Marte would just be to ignore him. Like that does... You might be onto something right there. How about like that? Or take the wait and see approach, as Wolf would
there
would
we
say.
go.
Yeah.
Wait and see.
Jamar Chase, by the way. Lauren was just showed you that, and then you just showed me the apparent injury at practice today. I don't know. They haven't ruled it anything yet, but it looks like a knee injury.
It looks to me that his left knee, he hyped it badly. Now again, I don't know because it was more of a straight-on look at it, but it
just happened too.
It
like
looked
within the last
bad,
hour.
man. Yeah, no doubt.
So I just watched the play. Looks pretty bad, but according to Yanni Tregelis, he's a sports anchor in CBS Cincinnati. Jamar Chase walking on his own off the field with the trainer, doesn't look to have any limp anymore. So looks like could be dodging a bullet there.
Okay. All right, let's hope that's the case.
Well, even if he has to miss the first 3 weeks, Cincinnati never shows up those 3 weeks anyway. So as long as he's back by week 4, he's good. This is Mike LaFleur yesterday when asked about the plan for Carson Beck now.
Good with the throwing session. Still TBD in terms of what this. I guess we play Friday. This Friday will look like.
Man, I'm tired of this. I really am. I am tired of this. I wanted Carson back. Oh.
This is like an amazing movie trailer. Remember movie trailers when they used to show them on TV? This is like some trailer comes out for a movie and everybody's like, dude, we got to go see that. And then the movie's like, and we're set to come out next week. And then the movie doesn't come out for 4 years.
Look.
That's what this is. Carson Beck was amazing in that Hall of Fame game, and we haven't seen him since outside of a little bit of practice.
This makes me sick, Basinonians, that this is happening. Carson Beck, how badly did this guy need game 2? Game 2 of the preseason. I thought we'd see him in all 4 preseason games.
Yeah.
All 4.
That's why I cared about this preseason.
Yes, exactly. Carson Beck not playing makes me sick, Basinonians. All of the experience that he could have been getting, it just makes me sick. It makes me want to hurl, man, for him. The Hall of Fame game, let's check that box. That was great. Raiders, empty box. Cowboys, empty box. And honestly, looks like the Packers is going to be an empty box.
And then when do we see him in the season? Did you say you want to hurl for him?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me the barf bag
Man, that would
for
be
him.
the weirdest fundraiser ever.
I know.
In support of Carson Beck, we're all going to throw up in the parking lot.
Honestly, it's just brutal because he could be gaining all of this experience. And I know he's an experienced guy already. I know he's played a lot of college football. It's one of the reasons why I thought he was really going to have an advantage going into this preseason. And sure enough, he looked beautiful, man. He looked great in preseason game number 1, and now we're left with not seeing him again in the preseason if he doesn't play against the Packers. I'm leaning right now. I think that's the way that it's going to go.
Well, this is all not going well.
The guy practiced 4 days after the game.
He's throwing no-look passes to Reggie Virgil. The reason this is going poorly, especially if you're Mike LaFleur, is let's say Carson Beck doesn't play against the Packers. Okay, so we go into the season. If they have to go to him at some point, he's not going to be as ready. I mean, you're right. He had a bit of an advantage coming in as a rookie that had played a lot, but I would say that advantage is gone now because he's missing all these games. So if you have to go to him in an actual NFL game, he's not going to be as ready as he would be if he was getting to play in these preseason games. But the flip side is also we got to see him once. He looked amazing. The second Jacoby Brissett stumbles, we're all going to be like, hey, Carson Beck's perfect, so why isn't he in there? You know what I mean? So if you're Mike LaFleur, you're going to have to deal with the noise the second you start losing games. Why aren't you going to Beck? But then when you eventually do go to Beck, he's not going to be as prepared as he would have been if he could have played all preseason. So along those lines, Mike LaFleur was asked if this injury is now stalling Beck's progress.
I mean, it's easy to magnify the quarterback position and a rookie and all that kind of stuff, but like you get better at football by practicing and playing football. And so when you're not out there, it's hard to get better, right? So you know he's missed some days, but that's no different than the nose guard. That's no different than the receiver. That's no different than the left tackle, particularly for the younger guys. So it is what it is. Like, I mean, injuries are a part of this thing, and you know he's a tough dude. Like I said, I mean, he battled through it for 3 or 4 practices before the discomfort became so real that it just wasn't worth it because it wasn't going to improve until we gave him a little bit of time.
Man, the only way you get better at football is to play football.
What's the Kenny Dillingham cut? Do you guys have that? Rick, do you have the Kenny cut where he's like the best football players play football before they play football or something?
No, it just is. It is a beautiful thing. And it's, again, it makes me sick for him because I know how much he could have grown, especially since he's got that one game hanging in the air, okay, where, again, go back and look at the tape. I challenge you to say, where did he make a bad decision? Where did he make the wrong decision in that game? He went through his progressions. He went through it all and was, to me, perfect. The decisions that he made in this game and the way he threw the ball as well. Now, again,
in order to play football, you have to play football before you play football.
There it is. There it is. We can go ahead and put that in the best of cuts, Rick, because we're going to use that a lot.
Just give it to me one more time, man. I mean, just honestly, Kenny, can I hear that?
In order to play football, you have to play football before you play football.
Football, by playing football, you get better at it, and it is. You've got to experience it. It's kind of like this. Something as base as trying to block a guy, and you go up to him, and you kind of square up, and you put your shoulder into, and you get your face lit up by some dude because you're trying to square up and shoulder block him. And then all of a sudden you realize, man, that's the wrong thing to do. You know what I need to do? Run through him. And you instead of trying to fit up like this, and I'm going to play patty cake with you, I'm going to go play patty cake bakers, man. No! Blast him and run through him. That's what you do. See? And then when you do it on a football field, it makes you feel good, especially when you're standing over him.
You're saying you want Carson Beck to run through guys?
No.
Real quick, Mike LaFleur on Jeremiah Love, for those who are wondering.
No, he will not be on the field doing any sort of practice or anything like that right now.
Okay. So I don't think necessarily a surprise, but and we've still got a few weeks before the opener. We're all adjusting to these preseason schedule that changes every year. It's not like their opening game is next week. It's still 2 weeks away after this.
By the way, there were many times I was looking up, if you know what I mean.
Did it stop you?
No.
All right, when we come back, the Diamondbacks are facing one of the hottest offenses in baseball right now. Can Brandon Pfaadt save them tonight? That's next.
Again.
It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
And again.
In order to play football, you have to play football before you play football.
Again.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Field bar is 2-2. Is hit to left, but it's right at Ian who will make the catch, and that's your ball game. The Cubs come into town and just flatten the Diamondbacks 7-0.
In front of the home crowd is wild. Oof. More Arizona sports takes on what happened at Chase Field last night, coming to you on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment-free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like you are out of options. My advice, do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Discover how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients just like you right here in the Valley. They concentrate healing tools within your body right at the source of your pain, and the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery or, in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept that surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. You can find clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Just call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
It's down to the championship. Join Bunker to Bunker this Saturday at the Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo, Chandler for the PGA Tour Championship presented by Santan Ford. Bunker to Bunker goes live from 7 till 9 a.m. with special guests, spicy breakfast tacos, drink specials, and giveaways including Shady Rays and Tim Hovig's legendary championship swag bag. Catch every shot on the giant 16-foot HD screen and more than 35 HD TVs. See you there at the Trophy Bar, your home for sports, cars, and spirits.
Summer's almost over, but with a new Toyota from Toyota's National Sales Event, you can turn your end of summer scaries into end of summer woes. In the mood for some elevated dining? Pack a picnic into a 4Runner and hit up a stunning mountain vista.
Whoa!
Haul a bouncy castle in a tundra and get crowned the coolest dad at the park.
Whoa! I'm king of the castle!
Drive a Tacoma to the lake to go wakeboarding.
Whoa! That was awesome air. Let's go again.
Or take a BZ to an amusement park with friends. Keep your woes going this summer in a new Toyota.
Event ends August 31st. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Pick up the Merrill Kelly Bobble on Saturday, September 12th, courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How did last night fare for the Diamondbacks against the Cubs? And was Ketel Marte present? The Bernsey and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. All right, well, if we asked this question a week ago, the answer would be a resounding yes. Brandon Pfaadt pulled the Diamondbacks back against this offense because nobody could do anything against Brandon Pfaadt, but he did actually get relatively lit up by the Red Sox in that last outing.
No doubt.
So in addition to everything else that goes into this game, this is actually a potential bounce-back situation for him against this.
As you hit the post.
Hit the post, even though it didn't really fit.
It's innate, Luke. No doubt about it.
The Cubs have scored 26 unanswered. Now, again, I got to stress, 19 of those came against Seattle, not against the Diamondbacks.
Yes.
But, so I'm not saying that as like oh, look out, the Diamondbacks are falling apart. It's more, though, that this lineup that Brandon Pfaadt is facing, I would say is feeling pretty good about themselves because they've scored 26 runs in the last game and a half.
Yes.
They're all hot.
Yes, no doubt. Is there anyone else you'd rather have taking the ball than Brandon Pfaadt today? Is there anyone else?
Probably Erod still.
Erod, again, I would say other than the last outing against the Red Sox, of course, we all understand. Fenway, difficult place. He gave up 3 home runs. I realize that. I just got this feeling, man, that we're going to see something special from Brandon Pfaadt today. Now, I could be way off on this based on Orleans, but at the same time, you have to believe what we saw before the Red Sox game. What you saw, it was real. It was legitimate. And he's not going to go out there and have a 1.15 ERA. He's not going to do that like he did going into the Red Sox game. But you know what? I think we're going to see more of what we've seen out of Brandon Pfaadt over the last 10 outings than anything that we've seen in the past from him. I think he's going to continue to get better and more confident and better and more confident. And what is that going to do to him? That's going to make him better going forward, period. Confidence is everything.
Do you realize Erod has given up more than 2 runs in a start 6 times all year, and he's made 26 starts?
Yes.
I mean, I'm only saying this because he's going to be pitching the next game, so
yes.
We're going to get to see how this plays out. But and one of those was 3 runs, and a couple of them were 4 runs. It's not like I think he's only given up more than 4 runs in a start twice all year, Erod. Now, everything you're saying about Pfaadt is true, though.
Yeah.
Throughout the Red Sox game, and he has been arguably the best starting pitcher in baseball the last couple of months. So
we were talking about that going into the Red Sox game.
Yeah. The question now is how does he bounce back? You can have a game like he had. That's fine.
That's why I think this is really important, Luke. Yeah. I think today's start for him is really, really important. Because once again, what will it say about Brandon Pfaadt, especially against the Cubs? This is a team that can score runs, man, especially against this team. If he can take the ball and go out there and look dominant once again, oh my goodness, what is that going to do? Confidence is the currency of competition. Have you heard me say that, my brothers? Of course. It's one of the things I love to repeat over and over again because it's true. It is that you buy and sell your performances based on your confidence levels so much of the time.
Fott's the guy, this point I was trying to make earlier. So he's pitching today. He would normally be pitching the fourth game of the San Francisco series, but because it's a doubleheader, he's not pitching again on Saturday. It's Tuesday. So he's not going to pitch again after this until probably the opener against Philadelphia when Ketel Marte's supposed to come back. We're just going to keep putting Brandon Pfaadt in the highest leverage situations and see what he does.
No pressure, Brandon.
But I also think there's an element to, he was on such a role where he just wasn't even giving up runs. It got to the point there before that Red Sox game where it was like, hey, he's giving up a run in 4 games.
Yes.
So how do you respond to a rough outing when the previous 8 were borderline perfect?
Yes.
You know, like you get in that zone and you're just like, hey, nothing's going wrong. Well, what happens when something does go wrong? Do you completely spin out then? Or do you just lock right back into where you were a couple starts ago? They need him to lock back in a big way tonight. But like you said, easier said than done against this offense right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Again, I want to see everyone else. I think the Arizona Diamondbacks, we said this yesterday, but it's the truth. Everybody that gets the opportunity to perform for the Diamondbacks needs to take the responsibility for his performance. Go out and ball out, whether you're pitching, whether you're playing third base, whether you're playing center field, whatever it may be. Everybody has got to pick their game up if, in fact, the Diamondbacks are going to get into the postseason. Everybody's got to do it. And before you take that step where you're winning and losing games, before you're talking about how you're going to win or lose games, all of it starts with the clubhouse and how you feel in that clubhouse. And that's why right now, with the Ketel Marte thing looming, and that's the way I'm going to characterize this, looming over the clubhouse, it's a question mark, Luke, going forward. It is. And we're still in this critical area of the season for the Diamondbacks where we're going to find out which way this thing's going to go.
Yeah, it's such a just different thing. You know, like you just said it right there, the best way to say it. It's looming over the Diamondbacks. It's looming over them as a potential good thing. You know, maybe you can win this series and you take care of business against the Giants and then Ketel comes back and you get a jolt offensively. I mean, there is a way where even if he's not here next year, he gives you a huge boost the final couple weeks of the season.
Turns into an exclamation point.
But I would say that I would put the percentage of that lower than anything else right now. I mean, there's also a chance where it just completely backfires. I would assume there's no chance that he just bails on them with like a week left in the season again, right?
Where it turns into a period.
I would say when he comes back, he's back for the rest of the season, right? They're not going to have to talk him into playing like a tiebreaker scenario or something.
Yeah, I think, you know what? There is a benefit to that, isn't there? You know what? No days off. No days off, Ketel. No days off.
Somewhere
Bill
Belichick is very happy right now.
Yes.
No days off.
Thank you.
No days off.
That's right, Bill.
No days off.
Never heard you yell like that on the practice field, man.
Practice. Clay Holmes.
We're talking about practice, man.
For the Cubs tonight, a 2.49 ERA this season, although he's only pitched 3 games for the Cubs.
Drops are us.
And he's only pitched 12 games all season. But I say that because the Diamondbacks, the flip side of last night is they're coming off a game where they didn't score any runs. And the depressing stat you gave earlier in the show is that they were 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position.
0 for 2. What's the worst number, basically?
The 2.
It's the 2.
The 2 is much worse.
It's definitely the 2.
Hey, man, did you see the Diamondbacks were 0 for with runners in scoring position last night? Man, what are they, like 0 for 10, 0 for 11? No, 0 for 2. Two guys got on, and then they didn't hit him in.
We go.
So, yeah, probably going to need to score some runs, too. If I can go out there and give you 6 shutout innings, if you're not scoring runs, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, even if they were 2 for 2. Okay? That wasn't going to work.
Still not super ideal. All right, when we come back, let's get back into football. How about ESPN talking up the Cardinals on offense?
What?
Not the team, but talking up their offense. We'll explain next. That's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
True luxury isn't just seen, it's felt behind the wheel. Welcome to Genesis of Scottsdale, where every visit feels first class. Step into our showroom and experience the spacious, family-sized 2026 GV80 3.5T and the strikingly athletic GV80 Coupe. Both flagship SUVs pair commanding power with handcrafted interiors, intuitive technology, and iconic design engineered entirely around you. And for a limited time, well-qualified buyers can unlock exclusive 0% financing on both models. Elevate every journey. Step into extraordinary today at genesisofscottsdale.com or visit our showroom at 15345 North Scottsdale Road.
0% APR up to 48 months on select 2026 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance and approved credit. Monthly payment of $20.83 per thousand financed. Competitive owner bonus up to $1,500. Varies by model. Cannot combine with loyalty offers. Excludes tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $998 protection package, and dealer options. In September 8th, 2026. See dealer for full details.
Football is back, Arizona. Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals, is proud to bring you wall-to-wall training camp coverage right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. From position battles to breakout players, we've got you covered for the first snap to the final roster cut. So grab a Bud Light, tune in, and get ready for another Cardinals season. Bud Light, upgrade your game day. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light, St. Louis, Missouri.
NewACUnit.com, this is Bodie.
I got a price from NewACUnit.com. Does that really include everything?
Yep, that's right. Everything you need.
Okay, the AC unit?
Correct. Your new AC system is included.
You handle the installation?
We sure do.
What about materials?
All included in your price.
How about a warranty?
Absolutely, and a 100% money-back guarantee.
So everything really is included?
It really is. See your all-inclusive price today at NewACUnit.com.
Advanced Window Products is the local manufacturer of high-grade vinyl replacement windows. The name homeowners trust here in Phoenix. And right now, we're offering $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Hi, I'm Joe with Advanced Window Products. Imagine your home feeling cool and comfortable, even in this extreme summer heat. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to boost your comfort and lower your energy bills by keeping that precious cool air inside your home. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made for this crazy Arizona climate. And we install them and guarantee them for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600. Don't forget, you get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. Call 480-676-3600 and get a free estimate on upgrading your windows today. Advanced Window Products. Check us out at advancedwindows.com. Again, advancedwindows.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals and center Yelda Froholt have agreed to a 2-year extension that will keep the center in Arizona through 2028. For details on the deal, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks were crushed 7-0 by the Chicago Cubs last night at Chase Field. Game 2 of the series is tonight in downtown Phoenix. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Clay Holmes. The Phoenix Mercury hosts the Washington Mystics tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. Kelsey Plum will make her Mercury home debut. And Arizona State head coach Kenny Dillingham announced that linebacker Zyrus Fiaseu is out for the season with a lower body injury. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Ford. Take thousands off MSRP on select 2026 Bronco Sports, Explorers, and F-150 trucks at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop now at earnhardtford.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Final hour of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Wolf, it is difficult to find anybody national saying anything real complimentary about the Cardinals roster heading into this season.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I understand that they won 3 games last year.
Yep.
ESPN went through and ranked all the position groups for every team in the NFL.
Oh, my goodness.
So,
list broadcasting.
You think we want football to start. These guys went through and they ranked every team by every position.
Wow.
And I'm just going to highlight a couple. Okay. So, like, they went through quarterback. They list off the top 16. Obviously, the Cardinals not in there. And then they do a write-up. In fact, they had the shakiest quarterback group in the entire NFL they have is the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm not going to argue with that. But going through some of the other positions, they have the Cardinals running back room 6th in the NFL. They have the offensive line in the top half at 16. And they have tight end at number 2 in the NFL. So I'll just say right there, if their running back room really is a top 10 running back room and their tight end is top, let's say 2 or 3 or whatever, and the offensive line is above average, then this team should be at least decent offensively, right?
There's no doubt about it. I said that this team, I believed, had the capability of being a top half, one of the better offenses in the National Football League. Remember, I got ripped mercilessly for that, actually saying it.
That was my burner account. But
it's of course, it was the truth. I got ripped for it. Oh, you're such a homer. Okay, what? Be quiet, YouTube. Be quiet. Okay, I'm just saying right now, I think those are pretty accurate numbers when you talk about the running back room, when you talk about the tight end room and the offensive line. You know what I think of, Basin Earnings? I think of rundown. I think the Cardinals are going to be a pretty good rundown team, man, where you can line up in 1st and 10, 2nd and 1 to 6, 3rd and 1, and run the ball and do it physically. I think they're going to be okay at doing that. And if you can do that, if you can run the ball physically, especially in rundown situations, you're going to be good at play action as well. And what is the number 1 candidate off of play action for the Arizona Cardinals? Yeah, Trey McBride, their tight end room. That to me is going to, and especially when Tip Ryman comes back, baby. When Tip Ryman comes back, they're going to be lethal in 12 personnel. 1 back, 2 tight ends in rundown situation. They're going to be a really, really good rundown team, I think, because of that. Now, you know, does that mean they're going to go out and win a ton of games, Basin Earnings? No, it does not. It takes a team to win a game, but they're going to be a good offense.
Let's play a game. Ready?
No.
Okay. Good. That's how I want it. 32 teams in the NFL.
Okay, 32.
32 of them. This is not true or false, though. Where are the Cardinals going to finish this season in terms of just points per game? Not record, nothing. I don't care about yards, anything, just points per game.
Points per game. Okay, points per game. You know what? You got to be really, really good in the red zone.
I'm going to command and control first while you work this out, okay?
Good,
so we're going to start with
this process.
You work through it on the air while I go to Jamal. Okay. Jamal, where do you have him?
17.
Okay, Jamal goes 17. Wow, that was okay.
Now that's points. Since you guys asked yards also, so I'm gonna.
I did not ask for your. I need an exact yardage total, actually.
Right. Okay, Jamal's making this up as he goes.
Okay, Rick, what do you got?
Let's see.
20th.
20th. Okay, all right. Okay. Well, do you have something else to say while Wolf is working this out?
Well, I was gonna say yards. I think yards per game they'll be top 10.
Okay.
They're just not gonna be able to finish.
Okay. That sounds like a horrible characteristic to have.
Okay. What about you, Luke? What are you going to say about this?
The problem is if I say it before you, you're going to price is right me. So what do I want you to say is basically.
I know what I want.
I'm actually going to say 15th.
No.
Yeah.
You didn't say 15.
I did say 15. We can go to the tape, but
at the top of the page.
Wow.
You see the number.
Wow. Okay, there you go.
At the top of the page.
Well.
Okay. I had 15 as well.
I'll give you 15.
Okay,
That's
15.
Fine. Okay.
All right. So it doesn't preclude me from actually selecting 15.
No,
is that what you're saying?
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm not gonna stake the claim to 15th in scoring.
Okay,
it's not
there
like I
it
picked
is.
First.
Top half of the league.
True.
This was something I said months ago. Top half of the league. They're going to be a better than offense. Yes. Okay, I'm going to do that because of rundown situation. And I love the fact that ESPN is recognizing this. Number 6 in running back room.
Mm-hmm.
And number 16 in offensive line.
Yeah, that was the one that was interesting to me that they have the Cardinals top half
Yes.
line because usually people are pretty down on that.
And number 2 for tight end room.
Yeah, well, they may have the best tight end in football. I think the Raiders won in tight end room. They were 22nd in scoring last year.
Okay.
So before anybody accuses Wolf of being a homer, although I'm going to laugh if you do because it'll be funny, especially when he does an impression of you on the air.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us are saying, they're going to finish 15th or 17th or 20th because they're going to take the league by storm. If you're down by a lot of points, you're probably going to have to score a lot of points. And we saw that last year, too.
And once again, it makes you one-dimensional, meaning you're throwing the ball, trying to come back. That's all you're doing is throwing the ball. How many games did you watch the Arizona Cardinals, especially in the second half, throw the ball?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Especially the second half of the season, of course. It was ridiculous. And that's not good. If you're trying to actually score the football, you want to be balanced. That's the best kind of offense you could possibly have, especially when you get into the red zone. You need to be balanced in the red zone to be a good scoring team because you're going to run the ball in the red zone as well. That's what makes you a good red zone team, when you are balanced, when you can do both. So it's going to be critical, no doubt about that, for the Arizona Cardinals. If you want to be a good scoring team, you've got to be balanced, and hopefully they will be.
When they were competitive in games last year, I'm just, you know what? Let's put it this way: pre-Tennessee, before that Titans game, okay, they scored 20, 27, 15, 20, and 21. And that's when they started 2-0, then lost to the Niners by 1, lost to the Seahawks by 3, and lost to the Titans by 1. They weren't scoring a ton of points. Then as the season went on and they started to get blown out in games, they were scoring a lot more points. And they were scoring more points at Jacoby Brissett, too. And they weren't really getting a whole lot from Marv. And if you believe that Mike LaFleur, and I am interested to see what his offense looks like, is going to produce more offense, then I don't think saying they're going to score in the top half of the league is ridiculous at all, because it's not saying they're going to win in the top half of the league. It's just saying they're going to score. I mean, the scenario you just pointed where they're going to throw a ton and put up stats, that doesn't usually equate to wins.
Nope.
That just equates to points.
Yes. And actually, it's one of the things where you can look at some of the numbers that Jacoby Brissett posted last year and say, oh, wow, he did great. And he did. But, man, he had to throw the ball an awful lot. The offense wasn't good.
Also didn't have Jeremiah Love last year. It really didn't have running backs last year. And with all due respect, they were down to their 4th and 5th and 6th stringers. So.
Not a good offense.
All right, when we come back, how exactly should the Diamondbacks navigate the Ketel Marte return that's probably coming in less than a week? We are going to talk to Chris Garagiola, actually, voice of the D-backs. He's joining us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
One, does he want to be here, right? Because that's been circulating out there in the ether for forever. And now that he's activated, is his off-season program enough to get him ready? Because he's done nothing with the team until I'm seeing images of him today on the field. He's practicing with the guys today for the first time this year, this entire year. Is he going to be ready?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Everyone's got their football forecast right now, right? Football and predictions. And on Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Pittsburgh is currently trading at 38% to get back to double-digit wins. If so, a $100 trade pays out $246. Seattle currently trading at 12% to repeat as NFC champs. If so, a $100 trade would pay out $725. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as probability changes, you can buy in, out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $20 when you trade 20. That's code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi. Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, YRefi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. YRefi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like you are out of options. My advice, do your homework. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Discover how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients just like you right here in the Valley. They concentrate healing tools within your body right at the source of your pain. And the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery or, in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept that surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. You can find clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Just call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
The Labor Day sales event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning lineup, including Silverado, Traverse, and Trax. Plus, check out Equinox with excellent efficiency and bold design. It's the SUV that lets you take on the world in style. We have the inventory and we have the offers. Visit valleychevy.com or go to one of your 13 Valley Chevy dealers today. The Labor Day sales event going on now.
Yet another way Global Credit Union works to save their members money. Dave Burns here, happy member of Global Credit Union. And when it comes to your insurance, it's really easy to forget about it. But Global wants to make sure you're not missing out on better options. Global Credit Union insurance brokers can review your current coverage and do the comparison shopping for you, checking multiple providers to help you find the right fit for your needs and budget. They can help make sure you have the right coverage from day one. Start your quote today at globalcu.org/insurance.
Like we always do with this time, I go for mine, I get to shine. Now throw your hands up in the sky.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. How did last night fare for the Diamondbacks against the Cubs? And was Ketel Marte present
The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. Welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday, and the Diamondbacks are right back at it tonight against the Chicago Cubs at Chase Field. Chris Garagiola, voice of the Diamondbacks, joining us.
There he is.
Oh, he's
What's
got
up,
the
Chris?
camera set up.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Doing
Good, man.
Doing good. I tell you what, let's start with something I'm sure you haven't had to talk a whole lot about recently. Ketel Marte sounds like he may be back as soon as next Monday against Philadelphia. Wolf and I have been talking about this, as you can imagine, for a little while. And even last week, we were like, who knows if or when he comes back this year. If he really comes back Monday, that's pretty quick. Do you feel like he'll be received well? Like, what do you expect there?
Hard to say, really. I mean, it's not what you say, it's what you do. I think the actions speak obviously pretty loudly. I think at this point in the season, if we're just being honest, the best thing you're hoping for is that he comes back healthy. He produces and helps an offense that could use a little assistance. You make the playoffs, and then when the season comes to an end, whatever day that is, then you try and figure out what to do moving forward. But, for now, it's like your parents getting in a big fight on a big road trip you spent a lot of money on. It's like, let's just get through this. Let's have a good time. Kids are here. We're trying to make some memories. And then when we get home, we'll talk it out.
Chris, how do you think Torrey has been handling this whole situation?
Unbelievably. I mean, I haven't asked him this, but I can't imagine there's been an instance in his managerial career where someone has showed him up more in the fashion that took place in Boston, right? And I think that guy deserves to be angry. I think he deserves to be able to lash out and criticize in an era where, it's rarely done by coaches. And despite all that, chooses not to, chooses grace, chooses the opportunity to try and be understanding. And, it's a good reminder as I get older that, I should maybe tap into that in trying situations, because that had to be as tough as it get. And I don't think he could have handled it with more grace and professionalism.
Chris, the last night's game notwithstanding, we'll get to that in a second, but the previous 4 games before that, they had won 3 of 4. And, I guess now since the whole thing went down in Boston, they are 3-4, but there was a stretch there where they started to win games. How do you think the team on the field is responding to this?
I mean, I think now business as usual, right? The beauty of baseball and the everyday nature of it is it really shouldn't linger that much. I know it's kind of been a daily discussion point because it's obviously very interesting and it's good content. But for those guys, whatever happened last night, obviously disappointing result last night, their attention is on Clay Holmes and trying to figure out how to score more runs. And, obviously Brandon Pfaadt trying to continue to do what he's doing. But look, it had an effect on the first couple of days in that series against the Red Sox. I don't think there's any denying that. And I think that there will be some effect whenever he does come back, since from what we understand, he still has not addressed his teammates. I imagine that will happen when he does come back. And then, again, whatever happens after that, it's all under the scope of there's less than 30 games between now and the postseason. And this is a team and an organization that desperately needs to punch its postseason ticket after the last couple of years.
Chris, I just wanted to state that I think Torey Lovello as well, I think he's doing an incredible job on this because he isn't trying to shape how Ketel is perceived in the clubhouse. I don't know if you've picked up on this at all, but just listening to Torey and how he's describing this, he's saying, hey, listen, basically I'm perceiving it as him saying you have the right to perceive Ketel however you want to. You have that right. And I don't see him trying to shape it as a manager or a head coach would typically do in a team sport, trying to shape that perspective. He's trying to just allow you to be a human being. And that, to me, is one of the reasons why I think this ultimately is going to work.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think you got to acknowledge the anger. I think you have to admit that it does exist, that a transgression was committed. And again, it's everyone says the same example, right? And I think it's unique for people on air such as you and obviously Luke, but like if you just didn't show up, right? How that would affect the people around you, the work that they have to do in that given day, and then what their opinion of you would be moving forward, So it was a problem, it still is a problem to a certain degree, but you have to move forward. And if some people aren't going to let this go, I think Tory is in a roundabout way have said that that's their right, that they're entitled to feel that way. They've deserved to feel that way. And if people want to forgive, that's their choice as well.
Yes.
But regardless of what you choose, we got to win games, right? We got to win baseball games. So if you let those emotions affect your ability to perform at your best, well, now you're hurting the team as well. And that's not obviously going to be productive behavior.
Talking to Chris Garagiola. Chris, the game last night, not great for the Diamondbacks, obviously, but Merrill Kelly and it wasn't just him, but his reaction in particular to Quentin Berry, and especially the inning after Merrill came out and he just stood on the top step and just stared him down for the entire half inning. What was your perception of how that all went down, and do you think it affected Merrill at all during the game?
I actually was kind of impressed with how he was keeping his composure. Like, when he stepped off, I couldn't quite figure out what was going on. I thought he just needed like a reset, just kind of playing the odds. And then when I saw the shouting match going back and forth, I kind of had an idea of like, oh, okay, he must be doing something, relaying around. And then obviously we all saw the clips. Look, I mean, was it the best look? No. I think if you actually watch that whole game, Quentin Berry looked pretty sheepish, the fact that he got caught being so overt. But, the best solution to that is try to make it so you can't, get that information, those grips or those pitches and what have you. And fortunately, I don't think he got burned by that many. And, look, you get caught with your hand in the cookie jar, you deserve to be criticized and whatever. But, like, did I think that Quentin Berry did anything that's illegal or whatever? No, he was on the field. He saw it. And if he had information, like, you want to give that to your team, right? Like, they're trying to win. And the same thing, if our coaches have information on a pitcher or another player that's going to help those guys, and they're not cheating, they're not, trash cans or technology, like It's in his best interest to pass that information along. So again, like, I get why Merrill's pissed, like, totally, but I don't think Quentin was necessarily out of bounds in the sense. It just was a, pretty terrible look at the time.
So what do you expect to see from Brandon Pfaadt today in this start coming off the Red Sox start?
We talked about it towards the end of the game last night. Like, he was an out away from another quality start. And when you're, 6 innings, 2 runs, just feels so much better than obviously 5 2/3 and 4 runs. Just got clipped by that 2-run home run. So, look, I didn't really see a whole lot from him in Boston that said he was slowing down per se. So I expect him to flood the strike zone. I expect the ball to be put in action. Like, one of the things about him is amazing. It's like every 3rd or 4th pitch the at-bat's over, it's in play. It's usually an out or whatever. So he'll be, I think, crisp, quick, strikes, energized defense behind him. And look, obviously you got to get more from your offense that was held to 5 singles last night.
Chris, I wanted to ask you about a guy we don't really ever talk about, but Tim Tawa is hitting .310 this month. He's got 7 hits in his last 4 games, and that counts last night when nobody was getting hits for the Diamondbacks. Are you seeing anything different from him? Because for the longest time, it seemed like his main value was you could put him anywhere, and he would kind of do whatever you needed, but he wasn't hitting like this. And now he's actually been one of their better hitters the last few weeks.
Yeah, am I seeing anything different? Like, he's getting hits. Like, before he wasn't getting hits. that's the biggest difference, right? In terms of how he's doing it, look, young players, from just talking to former players, other coaches, managers, things like that. Like, I think it's in all sports. There's this period when you first get there where you're trying to figure out, like, do I belong here, right? And I'm sure that internally at times he was kind of battling himself and trying to answer that question. But I think now he's here. He's had a little bit of sustained success. He has an idea of what he's trying to do. I think he's closed up that gap with right-handers throwing breaking balls a little bit away from him. But, like, he looks like a good hitter. It doesn't look like it's a fluke. So, especially again when this team needs a little more offense, like, guys who step up. Tawa, we're hoping Lawler kind of falls right in behind him as well. More production towards this bottom of the lineup. Like this is very encouraging. And I think for him, it's just like, I'm not worried about getting optioned if I go 0 for 4 today. Like I'm here. I got the chance to maybe have not a rough stretch, but a couple bad games. Because I know that even if I have a couple bad ones, here comes 3 good ones right after that. And obviously he's demonstrated that with a fantastic August, like you just mentioned, Luke.
Chris, always great to talk to you, man. Thanks so
Thank
much.
you, Chris.
All right, guys. Be well. We'll see you.
See ya.
That's Chris Garagiola joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of tonight's matchup between the Diamondbacks and the Cubs. When we come back to football, which of the Cardinals' bubble players have made the strongest case for making this 53-man roster? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The all-new Kia Seltos is here, and Earnhardt Peoria Kia has the one you're looking for. With a bigger body and a bold sport-tuned design, with an advanced digital cockpit, with enhanced safety features, and with a payment you'll love. Starting at only $239 a month, plus tax, with approved credit from Kia Finance. Cars you love from a trusted name in Arizona for over 75 years. That's Earnhardt. So get yourself a Kia Seltos at an awesome payment the no bull way at Earnhardt Peoria Kia today. Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue north of Bell Road, and always online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
24-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Example VIN reference 19710. $37.99 due at signing. Excludes government fees. Tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $999 protection package and dealer options. Expires August 31st, 2026. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for more details.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
I'm Jesse Morrison, and here's what's trending now. The Arizona Cardinals and center Yelda Froholt have agreed to a 2-year extension that will keep the center in Arizona through 2028. For details on the contract, head on over to arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks were crushed 7-0 by the Chicago Cubs last night at Chase Field. Game 2 of the series is tonight in downtown Phoenix. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs. He'll oppose Clay Holmes. The Phoenix Mercury host the Washington Mystics tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. Kelsey Plum will make her Mercury home debut. And Arizona State head coach Kenny Dillingham announced that linebacker Zyrus Fiaseyu is out for the season with a lower body injury. This report is brought to you by Genesis of Scottsdale. Experience real luxury felt behind the wheel at Genesis of Scottsdale. Elevate every journey and step into extraordinary at genesisofscottsdale.com.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Wolf and Luke. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Thanks to Chris Garagiola for joining us last segment. And to Tyler Drake for joining us earlier in the show. Well, Tyler,
TD.
His 53-man projected roster up on ArizonaSports.com right now. And I was thinking maybe that's where we should go here with the Cardinals. Still have a preseason game coming up. Still have joint practices with the Packers coming up this week. But you got to feel like, I don't know, probably 50 of these spots are probably already locked up. Is that fair?
Yeah, I would say typically this time going into the last preseason game, you might have a handful, let's say a handful of jobs that are up.
Okay.
On some more established teams, I would say that there might be one job that is up in the air, or maybe two. But for the most part, my brothers, when you've got an established team, man, you just don't have a lot of jobs up for grabs for the most part. The Arizona Cardinals, I would say probably a handful.
Okay. How much, we always have to give this disclaimer this time of year, too. You get down to 53 and the other teams are letting players go, too. I mean, if you're the 53rd guy on the roster, you're probably not real safe.
Yeah.
Because your team's probably going to go pick up somebody else at a different position
That's
or whatever,
exactly
and you
right.
get bumped.
Yes.
So either way, they're probably, I would guess, around 50 guys that they know.
Yeah, and this is why also too, if you are on the bubble right now, this is why this week is so important because of the joint practices. The joint practices against the Green Bay Packers right now, or I should say practice, the joint practice against the Green Bay Packers. Because once again, it's a situation where you get to get up close and personal with the opponent. You do. They get to see you. One of the coolest things about the individual drills, when you go one-on-one against another guy, and I talk about this all the time, but you have your guys standing behind you, and the other guy has their team standing behind you, their position room, and you go at it. You two go at it. But one of the cool things as a coach is the fact that you get to be really close to one of the guys. You get to look him in the eye, up close and personal, as he's getting ready to do something on a one-on-one basis. And then when he's actually doing it, you get to get up close and personal. And because of that, you get a coaching perspective and you get a feel for a guy and who he is and how he approaches the game. So it's really, really cool. It's the best form of tape watching that doesn't include tape, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I do. I know what you mean. Any extra juice to this game? It's the fourth preseason game. It almost feels like a formality. Like, okay, at this point, especially for the Cardinals, because they've already played 3, can we just get through this game and get ready for the regular season? But it is Mike LaFleur versus Matt LaFleur. I mean, that is not that you're going to change who you're going to play to try and win a preseason game against your brother. But is there any extra juice just to this week?
I would imagine there is a lot of juice to this week, a lot of brotherly love to this week, I would imagine, between these two guys. You listen to Mike LaFleur talk about Matt, his brother, and the fact that Matt was actually here when he was being introduced.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that was a special, special moment, no doubt about it. So, yeah, of course, this isn't just another practice, joint practice week for Mike LaFleur. This is completely different. But this is the new age. This is the wave of the NFL that we're going to be seeing right now, the joint practices. I've been talking about this for a long time. They're going to go to one preseason game. They're going to go to one preseason game. That's what I think. And I think everything else, you might have a couple of joint practices against other teams. And it allows the coaches to get up close and personal, not only with their guys, but also to look at other guys as well. It's a better way to scout other teams and other guys and other players by the joint practice and being up close and personal to it. So I think this is going to be the wave of the future in the National Football League, because I think they will go to one preseason game.
To me, the receiver room is still the one to be watching. We're not going to be able to watch joint practice, obviously, this week, but certainly in the game on Friday, because you got Marv, you got Michael Wilson, you have Kendrick Bourne. You have Devin Duvernay because he was brought in to be a special teams guy because he's that good at special teams. You detailed this earlier. What was the stat? He played for the Bears last year, 17 games. He was targeted 5 times.
Yes.
He's a special teams.
He's a special teams guy.
He used to be targeted by Lamar in Baltimore. I remember that a little bit more than 5 times in a season. But the fact that you brought him in to be a special teams guy, he's on the team. So the question is, are you willing to keep 6 or 7 receivers? Because Reggie Virgil, Jalen Brooks, and Simi Fehoko have all made legitimate cases to be on this team. And can you really afford to spend 7 roster spots on that position and keep them all? Or are we going to see a guy like Simi Fehoko back on the practice squad if you can get him there again?
Yeah, that is a difficult proposition. It really is. You want that 6th receiver to be a guy that is going to help you a lot in special teams. You want that 5th sometimes, that 5th receiver to also be a guy that can help you out. I think Jalen Brooks is safe.
I was just going to say, I'm going to be disappointed if he doesn't.
Yeah.
It seemed, and maybe it's nothing, but it seems
he
like
came out of nowhere
there. But it does seem like there's something there in terms of what they would ask him to do. And you're right, he came from out of nowhere, but he's played in the NFL before. Right. He's played 26 games before. He played 14 games for Dallas 2 years ago. He's gotten in the end zone before. He scored a touchdown in an actual NFL game. So, I mean, at this point on the roster, you may keep a guy and then halfway through the season be like, okay, there's not really anything there. That's fine. But whoever you would keep over him and that spot has the same risk.
Yeah.
It's not like you're deciding between Jalen Brooks and Michael Wilson. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if maybe there is something there, because he's looked good in every preseason game, and he's played in this league before.
Yeah, it's one of the things that you have to always consider. Okay, if we let this guy go, is somebody else going to claim him on waivers? If we let this guy go, is somebody going to claim him? Okay, so you've got Devin Duvernay, Reggie Virgil, Jalen Brooks, and Simi Fehoko. Those 4 receivers right now. Of those 4, if you let one go, who's the most likely to still be there? I mean, it is a tough question you've got to ask yourself.
Because you're trying to keep 3.
You're trying to
and
keep
then put
them.
a 4th on the practice squad. I mean, when you ask it that way, maybe I'm off base. But when you ask it that way, Reggie Virgil might be the most likely to be there because I don't know how much other teams really know about him. You know?
I know. And yet, here's the one thing about it. I know he was a 6th-round pick, of course, but he did flash in a couple of games.
Yeah.
You know, he did flash in a couple of games. And, okay, let's see, a wide receiver, a young wide receiver, a rookie wide receiver who can run and maybe stretch the field a little bit. That would be dangerous to let Reggie Virgil go.
I don't want to let him go because of those 4. He's the one I'm most interested in.
I agree.
Just because, so like I like what Duvernay does.
Yeah.
But I don't expect the Cardinals to make these Super Bowls.
I was agreeing with you. It was heartfelt.
You agreed with me in like some sort of Chicago accent. Virgil's the one that I just feel like has the most upside beyond this year. And that's why I don't want to give him up.
Yeah.
And they're not going to give him up.
What do you have in Reggie Virgil? And they targeted him a long time ago. Remember that?
They're not going to let him go.
No, I agree.
That's clear.
I agree.
All right, when we come back, we're all going to have a front row seat. That's the other best part, too. When we come back, we still don't know who ASU's quarterback is. Does Kenny Dillingham? You're going to hear what he had to say today. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Not only was he not in the dugout with his team on Friday, he wasn't in the facility. He wasn't in the stadium. He was spotted at a casino.
Yeah.
Which, again, players have lives. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't.
Gambling's legal. Players have lives. There's nothing wrong with going to a casino.
I thought you crystallized it perfectly in your column on Arizona Sports. In a series of things that have been bad looks for Ketel Marte, it's just another one.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Hi, it's Lisa Lund. Imagine finding the perfect home, only to find out that you're not quite ready to make an offer. It happens more than you think. Here's a little insider tip. Before your realtor starts showing homes, one of the first things they're going to ask is, have you been pre-qualified? And when you find the right home, the seller will want to see your pre-qualification. I've never had anyone tell me they regretted getting pre-qualified first. I've talked to plenty who wish they had. So save yourself the frustration and call Lund Mortgage today, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, owner of Walt's TV and Appliance, and Bear, football season is here, and I hear you've got something big going on.
We sure do, Bick. We're closing out our 8K TVs, and because they're closeouts, they're at the lowest prices we've ever offered.
So now's the time to bring the game home.
Exactly. Experience every touchdown with incredible picture quality. But hurry, when these 8K TVs are gone, they're gone.
Visit Walt's off the I-10 in Warner, right next to the IKEA. They've been serving Arizona families for generations, and don't forget to drop my name for additional discounts.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria. We started newacunit.com because replacing your AC the traditional way was stressful and expensive.
We believe homeowners should pay for their new AC unit, not a costly sales process. So we created a simpler way.
By cutting unnecessary overhead, not quality, thousands of homeowners have saved up to 50% on a new AC unit with everything included.
Make your next AC replacement simple. Visit newacunit.com today.
Save thousands, save time, buy online.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Everything to look for in the Cardinals, Packers, joint practice, and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can.
Rick, is there a reason you're playing?
She died.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
the reason. I was setting you up to explain.
Because she died.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Right.
That's the only
You want to
reason.
explain who this is to people,
This is
though?
Dolly Parton.
It's not normally the music we would play
Yes,
coming back
I
from
agree.
break, so I was trying to
I
set
agree.
you up to explain why
Somebody
you
talked
were doing
about it on YouTube, though. So.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton passed away, Basinonians, today at the age of 80.
Wow, 80. For now, I'm transitioning the football from that, obviously.
Yes,
But with ASU, there was a lot of talk that they would name their quarterback here at some point here, and they haven't yet. And so Kenny Dillingham was talking today, and they asked him, "Are you ready to name a starting quarterback?"
Are you ready to name a starting quarterback yet?
We'll go through that here in the next probably week or so.
Okay, so that's not today. That's next probably week or so. Well, they only have 11 days till the first game of the season.
So we're talking about Cutter Boley, of course, and Mikey Keene, correct?
Yes, he has narrowed it down to those two as of last week.
Okay, those two right now. So, wow, you know what? Kenny's on the record as saying, you know what? We all know when you know, and all the players know too when you know. So I'm wondering, do they really not know right now who might be their starting quarterback, or is there a little bit of gamesmanship that is going on right now?
Yeah, that's a fair question, because Kenny's made it pretty clear all offseason that essentially what you just said, when the team knows, he's not going to pretend that they don't know, right? And
that's what he said.
But I felt like he was saying that within the context of, like, if the team knows, I'm not going to act like I don't know to them. You know, like, hey, the team can all see it's this guy, and I'm going to pretend that we haven't decided.
Right.
But I always took that as more internally. Externally, he doesn't have to name a starter yet.
No, he doesn't have to, and why would you when you stop and think about it? Why would you give certainty to your opponent? Why would you give them aid, comfort, and security? Because you're naming your starting quarterback, especially when we've got, do you think they have tape of Cutter Boley?
I would hope so.
Yes. Do you think they have tape of Mikey Keene at UCF and Fresno as well? Yes, they have tape. So why would you definitively want to go ahead if, in fact, it's still a good thing, too, by the way. Maybe they really haven't named a starter, and I believe they haven't. And that's a good thing for Mikey Keene, and that's a good thing for Cutter Boley, because it will keep you sharp. The edge is there. You know what? Yay, this must be close, because otherwise they would name me the starter. He hasn't done that. So competition exists, and that's good, because that will drive you. And then, of course, it's also beneficial to ASU because the other team doesn't have that certitude doesn't have that certainty. This is going to be the guy. Let's break him down on tape. Now, they'll do it for both. Granted, they will. But it's harder to formulate a game plan when you don't know for certain who it's going to be.
Yeah, and maybe that's all this is. I mean, from an ASU perspective, you hope that's all it is, because that first game's not that far away, and you would like a quarterback to have separated himself clearly at this point.
And Kenny's been on the record as saying that.
Said that, yeah. And again, he just said a week or so. I mean, you could project a week or so to 11 days, which is when the first game is, and everything you're saying, I get. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen that. That's something I will say, though, that in the past, Kenny Dillingham has kind of shied away from the whole, I'm going to try to hold back information based on the opponent. And, different coaches have different strategies for how they want to handle it. But just in the past, he's kind of shied away from that. So I'm inclined to believe that's not necessarily what this is, which is more concerning, because then that means a guy hasn't separated himself. If you're just kind of trying to connect some dots here.
Okay, could be. What else did Kenny have to say, Luke?
Well, here's he was asked how Cutter Boley looked in practice.
Yeah, today was great. We hit an awesome home run post for a touchdown. We hit a few intermediate passes for big plays today. So today, like I said, I thought was one of his best days, if not his best day, which is a positive.
I mean, if you're going to project this out anymore, if you want to connect dots even more, which is always dangerous to do, but that's what we've been doing all week.
Yeah.
When I hear that a quarterback hasn't separated himself as the starter, I'm taking it as Cutter Boley hasn't separated himself as the starter. And either that means Mikey Keene is exceeding expectations, although we've seen him play college football now for a few years, or that Cutter Boley hasn't totally taken over yet. I mean, Boley was the guy who was paid to come in and be the starter.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want them to start the second best quarterback because he's being paid as the starter.
They don't want that either.
No. But if he hasn't definitively separated himself as of now, I would say there's some question here. That's all I really have. Well, here, this is more from Kenny.
Just want to hear Kenny.
This is the offense. This isn't necessarily just on the quarterback position.
Not making the same mistake twice. So you install these plays, and you install them versus different defenses. So you may make this mistake, then you may make that mistake. The goal is to not make the same mistake twice. So the longer you go through camp, you should have seen the pictures, and you should be able to. You're not going to be perfect, but you should be, closer to perfect in terms of where your eyes are, what decision you make post-snap. And then you hope that the identity of not taking negative plays starts to be embedded in guys in terms of, hey, early down shots or big play action passes. In certain areas of the field, they can't be negative. So you have to have your plan that if somebody gets beat up front, how are we getting rid of the football? So I'm really looking at those things. Obviously, all camp, you look at who takes care of the football, who can score, and things like that.
So much of this will be decided quickly as well. I mean, if you name Cutter Boley and he goes out and isn't doing the things that Kenny wants to see, this tells me that they'll move quickly to the backup, which is Mikey Keene.
Yeah.
Or vice versa, based on needs. Either way that it works, they're going to be ready to move.
How do you navigate the beginning of this season, Wolf, with this? And I know a lot of teams around the country switch quarterbacks each year now. But the way the schedule sets up for ASU, you have your first 3 games, you have a bye week, and that's it. You don't have another bye week this season. And that bye week is coming back from London. So you're going to need the bye week just from jet lag purposes. So your first 3 games are Morgan State, who I would hope you can beat with either of these quarterbacks.
Right.
Your second game is at Texas A&M, who most quarterbacks wouldn't
Morgan
be able to
State
beat.
on one end and Texas A&M on the other.
And then you go to London.
Yes.
So it almost feels like whoever your quarterback is for Morgan State, they kind of need to be your quarterback at least the first 3 games, don't they?
You would think, unless Morgan State is a disaster. And hopefully that's not going to be the case when you go out there being a disaster once again. It's very difficult. For me, I have a hard time believing. This is just me personally. I have a hard time believing they really haven't figured out who their starting quarterback is going to be.
Well, We'll find out.
Again, I could be dead wrong on that, but we'll see.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Try Angel Soft for your tushy. It's made by angels. Soft and strong, budget friendly. The choice is simple. A roll that feels like paradise, and always at a heavenly price. Angel Soft, soft and strong, so it's simple.
Pick up a pack today.
Angel Soft.
Soft and strong, simple.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like on Wash and Wax, you can get 3 Meguiar's products for just $20. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Life can get hectic. That's why Progressive provides claim support 24/7, 365 days a year, all the time. But not like in a desperate way. We're not just waiting online for you to talk to us or waiting by the phone. I mean, we are waiting by the phone, but not like staring at it. Well, now I am. I'm staring at it. The point is, Progressive Claim Support is here for you 24/7 in a totally chill, normal way. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
True luxury isn't just seen, it's felt behind the wheel. Welcome to Genesis of Scottsdale, where every visit feels first class. Step into our showroom and experience the spacious, family-sized 2026 GV80 3.5T and the strikingly athletic GV80 Coupe. Both flagship SUVs pair commanding power with handcrafted interiors, intuitive technology, and iconic design engineered entirely around you. And for a limited time, well-qualified buyers can unlock exclusive 0% financing on both models. Elevate every journey. Step into extraordinary today at genesisofscottsdale.com or visit our showroom at 15345 North Scottsdale Road.
0% APR up to 48 months on select 2026 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance and approved credit. Monthly payment of $20.83 per thousand financed. Competitive owner bonus up to $1,500. Varies by model. Cannot combine with loyalty offers. Excludes tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $998 protection package, and dealer options. In September 8th, 2026. See dealer for full details.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what's trending now. Diamondbacks are looking to bounce back tonight after being shut out yesterday by the Cubs. Game 2 of 3 down at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt will be the man on the mound tonight. He'll go against veteran right-hander Clay Holmes. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. A couple more transactions were announced by the Cardinals today, notably among them an extension. The organization and center Yelda Froholt have agreed on a 2-year extension, reportedly worth $20 million, and it keeps him in Cardinal red through the 2028 season. Over to ASU football, head coach Kenny Dillingham not quite ready to name his Week 1 starting QB, but unfortunately more bad news for the defense. Linebacker Zyrus Fiaseu has been ruled out for the season with a lower body injury. He's now the third Sun Devil defender out for the season, joining Mikael Gardner and Nigel Pringle. And the Phoenix Mercury back in action on the home hardwood. It will also be Kelsey Plum's home debut in the purple and orange. They host the Washington Mystics, and tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Today only, literally today only, Advanced Window Products is giving the biggest sales offer ever. If you buy 10 windows or more, you'll get $3,000 off, plus install and labor at no cost. But this offer is only valid today. Call now at 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, and for the first time, I might say, John Lund filling in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo. You filled in many times.
Yeah.
Welcome to the controlled chaos that is the Burns and Gambo
Okay,
show.
so I got to ask a question right off the bat, because I've done this before where I filled in for people, and I know what you guys do at the beginning of the show, and this may be blasphemy, but I can't say, right? I can't say, Burnsy, what's going on? Like, that's one man does that, and if I did that, I would be bombarded with hate. Like, how does that work? I need to know right out of the gate.
But you kind of just did it, didn't
you?
Oh, look! Oh, you sneaky radio
Thank you very much.
professional. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, you can't do that, right? That's one man. One man does that.
You've passed the first test.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be like if somebody were filling in for me, and they try to yell straight up 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Like, I know when I'm gone, Gambo does it, right? Gambo yells straight up 2 o'clock. Yeah, because I don't. This might, you talk about blasphemy.
Yeah.
When I'm gone, I don't come anywhere near this radio show. I don't know.
Right, you don't listen.
I mean that is no disrespect to Gambo.
Yeah,
no offense.
right.
It's just like, I am on vacation, dude. I am not. I'm not listening.
No.
So I heard he.
You need a mental break.
Does it right? So I mean, you did it. I don't think you're going to get a lot of hate for it.
I've done it sometime, and they're like, "That's not your bit," and I'm like, "All right, it's not my bit." And you know what? I stayed up late. I know we got things to do. I don't want to hijack the show right away, but
you're fine.
But I know that, like, I did think about it, because I knew you were going to do that, and I go, "Do I just sit here? Do I, whatever?" But I tried, and we'll see how the reaction is.
I would encourage.
I
you
am
to
not
yell.
Gambo.
You're filling in on Thursday again.
Oh, yeah.
I would encourage you to give me your best Burnsy. What's going on?
I could do better.
Because people around the hall here are like, Burnsy, what's going on?
They know.
And like, I'm just walking past their doors, right? And I get that stuff all the time.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I do.
Somebody's
so
probably not in the mood.
John Lund is filling in for Gambo.
Hey, what's going on? I'm going to slap you.
Yeah, hey, what's going on?
Busy.
Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Field bars 2-2 is hit to left, but it's right at Ian Happ, who will make the catch, and that's your ball game. The Cubs come into town and just flatten the Diamondbacks 7-0.
Speaking of getting hijacked, the conversation about last night's game, John, got completely hijacked. It went from you lost 7-0, Merrill Kelly looked okay, but you didn't lose any ground in the wild card standings, to yet another chapter and verse conversation about the unwritten rules. It's like, wait a minute. What are we talking about today? We're talking about a third base coach and whether he's allowed to send signs to the players because he's able to figure out what pitch is coming next. Never mind the fact that we need to talk about Merrill Kelly and how he looked. And never mind the fact that we need to talk about a team that went out and got a starting pitcher at the deadline. And we saw that pitcher just stick it to the Diamondbacks last night. We're going to talk about the unwritten rule book for the 15,000th time.
Okay, so we got to get to exactly what it is because it's Quentin Berry, a former player who's a third base coach. He was actually like a pinch runner his whole career. And then Merrill Kelly not sitting, on a knee at the top of the step, just staring a hole through this guy. Mm-hmm. But Felisa, as a general rule, and I don't use the word hate a lot, I hate unwritten rules. I hate them. What did I say, 5? And I say dislike a lot or something like that, but it's not a rule, but it's an unwritten rule. But it's not a rule. So, like, what if you had to deal with your life like that? Because we kind of do. There's certain unwritten rules with like your significant other, or like what those rules are that can get you in trouble. Yeah, rules are hard enough. But then there's unwritten rules, and it's like, it's hard, and I especially appreciated. And then, look, I don't want this to come across like I'm making fun of Merrill Kelly here because Merrill's a friend of the show. He's been good to us, and he's been a great Diamondback. So this is not necessarily ripping him, but I was really amused last night by Torey Lovello trying to even explain how he's not sure if it's a rules violation or not. Right? Like, he was really careful about that. Did you watch his post-game because you got to back your player, right?
You got to back your player, but at the same time, he's like, you know what? I'm going to look into that. I'm going to find out if it's actually a rule violation for the third base coach to relay signals while he's standing there, because I don't know. Even Torey's like, I don't know. I don't know if that's actually a rules violation or not. I'm going to find out. I'm going to get back to you. I at least appreciate Merrill in the fact that he said after the game, look, I got to do a better job of not telling them what I'm throwing, right? Like, and again, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, as John pointed out, Merrill's barking at the third base coach, and the Diamondbacks bench is barking at the third base coach because they think that while he is legally stationed where he's supposed to be, he is somehow reading Merrill Kelly's pitches that he's about to throw, and he's conveying that information to Cubs hitters. And Merrill was screaming about it from the 5th inning on, and Torey had to go out there and actually like settle things down and everything. And it like dominated the game. It became the talking point of a very important game in a very important series in a very important time of year. And we're having an unwritten rule conversation. Like, how the hell did we get here?
Well, and it's almost like they should have just had a little box on Merrill because, like, he was long gone from the game, and he had a perch if you didn't see the game, and he just glared at Quentin Berry
like
the
coming out of
whole
his
time.
eyes, right?
And to be honest, for all the unwritten rules that we know of in sports, I haven't heard this one. Like, on second base, there's an issue of whether you should or not. I've never heard of a third base coach, especially now that they have a system in which you're not putting fingers down anyway. So if you're somehow giving away your pitches, with all due respect to Merrill Kelly, if you're somehow giving away your pitchers under the system we have right now, then you're not doing a very good job.
I'm like scanning my own like mental. Have I ever heard of this one before? Like the bunting thing with Tawa, of course. I mean, that one, when that happened.
And
like,
I still didn't have a problem with that, but we know of it. But but a third base coach. So
I would agree with you. This one was unknown to me. This one was like, oh, that's new. I didn't know that was a thing we were supposed to have.
But let me ask you your theory though, because I have a theory of if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So if you're the third base coach, isn't part of your responsibilities to try to help your team win in any way, shape, or form?
I heard somebody say this on one of the shows today. I can't remember who it was, so I'm just going to apologize in advance. But somebody. So imagine a conversation with a third base coach. They all convene back in the clubhouse after the game, and the Diamondbacks have won 2-0. And the Cubs hitters are like, man, we just didn't know what Merrill Kelly was throwing. We had no idea what he was doing. And the third base's coach like, yeah, I knew the whole time.
Right, but he couldn't tell his team.
You guys because because I'm violating some unwritten rule here.
See, you bring up a good point. Your job being in that uniform, and I don't want to defend the Cubs here, but your job is okay. I do this. I'm doing this thing with my arm. And which really works well for radio, but like if you're
on YouTube it does. So you just keep on waving,
so
right?
all I can do, my only responsibility can be put up my hands or wave my arm, and that's the extent of it. I can't help, even though I know that the pitcher's throwing a certain pitch. I can't convey that to my player.
Yeah.
What kind of sense does that make?
No, it reminds me of how ridiculous sometimes these unwritten rule conversations are. Just as the Tawa incident was ridiculous, and the ridiculousness is a two-way street, right? Like when it was working against the Diamondbacks, and the Guardians were upset. Okay, we defended the Diamondbacks and said, this is stupid. What are we arguing about? For God's sakes, you were barely halfway through the game. Let's stop. Well, it works against the Diamondbacks in this case. Come on. Let's. And I understand Merrill's okay. He can be upset, and Torrey's got to defend his guy, and Jeff Bannister's got to defend his guy. But here's Torrey after the game. Like, he was even asked, is it even illegal what the third base coach did? Here's what he said.
I don't know the answer to that, and I will research it before I want to make any more comments. So that's what we're trying to figure out right now. But you're on the right scent, and I have to make sure that before I say something stupid, which I can do, I want to make sure that I want to get some answers. So, but you're on the right scent.
Steven, how hard is it to answer unwritten rules? He just illustrated.
Yeah, and Merrill was, and this is going to come across like we're mocking. I'm not mocking Merrill Kelly. He's been great for them, and he is maybe the most important player for them in these final 2 months of the season. I would argue that outside of this whole Ketel Marte drama, that Merrill Kelly maybe is the most important player for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I guess I'm laughing at the situation because my takeaway from that game last night was far more, hey, you missed a chance to pick up a game on everybody in the wild card standings. They all lost. It's one game off the schedule. The Cubs are really, really good, and now you've got to win 2 games just to win this series. I feel like this year, this time of year, the emphasis needs to be on what matters most. And it's not this, Johnny. Yeah. It's just not.
No, but it dominated the game. I mean, the broadcast kept going back, and I'm not blaming them. That was the story. Yeah. And especially when you're losing 7-0, the producers probably sit back in the truck going, "We got to find something." Well, Merrill Kelly is at the top step, glaring at the third base coach, and they just kept going back to him. And then they'd show Quentin Berry, and he would laugh, and then the dugouts are yelling at each other, and it's like, okay, this is a 7-0 game that is boring to a game that actually has a storyline all of a sudden.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show with John Lund filling in for Gambo today. What happens if we don't see Carson Beck on Friday? Or maybe I should say when we don't see Carson Beck on Friday. When will we see him again for the Cardinals? That's coming up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Field bars 2-2. Is hit to left, but it's right at Ian who will make the catch, and that's your ball game. The Cubs come into town and just flatten the Diamondbacks 7-0.
In front of the home crowd is wild. Oof. More Arizona sports takes on what happened at Chase Field last night, coming to you on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've taken M-Drive every morning for 10 years. Here's why. Once men get into their 40s and 50s, the body starts changing. Testosterone naturally declines, energy drops, recovery takes longer, and keeping weight off gets harder. I know, I felt it myself. That's why I take M-Drive every day. M-Drive is made for men over 40 with clinically tested ingredients that support healthy testosterone, steady energy, and metabolism. No hype, no shortcuts. I know the people behind M-Drive. I've watched this Phoenix company grow, and I've trusted the product for 10 years. In fact, M-Drive has been helping men for nearly 20 years. It's the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts. Don't let age beat you. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's use code GAMBO at mdriveformen.com. Testosterone support, energy, metabolism, don't wait. It only gets harder. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. Start today. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $351 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
It's always sunny in Phoenix when the D-backs face the Philadelphia Phillies at Chase Field, starting August 31st. Get your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Now's the time to save at Freeway Chevrolet with employee pricing for everyone. Plus, up to $12,500 off select new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 model. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Savings include manufacturer rebates and dealer discount. Actual savings will vary by model, trim, equipment, and vehicle availability. Offer excludes tax, title, license, registration, and any optional dealer-added items. Purchase price includes $589 dealer value. Offer cannot be combined with other incentives or special financing unless permitted by the manufacturer. Contact dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by August 31st, 2026.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Good with the throwing session. Still TBD in terms of, what this, I guess we play Friday. This Friday will look like.
That was Mike LaFleur yesterday. Today they got on the plane and flew to Green Bay, Wisconsin for their joint practices with the Green Bay Packers. Speaking on Carson Beck, who's still dealing with the rib injury, who did, I think, some throwing yesterday, but not a lot. And outside of that spectacular debut from him in Week 1, or at least the Hall of Fame game, we have not seen much of Carson Beck ever since that no-look pass that he delivered at training camp a couple days after that game. We haven't seen him at all. And now with John Lund filling in for Gambo today, I think we're left, John, with the assumption that we're not going to see Carson Beck play in this game on Friday. It does not sound like at all that we're going to see him. I don't even know how much we're going to see him practice. And then we're kind of like, okay, what's left? What do we then have to judge the readiness of Carson Beck when he's called upon this season, and has any of this stalled his development at all? Yeah, and if he had continued on what we saw, and he's got a ton of college experience, it wouldn't be on the realm. I never thought he was going to start, but I did think that maybe early in the season, if there's a struggle, and we all know what the schedule looks like, that all of a sudden you could find yourself maybe a soft landing spot, and he would jump Gardner Minshew. Even Minshew could be potentially traded because you're kind of redundant, like the Superman meme of the two backup quarterbacks. But now I think that all goes by the wayside, because I think that fans have a misconception of thinking, well, they can just throw away a season. I think that Monty Austinfort wants to throw away a season. You think that Mike LaFleur wants to throw away the season? It doesn't guarantee, because he has multiple years on his deal, that he's going to be here forever. If you're an embarrassment, you can be one and done. So what is their confidence level going to be as an organization to say, okay, we saw this guy in preseason week 1. We're watching him in practice every day, but we've seen him in preseason week number 1. And if people don't understand how it works, the number 3 guy doesn't get reps. He might get some scout team reps or things like that, but about 90% goes to the starter. Maybe, the other 10% goes to the backup. And then depending on what the scout team quarterback or the other team's quarterback looks like, then you might get some reps. So he's not getting reps in practice. He didn't play in the preseason.
what would be the confidence level of the organization to play him?
Yeah, I think that's where the opportunity was lost here for exactly what you just said a second ago, is that the opportunity was for him to jump Gardner Minshew as number 2 and to get those backup reps that you're talking about, to show himself in the Raiders game, to show himself in the Cowboys game, to show himself in the Packers game, that he could be trusted to be the backup quarterback and get the extra reps that come with being the backup quarterback. And then maybe you could move on from Minshew if you wanted. Now, you just haven't seen enough to be able to elevate him to that. And now, because of that, he's going to suffer with the reps that he does get in practice. So I do think in that very specific instance, yes, this has stunted his growth. Yes, it's changed the arc a little bit for him in terms of the win and the how this might work. Because if he had legitimately been able to make Gardner Minshew redundant, then that really speeds up the clock on when you could have seen him, right? Like, and now, if they are really going to try to win every single game they can because of the reasons that you just said, it behooves them to go to Minshew first.
Yeah.
If it's not working out with Brissett and they want to make a change for the sake of change, at this point, I don't think Carson Beck has done enough to be that guy who becomes the one who comes in.
Well, and it's a trust factor. That's just what it is. You hear coaches, managers, all this, I'll say all the time, I trust this guy, trust this guy. There's no reason for trust. And to me, one of the worst things, the NFL does 98% of the things right. The number one thing they do wrong is developing quarterbacks. There's no place to develop them. So once you leave college, you don't get the reps there's a certain amount of time you spend away from the team. So then you can work with a quarterback coach who's approved by the team, but you don't, unless there's live bullets, and now they have, the stuff you put on your face, and there's
the
a guy.
virtual reality stuff,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. So you can try that all you want, but it's still not the same reps. So how does Carson Beck get better once the preseason is over? There's not really a path to do it, which means they don't trust him.
Here is Mike LaFleur. He was asked this very same question yesterday. Is Beck's injury stalling his progression? Here's what he said.
I mean, it's easy to magnify the quarterback position and a rookie and all that kind of stuff, but you get better at football by practicing and playing football. And so when you're not out there, it's hard to get better, right? So he's missed some days, but that's no different than the nose guard. That's no different than the receiver. That's no different than the left tackle, particularly for the younger guys. So it is what it is. Injuries are a part of this thing, and he's a tough dude. Like I said, he battled through it for 3 or 4 practices before the discomfort became so real that it just wasn't worth it because it wasn't going to improve until we gave him a little bit of time.
But with respect to Coach LaFleur, this isn't like the left tackle.
I was just saying,
and this isn't like the left guard, and this isn't like a defensive tackle. You're going to need to see this guy play to decide if you need to draft another guy.
Yeah.
And that's just not the same with any other, right? Like that was the whole great and grand, and it still is, of the 2026 season. Is Carson Beck actually good enough so you don't need to go shopping at the quarterback store next April? So you don't need to worry about Dante Moore and how he plays this on these Saturdays coming up, or Arch Manning or Lenore Sellers or any of those guys. That's what makes it completely different than any other position on the field. And again, it adds to the shame of it all.
Yeah, and that's the frustrating part, is because you did see in that first game that maybe, because we've debated this for so long, of how many games could he play to determine whether he is the answer or not. And now, as you just heard from the head coach, he didn't run away from it, and he did a nice job kind of maneuvering through it. But like you said, if you play the nose guard, he screws up a little bit, the game's not over. If the quarterback throws 3 or 4 interceptions, you're losing the game no matter what anybody else does on the field. So again, it comes back to a trust factor, which he can't have because he didn't play. And now we get to, let's just say for the sake of conversation, because this is very likely, that you're 8 games into the season, you're 2-6. Do they go to him just because? Because I think fans think that, okay, the season's over. It's not for coaches. It's not for general managers. They've still got to try to win games and save their behinds. So they're not going to just automatically say, let's play for next year. It's not how it works.
Yeah, and I just don't know when that instinct to when the fan – it's always a push and pull, right, between a fan base and an organization when it comes to a guy like Carson Beck, when it comes to any young quarterback upon whom the future might rest. When does everybody decide it's time for that guy to play? Like not that you're determining the season is over necessarily. Yeah. We saw the Cardinals go through this with Josh Rosen and Sam Bradford. After about 4 or 5 games, it was pretty obvious Sam Bradford had nothing. And it was just time, right? Like, it's just, okay, got to go see the guy. With Kyler, we never had this conversation. He was the starter from day one. It's just, when the Rams do, who knows when the Rams do it? Who knows when any team does it? But I will say, too, the other thing about this Carson Beck situation that just kind of sucks in general
And I heard you giving me crap a couple of weeks ago.
I've never done that.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. I heard you. I was doing a look ahead for one of our shows.
Had to be Calvisi.
And I was expressing a lack of enthusiasm over the preseason opener.
Oh, okay.
And you're like, Bernsey, come on, preseason game number 3. Yeah, but preseason game number 1, come on, it's exciting. Football's back. Carson Beck made preseason football fun again. It made me want to watch. I don't want to watch preseason football. I hate preseason football, John. I hate it. I really do. It's just like it's a chore. It's in our like I know what we do. We're in the toy department of life here, right? Like we're sports talk show hosts. We got it good. We know it, right? And we're grateful for it. But sometimes you watch a game and you're like, preseason football games? Ugh.
Third and fourth quarter when garbage men, UPS drivers, no offense, mailmen, great professions, not football players. So when you're doing third and fourth quarter, that's hard. But at least early there's something.
Carson Beck made me want to watch preseason football games. Do you know how hard that is? Do you know? I mean, serious. And so for me, there's the how this has stunted his growth conversation, which is much more responsible and right. And then there's just kind of the emotional. Man, I was just looking forward to watching that guy ball again and see what he can do to follow it up because it was fun.
Yeah, there's an old saying that they don't count, but they mean something. It meant something for Carson Beck. And so now will he get a chance? Like for you, real quick, how many games do you think he has to play so that he can make a determination? Because I think that it lessened because he didn't have the preseason.
I think it's at least 8.
Yeah.
Gambo and I go round and round about. He says 6. I think it's at least 8. How many do you think?
Yeah, I would say more like 8.
I think he's got to play 8
the more,
games.
the better.
If you're not going to draft somebody, I think it's at least 8.
Because I understand that the fan base is really, really excited for this. But the thing is that if he could solve your quarterback woes, and then you'd had a high pick, you could either trade it. Like it's such a good thing if he could solve it. But as weird as it sounds, the preseason may have prevented it.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, John Lund is in for Gambo today. We'll go into the D-backs clubhouse next. He just made his first outing since returning from injury. Dre Jamison, reliever from the Arizona Diamondbacks, joins us coming up on the Burns and Gambo show.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, it's Paul Caldisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content Content provided is for educational purposes only.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment-free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what's trending now. Diamondbacks look to bounce back after being shut out yesterday by the Cubs. It's game 2 of this 3-game set down at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt will be the man on the mound tonight. He goes against veteran right-hander Clay Holmes. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. A couple more transactions announced by the Cardinals today, notably among them an extension. The organization and center Yelda Froholt have agreed on a 2-year deal. It's reportedly worth $20 million, and it keeps him in Cardinal red through the 2028 season. Over to ASU football, head coach Kenny Dillingham not quite ready to name his Week 1 starting QB, but unfortunately the defense took another hit. Linebacker Zyrus Fiaseu has been ruled out for the season with a lower body injury. He's now the third Sun Devil defender out for the season, joining Mikael Gardner and Nigel Pringle. And the Phoenix Mercury back in action on the home hardwood. It will also be Kelsey Plum's home debut. She is available tonight for the purple and orange. They host the Washington Mystics, and tip-off will be at 7. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Arizona, the Sanderson Ford summer sales event is on. 0% financing, 0 payments for 90 days, and $1,000 towards your down payment. Choose Sanderson Ford. Offer expires at the end of the month.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Clubhouse Call-In time. John Lund is in for Gambo today here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and joining us right now from the Arizona Diamondbacks clubhouse, member of the bullpen, back with the big league club. It's always good to have Dre Jameson on the phone for a conversation, talking a little baseball with us here on Burns and Gambo. Dre, welcome back to the show. John Lund is filling in for Gambo. How are we doing today?
Pretty good, you?
Good. Thank you. You are back. It has been a roller coaster season for you with the injuries, and you're up and you're down and you're here and you're there. How have you managed to keep your head straight throughout all of it? Or is that just the life of a big league ball player at this point?
Yeah, I feel like these last couple of years have been that. So I'm trying not to be accustomed to it, but I feel like, the work that goes into to stay on the field's hard. And then on top of that, just trying to stay healthy and compete day in and day out, try to get wins as much as I can for this ball club. That's the goal here, and I'm excited to be back.
All right, Jerry, I got to ask you about the number because hardly anyone wears 99. So my thought was either you throw about 99 or you're a Rick Vaughn fan who was 99. Like, where does 99 come from?
So I think it was 2 years ago when Zach Davies is number 27, and we didn't re-sign him in the offseason right away, and that number came available. So I picked number 27. I ended up getting all these jerseys for my family for Christmas, and then ended up getting all the jerseys. I got home later that day. I got a call from Roger saying, hey, we signed Davies back, and he's going to take 27. So I was like, okay, shoot. I was like, what numbers are available? And he was telling me, and he never said 99. So then I just asked, is 99 available? And he said, yeah. So I went with 99, and there's multiple reasons. It's, I mean, obviously, you know, I used to throw hard. I'm finally throwing hard again. But a lot of it is it's a big number on a little guy. So you have to fill those shoes. And it's an inner competition within myself to wear such a big number. You have to live up to that number. It's more of it challenges myself to live into that number. And, yeah, it's just something that I thought, hey, if I'm going to be number 99, I'm going to have to perform to a 99 level. So as of right now, I'm not doing that, but it'll come. It'll come.
Yeah, by the way, that's amazing rationale.
Fantastic story. That
amazing. That's like Madden 99 or something. I know it's a totally different sport. The second part is that got lost in there was how many 27 jerseys did you buy, and how much did that cost you?
I think I bought like 11 or 12 of them.
Oh, no.
And I was
That's
like
$1,000.
You know, I think it was like 1,400 with the team discount too. So it was a lot, but the team helped me out, and we were able to get those back and get them changed.
How much is the team discount? I'm just curious. How much of a discount do you get on MLBshop.com?
Honestly, I don't really know.
That's not a lot, dude. Because if you got 11 at $1,400, that's about going rate. I think
That's retail. I think. Yeah.
Close.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if I got. I forget exactly.
Okay, so I don't mean to bring up bad memories. I just 99's a great number, and your rationale's amazing. It's just that number hurts.
No, it isn't. But when my son played club ball and then ultimately became a Division III college baseball player, he wore 99 for a couple of years, and I loved it.
That's Aaron Judge.
It's just sort of like, yeah, here it is, man. I'm double nines. Let's go. Dre Jameson is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We were talking before we got you on the air, and I'm kind of stealing John's question here, but I'm curious from your perspective. You've made the journey back and forth from the minors to the bigs. Obviously, it's well worn. How hard is it for you to develop your stuff and hone your craft when you're pitching at a place like Reno?
It's very hard. And I say this a lot. It's hard to, see what the pitch shapes and things are going to do at the big league level because, yeah, we play at some high elevation spots here and there. For the most part, I feel like the ball plays true usually where we play. And in Reno, it's not like, we have to play in Reno. And then it's like, no, then we go to Salt Lake. And then you go to even Sacramento. And then you got to go to Albuquerque. And it's just everything's high elevation to where within our movement plots of, when we get the reports back of, the report back from when we just threw, it has like a part in there to where what it should be. Like that pitch is, this is what it was, but this is what it's going to be if you were at normal elevation levels. So it's hard to depict and truly dive into stuff when you're in Reno. I think, going back and forth, and when I go down there, it's more not really worrying about what shapes I'm getting, as in throwing strikes. And you see sometimes it takes a second when you come back up to truly, dial in where to start each individual pitch because, in Reno, I'm throwing sinkers and they're not really moving. Here I'll throw a sinker and it moves, vice versa with everything else. So just really trying to hone in command rather than stuff down there, I think is the biggest key, and kind of taking the result base in Reno as a grain of salt. Like if you're in the PCL and you have a 2, you're nasty.
That's a good call. That's a good call. By the way, happy birthday. We're 8 days late, but you turned 29. It's all downhill from here. I can just tell you that. But happy 29. Secondly, how hard is it to stay up on unwritten rules, let alone rules in baseball? Because like as a pitcher, like you can't step on my mound, that's for sure. And the thing last night with the third base coach and everything like that, like it's difficult to stay up on this stuff. But what was your opinion on the Cubs third base coach last night? Is that an unwritten rule? Is that a no-no last night? How does that all work?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's part of the game, but I also believe that's like a player bias. Like if you guys have a plan and you find a tip on us, as pitchers, like, a lot of us tip pitches, and that's stuff that we work on day in and day out. I think when we're relaying signs middle of game from coaches, I think that's Bush League. I think that I think I wouldn't say a form of cheating at all, but I just think it's kind of Bush. And I think it's like, you come in with a plan. Let's not try to coaches-wise pick from players' gloves. If you guys get us from second base, you get us from second base. That's our fault. And ultimately, it's our fault if you get us from third as a coach. I just think you had your time playing, and it's over, and now you're at third base. So in that sense, I feel like if that's how you want to play, then it's on us to try to make that change mid-game and eliminate that. But, yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's a weird spot. There's going to be different point of views from each individual person. But as a pitcher, you don't want to have to try to control the players picking from your gloves on top of the third base coach picking from your glove as well. So I think it's it's part of the game, and it's going to be there. And I'm pretty sure the Cubs are pretty good at depicting tipping and all of that kind of stuff. So props to them, kudos to them. But when you can't get something, what are you going to do at that point? So I just think it's a 50-50, like you can agree with it, you can't. And it's something as a player and as a pitcher, something we got to work on and not let that happen.
Trey, good stuff as always. We appreciate the conversation. We appreciate you stopping by. Best luck the rest of the season to you and the team. And thanks for coming on for a few, all right?
Yes, thank you.
You got it. Trey Jameson joining us from the Arizona Diamondbacks.
He might have changed my opinion.
Sean and I just kind of looked at each other when he said that whole thing. Hey, your playing days are over, pal.
That was a great line.
You're a coach.
Basically, he just said, hey, old man, stay out of my glove.
Hey, old man.
That was pretty good.
Not your game anymore, brother. You just stay right over there.
He might have changed my mind, though, because what he's saying is they steal it by they're staring into your glove, and you're trying to, it's coming from second base. It's coming from, I have no safety zone here.
Right. There's no place where you're not looking for that right there. We might have to revisit this to see if Trey Jameson just changed our mind a little bit. The new Ain't No Fang has dropped Alex Weiner and myself tackling the Ketel Marte situation and whether the Diamondbacks can keep up in the pennant chase. Listen on ArizonaSports.com, the app, or wherever you get your podcasts. It is Tuesday, August 25th. Week 0 in college football is days away, and ASU still has not declared their starting quarterback. Concern? We'll talk about it next. John London for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Ketel Marte was spotted at a local casino during the Diamondbacks game. People say, hey, he didn't break any rules. No. He's a grown man. He can do what he wants. Absolutely. And people say, well, Ketel Marte is at the casino all the time. Let's use a show example on this.
Yeah.
Let's say I didn't show up to work today.
All right.
Let's say I didn't text anybody on the show that I wasn't showing up to work today.
Right.
You're wondering where I am if I'm going to walk through the door? I'm spotted at somewhere that I always am. I'm at a sports bar at 6 a.m. It's not anything out of the ordinary for me. Am I breaking any rules?
Yeah.
No. Am I going to get fired? Absolutely.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. He's done a great job for me. Financial plan, retirement plan, estate plan, and a tax plan. If you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about those 4 things and just making sure you're investing and growing your money, you might have the wrong financial advisor. Your financial advisor needs to have a tax plan for you. Most of us are putting money away tax deferred, and at some point that tax bill is due. What Stuart told me from the beginning when I started working with him, it's not about how much money you've been able to make and save. It's about how much of that are you going to be able to keep. So if you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about the implications of taxes down the road, you got the wrong guy. Call Stuart Willis right now. Get a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. Or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Jan on the street. Hi, it's Jan from Toyota. Summer's not over at the National Sales Event, so I'm taking to the streets to see how people are keeping summer fun going with a new Toyota. Excuse me, sir. How are you making summer last longer with your Toyota?
Oh, going mudding in my Tundra.
Everybody loves a mud bath. Player with the jump shot. What about you?
Taking my RAV4 downtown to a rooftop restaurant to shoot my shot with Stacy.
Stacy's a lucky lady. Mom with the twins. Your turn.
Starting a true crime podcast in my Grand Highlander while the kids are at day camp.
Oh, I know the one. It's juicy. Man with the ball. And you?
Dropping my BZ to the park to play kickball with friends. Kickball is life.
I want that to be my life, too. Well, those are some great ways to extend summer. See you next time. Jan on the street.
Event ends August 31st. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
By the time August rolls around, you've stopped being surprised by the heat. You walk outside, you get in your car, and wait for the AC to catch up. And at the end of the day, the one place you need to be cool is home. Your AC has been running since May, morning, noon, and night. And when it stays hot overnight, it never gets a rest. It just keeps grinding until something gives. At Gettle, we've been doing this for over 85 years. We know what a summer like this does to a system. Call us and make sure your home is the one place the heat can't follow you. GOETTL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
So sources close to me can confirm that Lauren participated in a Green Bay Sucks chant last night that broke out at Chase Field. There were so many Cubs fans there, John, that a Green Bay Sucks chant broke out at Chase Field. Lauren, can you confirm or deny your participation in said chant?
Given that I am, in fact, your inside source on this topic, I can confirm that this happened.
She is the accused and the source of the information.
I like how you
all
did
at
that,
the same
though.
time. You're like, yeah, well, you know, she's the one who told me. You basically confessed.
I did.
Without a shred of guilt whatsoever.
No one even accused me. I just
Yeah.
said, hey, guess what happened last night?
Green Bay Sucks broke out last night. Now, what inning was that?
Oh, after the game.
Oh, after the game. Okay.
After the game.
Did you start the chant?
No.
Oh, you didn't start
Just a very passionate participant.
John, did you happen to hear the show yesterday?
Yeah, I heard it.
Where Lauren jumped my you-know-what for having the audacity to compare Lambeau Field to Wrigley Field. As two iconic venues in the history of sports. She's like, Wrigley, yes. Lambeau sucks. Come on.
I don't know, man. I've covered snowy playoff games in Lambeau, and it's pretty cool.
It's way cool.
And my parents are from Chicago, so I've been to Wrigley many, many times.
Way cool. I've been to both.
Yeah, it's
You're
pretty
biased.
iconic.
Yes.
It's pure hate. Oh, see, but no, you admit it.
Yes.
As long as she admits it.
I'm 100% biased.
Yeah.
All right. Who am I to argue, I guess? You're going again tomorrow?
Going again tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. Taking advantage. What are you wearing tomorrow?
Maybe a jersey.
Okay.
I've got a lot of options.
Last night was the PCA MVP shirt.
Yeah.
Boy, when he got that one, I thought, I thought he got it.
I thought it was Grand Slam.
Yeah, I thought it was going. He thought he got it too.
Yeah,
because Merrill
he slammed the helmet.
He did. He kind of hung it, and I thought it was gone. Anyway, what's our? So now that you got your Green Bay sucks out of your system a little bit, what is our?
She'll do it again tomorrow.
Oh, she will.
Oh, yeah. There was a woman. It all started because a woman in the front row over the bullpen on one side had a sign that said MVP, and when you flipped it, on the other side it said Green Bay sucks.
And then that started the
That's
chant.
pretty thorough.
Yeah.
That's pretty thorough.
She's covering everything.
I mean, that's pretty thorough. Because the thing about sports fans is you love your own team. If you're a real complete fan, you love your own team and you hate. And so to have the foresight to say, not only do I love Pete Armstrong and the Cubs, but I hate the Packers in one sign.
Yeah. Love and hate on one piece of cardboard.
Solid.
Impressive.
Yes.
Impressive. What's our poll question today, Lauren?
It actually has to do with what you guys just talked to Dre Jameson about. And
yeah.
that is the unwritten rules of baseball.
Let's put this to the test and see if he changed our mind.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
we were both like, this is dumb, this is silly. And Dre Jameson actually made a compelling argument. So let's find out.
All right, you've got three options. So here's the question. I'll read it verbatim. As a baseball fan, how do you feel about the unwritten rules of the game? Do you love them? They protect the integrity of the game. You're indifferent. It's just part of the game. Or you hate them. Get over it. And I love that somebody wrote that at the web desk. Hate them. Get over it.
Okay, I have one prediction. Neither of us will take the middle road. No, but none of us will take the middle road. I don't believe that.
Indifferent, it's part of the game.
Indifferent will not be had. Maybe I'm wrong.
I generally hate them.
Yeah.
I find it to be like a magic trick. You know how the whole point of a magic trick is to distract you from the thing that you should actually be paying attention to, like the whole plot of the Prestige, basically. I mean, it's kind of like it's like a magic trick. I just think it's dumb. So I hate them.
Yeah, I don't like the word hate, but I think I said it in the opening segment 5 times. I'll use dislike or something like that, but I do because it's so hard to keep up. Like, I'm taking this outside of sports. Like, this happens all the time. It happens in driving. It happens it's like I can't even keep the rules and laws straight in my head, let alone when they start to be the. Oh no! You did that one thing. What? Like I hate it. Now, Dre Jameson made a good point on one thing, which is if the guy from second base is watching my hand and then the guy from third base, like, I got nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. But in general, like, okay, let's use pitching. A guy runs across after he flies out to center. He runs past the mound and steps on the mound. And then the pitcher goes bananas. That's my mound. It's like, my mound. Dude, come on, man. I walked across the mound. It's not your mound. Like, come on.
You don't own it.
Right.
Not yours. Doesn't belong to you.
So, yeah, I hate them. And we'll use hate.
Okay, what's our audience say on this one?
All right, well, John Lund apparently hates the Burns and Gambo show audience.
Wow.
Because 49% of them going with indifferent,
No,
it's
get off
part
the
of
fence.
the game.
Splinters in your butt. Get off the fence. Stop it.
Come on.
That's a terrible answer.
Pick a lane. 29% going with love them. They protect the integrity of the game. John Lunn's about to walk out
Stop
of the
it,
studio.
Bob Costas. There's a bunch of Bob Costas, pink-eyed Bob Costas people. It protects the integrity of the game.
Bob Costas guys.
I'll never be back. I'll never be back on the show. That's fine. I just alienated 89% of the audience.
Because only 22% agree with you guys.
Somebody's writing his own ticket over here. Somebody's writing his ticket here.
Have your
That's
own
fantastic.
opinion, but two of the three are wrong. The Bob Costas people are wrong, and the Splinter and the Butt people are wrong.
You're doing like you're truly entitled to your own opinion,
Yeah.
but your opinion's
This
wrong.
is great. This is great.
But you're all
Pink-eyed
wrong.
Bob Costas. Those are 4 words I did not expect to hear today.
Remember during the Olympics, he got pink eye, and I was like,
yeah, I do. No, I remember that.
They should have
yeah.
kept him
You
there.
referenced it, and I right away
I'm
knew
like,
what you
the
were
Olympics.
referencing.
Pink-eyed Bob Costas.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Kenny Dillingham today. I think everybody woke up this morning thinking today was going to be the day that the head coach of ASU football announced his starting quarterback. It was not.
Are you ready to name a starting quarterback yet?
We'll go through that here in the next probably week or so.
Okay, not quite there yet. Cutter Boley, Mikey Keene. Here's one more from Dillingham, and then we'll talk about this on how Cutter Boley has looked in practice so far.
Yeah, today was great. We hit an awesome home run post for a touchdown. We hit a few intermediate passes for big plays today. So today, like I said, I thought was one of his best days, if not his best day, which is a positive.
All right, is there any level of concern that we can muster up for the fact that the season opener is, what is it, not this Saturday, but next Saturday? So we're talking about like 11 days away, 12 days away. They haven't named a starting quarterback. Should we be worried about that yet?
I bet. I could be 100% wrong. I often am. But I do think that they probably know internally, and they've done a really good job of not letting it get out because, I mean, the only thing it would be doing is appeasing the media, which is probably something Kenny doesn't necessarily want to do. And you're trying to hold it to the last minute so that, Kansas doesn't know exactly. But I think it's a poorly kept secret, don't you think?
Yeah, I do. And a lot of people thought it was going to be Cutter Boley because today's Cutter Boley's birthday. And not that they were going to give him a birthday present by announcing that they were naming him the starting quarterback. I'm not saying that juvenile, but that it would have been a nice timed kind of thing. Oh, by the way, your birthday, the starting quarterback. I do think, though, and we don't have enough time to flesh this out. I do think that it can be tricky in today's day and age of college football in naming a starter, because you do run the risk of alienating the other guys, and in the transfer portal
you're right.
world,
Yeah, good point.
right? Like, not that Mikey Keene's going to leave, like he's here to be the backup. I don't think but you know what I mean. Like you do have to be, I would imagine, more careful than ever in terms of how you handle a quarterback room, because guys are so flighty, right? Like it's just if
I'm not the starter,
if I'm
see
not the
ya.
starter, bye, I'm out of here, see you
Right.
later, and so that. There's a little bit of caution that has to be baked into the process a little bit when dealing with this.
No, that's a good point. I really hadn't thought of it. And the reason why Boley's going to start, it's almost like the salary structure in football, though. He was the guy to get paid to be the starter, and you almost knew it right away. But you're right. There is no – you got to think like Kenny would think. What's the advantage to naming one right now? There isn't really one, except to appease the media or, like you said, to try to keep a kid from going. But they probably know internally because they know what the reps are, right? And that's what it comes down to.
I think they know what they're going to do, but the opener is still, like I say, 11, 12 days away, so they still have a little bit of time if they want it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, John Lund, I don't know if you're aware of this, we're 56 minutes and 43 seconds into the show, and we haven't had one Cattell Marte conversation yet. What's wrong with us? What will be the fan reception when Cattell makes his return to the field, and what should it be? That's next. John Lund's in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, back here to say about Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or you can shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Trucks and SUVs, it's what GMC does. It's what they do better than anybody. And what they do at Liberty GMC is they give you the best deals on trucks and SUVs better than anybody. Right now, you can lease a 2026 GMC Yukon. They are arriving daily for just $699 a month. We're talking about the premier big SUV in the Yukon, and you can lease one at Liberty GMC for just $699 a month, starting at $699 a month. You can also lease a brand new GMC Terrain, a 2026, for just $299 a month. If you need trucks, you can save $12,500 again on the premier truck out there on the roads, and that's the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500. You can save $12,500 on that, or take advantage of 2.9% financing, and it's all at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Cozy season is ahead, and you'll be spending way more time inside. Is your home ready? Don't worry. With Wayfair, you can upgrade your space without breaking the bank. Score up to 70% off during their Labor Day clearance on furniture, area rugs, mattresses, and more. Plus, surprise flash deals you can't miss. Whether it's one room or the whole house, Wayfair has pieces for every style and budget.
Shop Wayfair's Labor Day clearance now through September 7th at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready. We had our drain lines hydrojetted before selling our home and couldn't recommend this company enough. Great pricing and expert work. We'll definitely be using them again in the future.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com. Ready. The Labor Day sales event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning lineup, including Silverado, Traverse, and Trax. Plus, check out Equinox with excellent efficiency and bold design. It's the SUV that lets you take on the world in style. We have the inventory and we have the offers. Visit valleychevy.com or go to one of your 13 Valley Chevy dealers today. The Labor Day sales event going on now.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what is trending now. Diamondbacks look to bounce back tonight after being shut out yesterday by the Cubs. Game 2 of this 3-game set down at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt is the man on the mound tonight. He goes against veteran right-hander Clay Holmes. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. A couple more transactions were announced by the Cardinals today. Notably among them, an extension. The organization and center Yelda Froholt have agreed on a 2-year extension, reportedly worth up to $20 million, and it keeps him in Cardinal red through the 2028 season. Over to ASU football, head coach Kenny Dillingham not quite ready to name his Week 1 starting quarterback, but unfortunately the defense took another hit today. Linebacker Zyrus Fiaseu has been ruled out for the season with a lower body injury. He's now the third Sun Devil defender out for the season, joining Mikael Gardner and Nigel Pringle. And the Phoenix Mercury are back in action on the home hardwood. It will also be Kelsey Plum's home debut in the purple and orange. She is available for tonight's game. They host the Washington Mystics, and tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. Talking Stick Resort's Wicked Ball at Studio 101 is on Friday, October 30th. DJs, special guest appearances, and compete for a share in the $15,000 costume contest. Buy your tickets now at TalkingStickResorts.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Are the Arizona Diamondbacks really going to bring Ketel Marte back for next week's series against the Philadelphia Phillies? We're going to ask a member of the Diamondbacks front office tomorrow at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
That is the question. As we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo Show with John Lund filling in here on this Tuesday afternoon. By all accounts, Ketel Marte is going to be activated in time for the Phillies series next week, a week from today, as a matter of fact. Troy Lavello was asked about that plan yesterday, said this.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking about. Yeah, I think that'll be the 10th day or the 11th day. So there's definitely a strategy to get him back on the field, get him healthy when he's over Salt River. I failed to mention what his progression was today. Joe Mather went over today, and he hit in the lab. He was doing a lot more baseball activity. He was finally cleared to take some BP today. So very encouraging. Joe liked what he saw for a day one return. He's going to have, several days to go out and continue to get that build up and be as ready as possible. If it's possible to get him ready for Philly, we would definitely take the at-bats.
Mitch, if you would do me a favor, will you drop the cut from Torrey yesterday about Ketel getting booed into this file so I can play it for everybody out there listening, because that's kind of central to what we're going to be talking about here, because there's immediately the conversation is kind of turned, John, to what's going to be the reaction when he shows up for work, and it's not like it's going to be an empty house either. It's not like you've picked a Monday night against the Colorado Rockies. It's going to be a very important series against a very good baseball team, and there's going to be a lot of people in that building when they do. And I don't know if I've ever been more interested to see how a fan base reacts to a player than I am in how this fan base is going to react to Ketel Marte.
Yeah, and my thought is that there are different pockets of this country that would boo him. New York might, Philly might, places like that. I do think that they'll cheer him here just because what else are you going to do? Having said that, I think we're getting to the point, or maybe past the point, where there's a thing called talent versus tolerance, which I'm very, I love that term. Mm-hmm. They're not going to have much more tolerance, and his talent really this year hasn't given him thought to be that, because he hasn't played all that well. But I think at this point, you're at this point of the season, fans aren't really rational a lot of times, but, and you add alcohol and everything else to the whole thing, and fans like to boo. But I think when it's your own player, you have nothing left to do but to encourage him. Could I be wrong in that thought?
No.
Because I don't think people will boo him. Like when a player comes back on an opposing team, people just boo him anymore. But this is a really unique situation in which a guy comes back. In fact, I don't think I can remember another one in which a guy left, comes back, you're upset, but then he's on your team, and here he comes. You're going to boo him?
You've got me thinking about this because initially, I'll be honest with you, I thought he's probably going to get booed. He's probably going to hear it a little bit. This has been some real unnecessary drama, and it's been hard to see it, at least for me, any other perspective where he isn't the bad guy in this scenario. A lot of people have made the wrong choices, and a lot of people have made the wrong decisions. But Ketel Marte is the bad guy in all of this. I do think the one factor in all of this that I just don't know how it's going to equate to whether Joe Blow sitting there in the third row is going to boo or cheer or do nothing with Ketel Marte is how badly they need him. That acknowledgement of, hey, this thing just ain't going to work if Ketel Marte's average or not good or not on the team. And I don't know how that factors in. I know this. I am not like we've known each other for a while, but we've never done a show together before. I am not in any way, shape, or form the kind of fan who would go to a game and boo a player. It's just not. It's not in my nature as a
even
human
if you have
being.
like a couple of beers, a couple of cocktails, something like that.
Honestly, no. It's
so
not.
That's okay.
It's just not how
that's
I'm
not
wired,
your DNA.
and it's not who I am. But I'll tell you this right now: Ketel Marte is about as close as I would come to wanting to. You know, we're just like, come on, dude, seriously, a casino. Come on, dude. Yeah. Seriously, you didn't return anybody's calls. You didn't return anybody's texts. You didn't show up. You just went poof, gone, AWOL for a while. You made your manager sit there and with tears practically streaming down his face, trying to defend you and explain you and I'm supposed to cheer you. I'm supposed to support you. You know what I mean? But to your point, and it's a good one, by cheering him, are you supporting him or are you supporting them? Are you supporting them banding together and trying to put it behind him so they can get to the playoffs and get the best version of Ketel?
But can you remember a time, because I can't, and look, I'm limited mentally, so I can't remember a few things. I've burned way too many brain cells through the years. But can you remember a time, because guys coming back, going to a team, you left our team, we boo you. You know, whatever the case may be, you're traded. Lots of times guys come back. And a lot of the debate is, oh, this guy helped you win a championship. Why are you booing him? Or there's all sorts of scenarios in which you boo a player who comes back. Has there been a scenario in which a guy comes back wearing a uniform? Because the quandary that people find themselves in mentally at this game will be, he's wearing our uniform.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I'm thinking. I'm like scanning through.
In certain cities, they do. I remember a couple weeks ago, Wilson Contreras of the Red Sox, who's been crushing it all season long, because it's Boston and he didn't run out a ball to first base, they start booing him in their uniform. That's Boston. Philly will do that. You could have a great game, and by your fourth at bat, if you strike out, Philly will boo you. But sitting in Phoenix with Ketel Marte in a playoff chase, I feel like I'm playing the game of Clue with the wrench in the library. He's wearing your uniform, and you want him to do well because you want the Diamondbacks to get to the playoffs. And I'm asking fans to be rational. Nothing against fans, but by its very nature, a fan is a fanatic. You don't have to be reasonable, but he's wearing your uniform and he could help you get to the playoffs. Why would you boo him?
I can't think of one.
There hasn't been a scenario like this, right?
Saying. Yeah, no, there hasn't. No, there hasn't been. And I think what also adds a level of unusual to all of this is that I don't know if I've ever seen a fan base so divided as they were over this Ketel thing. Basically for the last calendar year. I mean, since he did this last year at the All-Star break, and there are a couple of hosts at the station in particular who are really well-versed in that division, who kind of wore it there for a while. Dan Bickley kind of wore it for a while. My co-host Gambo wore it for a while. The fan base was truly divided over this. And I'm curious now, is that a was or is that an is? Are they still divided over it? Or has that support that Ketel kind of had, leave him alone, don't try to chase him out of town, what are you doing? Like, is that all gone now? Did he lose all that support, the last vestige of support that he had? I don't know.
But it's almost like you need him. I mean, the problem becomes like next year.
I don't know if people will boo him because there is that.
See, that's the weird
I hate
part.
to say it. We need this guy.
Yeah. So next year, I'm just throwing out a team. Next year, he's on the Red Sox, right? And he comes back and you boo him. That's easy. But this year, he's wearing your uniform, and oh, by the way, you need him. And then after he ceases to be needed, you can boo him all you want. But right now, what would be your logic other than you're having a couple of beverages, you're with your friends, it's kind of a wildfire situation where one person boos and they start booing? I'm not saying there won't be a smattering, but I'm saying the majority of people are going, well, we need this guy. Yeah. I'm going to encourage him. The other thing, and this is kind of what we did when we did the poll question, I don't think there'll just be people sitting there. I think you really are going to be compelled one way or the other to either boo him to show him, hey, we're sick of this, or cheer him to say, let's go, man.
Maybe, but that's me. I couldn't.
If you were sitting there, what would you do?
I wouldn't do anything.
So you wouldn't do anything.
I wouldn't do anything. But I'm not a Gambo. When I have this conversation from time to time, it's just I wouldn't boo anybody.
See, I'm avid.
So who was the last guy you booed? Who was the last guy you booed? Who's the last guy you sat in the stands?
I do boo people.
You bum. You suck.
I don't yell stuff at people, but I do boo.
Me last night with the council. They announced him. I booed.
Yeah, I'm a booer. I am a booer. Absolutely, I am. I'm not a yell. I don't yell. I don't, not profanity or anything like that. In my normal life, I do, like a sailor, but like not at a game with kids. But I boo. I boo people.
It's too bad we don't do like Twitter polls anymore. Like I know we do the poll question off the website because I know I'm in the minority. I know I am. I would love to know how many other people just aren't booers. Like it just doesn't. You know. Yeah, it's not just. God, I hope it's not.
I'll say this. Just on Marte. Okay, the first at bat, I think there's more cheers than boos. Let's say he strikes out 2 or 3 times and it's late in the game and it's around the 7th inning and people have had their share and they're all lubed up. By the 4th at bat, if he's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, lackluster at bats, they will be booing him at that point.
When it's all said and done. Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, yesterday he was waived. Today he is back and on injured reserve. The latest with Trey Benson and the rest of that draft class next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Josh Sweat has been activated. Let's see, you're going to go play and practice against the Green Bay Packers. That's great. Then again, wait a minute. Who are they having a joint practice with?
It didn't take you long. It really didn't take you long,
You
did
know
it?
where I was going. So what are you saying, Josh? You'd like to go out there and show JG what you got? Maybe Matt LaFleur as well, because Mike and Matt are brothers, and maybe they could work a deal.
It's just Green Bay's been the team that makes the most sense all along if he's going to get traded.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, renters, it's Gambo, and I'm going to do some math for you really quick. If you're paying $2,200 a month in rent, that's $26,400 a year going straight to your landlord. 5 years of that, and you've handed somebody else $132,000, and you own nothing. A mortgage payment in that same range builds equity every single month. That's your money in your house working for you. So here's what I want you to do. Call the Lund Mortgage team today at 623-889-0130. Tell them you want to get a house, you want to get out of renting, and within a few hours, they'll give you a yes or a no and all the information you need. And here's why Lund. Great pricing you can trust. Lund Mortgage is not a company looking to mark you up. They're a company that genuinely wants you to win. They're in your corner from day one. Right now, they're also covering the appraisal on every purchase loan they close. So give them a call today at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
The all-new Kia Seltos is here, and Earnhardt Peoria Kia has the one you're looking for. With a bigger body and a bold sport-tuned design, with an advanced digital cockpit, with enhanced safety features, and with a payment you'll love, starting at only $239 a month plus tax with approved credit from Kia Finance. Cars you love from a trusted name in Arizona for over 75 years. That's Earnhardt. So get yourself a Kia Seltos at an awesome payment the no bull way at Earnhardt Peoria Kia today. Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue north of Bell Road, and always online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
24-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Example VIN reference 19710. $37.99 to its signing. Excludes government fees. Tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $999 protection package, and dealer options. Expires August 31st, 2026. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for more details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Pick up the Merrill Kelly Bobble on Saturday, September 12th, courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
To anyone who avoids HVAC repairs, it's time to leave it to the experts.
With memberships that cover regular HVAC maintenance and worry-free repairs, Service Experts keeps your home healthy and happy. Visit ServiceExperts.com to check out today's special offers and promotions.
Now's the time to save at Freeway Chevrolet with employee pricing for everyone. Plus, up to $12,500 off select new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 model. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Savings include manufacturer rebates and dealer discount. Actual savings will vary by model, trim, equipment, and vehicle availability. Offer excludes tax, title, license, registration, and any optional dealer-added items. Purchase price includes $589 dealer value. Offer cannot be combined with other incentives or special financing unless permitted by the manufacturer. Contact dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by August 31st, 2026.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app. 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, John London for Gambo today on this Tuesday afternoon. Great to have him in here. Trey Benson has cleared waivers today, so he now goes back to the Arizona Cardinals. He gets put on the injured list. So Trey Benson released yesterday, but is back now with the idea that an injury settlement might be next for him. Nobody's come out and said that, John, but that's typically how these things go when something like this happens.
I was a little surprised. I mean, his contract's not huge. There's a lot of teams that need running backs. But, I think he'll surface somewhere. It's just too bad that as a guy who's a third-round pick, which, when you're picking somebody that's picked 66, you're hoping that guy can be a contributor. But given the fact that they've drafted the way they have and, and Algier and all that kind of stuff, he just didn't fit.
Yeah, no, the writing was on the wall from him probably the minute they certainly signed Algier, but definitely when they drafted Love. I mean, it was like once they did that, it's like, okay, they bring back James Conner. Bam Knight had a previous relationship with Mike LaFleur in New York. I mean, it just kind of the writing was on the wall that he was going to probably be gone. But it does kind of set us up now for when Cutdown Day happens on Sunday. Trey Benson was a top 100 pick. There are going to be a couple of top 100 picks in the Monty Austin-Fort regime that are probably, and there's two ways to look at this, and we can look at this whichever way you want. Way number one is to look at the 2024 draft and just that draft in general and say, boy, where are the studs from that one, And then another way to look at it is these in the Monty Austin-Fort era, he has had 4 years of drafting, 4 years of taking players in the top 100 of those drafts, and 3 of them might be off of the roster by the time Sunday night rolls around. That is not a good look for a general manager who's trying to build his team through the draft. It's a terrible look for a general manager who's trying to build his team through the draft.
Well, especially when I think what even hurts more, and we'll name off some of the names, but the biggest problem for him is the comparison. So if you look at what Les Snead's doing with the Rams, they lost 2 first-round picks for Matthew Stafford, and yet they hit all these other picks. And it's not just Puka Nacua in the 6th round. They got their whole defensive line, through mid-round picks for the most part, except for Jared Verse, who then they traded, of course, and they get Myles Garrett. So what the Rams are doing and where they're hitting their picks kill you. And then you go to Seattle, same kind of a thing. They start hitting on guys that are 2nd, 3rd, 4th. When you're getting Emin Wari in the 2nd round, and you're hitting all those guys that are hitting San Francisco when they were at their heyday. Fred Warner in the 3rd round, George Kittle in the 5th round. So that's what you have to do. And then you start comping that to where the Cardinals are and what they're doing. That's what's damning, and that's when your owner starts going, why can't we do that?
Yeah, and it's probably, and no one said this out loud, but it's probably one of the major reasons why they fired Jonathan Gannon and hired Mike LaFleur. It was hey, there's 2 parts of the process, right? There's the drafting and the scouting of the player, and then there's the developing of the player once you get him. I would submit to you, and I think you would agree, that part of what makes Seattle and the Rams and the 49ers so special, it's not just the identifying and the scouting, it's what you do with them when you get them, right? Like it's once you bring them in. And I think if anything got Jonathan Gannon beyond the losing, that's what got Jonathan Gannon fired was, hey, we've drafted guys that we think are pretty good. Yeah, they've all been hurt, but you have failed to develop any of them in any appropriate manner and make them the kind of players that we think they should be. We got to give somebody else a try before I lose my job as a general manager because I can't draft. I got to make sure I got the right coaching staff in here to make them the best that they can be.
Well, and here's the most damning question. Let's throw the players aside for a second. I know what the 49ers are. I know what Kyle Shanahan's team is. They want to be tough on both sides of the ball. They want to run it. They want to punch in the face. Same with Mike McDonald in Seattle. They want to run it, and they want to punch in the face. When the Rams changed things even though everybody thinks of Sean McVay as this offensive wizard, when they started to fortify their offensive and defensive lines, they became a run-the-ball, punch-you-in-the-face. What are the Cardinals? You just mentioned something, 4 drafts. By 4 drafts, there's always the excuse of, what is your team? Well, I haven't had enough drafts. I haven't gotten my guys in here. Okay, Monty Ossenfort has had 4 drafts. What are the Cardinals? Do I have any idea what their identity is? You've had 4 drafts. Now, you've had different coaches. I get that. But if you're the general manager, you should have an idea of what your player is. What's a Monty Ossenfort player? I don't know. They don't have an identity.
I know what there are some common traits of Monty Ossenfort's picks, like he typically leans big schools versus small schools, but those are general, like, esoteric kind of things. It's not like, what is a Monty Ossenfort player? And look, to be fair, part of the evaluation of this is that a lot of these guys they're hurt. They're always hurt. And I want to make sure we balance this a little bit by saying that's got to make the evaluation really tough on everybody when it comes to, are the picks any good? I don't know. Are the picks always hurt? Yeah. And that makes the evaluation part really, really tough. Trey Benson, he was hurt a bunch.
Yeah.
B.J. Ojulari, when he gets cut on Sunday, he's probably going to get cut on Sunday. Always hurt. Elijah Jones, always hurt, right? Like Darius Robinson has not been able to play a whole lot. Tip Ryman, out a bunch of last year, and he's not going to be healthy to start this year. It doesn't do anybody any favors when all these picks keep getting dinged up the way they do, too.
Well, to your point, Love is hurt, Basantis is hurt, Beck is hurt, Proctor is hurt. Like your first 4 picks this year. So, and at some point, it's either an excuse or an explanation. I can buy it the first year. I might even be able to buy it the second year, but I'll call it an explanation the first couple of years. But by the 4th year, it just doesn't matter anymore. You have to have some sort of production, and so then it becomes an excuse.
Here are all of the top 100 players that Monty Ossenfort has drafted since he's been here. Paris Johnson, B.J. Ojulari, Garrett Williams, Michael Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman, Elijah Jones. All were in the top 100. Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, Jordan Birch, Jeremiah Love, Chase Basantis, Carson Beck, fast forwarding to this year. The problem ultimately is you take that group of players is supposed to be the nucleus of, the next great Cardinals team. No, right? Like, I mean, there's so many incomplete. Who's the best player in that bunch? Paris Johnson? Michael Wilson? Who's the Walter Nolan if he's healthy? Right? Like, who's the very best player they've drafted in the last 4 years of Monty Ossenfort in the top 100? It's probably Paris Johnson or Michael Wilson.
Right. And even in Paris Johnson's case, because of the Houston trade, you're like, but look, you gave up Will Anderson. I mean, even in that point, people will have something to say. The other damning part of that is you just mentioned the top 100 players. Those should be stars and at the very worst starters in the top 100. But also, Paris Johnson's a 6, Marvin Harrison's a 4. I know Nolan's a 16, but Love's a 3. So if you're drafting in those things,
elite. They need to be elite.
Exactly.
Elite players.
Exactly. That has to be a nucleus of great players, and then what you have to do to be really, really good is the rest of the 100 you talked about. We just mentioned the Rams, the Seahawks, the 49ers. They are hitting those other picks. So they're not hitting the top picks, and they're not hitting the 100 picks to at least be above average starters.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo with John Lund filling in, there's been a lot of talk about magic tricks today, about things distracting you from what the real problem is. Is the Ketel Marte situation a distraction from what the real problem of the Arizona Diamondbacks is? That's coming up next. Lund's in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Field bars 2-2 is hit to left, but it's right at Ian who will make the catch, and that's your ball game. The Cubs come into town and just flatten the Diamondbacks 7-0.
In front of the home crowd is wild. Oof. More Arizona sports takes on what happened at Chase Field last night coming to you on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo. Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, Buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze. With mobile service plus pickup and delivery, your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing. It's about real value and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Check out the Ford Escape. Check out the Bronco Sport, the F-150. Always a great selection when you deal with Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, or you can go online at sandersonford.com. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose Sanderson Ford. Again, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online at sandersonford.com.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, Arizona. This is Joe with Advanced Window Products, and that's the sound of a great deal. Today only, August 25th, we're giving Arizona sports listeners a deal so good, you'll hear it across the Valley of the Sun. If you buy 10 or more of our custom-made windows, we're giving you a mind-blowing $3,000 off plus free labor and installation. Our biggest offer ever. That's $3,000 in savings off windows that are factory direct and manufactured right here in Phoenix, specifically for the Phoenix climate. Call us at 480-676-3600. Our windows come with a lifetime warranty, including accidental glass breakage and labor. Now that's peace of mind. But you must act today. You've got until tonight to lock in your savings. You won't hear this commercial tomorrow. Call right now for your free estimate. The number is 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600. Visit our website to get a quote and see the quality for yourself at advancedwindows.com.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Turn my mic on. I'm Mitch Vareldis, and now I'll tell you what's trending now. Diamondbacks are looking to bounce back tonight after being shut out yesterday by those Cubbies. It's game 2 of 3 down at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt, he's the man on the mound tonight. Got to crank up the Pfaadt rock, get that groove going. He'll go against veteran right-hander Clay Holmes. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. A couple more transactions were announced by the Cardinals today, notably among them an extension. The organization and center Yelda Froholt have agreed on a 2-year extension, reportedly worth up to $20 million. It'll keep him in Cardinal red through the 2028 season. Over to ASU football, head coach Kenny Dillingham not quite ready to name his Week 1 starting QB. Unfortunately, though, his defense took another hit. Linebacker Zyrus Fiaseu has been ruled out for the season with a lower body injury. He's now the third Sun Devil defender ruled out for the year, joining Mikael Gardner and Nigel Pringle. And the Phoenix Mercury are back in action on the home hardwood. It will also be Kelsey Plum's home debut in the purple and orange. They host the Washington Mystics, and tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event going on now at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shopping for a truck, crossover, or an SUV? See your Valley Chevy dealer during the Labor Day sales event going on now.
We got some really groovy tunes coming through for you and your lady on Burns and Gambo's Fat Rock.
Swing and a miss, sweeper off the plate, 2 strikeouts for Fott.
Swing and a miss, Mangum down on strikes, and 7 shutout innings in the books for Brandon Fott tonight.
I guess you wonder where I've been.
There's a lot riding on this question, John Lund. Yacht Rock, yay or nay?
Oh, 100%.
Oh, good. Thank
I
God.
have a Yacht Rock channel on.
So do I.
Programmed on Sirius XM in my car.
It's great.
Because my wife's a huge fan, so anytime she gets in, right to it.
It's just nice and chill, just relaxing, right? Takes the edge off.
Oh yeah, it's nice.
Who is this?
That's what I thought you were going to ask me, and I can't remember.
Oh.
And Lauren's looking at me like, you just said you like it, you must know, and I don't.
No, I just like the vibe of it. I don't. Where's... Boy, I never thought I'd say this. Where's Gambo when we need him?
Never say that again.
You take that back?
Enjoy your vacation, Gambo, because somewhere right now, he knows exactly who this is.
Do you want the answer, or are we going to let you linger a little longer?
No, you can linger longer. It's fine. I don't know. I'm not going to get it. I have no idea. Fott Rock, Yacht Rock, Fott Rock.
Seals and Croft. No, it's not Seals and Croft. I don't know.
No, it sounds too... That's a vibe, though, man. It's a vibe. That's a vibe. It's got me all nice and mellow for this segment, which is probably not good. Brandon Fott tonight, and we were talking about this off the air a second ago. Look, this Ketel Marte thing, and I'm not trying to downplay it or say it's not significant. It's obviously hugely significant when a player goes AWOL like that and leaves his teammates holding the bag, and now they got to figure out when he's going to come back, and is he going to apologize, and is he going to win over the room, and blah, 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 and all that stuff. But, John, I watching last night's game, and Merrill Kelly was fine. He wasn't great. He's certainly better than he has been for his previous August starts. This is a roster right now with 3 starting pitchers on it. They're getting ready to play the San Francisco Giants this weekend, and I know the Giants suck out loud. Okay, I'll accept that. Sorry, Mitch, Giants fan.
He knows.
But he knows.
Do not apologize.
Do not apologize
They
for saying
suck out loud.
They suck out loud. We don't know who's starting the game in 3 of the 4 games the Diamondbacks are playing against. We don't have the first clue. One of them's going to be Merrill. That's one of the 4 games. The other's probably going to be Mitch Bratt. They're going to call him up for like the emergency 27th guy in the doubleheader on Saturday. Okay, that's fine. Thursday? I don't know. Friday? I don't know. Cole Drake, Jose Cabrera, Tommy Henry.
That's where Gambo's been this week.
Where?
He took this week off to prepare to pitch for the Diamondbacks over the weekend.
Yeah, now pitching the right-hander.
Can you imagine?
Out of New York, John Gambadoro. Yeah, no.
Try to steal his signs.
Ooh.
Angry. Get angry.
Come over and knock your block off.
You looking at my hand?
You looking at what? You want to see what I'm pitching? Yeah, I got my grip for you right here, pal, and it's one finger right there. You see it? That's my grip. You see that? That's my finger. You can't. Okay. I had to look at the YouTube to make sure you couldn't see my finger because I was actually doing it behind the computer monitor.
We're looking the same. I was angling myself like, can I see
what I'm doing with my right hand? I am so fired, but you can't see it.
Yeah, very nice.
Thank you. I'm a pro with these things. The Ketel thing is one thing. I think this, if you're going to tell me something's going to undo the Diamondback season, it's this. It's not. It's this more than the Ketel thing. Am I wrong?
No, because you have right now. I mean, you mentioned a few starters, but Eduardo Rodriguez has been awesome. Brandon Fott has been a revelation. After that, because you've got all these guys that are hurt, and even if Gallen comes back, his ERA is literally 1 million. And then
don't fact check us on that.
And then
I don't need the tweet from somebody. It is not a million. It is not literally a million.
I like when people get mad at that, but
I know, me too.
It literally is a million. But the thing is that some guys you want to come back. Like when this guy comes back, well, I don't necessarily want Zach Gallen to come back. I don't know that I want Nelson to come back. Like some guys, it's good to come back, but like you said, okay, Soroka comes back. Now you're at 3 pitchers. Now, it wouldn't be bad if you're in a short series, the way Fott's pitching and the way Erod is pitching. But but to try to finish a season with like 30 games left, that's a problem.
If they can get in, I still maintain they're a tough out.
Yeah.
If they can get, for the exact reason that you just said. Now we're compressing, and now I'm throwing Erod, Fott, and Corbin Burns in a short series. Let's go. Buddy.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to face that.
Let's go. I'll take my chances against the Dodgers with that. I'll take my chances against Lauren's Cubs with that and see what we can do. But getting there, I don't know. I don't know exactly how it's going to work. And I'm going to go back to something, and I think you were filling in on the Wolf and Luke show. And I was literally in my car listening to you, and I was going, yep. I was nodding my head with everything that you were saying. The biggest problem about the trade deadline coming and going and them not addressing it. And I understand Mike Hazen has kicked the crap out of himself for not doing it. He's fallen on that sword 100 times. The problem with it is when you count on injured players returning, man, that is a crapshoot and a half. Corbin Burns is going to walk through that door and be Corbin Burns. Zach Gallen's going to walk through that door and not only be Zach Gallen, but now we need to specifically fine-tune this. He needs to be the Zach Gallen from the last 2 months of last year, not the Zach Gallen of the first 4 months of this year. That is asking a lot, especially in Burns' situation. Dude hasn't thrown a pitch since May of 2025.
Right. So you're going to put him
walk in and be him again?
You can't go into a key game and think, because he might give you 4, and then all of a sudden you got to piece it together. So he's almost an extended, like a starter kind of thing, but you're going 4 innings. The problem with it is that when you look at a staff, this. So you got hopefully your star at 1, pretty solid 2, reliable 3, and then 4 and 5 get squirrely. 4, hopefully some solid outings, and 5's a complete crapshoot. That's not just the Diamondbacks. That's Major League Baseball. Mm-hmm. Their whole crapshoot starts at 3.
Yes,
that's a problem.
I again love Merrill Kelly, but this year he has been. If you look at his splits, his month-to-month splits, it is the most nausea-inducing roller coaster. I mean, it's just he's here and then he's here, and then he's here.
I've never seen it like it.
Huh?
I've never seen anything like it. A month-to-month like that thing.
It's insane. And so it does start at 3 for them. And so I think, again, I'm not trying to minimize the Cattell thing. It matters. It's important. But when you think that and I think the other thing that compounds it too, and this is an interesting way to look at it. Last night's starter against them was a starter acquired at the deadline by the Chicago Cubs. Tonight's starter against the Diamondbacks, a starter acquired by the Cubs at the deadline. In fact, not just any starter, the guy the Diamondbacks thought they had.
Right. That's a killer.
The guy the Diamondbacks thought they had a deal for, and it got delayed, and they came back with the medicals, and they said, no, we're not going to happen. It just, again, I'm not saying this to beat up Mike Hazen, but it just reinforces that idea of you didn't do anything at the deadline for whatever reason, and brother, are you paying the price for that right now with this?
Yeah, and here's the thing too: is that the fact that he did that, as you said, he dove on the sword for it. I respect that, but like life, it's a bottom line business. You either got something done or you didn't. If I went home to my wife last night and said, "God, I was this close to getting you flowers," she'd punch me right in the face. Because that makes it even worse. I almost bought you flowers. God, I almost went out to dinner with you. I almost, like anybody saying I almost, like I don't even like when GMs do that. Like, don't even tell me you almost got a guy, because it's either you did or you didn't. Right? I mean, seriously.
I'm trying to imagine
your wife?
how the decision maker would react if I came home and said, I almost bought you flowers today.
She'd floor you. You'd be done. You'd be out.
Probably.
It's worse.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's either.
But that's what I mean is, so if you went home and you said that, it's worse than just not saying it at all. And that's the same way I feel about general managers. I respect the fact that he said, God, we were so close, but doesn't, like what you just said about Holmes, it would be so awesome if he was pitching tonight and the Cubs had some, no offense to anybody, not so desirable. I was going to say scrub, but that's not fair. So it's some not as desirable kind of a pitcher.
I thought you were going to offend Lauren. I didn't know who you were trying to not offend. Whether it was
I'm not trying to offend anybody.
Scrubino pitchers, or whether it was Lauren. I wasn't sure.
If we haven't learned anything from this show, I'm very hard to offend.
And she is. Yeah, you can tell.
It's really one of your most endearing qualities. It might be your most endearing quality is that it's nearly impossible to offend you. It's so great. It's so great.
In this industry, yeah, absolutely.
In life in general, right? Like just somebody who's just got enough of that bleep you attitude that it's like, yeah, I don't care. Say whatever you want. I don't care. That's awesome. I love that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm looking forward to 4 o'clock. I often listen to that segment. I'm not trying to offend you, but it is probably the best segment of the show. More of her, less of us.
You know what? I'm going to adopt Lauren's mentality.
Just kidding.
On that. Screw you.
All the rest of the show's great too.
You can't offend me. I don't care. Fine. Whatever. See if you get invited back.
I've offended all the listeners on the poll question. I've offended you.
All right.
I didn't mean to. It's kind of happened.
Lauren, let's leave it open. Who's going to be filling in on Thursday? I'm not so sure.
I'll get a text on Thursday.
I'm not so sure I want because he hurt my feelings.
Yes.
He told me I'm not the favorite.
You told me yesterday that I couldn't offend you. That's what you told me. I ran into you in the hall and you said that.
I did say.
So don't even worry about it.
I did say, you know what? And I believe that you can't offend me. I'm fine. I'm good. No, I'm fine over here. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, some of the preseason prognostications are starting to come in. We'll change our direction here just a little bit. Last year they were the 8th seed in the Western Conference playoffs. Pardon me. Will the Suns finish better or worse than a year ago? Because they are starting to weigh in nationally. We'll tell you what they say next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Not only was he not in the dugout with his team on Friday, he wasn't in the facility, he wasn't in the stadium. He was spotted at a casino.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Tell Marte, it's just another one.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've taken M-Drive every morning for 10 years. Here's why. Once men get into their 40s and 50s, the body starts changing. Testosterone naturally declines, energy drops, recovery takes longer, and keeping weight off gets harder. I know, I felt it myself. That's why I take M-Drive every day. M-Drive is made for men over 40 with clinically tested ingredients that support healthy testosterone, steady energy, and metabolism. No hype, no shortcuts. I know the people behind M-Drive. I've watched this Phoenix company grow, and I've trusted the product for 10 years. In fact, M-Drive has been helping men for nearly 20 years. It's the #1 men's health brand at Sprouts. Don't let age beat you. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's use code GAMBO at mdriveformen.com. Testosterone support, energy, metabolism, don't wait. It only gets harder. Go to mdriveformen.com right now and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. Start today. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2026 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment-free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra. The Cardinals and Yelda Froholt agreed to another contract extension. Roster gymnastics. How the Cardinals can get creative with 53-man roster cuts. And Cyrus Fayaseu is out for the season, becoming the 3rd ASU defender with a season-ending injury. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra.
By the way, I want to remind everybody you can win a pair of tickets to 311 with beach weather and tunnel vision at Arizona Financial Theater on November 5th. Arizona Sports is drawing a winner on September 1st. Enter now at the contest page at arizonasports.com. Mitch is looking at me as if I said something wrong. Have I said something wrong?
No, I'm just trying to figure out the musical stylings of, would you say beach weather and tunnel vision?
Beach weather and tunnel vision are the opening acts.
I know what those are
311.
outside of being band names, but I have no idea what they are.
Me either. I don't know, so I don't know what to expect for that show. I have no idea, but
I know to expect 311. Does that help?
I do know that. And I always laugh at the people on air, those who shall not be named, who would look at that read and call them 311. I am not that guy.
And besides, it's the 411. Let's be real here.
Exactly. I am not that guy, Gambo, who would read that and go 311. Go see 311 along with beach weather and tunnel vision at Arizona Financial Theater.
You have it down. It's outstanding.
15 years, brother.
Outstanding.
15 years.
You're incorrect though, because as we all know, Gambo would never read the promotion.
No, Gambo doesn't read the buzzes. That's in his contract. He's not. Mitch gets a fist bump for that.
Right.
Fist bump for Mitch. Gambo does not read the buzzes around here, and that's one particular reason why. John Lund is filling in for Gambo today. Surely he knows when he looks at 311 on a screen. He knows that it's 311 and not 311. I'm sure about that. Suns talk, and not a lot of reason. Not a lot of the time of year doesn't dictate a lot of Suns conversation right now. But the offseason is pretty much done. And the preseason predictions, John, are starting to trickle in. And ESPN in particular kind of came out with their early initial look at how they think the West is going to go down this year. And it was very flatline for the Phoenix Suns. It was 42 wins, 40 losses, a tick or two worse than they did a year ago, right? And they had them as the 8th seed in the Western Conference. Are you expecting more? Or are you expecting less? Or is that kind of in line with what we think the Suns are going to be this year?
Well, there's two things, right? Okay. A, are they better? Just regardless of it, 45 and 37 last year. The prediction, I saw the same prediction you did, 42 and 40. I'm flipping it back at you real quick. They got Miles Bridges. They got a bunch of guys re-signed, like Connor Gillespie, that kind of stuff. Just regardless of what the record is, do you think they're better?
I think they're a better basketball team than they were a year ago.
Okay.
Marginally, but I think they're a better basketball team than they were a year ago.
So they're a better basketball team, plus they got the coach in the second year, which I think that familiarity, I think there's a little bit to that. Mm-hmm. Then the second factor of, are they going to win more or be higher, is what does the Western Conference look like, right? So Oklahoma City as good or better. San Antonio, I think, a little better. And then from there, this is where I would disagree with the 42 and 40 because those are the two factors in. I don't know what Denver is. I mean, they just picked up DeMar DeRozan. Okay, but are they better? They lose Watson. The Lakers are a complete crapshoot. I don't think they're better without LeBron James, regardless of what people think. Minnesota with Ball, they made a big move. The Trailblazers have had some injuries. The Clippers certainly aren't better. The Warriors aren't better. Maybe the Jazz are better. But I don't overall, I don't think the Western Conference is better. I think San Antonio and Oklahoma City are on a certain level. And then after that, I think I think the Suns could be as high as 3. They could be as low as 8. But I think
you think 8 is their floor?
Yeah, I think they could be a play-in type of. I don't think they're going to go 9-10 because I think that's where it's reserved for like a Utah or somebody like that.
Yeah.
But I don't agree with 42 and 40 only because I think they're better, and I don't think the Western Conference is necessarily better. I think it's more uncertain.
I think the Western Conference is. I agree with you that there are teams that I just don't buy. That I think the problem with the West is the same problem as it is every single year with the West. Is that while Denver is difficult to predict, they still have Nikola Jokic, and he wins a lot of games by himself. The Lakers are hard to predict. They still have Luka. He wins a lot of games by themselves. You know what I mean? Like there are teams that I don't know how the team's going to work, but they just have dudes that it's kind of hard to pick against.
Yeah.
You know, from time to time. And so I think that whereas the Suns, I want to think Devin Booker is that dude. I don't think Devin Booker. I think Devin Booker has a lot of work to do to show that he is that dude. And I think he's lost some of his status as being, if he ever had it in the first place, as being a Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic kind of dude. I don't even know if he ever was that guy. And he certainly has a long way to go to prove that he can be.
Well, and you're right in the fact that the NBA, more than any other sport, I think, is driven by their superstars. Like, there's so many football players. Like, obviously, the NFL is driven by quarterbacks. But the guys you just mentioned, you can put them in the bank every single night that they're going to do something.
Yeah.
Whereas I think Booker could even be a notch below what he's been. But then now it becomes, and this is what the Suns, because they don't have the resources to bring in the players or to draft the players, you've got to have internal improvement. Maluach has got to show what he did in the summer. All these, they had an encouraging summer. So these guys have all got to step up and be better. And that's what's dependent on them moving up in the conference.
Yeah, I also think, too, what confuses me the most about the Suns is that last year you could draw a line in the sand from February 1st, and it was like they were a totally different basketball team. Which one are they? You know, the team up until February 1st was maybe the best surprise in the NBA. Like, where the hell did these guys come from? Look at how hard they're playing every single night. From February 1st on, including the playoffs, I believe they were 16-24 in their 40 games, if I remember my math right from doing this a few weeks ago. Injuries this, injuries that. They weren't playing with the same level of oomph. And so, which is it? You know, like which team? And I don't want to blame it all on Jalen Green, but he walked back into the room, and it just totally changed the equation of the basketball team. And now that he's here, and assuming he's going to be healthy, I don't know which team to expect. I think they're better, but that team that played to that 16-24 record in the last 40 games, they were terribly disappointing with the effort they played. They were really bad.
I think it is all dependent on, you just hit Green. Is a full season of him, what is that going to be worth? Miles Bridges is a big factor in this, regardless of what people think on or off the court. And the guy that we saw in the Summer League, can Maluach be? I'm not saying he's going to be that. I'm saying that has to be a part of the equation of how much they can improve. Those are the three guys.
Coming up on the Burns and Gambo show, the only reason John Lund listens to the Burns and Gambo show. The 4 o'clock reset with Lauren. It's the
big Lauren fan.
It's the pinnacle of our day. Everything else
Listen to the resentment in your voice.
Downhill after that. Lauren is next with the reset here on Burns and Gambo. Save us, Lauren.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. He's done a great job for me. Financial plan, retirement plan, estate plan, and a tax plan. If you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about those 4 things and just making sure you're investing and growing your money, you might have the wrong financial advisor. Your financial advisor needs to have a tax plan for you. Most of us are putting money away tax deferred, and at some point that tax bill is due. What Stuart told me from the beginning when I started working with him, it's not about how much money you've been able to make and save. It's about how much of that are you going to be able to keep. So if you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about the implications of taxes down the road, you got the wrong guy. Call Stuart Willis right now. Get a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. Or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, owner of Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, I bet most of your customers come from word of mouth.
You're right, Bick. For generations, our customers have been our best advertising. That's why when you make a qualifying purchase at Waltz, we'll give you a Refer a Friend card.
And what happens when they bring that in?
They'll receive $50 off their purchase, and you'll receive $50 off your next purchase. It's our way of saying thank you to our customers.
Visit Waltz just off the I-10 in Warner next to the IKEA. They've been serving Arizona families for generations. And don't forget to mention my name for additional discounts.
Hi, Arizona. This is Joe with Advanced Window Products, and that's the sound of a great deal. Today only, August 25th, we're giving Arizona sports listeners a deal so good, you'll hear it across the Valley of the Sun. If you buy 10 or more of our custom-made windows, we're giving you a mind-blowing $3,000 off plus free labor and installation. Our biggest offer ever. That's $3,000 in savings off windows that are factory direct and manufactured right here in Phoenix, specifically for the Phoenix climate. Call us at 480-676-3600. Our windows come with a lifetime warranty, including accidental glass breakage and labor. Now that's peace of mind. But you must act today. You've got until tonight to lock in your savings. You won't hear this commercial tomorrow. Call right now for your free estimate. The number is 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600. Visit our website to get a quote and see the quality for yourself at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, I'm Jen.
And I'm Daniel.
We're your average Arizona family. We have 2 kids.
Make around $85,000 a year.
And just bought an American-made car.
And I'm Andy Biggs. Because of the Working Families tax cuts that I delivered, a family like theirs saw their 2026 tax bill drop by almost $2,700, according to the Treasury. That means more money staying where it belongs, with Arizona families.
Like ours.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Truck started slow. Battery might be toast.
Slow starts are the first sign of heat damage to your battery. We'll test it, no charge.
Thanks. And if it is dead?
We'll set you up with a new, fully warranted battery, some up to 5 years, and we'll recycle the old one.
Thanks for the rundown. Lead the way.
Get free battery testing, charging, and recycling at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what is trending now. Diamondbacks looking to bounce back after being shut out yesterday by the Cubs. Game 2 of this 3-game set down at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt is the man on the mound tonight. He'll go against veteran right-hander Clay Holmes. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. A couple more transactions announced by the Cardinals today, notably among them an extension. The organization and center Yelda Froholt have agreed on a 2-year extension, reportedly worth up to $20 million. It'll keep him in Cardinal Red through the 2028 season. Over to ASU football, head coach Kenny Dillingham not quite ready to name his Week 1 starting quarterback, but the defense unfortunately took another hit. Linebacker Cyrus Fiaseu has been ruled out for the season with a lower body injury. He's now the third Sun Devil defender ruled out for the year, joining Mikael Gardner and Nigel Pringle. And the Phoenix Mercury back in action on the home hardwood. It will also be Kelsey Plum's home debut in the purple and orange. She's available this evening. They host the Washington Mystics, and tip-off will be at 7. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia. Beat the heat with a cool summer savings at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. Drive the new 2027 Kia Seltos in-store or shop online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time. Here she is, Lauren Koval, to take us on a guided tour of the top sports stories of the day, the halfway point of this Burns and Gambo show, flying along with John Lund filling in for Gambo today. Hello, Lauren.
Hello, guys.
Take it away. What do you got?
All
no
right.
jokes. I'm looking forward to this. This 4 o'clock reset's got some high standards to meet here.
I know, it's got some real pressure.
There's some pressure on you right now. I hope you're up for that.
It's my favorite part of the show. I'm always in my car.
Are you feeling a little pressure? Okay, good. All right, let's see how you do.
All right, well, we'll start with the NFL news. I know, for anybody
You've
on
only
YouTube,
done a million of these.
Just got
It's
my
like-
hair out of my face. It's a business time, okay?
Get serious now.
Yes,
Let's go.
very serious on this
All
show.
right, let's do it.
All right. We'll start with the good news, which is the Arizona Cardinals have agreed to a 2-year, $20 million contract extension with Yelda Froholt that retains him through the 2028 season. The other roster move coming down today, running back Trey Benson has cleared waivers today. He now reverts back to the Arizona Cardinals injured reserve list. No, this does not mean he is playing for the Arizona Cardinals.
Probably an injury settlement coming his way, and then he'd be free to. That's what most people seem to think is going to happen with this situation. But for now, at least, he's back. But still, the end result is exactly the same. Like he's not going to be on this roster. They're going to move on, and it's going to be a failed draft pick, and there's going to be a couple more probably on Sunday when cutdown day comes down.
66 overall pick. That should be somebody that's a solid starter 2 years into his NFL career. And like you said, there's been a lot of injuries here. That's just another one, but he'll end up on another team.
He was supposed to be the guy who eventually was going to replace James Conner, and that has just failed. Failed to the point where it got him Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier this past offseason. So, yeah, as far as Yelda goes, that's pretty cool. It's unusual to see a player. I guess it's not that unusual, but this is his third contract now with the team, his second extension with the team. They just keep liking him, and he just keeps coming back for more and keeps getting paid. That's kind of a nice success story in this league.
So now we move on to another guy on the offensive line who hopes for a new contract as well. Looking at you, Paris Johnson Jr.
Yeah, who's next? Is it Paris Johnson or is it Michael Wilson? Which one's... Because I'll tell you...
The fact that this one came down before either of those two is a little concerning to me.
Like it's not going to happen with the other two?
Like they're having a Trey McBride-like situation.
Oh. Like a Trey McBride, yeah. Because I know when Monty was asked about this a couple weeks ago when he met with the media, just in general, he sounded a little more bullish on a Paris extension than he did a Michael extension, right?
Yep.
If I remember it right? Okay.
But still saying that neither were priorities at the time.
Yeah.
You always love to hear that as a player. Neither of you guys are a priority because we've signed.
We'll get to you when you get to you.
Yeah, plus we've had so much success in this draft. Anyway, we draft all these guys and we sign them because they've been so successful. So, geez, you got to get in line.
If Michael, go ahead.
I mean, how about this? You got the 6th overall pick, and it makes you look good as a general manager to, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to draft, develop, resign. And you have two guys amongst many that you didn't, that you drafted, you developed. What's the next part, everybody? Resign.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up.
Get it done.
I'm glad you brought that up.
What are you waiting for?
Because that is, we've said it many, many times on the show, the mark of a successful draft pick is when you sign that player to an extension, you know?
That's how I look at success. Pro Bowls, this, that, the other. If you re-sign the player after you drafted and developed, ding. That's a successful draft pick. And so when you have those two guys, and there's no question, they're young building blocks, especially your left tackle amongst an offensive line that's kind of you got your center done. So get your left tackle done. It's one of the it's the elite position.
Yeah.
Along the offensive line. You have to get that done.
What he said. That's good.
What he said, yeah.
What he said.
And possibly the man who has joined the Burns and Gambo show the most times and cursed on air to the point where my finger hovered over the dump button every time we had him on. DJ Humphries has agreed to a 1-year deal with the Commanders.
Is he the all-time leader in curses? I mean, other than Gambo, is he the all-time leader?
He's got to be real close. I do remember we had an issue with him towards the end of his career here where he cursed so frequently the dump button didn't cover it. So I'd hit it and it would delay it and he'd still be cursing after the delay was over.
I remember that now.
Yeah.
I remember that now. Where's he going again?
He's going to the Commanders.
The Commanders.
Yes.
Okay.
One of those guys, it's just like, he's still in the league? That's awesome. By the way, how long's the delay? Just so I know, 7 seconds?
7 seconds.
Okay.
So if you're going to drop an F-bomb.
It's up to 10 now.
Oh, up to 10.
We moved to 10?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So watch out. Please
Is that a
don't
Gambo
make me
thing?
hit it. Yeah, it's
Probably a Gambo thing.
It's a Gambo thing.
It's probably a Gambo thing. Yeah.
All right, the Seahawks rookie safety Bud Clark will miss the entire NFL season this year. He broke his ankle versus the Titans. They thought it might be a few months. Nope, came back, reevaluated. He'll miss the entire season. Patrick Mahomes is, quote, feeling great and feels as if he's on track to start week 1. So we'll see if it will be him versus Mitch's Denver Broncos over there week 1.
Oh, is that the opener for them?
Mm-hmm.
Not much of a difference between he and Justin Fields, so it doesn't really matter who starts.
Same guy.
As someone who sat through that experiment.
Did you see the other night? There were 3 wide open guys who basically pitched tents, were hanging out, going, I'm open. And he was like, just running around back there. And it was like, you have 3 wide open guys. I swear, just throw to one of them.
It's always amazed me quarterbacks who can stand there in the pocket and not just
unbelievable
freak the bleep out over everyone trying to kill them. How do you even keep your eyes downfield? And I don't know,
true.
right?
I couldn't do it.
But that's not to say Justin Fields. I sympathize with him because I don't. But it's I don't know how I would do in that situation. I'd suck at it.
He's going to be out there one-legged rather than Justin Fields. Who's better? Mahomes at 25% wearing dark sunglasses at night and on crutches, or Justin Fields?
Mahomes, one leg, crutches at night, dark sunglasses.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
Confirm.
Yeah, seriously.
All right, I'm going to read this update word for word today. All right. San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York used a pseudonym and responded multiple times to a fictitious ad for a prostitute prior to his arrest in Ohio over the weekend. York identified himself as a man named Joe in response to the ad, which was posted by an undercover officer posing as a woman on a, quote, known prostitution website. York contacted the undercover officer twice on Saturday to no response before the undercover officer responded to a third message he sent on Sunday where he offered to meet at a local mobile home community.
John, don't take this the wrong way. But I feel like this is kind of your wheelhouse here.
Yeah. It's an interesting one. Yeah. What? I've never done that. What do you do? Why would you say that?
Because you're the San Francisco guy.
I thought it was because of something we talked about during the break.
No, because you're the San Francisco guy. Because you spent 15 years.
Yes. Okay, sorry.
You spent 15 years talking about the 49ers. I kind of feel like we're in your wheelhouse here.
Okay, so I thought it was different.
Did you think I meant because...
I told him that when I was young that I may have... No, I'm just kidding. I did not say that during the break. Everything is fair, but except for that thing I told you during the break that I did. Orange is not my color. I found out that night that orange is not my
the
color.
New black?
No.
Yeah, no, I didn't think so.
And it's even worse than that, so that I just read during one of the breaks that, like you said, everything you just said is true. 2 things also has happened. So the guy who owns the mobile home park he has to release a statement that says, hey, by the way, we're a fine, upstanding mobile home park. He just happened to park here. We do not solicit prostitution. So he actually sent a note out. This is a fine, upstanding family mobile home park. No offense to anybody in a mobile home park, but that was said. And then get this. He's moving to Ohio. That's where all their family is and all their businesses are. And he's staying with his parents right now. He's a 50-year-old billionaire. and has to come home to his parents and go, "Hey, Mom and Dad, I got busted for prostitution." He's living at his parents' house.
Jed, you're grounded.
This is unbelievable.
Go to your room.
This is
We're taking away your phone.
Unbelievable. Like,
it somehow gets worse and worse every detail that comes out, which makes it more incredible.
When it first came out, I swear it was like, it doesn't matter check marks anymore because anybody can have a check mark. But I'm like, is this a real story? And then it's just gotten crazier and crazier.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we'll move on to the MLB.
Okay, no more stuff about off the air and back in my old days.
Stop sharing John Lund's secrets.
Because you worked in San Francisco for 15 years.
Because it just sounded like
you still do.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
I was just saying, like, if you were driving around in a car, you might have thought, like, did Bertie just say this guy's an expert? Like, what did he do? So I just want to clarify.
I was just making a joke.
I have never done that.
I was just making a joke about the San Francisco.
It's fine. I've been to Tijuana a couple of times. I did some things I wasn't proud of.
Stop yourself now. Stop. Stop yourself. You just ran right through the stop sign. The third base coach.
I won't do that again.
You ran right through it.
But did he steal the sign? All right, we're moving on to MLB news because the D-backs, they lost to the Cubs last night, 7-0. Merrill Kelly was on the mound for that one. He went up against Kevin Gausman, who the Cubs got at the deadline. And then also tonight, the D-backs look to get right against Clay Holmes, the guy they were tied to at the deadline. Instead, he signed with the Cubs. But Brandon Pfaadt is on the mound for the D-backs, so if they're going to get right, tonight is the night. Here is Torey Lovello from just a few moments ago discussing pitching injury updates on Corbin Burnes and Zach Gallen.
A couple injury updates. Corbin Burnes threw 1 inning, 13 pitches, and finished up in the bullpen for 11 more. This was over at Sloan today. Zach Gallen threw 3 innings and 45 pitches, so everything's supposed to be right where it's right where it was today. I got ahead of myself. I looked at day 2 of the return, so it was never 2 and 35. I was looking at the wrong line. Sometimes I get a little dyslexic.
He was talking about Corbin Burnes. He had announced a couple days ago Corbin was going to throw 2 and 35, and it was 1 and 25. Yeah. Okay. I mean, good, but is it going to be good enough in time? You know, like we're on the clock here when it comes to this, and are they going to be able to manage until those guys come back? And then what do they expect when those guys do come back? I mean, nobody knows the answer to that, but that's where we're at.
I think you absolutely nailed it as far as Burnes goes. A lot of people, would be excited, but can you go 3? Can you go 4? He's not going to be able to go 6 or 7 innings, so how's that going to work out?
Yeah.
And with that, that's 4 o'clock race set.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Well done, by the way. Bravo.
That was outstanding. Just like I remembered it. Outstanding. Just like I hear in my car every day. I pull over, I listen.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, a shifting ownership landscape, could it make the future more favorable for the Arizona Diamondbacks in the NL West? That's coming up here on Burns and Gambo with John Lund filling in.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Field bar is 2-2. Is hit to left, but it's right at Ian who will make the catch, and that's your ball game. The Cubs come into town and just flatten the Diamondbacks 7-0.
In front of the home crowd is wild. Oof. More Arizona sports takes on what happened at Chase Field last night coming to you on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Hi, Arizona. This is Joe with Advanced Window Products, and that's the sound of a great deal. Today only, August 25th, we're giving Arizona sports listeners a deal so good, you'll hear it across the Valley of the Sun. If you buy 10 or more of our custom-made windows, we're giving you a mind-blowing $3,000 off plus free labor and installation. Our biggest offer ever. That's $3,000 in savings off windows that are factory direct and manufactured right here in Phoenix, specifically for the Phoenix climate. Call us at 480-676-3600. Our windows come with a lifetime warranty, including accidental glass breakage and labor. Now that's peace of mind. But you must act today. You've got until tonight to lock in your savings. You won't hear this commercial tomorrow. Call right now for your free estimate. The number is 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600. Visit our website to get a quote and see the quality for yourself at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the Ford Summer Sales event is still heating up at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and the temperature on these deals is off the charts. Step inside and discover something refreshing, crystal clear pricing, a relaxed and welcoming atmosphere, and savings so real you can feel them in your pocket. Now that's 75 years of doing things the right way for Arizona. Right now, take $5,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Bronco Sport models, $6,500 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford Explorers, and even $9,000 off MSRP on all 2026 Ford F-150, STX, XLT, and Lariat models. The window is closing and the temperature is rising at Earnhardt Ford. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. Discount examples on select available 2025 Bronco Sports and 2026 Explorers. Special APR financing with approved credit on select available 2026 F-150, Bronco, and Explorer models. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
Zach Bryan with Heaven on Tour.
Poison myself again, something in the orange tells me you'll never
Saturday, September 5th, State Farm Stadium.
I wish I didn't, but I do.
With special guests, MJ Linderman and Faye Philly. Tickets are on sale now at ZachBryan.com.
I think I heard you coming.
Don't miss Zach Bryan live.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and every game feels like a must-win for the Diamondbacks. Today is no different. We'll get you updated on the state of our baseball team tomorrow. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Okay, I know I've given Lauren and Mitch a lot to do in there, but if you would do me the solid of tip jarring Weezer for me, please, I'd appreciate it. If that's available, thank you. Feel free to tip jar any of the rejoin music coming back. Lauren's got a little, you can't see it because it's theater of the mind.
I like it.
But there's a little tip jar there that if you like the song that we're playing when we come back, you leave Lauren and Mitch a little tip in the tip jar.
Oh,
there.
very nice.
Says, I tip jar Weezer.
Are we doing any Dolly Parton today? She passed at 80 today.
We have a surprise.
You have Jolene.
We have a surprise coming up a little later on in the show. Lauren and I
very nice.
planned a little ditty for
well done by you.
Because Dolly Parton's amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
May she rest in peace. What a life she had. You brought this to the table, and I think this is fantastic. I love this. I can't wait to talk about this. Okay, I want to play the sound from the new owner. Where is the Padres' new owner? Lauren, can you play it in there for me? Do you have it? Because I don't see it in my file here. This is the new owner of the San Diego Padres, to which Lauren had said, I want whatever she has. I whatever she's on, I want. Play it. You got it? What are we doing here? Leaving me hanging. Live radio, it's the best. 3, 2, 1.
While she's getting that together, if you'd let me know when her name is Kwanzaa Jones is her name, and then not the singer, the guy's name, it's the two of them together, Jose Feliciano, but he demands that you put an E because he does not want to get confused with the singer. So she's Kwanzaa Jones, Jose E. Feliciano.
Make sure you say the E. You got it for me?
And he said that too. Do we have it?
We're going to win.
Oh, here we go.
We're going to win and win it all. We're going to win. We're going to win and win it all.
She's
excited.
I mean, that, like you said, that's just a blip on the radar. It's like if I won't bring illicit drugs like cocaine into this or anything like that, but she is like on something and has so much energy. And then he kind of evens it out a little bit. And I don't think I've ever seen a president. Most owners are subdued to a certain extent. I mean, she just goes in there and goes, we're going to win. We're going to win the World Series. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. There was a line in there that I thought was interesting because our thought is with the Dodgers going through what they're going through, maybe Mark Walter, who owns 47%, may have to sell that team. And then the the Padres are spending above their market size because A.J. Preller, their general manager, is so aggressive. So she came in and said, and she did 98% of the talking. She said they would spend ambitiously but judiciously. Ambitiously but judiciously. And so does that tell you that they'll continue to be? Because this affects this affects the Diamondbacks in that if a new Dodger owner comes in and says, wait a minute, we owe $1 billion to guys. Yeah, we're not doing that anymore. Number one, and then they pull back payroll, and then the Padres start spending more like their market side suggests they should.
Yeah.
Then what does that mean for the Diamondbacks?
And that's why I'm grateful that you brought this to the show today, because I don't know if I would have seen this story. I mean, I saw the story about the new Padres owner, but I didn't put two and two together like that. The Padres have, for the last several years under A.J. Preller, they've been doing the drunken sailor spending kind of thing, right? Like where they've just been going way beyond their means in terms of their farm system and trying to build the roster. They doubled down again at the trade deadline this year by adding a bunch of dudes at the deadline. And it's working. They're a playoff team if the season ended right now. But from the Diamondbacks' perspective, knowing that the Padres might downshift a little bit, then you got all of this Mark Walter stuff coming out with the Dodgers, and a very respected LA Times columnist today kind of making the suggestion that, yeah, maybe Mark Walter does sell the LA Dodgers. And yeah, maybe that means the end of Shohei Ohtani in LA. And I saw that. My eyes about fell out of my skull when I read it. Like he's got this clause in his contract that says if Mark Walter's not the owner, or what, Andrew Friedman's not the GM, he can leave. He can void his contract and he can get on out if he wants. And that's, I mean, look, I know there's been a lot of hand-wringing and pearl clutching about the Dodgers and lockouts and things like that. You do wonder if this is the thing that undoes the Dodgers a little bit. Not to the extent of like Armageddon and they're going to tear it down to the studs, but like they're just not going to be able to be that mighty force that they've been in baseball for the last 3 years.
No, and just to kind of explain it to people is that, like I said, it's $1 billion that they've deferred. And the payments start in 2034 to 2043. All these different guys over $1 billion. Shohei's most of it at $680 million. And like you said, if one of those two guys, it's called the key man, one of those two guys go, then Shohei can go out. And you ask yourself, well, why would Shohei want to go? The reason why they're deferring payments is in California, state income tax is 13.3%. So they don't want to pay that. So neither side has to pay that if they defer the money. Don't want to get too deep into this. But where Shohei would go is, okay, Mark Walter leaves, this becomes a house of cards. And so what happens is he says, well, I want my money now. I don't want to wait till 2034 through 2043. I don't want to wait over a 10-year period. I want it now. And there could be an owner who steps up. Now, is it going to be the Diamondbacks? Probably not, but it could be the Mets. And therefore, he's at least out of your division. The new owners come in for the Dodgers and say, well, wait a minute, I'm not spending all this money, because most owners don't spend like the Dodgers. So now you're going to you use the word downshift. That's a great word. So then the Dodgers downshift, the Padres downshift, the Giants are a hot mess, and all of a sudden here you are having some stability on your team.
I know what a lot of are probably thinking, like this is pie in the sky stuff. We're dreaming, predicting like the downfall of the Dodgers. I'm going to read this directly from the LA Times, and again, this is from Bill Plaschke, who's been doing it a long time with the LA Times. A reasonable guess, this is word for word, a reasonable guess would be that Mark Walter will end up selling the Dodgers, and they will lose Shohei Ohtani and Andrew Friedman, per Bill Plaschke. Quote, unless the new owners give Friedman a piece of the team, he could set off to build another dynasty elsewhere. And Ohtani has a clause famously included in his contract that allows him to leave if Friedman or Walter leaves. If Walter goes, Ohtani could demand a new contract with terms that a new cash-strapped owner cannot afford. Dodger fans should be afraid, very afraid, close quote. This is music to my ears, right? And this is not just as a Diamondbacks guy wanting to see a little bit of equanimity, right? Like in this This is as a baseball fan who looks at the Dodgers and almost like, are they single-handedly going to ruin next season with some sort of lockout? Now, I don't know if this is enough to avert it. I have no idea how this is going to end. But this is the Dodgers being in a little bit of trouble is the best thing that could have happened for a lot of baseball fans in a lot of markets for a lot of different reasons, right?
Well, think about it. When the season starts, you say, gee, who are we going to go against in the wild card? If you could at least say the Dodgers weren't going to win the division every single year and you could compete, because logically, and remember, this is, as you just pointed out, it's Bill Plaschke. He's a guy who's dialed in. So this isn't just some guy off some blog. This is Bill Plaschke from the LA Times. And while papers may not be what they used to be, this guy's a very credible source, is my point. Mm-hmm. And so if he owns 50% of the Dodgers, I'm telling you, there's a new owner is not going to come in and spend that way, especially if he has or she has $1 billion in deferred payments, which means now the Dodgers are closer to your team in the way that they're going to spend. And as much as all the Dodger fans want to defend the fact that they have a good farm system, and they do a lot of things right, they bought Ohtani, they bought Freeman, they bought Snell, they bought, go on down the line, they bought Glasnow, they bought Tucker. They're the only team in baseball that can make a mistake of the magnitude of Kyle Tucker and still do business as usual.
If you had a magic wand and you could guarantee that 5 Cardinal players stay healthy this season, which 5 would you choose? We'll go through our list next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Ketel Marte was spotted at a local casino during the Diamondbacks game. People say, hey, he didn't break any rules. No. He's a grown man. He can do what he wants. Absolutely. And people say, well, Ketel Marte is at the casino all the time. Let's use a show example on this.
Yeah.
Let's say I didn't show up to work today.
All right.
Let's say I didn't text anybody on the show that I wasn't showing up to work today.
Right.
You're wondering where I am if I'm going to walk through the door? I'm spotted at somewhere that I always am. I'm at a sports bar at 6 a.m. It's not anything out of the ordinary for me. Am I breaking any rules? Yeah. No. Am I going to get fired? Absolutely.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Ken Goodrich with Gettle. We once got a call from 2 neighbors yelling at each other over a shared wall. We got there fast, isolated the leak, repaired the pipe, and calmed down a suburban standoff before it turned into full-blown neighborhood warfare. At Gettle, we do things the right way, not the easy way. So we don't just fix the pipes, we keep the peace. Because burst pipes bring stress, and we bring solutions. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $351 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
True luxury isn't just seen, it's felt behind the wheel. Welcome to Genesis of Scottsdale, where every visit feels first class. Step into our showroom and experience the spacious, family-sized 2026 GV80 3.5T and the strikingly athletic GV80 Coupe. Both flagship SUVs pair commanding power with handcrafted interiors, intuitive technology, and iconic design engineered entirely around you. And for a limited time, well-qualified buyers can unlock exclusive 0% financing on both models. Elevate every journey. Step into extraordinary today at genesisofscottsdale.com or visit our showroom at 15345 North Scottsdale Road.
0% APR up to 48 months on select 2026 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance on approved credit. Monthly payment of $20.83 per thousand financed. Competitive owner bonus up to $1,500. Varies by model. Cannot combine with loyalty offers. Excludes tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $998 protection package, and dealer options. In September 8th, 2026. See dealer for full details.
I'm Mitch Varaldis, and here is what's trending now. Diamondbacks getting ready for Game 2 of their series against the Cubs down at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start on the mound tonight. He'll go against veteran right-hander Clay Holmes. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. A couple more transactions announced by the Cardinals today, notably among them an extension. The organization and center Yelda Froholt have agreed on a 2-year extension, reportedly worth up to $20 million. It'll keep him in Cardinal red through the 2028 season. Over to ASU football, head coach Kenny Dillingham not quite ready to name his Week 1 starting QB. Unfortunately, though, his defense took another hit. Linebacker Cyrus Fiaseu has been ruled out for the season with a lower body injury. He's now the third Sun Devil defender ruled out for the year, joining Mikael Gardner and Nigel Pringle. And the Phoenix Mercury back in action on the home hardwood. It will also be Kelsey Plum's home debut in the purple and orange. They'll host the Washington Mystics, and tip-off is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app, 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, one final preseason game coming up on Friday. I'll be looking forward to getting the reports tomorrow of the joint practice between the Cardinals and the Packers. In fact, and John Lund's filling in for Gambo today, and we both sent each other the same note because we both thought it was really, really cool. The Green Bay Packers, to ensure the Cardinals players experience the most storied training camp tradition in the NFL, the Packers are asking kids of all fan affiliations to bring their bikes to practice on Wednesday morning to offer rides to Cardinals and Packer players alike.
That's cool.
So they're like, the Packers are encouraging, include the Cardinals, bring your bike so that they can ride the bike too. To which somebody on Twitter made the joke, all caps, someone get Josh Sweat the nicest bike we have. which, hey, Josh, can I ride the bike for you? Will you want to come to Green Bay if I ride the bike for you? I'll be curious to see how it works, who does well, who pops. I'll be curious to hear about Jonathan Gannon and how amped up he's going to be, right? Like, he's kind of a live wire anyway, right? Like how, at least in those settings he is, how amped up he's going to be coaching against his old team in a practice like that. It's going to be fun to read some of the stories.
Plus, it would be great if they just fought the whole time. The two brothers, like, come on, man.
I mean, I don't know. I got to think Mike would be in a little bit of trouble if they fought.
Well, the NFL's not messing around anymore. Like, the Saints and the Cowboys got $500,000 fines. Like, no. Yeah.
And then, of course, health. We know Jeremiah Love's not going to play this week. We know a lot of people aren't going to play this week. We think Carson Beck's not going to play. This, you proposed this, and I really, really like this as a conversation here because, health is already kind of a concern when it comes to all teams. Lauren had the news in the 4 o'clock reset about the Seahawks rookie who's out for the season. And, of course, the Cardinals were all kind of gripping about Jeremiah Love to make sure he's going to be okay. Initially, you pegged it as 1. If you could wave a magic wand and pick health for one player for the whole season, who would that player be? And I thought, what the heck? Let's expand it to 5.
Well, because one's too easy, because I bet we'd be on the same page on the one. Because we're kind of being telepathic through this whole show. It's been absolutely amazing.
Have you been feeling that too? Yeah, you think so?
And I think if we, how are we going to do this in order like 5 to 1?
5 to 1.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
5 to 1.
Then I won't give up one yet because I think we're going to agree on that.
Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna write down. I should have done this, but I've had the 5 in my head, so I'm gonna write them down right now to make sure that I've got them. And give me just a second. Give me your Give me your number 5. Give me your number 5.
Number 5. This might not be close enough, but I'm going to do. I probably should put him up a little bit higher, but I don't know. I'll just Walter Nolan. Probably should be higher, but I'm going to go Walter Nolan 5.
Okay, I'm going to go Paris Johnson Jr.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Number 5.
Not going to steal it. That's a good one.
Well, no, I mean, we're not drafting, right? Like we can have crossover here.
Okay.
This isn't a draft.
Okay.
So this is your
we're
5
not
and my 5.
No.
Yeah, we're not. If you want to have,
good.
Paris Johnson Jr. on your list, you can absolutely have Paris Johnson Jr. on your list. Who's your number 4?
I'm going to go. Oh, there's a lot of them. I'm going to go Michael Wilson because I want to see him in his second year be even better than he was last year on his breakout. I'm going to do that at 4.
I'm going to go Will Johnson as my number 4.
That's a good one.
I think he needs to play a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Who's your number 3?
Marv.
Okay.
He's probably your 2, but I'm going to call him, what did I say, 3? I lost count. I thought there was no math on this show. Is this 3? I have no idea.
This is 3.
Okay, good.
This is 3. Josh Sweat is my number 3.
Got to have some juice off the edge.
Josh Sweat is my number 3, and there's a little bit of a method to my madness here, but I got Josh Sweat number 3 because I just think he is one of one on this team, and he absolutely must play. Who's number 2 on your list?
Oh, see, now I'm screwed. I messed up big time because there's a lot of guys. I'm not going to give up any names, but the best player in the team, I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit him in because I'm not going to put him here. I'm going to go Paris Johnson there because you got to have a left tackle. I put Paris Johnson ahead of Trey McBride, and I don't think I'm going to have Trey McBride in my top 5. I got to think about it. But that was probably dumb on my part, but whatever.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. I didn't have Trey McBride in my top 5 either.
Good. Then I feel better.
They'd be screwed. I'd be screwed. They'd be. But I also, here's what I'll say about Trey McBride and this is not meant to devalue him in any way. Man, I do think they got a lot of targets offensively.
And he's
and
awesome.
I love him.
He's the best tight end, but positional value tells you.
I think
that
they
you could
manage.
maybe survive without him, and you could still score points.
I'm going to put Marvin Harrison Jr. number 2 on my list.
Okay.
I just think he's got to play. He's got to play. He's got to be available. You got to know. You got to know if the number 4 pick overall in the draft a couple of years ago is going to be that franchise-changing wide receiver because you're coming up to that point of figuring out whether he's going to get a second contract or not, and he doesn't. So who's your number 1?
I think this one's pretty easy. I think we're going to have both the same one, Jeremiah Love. Are you going to go quarterback? Oh, now I'm very intrigued.
Walter Nolan is my number 1.
Wow. Okay, that's good.
Walter Nolan is my number 1.
I think I put him 5.
That's why I didn't say anything when you said he has got to stay healthy this year, and he's got to be a wrecking ball this year. I feel like he is even more so than Josh Sweat, maybe the most important player on the entire roster. I just feel like defensively, man, I got to see that you're not gonna just be in shambles every single week. I mean, yeah, Jeremiah Love. It's the obvious.
Maybe I'm saying that as a
shouting from the mountaintops kind of guy. Give me.
You just said I gave you the obvious one, but I'll forgive you. But the thing is that
quit being. You're like Damon in Rounders. I can see your tell, right? Like I figured out your tell.
Yeah. But I guess the reason I did it, maybe it's a fandom thing. Maybe it's because I don't want them to lose their first round pick and have an injury because that would be depressing for the fans because I think he's kind of the hope of the future that they made this pick, that they justify it somehow to people. That's not really it. It's just, I guess maybe I'm being selfish because I want to see Jeremiah Love play. You know what I mean? Is he the most important? Because I think your thinking might be, well, they've got a couple other running backs that could probably tote it. So is he the most important? Probably not. But I guess from a selfish standpoint, fan standpoint, I want to see him play.
Yeah, that's
my logic.
I was really trying to go with, other than Marv, because I think Marv is also kind of not replaceable, but, again, I think if you lost Marv but kept McBride, I think you'd be okay. You could manage to survive that. So I'm trying to pick guys who I think are kind of one-of-one dudes. And I think Paris is a one-of-one dude. I don't love the tackle depth after him. Mm-hmm. I think Will Johnson is kind of a one-of-one dude out there when it comes to the other corners and just his ability to be awesome. I think Josh Sweat is definitely a one-of-one dude. And I think Walter Nolan, God, if he's right, I think he and Josh Sweat are the two guys that if the Cardinals are even remotely going to be better than we think, they're going to be the reason why. Because they had unbelievable seasons and that defense was better. But I don't, the Jeremiah Love thing, I get it. That show he put on against the Raiders, I mean, how could you not, if you're a Cardinals fan, look at that and go, oh, yeah. Right? Drooling from the side of your mouth, like, oh, yeah, come on, let's go. Give me some of that.
I mean, I don't want to overdo it with him, but you saw glimpses of like a Barry Sanders thing where it was like the cut, the spins, I'm not saying he's going to be that. And people don't listen even if you try to qualify something. So they're going to go, that jackass that filled in for Gambo, he said that he was going to be, Barry Sanders. I'm just saying that he flashed those kind of things, and it's exciting. So I think what we did is I went at it from, not that it's right or wrong, probably wrong on my part, but I went at more of a fandom.
You were wrong.
And you were more logical, like a left tackle, an edge rusher, a corner. No, it's smart because if you lose those players at positional value like that, your team is going to be in trouble.
There's no wrong way to do it.
Well, sure there is.
There's no.
Yeah, I probably approached it wrong.
You will now forever be known as the jackass who fills in for Gambo. I mean, I did it to myself. That is absolutely I did it to myself. That is absolutely your code name for the rest of your life here when you fill in on this show. You're the jackass who filled in for Gambo.
But people in their car are very busy. Kids screaming. They're doing this. They picked up a phone call and they heard two words that I said: love and he said he's going to be. He said he's going to be Barry Sanders.
He did. In that game, his ability to cut off of each foot is right. Like I think it was Bickley who was talking about that the day after, and he was not wrong, man. His ability to break off of the left, break off of the...
Before we go to break, real quick, shout out to the YouTube chat because they're participating with you guys as well in this. Yes. One guy who has been shouted out by two separate people, Mac Wilson Sr.
Oh, I totally forgot about him.
Yeah.
That's why, but there's only 5.
Crap when he got hurt last year.
That's a big one.
Bravo, YouTube. Bravo. No, that's it. Oh,
then you got, but here becomes the problem. Who do you kick off then?
Marvin.
Oh, okay.
I'd kick off, even though I had him 2 on my list. Again, going with my one-of-one dudes theory, I'm kicking off Marvin and I'm putting on Mac Wilson. Good call, YouTube. Good call. Are you putting him on, or are you going to stick with your 5?
No, I say what I say. I'm not going to bet. No way.
You're like Gene Hackman.
My list is
team's
bad,
on the floor.
and it's going to stay bad. It's a pure fandom. My list is a fandom list. I want to see if Marv develops. I want to see Jeremiah Love play. I want to see,
Yeah.
The only thing, what's funny is usually on this list you have a lot of crossover. I think the only crossover we had was Paris Johnson Jr., I put him
Nolan.
And Nolan.
And that's it.
Yeah. And those are 2 important ones, and then we that's interesting.
Coming back on the Burns and the Jackass filling in for Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. The conferences are starting to put their foot down when it comes to professional athletes wanting to return to college. Who's managing this chaos? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union and all the reasons that they strive to make their membership happy. And I'm a member of Global Credit Union, and I can tell you right now, I'm very happy about it. I'm happy with my checking account, with my savings account, with the loan that I have with Global Credit Union, because the commitment to save me and every other member at Global Credit Union money is very real. $194 million last year is what they collectively saved their membership. And they're at it again with a feature that really could come in handy, especially if it's time for you to kind of review your insurance. We've all done it. We set our home insurance or our car insurance, and we just kind of forget about it. How often do you think you're missing out on better options, more budget-friendly options? Global Credit Union insurance brokers can review the coverage you have right now and do the comparison shopping for you. They'll check all sorts of providers and make sure you've got the right coverage, the right budget to fit your needs and fit your budget. It's saving you money again, and that's what they do at Global Credit Union, on top of everything else they do. Start your quote today by going to globalcu.org/insurance.
The Labor Day sales event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning lineup, including Silverado, Traverse, and Trax. Plus, check out Equinox with excellent efficiency and bold design. It's the SUV that lets you take on the world in style. We have the inventory and we have the offers. Visit valleychevy.com or go to one of your 13 Valley Chevy dealers today. The Labor Day sales event going on now.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, this Labor Day, hit the road to savings. Yep, the Labor Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man. It is so on August 25th through September 7th. 2 years ago, we bought a brand new Explorer during the Ford Labor Day sales event. Big time savings. Love our Explorer. And now it gets better because we get $5,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Ford Explorer or $3,000 in trade assist cash on a 2026 Bronco when you trade in your old ride. And on a 2026 Ford F-150, the truck that works as hard as you do but doubles as your weekend warrior. How about a 2026 F-150, STX, or XLT and get $5,500 in trade assist cash when you trade in your old ride? Or get 2.9% for 72 months plus $1,500 in bonus cash on a 2026 F-150, STX, or XLT. But hurry, the Ford Labor Day sales event ends September 7th at buyfordnow.com.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll Update. Social Poll Update.
Sorry about that. We were just... John and I are catching up. We've never done a show together. It's fun. We're good conversations off the air in here.
It's talking.
But Lauren's like, hello, I'm waiting. Poll update.
Is that what my face was communicating?
Yeah, kind of.
Get a move on?
Yes. Yeah, let's go.
Clock's ticking?
Yeah, pretty much. So, I didn't mean to waste your time, Lauren. I'm very sorry.
It's fine. I got to be here till 6.
Yeah, you're not cutting out early to go to the Cubs game tonight, huh?
Not tonight.
Not tonight. No. Okay. Because you bolted out of here like a...
Mm-hmm.
bat out of hell last night.
Yep.
You're gone.
I have places to be, people to see.
Yes, you did. And
people to boo.
People to boo.
People to boo.
What's our poll question today?
Poll question today is about the unwritten rules of baseball. So we're asking, as a baseball fan, how do you feel about the unwritten rules of the game? Do you love them and think they protect the integrity of the game? Are you indifferent, but you think it's part of the game? Or do you hate them? Get over it.
I generally hate them. I find the conversation to be kind of a silly waste of time.
I hate them. Hate them. And the worst one...
No. Hate
I said it 5 times.
Hate them.
Yeah,
you said it 5 times.
I said it 5 times. And if I had to pick one that I hate the most, I know that's not part of the poll question, but I think the Tim Tebow thing, I think the bunting, like that one, it makes me the craziest. It's like a hit's a hit. Sorry, I'm going to get a hit. Field the bunt, throw me out.
I'm trying to think what one would drive me the craziest.
I don't like that one.
While you're reading the result, I'll think about that while you're reading the results. But I've got an update on the story from Chase Field, too, which is pretty good. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes,
yeah,
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, 49% of our audience are feeling indifferent, but saying it's part of the game. 29% say that they love them and think they protect the integrity of the game. And John Lund voting a bunch of times to get it to 22%.
That's all I've been doing.
5 times to be exact. Hate. You know.
Lots of hate.
22, only 22% say hate?
I think it's
so me and you agree. What do you think, Lauren? And what did you say?
Him.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
I hate him.
We got 3 hates, and yet the poll we're last. Our opinion is last.
Our finger is not on the pulse.
What's wrong with this?
Our finger is not on the pulse of the people.
Clearly.
Yeah, clearly. Torey Lovello said he called Cubs manager Craig Counsell to apologize for last night after receiving a clarification of the rules. The focus is now addressing on how Merrill Kelly was tipping pitches. Quote, "It's up to us to fix it, and we're doing that right now." More from Bob. That was from our own Alex Weiner. Bob Nightingale tweeted out, Torey Lovello apologized to Craig Counsell today, saying the sign relaying by the Cubs coaches in Monday night's game was perfectly legal. Lovello realized the mistake after speaking with MLB VP Michael Hill, saying it was legal. And now I'm looking at video of Quentin Berry and Jeff Bannister yucking it up over at first base tonight before the game. They're just, hey, cool, man, whatever. Can you believe we were yelling at each other about that stupid stuff last night? Man, what's wrong with us?
That video really gives high school girls who just got over their drama.
Yeah?
Like, they just moved on, and it's like, right, we're best friends again.
Okay, but does everybody want to reconsider their vote now? Because I think we're right. Because they just said right there, and I don't remember if it was an unwritten or a written rule, but they just are laughing and said basically that it's stupid, and he apologized. So everyone who voted, not that there's a right or a wrong, but all you people who have voted against us are wrong.
Well, you have just graduated from jackass filling in from Gambo status.
Also, John Lund, we have a rule on the Burns and Gambo show, which is after you've made the best point of the day, you can leave.
Yeah, good. Just say
so
goodnight,
you're
everybody.
allowed to leave
Oh, wow,
for the
I'm
last
getting
hour.
kicked off the show. I like how you guys reversed that on me.
You
know, we just made up this rule.
How did you spin that into a negative?
Because we don't like you, that we just made up this rule that you can leave an hour early.
How did you spin that into a
I
negative?
don't know, because Gambo claims he's made the best point of the day at 2:15 and tries to leave.
Good night, everybody.
That would be great if that could work at every job. And if you're just like, see, it's 9:05. I just got my coffee and I'm leaving for the day.
Seriously,
That would be awesome.
I just came up with the best idea of the day.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
But doesn't that
Yes,
doesn't that just make our point? Which is these two
sense.
guys are laughing about it. They made such a big deal, and they're laughing at unwritten rules.
Yeah. No, really, you can leave now.
Oh, I like you guys hanging out.
We'd rather you stay, but if you'd like to go, you can
leave,
go.
But
That's good.
But if you could call my wife right now, she's like, "No, it's good. He could stay." In fact, if you got another show, or if he could run the board for the Diamondbacks game, or if you got an overnight shift, she doesn't really like me.
She doesn't want you having good ideas and getting excused early.
As crazy as this sounds, my wife really doesn't like me very much. Nor does my kid or dog.
Sean.
But
I'm feeling bad.
I'll leave if you want me to.
I'm feeling bad for you now. I mean, do you need a hug?
No, I like
mean,
hugs. But
you want me to give you a hug?
No, whatever.
Cup of coffee?
Yeah, sure.
Or something?
I like that.
Like, all right.
That's good.
Well,
yeah.
Man,
Have the votes changed?
I feel like you got nowhere to go. Now I really feel bad about that crack I made about you during the 4 o'clock reset.
No, I've been called a lot worse. It's fine. Yeah. It's not a problem.
Well, I'd introduce our next topic. Well,
go ahead.
But we're kind of out of time.
That whole segment was that.
No, but I think the news that we learned there is that, yes, unwritten rules in baseball are kind of stupid.
Well, plus, just so that people who don't see this, they're standing next to each other laughing. Meanwhile, last night, it was Merrill Kelly like peering out at the third base because like he wanted to kill him.
And what was Drake Jameson when he was on with us earlier? Again, not to mock him, but he was like, like, dude, your playing days are over. Just stay over there. Leave us alone, right? So yeah, it's Quentin Berry and Jeff Bannister, a friendly catch-up before tonight's game.
Unreal.
When we come back, I promise we will talk about Lane Kiffin another time. I might bring it up
that is a
later
good
on the
topic.
show.
I'm sorry I did that.
No, it's not your no, it's not your fault. It's one of those, life happens kind of thing. When we come back, Ketel Marte is expected to be back for the start of the Philly series. Is there a world in which it's better for them to not bring him back at all? That's coming up. Burns and Gambo, John Lund filling in here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
It sounds like he didn't want to play last Monday. Torrey said you have to, and he's like, then I'm out. That's what it sounds like. If that's the case, he's going to have to explain that to his teammates.
So once again, Ketel Marte, full apology to your teammates with no excuses. No excuses whatsoever. Full apology, full stop. Number 2, shut your mouth. No social media stuff. Don't say anything about it. Eat it up. Eat up what you did. And number 3, do your job. Those 3 things. Full apology, shut your mouth, do your job.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria. We started newacunit.com because we kept seeing homeowners get confused and taken advantage of.
Buying a new AC unit shouldn't be stressful.
So we built a company we'd want to buy from. Answer a few questions online and see your price instantly.
No hidden fees, no surprises. Just a seamless experience backed by our 100% money-back guarantee.
See how simple replacing your AC can be. Visit newacunit.com today.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. newacunit.com.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hi, Arizona. This is Joe with Advanced Window Products, and that's the sound of a great deal. Today only, August 25th, we're giving Arizona sports listeners a deal so good, you'll hear it across the Valley of the Sun. If you buy 10 or more of our custom-made windows, we're giving you a mind-blowing $3,000 off plus free labor and installation. Our biggest offer ever. That's $3,000 in savings off windows that are factory direct and manufactured right here in Phoenix, specifically for the Phoenix climate. Call us at 480-676-3600. Our windows come with a lifetime warranty, including accidental glass breakage and labor. Now that's peace of mind. But you must act today. You've got until tonight to lock in your savings. You won't hear this commercial tomorrow. Call right now for your free estimate. The number is 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600. Visit our website to get a quote and see the quality for yourself at advancedwindows.com.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment-free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis, and here is what is trending now. Diamondbacks hoping to bounce back tonight in Game 2 of 3 against the Cubs down at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt will be the man tasked with starting tonight. He'll go against veteran right-hander Clay Holmes. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. A couple more transactions were announced by the Cardinals today, notably among them an extension. The organization and center Yelda Froholt have agreed on a 2-year deal. It's reportedly worth up to $20 million, and it'll keep him in Cardinal red through the 2028 season. Switching to ASU football, head coach Kenny Dillingham not quite ready to name his Week 1 starting quarterback. Unfortunately, his defense took another hit. Linebacker Zyrus Fiaseu has been ruled out for the season with a lower body injury. He's now the third Sun Devil defender ruled out for the year, joining Mikael Gardner and Nigel Pringle. And the Phoenix Mercury back in action on the home hardwood. It'll also be Kelsey Plum's home debut with the purple and orange. She is available tonight. They host the Washington Mystics, and tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Ford. Take thousands off MSRP on select 2026 Bronco Sports, Explorers, and F-150 trucks at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop now at EarnhardtFord.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Everything to look for in the Cardinals, Packers, joint practice, and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I rest in peace to a Titan. Just a Titan. 80-year-old Dolly Parton passed away today. We were gonna play 9 to 5.
I have an explanation for this.
Well, I wasn't blaming you. I'm curious about your explanation because I thought John was going to take the cue and thought that meant he could leave because you're working 9 to 5 and it was 5 o'clock. He thought he could go.
Well, John Lund pulled a classic Gambo.
Did he request Jolene?
Earlier in the show, he goes, "Oh, you're going to play Jolene. I like that song."
Oh, sorry.
And I went right down here. Wrote it down in the corner of the show sheet, and I went, "That's a classic Gambo." John Lund's just leaning into it.
We strive to make our guests feel comfortable here on the Burns and Gambo show.
We want you to come back.
We want you to come back. We're the hotel Burns and Gambo, right? Like we want to make sure the bed's comfy and that the bathroom's clean, and we want to make sure you come back and stay with us again.
This might be your best.
Somebody can tell me. Oh, it's your best.
Yeah, Jolene's a great song. In fact, the White Stripes or Jack White, they redid this. It's awesome. He redid it, and it's incredible. But this is an awesome song.
Yeah, no, this is the song. I was only thinking 9 to 5 because it was going to be at 5 o'clock. But this is no question. This is the one. I'm looking at her bio here, and I mean, it's shrewd businesswoman. She amassed an estimated $650 million fortune. She maintained creative control in the cutthroat, male-dominated music industry, presided over an entertainment empire that included the Dollywood theme park, devoted philanthropist who launched the Dollywood Foundation. Gatos was telling me earlier that she promoted literacy at these ridiculously high levels because she grew up with an illiterate father. I mean, it's just what an amazing life she's lived.
I'm not going to say the greatest thing because people would misconstrue how I would say it, but a couple years ago, do you guys remember that? I think it was Thanksgiving, and she came out in a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader outfit and sang a song at 77.
I remember that. Yeah.
And my grandma couldn't pull that off. But I'm just saying, is that Dolly Parton at 77 in a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader, and she did like halftime or something like that.
Yeah, I just
memory serves.
Unbelievable. She was hailed in 2020 for helping to fund research at Vanderbilt University that led to the Moderna's COVID vaccine. I mean, just on and on and on and on we could go. So
you called her a Titan. That's about it.
Titan.
And she's one of the few people too that I don't think anybody hates. Like, I'm sure in her personal life someone does, but I mean, just in terms of like, how could you not like Dolly Parton?
That, I think, is the most accurate thing that you could say. Like,
yeah, she's like
you might not love her music or her genre of music necessarily, but like, is there anybody who doesn't think Dolly Parton is just one of the coolest people ever? Yeah, so that's pretty cool. May she rest in peace.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports. Ketel Marte is. I had a thought about Ketel, and I hope it's a good way to lead into this conversation. I wonder now more than anything what trades they turned down for Ketel last offseason. Wouldn't that be interesting to know now what they said no to because they didn't deem it enough? And I guess the reason why I bring that up is you brought up an interesting point when we were kind of communicating pre-show. Like, are we going to find out over the next week or so that they'd be better off not bringing him back? Or are they going to play so poorly that they're going to be so desperate to get him back to stay in this? Because there's, clubhouse chemistry and whether he can make amends, whether he's going to fit back in with his team. Do you think there's an argument to be made that they're better off without him and not bringing him back?
I think this is real. You can tell me is I think there is a thing, people say it, but I think it's real, which is addition by subtraction. And chemistry does matter, and it does matter in baseball. And the one thing that you notice through this process is, again, back to unwritten rules, is you protect your teammates at almost all costs. So in other words, a teammate can do something stupid in the clubhouse or wherever, the locker room, whatever the sport may be. They'll say, no, that guy's great, and this and that. Or a quarterback will throw an interception even though a guy ran wrong route. And then later he'll talk to the guy behind the scenes, but it's his job to protect his teammate. That is one of the unwritten, and there's no written rule, but it's a very unwritten rule of you protect your teammates no matter what. But in this case, you went into the Diamondbacks into the Diamondbacks clubhouse, and they said, yeah, he owes us an apology. I'm not saying every man said that, but a lot did. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need an explanation. I need to talk to him. He needs to talk to us. That you don't hear that. And so what that tells you is they're not happy with the situation, and they do need an explanation before he can be accepted back as a true member of the team.
It can't be stated enough. I mean, what he did in the sports world, in the world in which you and I have existed for decades now at this point doing what we do, it's unheard of. I mean, it just doesn't happen. You just don't do that. You just don't not show up for work. You just don't not tell anybody why. If you're hurt, you go get treatment. If you're dealing with something, you say what it is you're dealing with. You just don't do what he did. And I do wonder, does he understand that? Does he?
Great question.
Does he? And you could sit there and say, hey, he went to a casino on Friday night. No, he doesn't. And I don't know if I could sit here and say you're wrong if you were to say that. I think him going to the casino is really potential proof that, no, he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand the rule that he violated and the thing that he broke. And I don't know how, I think there are kids in that clubhouse who they're just trying to find their footing, and they probably don't require as much of an explanation or an apology or anything like that. But Geraldo Perdomo, Kevin Ginkel, Corbin Carroll, Nolan Arenado. I mean, like some of the salty guys in there, some of the guys who have been around long enough this game and who understand how this thing. Oh yeah, you're damn right. They need more than just a statement. I want to apologize to my teammates for everything I have done. I am so sorry. And then it needs. Something's got to be heartfelt because he really violated some trust in that room.
And I'm sure he'll get up in front of everybody and there'll be some back and forth. And, maybe it can be galvanizing. I mean, I don't know if we've even had the conversation of maybe it can galvanize things if it's the right thing. But for those who didn't see, that was very smart, which is you held up the pad of paper and said, look, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see a piece of paper. I don't want to see a statement from somebody. Nope. I want to see a guy with a couple of tears in his eyes going, you know what? I wasn't smart about this. In the basis of every relationship, not to make this too deep, is trust. So if you don't have trust in a relationship, whether it be whatever it is with friends, with family, with wife, with significant other, you don't have anything. And right now, the Diamondbacks are sitting in that clubhouse going, we don't trust this guy.
Yeah.
And you have to be able to gain that back in a short period of time before the season ends so that you can go kumbaya and go win games.
But I think to answer your question, and but because this is sports, I'll boil it down to maybe its most basic. How do they do without him? How do they do if they lose tonight? If they get punked again by the Cubs, is that with each loss without him, does it increase the urgency of gotta have him back, gotta have him back, gotta have him back? Your season's fading away from you. I do think for all of the non-baseball stuff that needs to happen here, there is a very basic baseball question of, is this boat gonna sink without him, and does it start to sink? What is it gonna be? 13 total games that he will have missed, I think. We did the math yesterday on the air. What's their record after those 13 games? Is it 6-7? You know what I mean? Yeah. And that might tell the story more than anything in terms of their willingness to, at least short term. Now, long term, it's a totally different conversation. And I don't know if he's going to be here next year or not. But in the short term, man, they might need him back in the worst kind of way, depending on how they do.
And baseball is a individualistic sport, so he can go out there and everybody can be mad at him, and he can play second base and he can hit, and that's different. You play football, and you've got to be on the same page that way. But still, they're professionals; they can put it out of their head. He will not be here next year. You can't, and if he is, then that's on the organization because it happens once. Okay, it happens twice, and you've said this consistently. It's 50 cents on the dollar. That's too bad. You let him back, and so he's not going to be back next year. But because of what you just said, because where we are in the season, they can't trade for somebody, and there isn't someone in the minor leagues. They may have to just say, we're going to deal with it this year best we can. Try to get through this. Try to get in the playoffs. But next year, it ain't happening again.
I'm trying to figure out what the bigger challenge of trading him is. Is it that you're going to get 50 cents on the dollar, 25 cents on the dollar at this point, or is it going to be finding a team who's willing to take on the contract? We were talking off the air. I almost compared it to like an NBA trade where, man, I'm just trying to get off the contract. And if I got to eat some of the money to make it happen, I'm going to eat some of the money to make it happen. It's almost like, are you going to be able to find somebody who wants to take $100 million of Ketel Marte off of your hands? You might not get anything back in return that's worth a darn, but you're just doing it, trying to get off as much of the contract as you can and see if somebody will take the bait and take them off your hands.
Well, I think if it was long-term, everybody knows this. It's 162 games. You're in the clubhouse 8 or 9 months. The good side is it's not long that you have to tolerate them if you're a player on that team that's really upset about breaking the trust like this. If this was at the beginning of the season, it would be a totally different story.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo with John Lund filling in, we're going to look back at Monty Austin-Fort's draft classes because something tells us that Sunday, come cut down day, there's going to be a lot of looking back at Monty Austin-Fort's draft classes. That's coming up here on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Field bar is 2-2. Is hit to left, but it's right at Ian who will make the catch, and that's your ball game. The Cubs come into town and just flatten the Diamondbacks 7-0.
In front of the home crowd is wild. Oof. More Arizona sports takes on what happened at Chase Field last night coming to you on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, renters, it's Gambo, and I'm going to do some math for you really quick. If you're paying $2,200 a month in rent, that's $26,400 a year going straight to your landlord. 5 years of that, and you've handed somebody else $132,000, and you own nothing. A mortgage payment in that same range builds equity every single month. That's your money in your house working for you. So here's what I want you to do. Call the Lund Mortgage team today at 623-889-0130. Tell them you want to get a house, you want to get out of renting, and within a few hours, they'll give you a yes or a no and all the information you need. And here's why Lund. Great pricing you can trust. Lund Mortgage is not a company looking to mark you up. They're a company that genuinely wants you to win. They're in your corner from day one. Right now, they're also covering the appraisal on every purchase loan they close. So give them them a call today at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to londonmortgage.com.
By the time August rolls around, you've stopped being surprised by the heat. You walk outside, you get in your car, and wait for the AC to catch up. And at the end of the day, the one place you need to be cool is home. Your AC has been running since May, morning, noon, and night. And when it stays hot overnight, it never gets a rest. It just keeps grinding until something gives. At Gettle, we've been doing this for over 85 years. We know what a summer like this does to a system. Call us and make sure your home is the one place the heat can't follow you. GOETTL. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
The all-new Kia Seltos is here, and Earnhardt Peoria Kia has the one you're looking for. With a bigger body and a bold sport-tuned design, with an advanced digital cockpit, with enhanced safety features, and with a payment you'll love. Starting at only $239 a month, plus tax, with approved credit from Kia Finance. Cars you love from a trusted name in Arizona for over 75 years. That's Earnhardt. So get yourself a Kia Seltos at an awesome payment the no bull way at Earnhardt Peoria Kia today. Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue north of Bell Road, and always online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
24-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Example VIN reference 19710. $37.99 due at signing. Excludes government fees. Tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $999 protection package, and dealer options. Expires August 31st, 2026. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for more details.
Hi, I'm Jen.
And I'm Daniel.
We're your average Arizona family. We have 2 kids.
Make around $85,000 a year.
And just bought an American-made car.
And I'm Andy Biggs. Because of the working families tax cuts that I delivered, a family like theirs saw their 2026 tax bill drop by almost $2,700, according to the Treasury. That means more money staying where it belongs, with Arizona families.
Like ours.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The app. 98.7 FM. Back to football. With Burns and Gambo. Preseason coverage brought to you by Bud Light.
Let's talk about the Cardinals in just a second. John Lund came in here and pointed out the SEC has just released a statement that I'll just read it. Following meetings with the presidents, chancellors, and athletic directors of the Southeastern Conference, the SEC will enforce the following policy. An SEC institution is not permitted to have an athlete on its roster who has, one, previously declared for the NFL, NBA, or WNBA draft, signed a contract with an NFL or other professional football league, been listed on an NFL or other professional football league roster. The commissioner is authorized to enforce this expectation with penalties against member institutions. In other words, Lane Kiffin, throw that fish back into the water, dude.
Yes, that's it.
You caught the fish, throw the fish back. What a lawless time in college football. And I know college football almost always has been kind of lawless, right? It's just sort of operates above the line. But now it's you almost need a law degree to keep up with how this sport is governed and how, because someone's going to sue somebody over this, and some court in Baton Rouge is going to decide, oh no, actually he can play, and it doesn't matter what the SEC says about this. It's nuts.
And I'm a little bit surprised by why is this the line? All this, like you said, the Wild West has been going on for a long time, so all these conferences now are coming together and say, this is the line. The line should have been drawn a long time ago. They should have been doing this the whole time. We don't want this, we don't want this, we don't want this. But this whole thing with Lane Kiffin now, and for people who don't know, it was a tight end who was in the Browns camp, Daquan Wright, and it was a defensive lineman that was with the Saints that were both at Ole Miss. And then they went from the the NFL to the portal to LSU, but not now.
Not now. I mean, Lane, I got a soundbite here of Lane Kiffin on, and we were going to do this earlier. We ran out of time, but I'll go ahead and play it here now on why he recruited Wright. Here's what he said.
We have, made a decision to recruit some kids around the country. And, through these multiple injunctions around the country, which this is not a first time, been in college sports for a while, a group of players were granted a 5th year of eligibility around the country in multiple sports. And through them winning their injunction and entry into the portal, they're available to recruit. And so ourselves, like many places around the country, are recruiting them. And at the end of the day, because of these rulings, they're either going to play for you or they're going to play somewhere else around the country. So we've made a decision to recruit them, like probably most people are.
I can hear the slime coming through the speakers. It's just slime. I feel dirty for having listened to that and need a shower. God.
I'm looking. Where are the Clorox wipes? I mean, seriously,
it's just
we have the Clorox wipes in here. I just feel like I need to wipe myself down after that. Here, wait, hold on. Talk for a minute.
He basically said there that I'm the dirtiest of the dirty, and I should just take these people because they're my people. They went to the NFL. They're coming back. If I don't take them, someone will. Yeah, there you go. Oh, very nice. Oh, that's so much better. Spraying the Lysol. We got the point of like one spray.
Oh, my God, that Lysol was
but
strong.
Burnsy
Whoa.
did like 12 sprays.
Yeah,
It's like,
sorry.
we got the point.
Well, oh, my God. I can't breathe in here now. Oh, my God. This is
It was like the pandemic was going on in here. He decided like 12 sprays. But I guess for Lane Kiffin, it does take about 12 sprays.
Well, you're right.
Yeah, you're right.
One spray would have done the trick.
Yeah.
I should have
No,
limited
it's Lane
myself,
Kiffin.
so.
You have to really kill it.
Now
kill
we're
it.
both breathing in Lysol.
Again,
That's
you
good
sprayed
for us.
mostly on your side, so he's like, "There's no air on your side of the studio."
But everything's clean. Everything's disinfected. So I don't know. I'm actually looking. We start our weekly with ASU AD Graham Rossini on Thursday. You'll be filling in that day, and I mean, I don't know how this isn't a topic, right? Like, we'll ask him about this, and because the Big 12, they kind of came out with a statement today, and the Big 10 has come out with a statement like nobody wants guys who signed up for the NFL to come back. I mean, it's just it shouldn't work that way. And despite what a judge and now you're wiping Lysol from your eyes. I feel
I'm just laughing.
bad.
It's just
I'm
not.
If you're not watching on the YouTube, John Lund is literally like, "Oh my God, I got this crap in my eyes now, and I need to like fumigate here."
No, it's okay.
Are you sure you're okay?
No, yeah. I'm sure the company has a lot of money. I'm thinking lawsuit, man.
Like I said,
I'm just kidding. Like Mitch looked at me like, you really won't be back on the show.
I don't know. Is a lawsuit coming?
No,
it wasn't quite my look, what I was going for, but I don't want to disparage what I was thinking on the air. So
I hope on behalf of Bonneville Phoenix's attorneys have instructed me to.
I think I signed something before the show. I was in a rush. I don't really remember.
Gouging your eyes out by spraying Lysol on your face.
No, I'm believe me. I've breathed worse air in my life.
Okay, it's starting to dissipate now, so I think we're okay. As far as the Arizona Cardinals are concerned, we took a little detour there because that was kind of happening right in front of our face. The Cardinals. So Trey Benson is back with the team. Nobody claimed him on waivers. So as it works now, he rejoins the team, but they're probably going to come up with an injury settlement for him. This is going to be a big week when they do cut down with the roster on Sunday, because there's going to be Trey Benson's a high draft pick, B.J. Ojolari's a high draft pick, Elijah Jones is a high draft pick. Like, there are a couple of guys who are third round or better draft picks of Monty Ossenfort who are expected to get cut probably. And I think in particular the 2024 class is the one that we have to look at here, John, just because I think we all agreed in the moment that was the class that we expected to be the one that would be their motherlode, right? That would be the class that kind of defined what the next great Cardinals team was going to look like. And instead you look at that class and it's littered with question marks, guys who are hurt, guys who are backups, guys who might get cut, guys who might not be here, guys who have, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson, this is the most important year of their football lives in terms of proving their value and proving their worth as first-round picks. I don't think it can be stressed enough how important this year is for those players.
Well, think about this. You talked about 2024. You had 7 picks in the first 90 and 2 first-round picks. So when you're going into that draft, you're thinking to yourself, a top 100 pick should be a starter, and then you have 2 first-round picks. And, okay, let's go back to a team who had 2 first-round picks. Seattle got, with their 2 first-round picks in 2023, got Devin Weatherspoon and JSN. The Cardinals, with their 2 first-round picks in 2024, got Marvin Harrison and Darius Robinson. Do you wonder why the teams are in opposite directions? Those the 2 first-round picks just got massive extensions in Seattle, deservedly so. And we're still waiting on Marvin Harrison Jr. to break out, and Darius Robinson is playing late into preseason games in the second preseason game.
That was
a little bit different.
Discouraging thing to see, I think, about that game on Saturday night. B.J. Ojulari, I've kind of come to expect that he's going to play late in these games. But to see Darius Robinson still out there, I thought, ooh, that's not a good. Not that he's going to get cut, but just that he has not arrived to the point yet where they feel like he could take that night off.
You should have the jersey on and a pair of sweatpants, and you should be hanging out. And so to your point, when you have 7 picks in the first 90 that year, the expectation is that you got a bunch of starters. You got 2 in the first round. They're going to be stars. And now you're looking down that going, Harrison hasn't lived up to it. Robinson, Melton, Benson, Adams. You're like I said, 7 in the first 90. That should be a transformable draft where that's the basis of your team for the next 5 years.
No doubt about it. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo with John Lund filling in, how many wins are the Arizona Cardinals going to get this season? And has anything about their situation improved with the latest round of simulations? That's next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, Arizona. This is Joe with Advanced Window Products, and that's the sound of a great deal. Today only, August 25th, we're giving Arizona sports listeners a deal so good, you'll hear it across the Valley of the Sun. If you buy 10 or more of our custom-made windows, we're giving you a mind-blowing $3,000 off plus free labor and installation. Our biggest offer ever. That's $3,000 in savings off windows that are factory direct and manufactured right here in Phoenix, specifically for the Phoenix climate. Call us at 480-676-3600. Our windows come with a lifetime warranty, including accidental glass breakage and labor. Now, that's peace of mind. But you must act today. You've got until tonight to lock in your savings. You won't hear this commercial tomorrow. Call right now for your free estimate. The number is 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600. Visit our website to get a quote and see the quality for yourself at advancedwindows.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Glendale. America First Credit Union's new Arizona branch at 5084 North 83rd Avenue is now open, and we'd love to see you there. Stop by to check it out, say hello, and enter to win a $1,000 concert e-gift card as well as a guitar. Come help us celebrate the grand opening of our Glendale location, and let us help you do more with your money. Visit AmericaFirst.com for details or to become a member today. Eligibility terms and conditions apply. Must be 18 or older to enter. No purchase required. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Cardinals fans, football is back and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2026 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
The Labor Day sales event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning lineup, including Silverado, Traverse, and Trax. Plus, check out Equinox with excellent efficiency and bold design. It's the SUV that lets you take on the world in style. We have the inventory and we have the offers. Visit valleychevy.com or go to one of your 13 Valley Chevy dealers today. The Labor Day sales event going on now.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Mitch Vareldes, and here is what is trending now. Diamondbacks getting ready for Game 2 of their 3-game set, taking on the Cubs down at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt will get the start on the mound. He'll go against veteran right-hander Clay Holmes. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. A couple more transactions that were announced by the Cardinals today, notably among them an extension. The organization and center Yelda Froholt have agreed on a 2-year deal. It's reportedly worth up to $20 million, and it keeps him in Cardinal red through the 2028 season. Over to college, ASU football head coach Kenny Dillingham not quite ready to name his Week 1 starting QB. Had another unfortunate update about the defense, however. Linebacker Zyrus Fiaseu has been ruled out for the season with a lower body injury. He's now the third Sun Devil defender out for the season, joining Mikael Gardner and Nigel Pringle. And the Phoenix Mercury back in action on the home hardwood. It will also be Kelsey Plum's home debut in the purple and orange. They host the Washington Mystics, and tip-off is at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball taking on the Cubs tonight, Game 2 of the 3-game series. Diamondbacks need to win to force a rubber match in tomorrow's Game 3. That one starts at 6:40. The Mystics are at the Mercury tonight. That game starts at 7, and I've been hearing Mitch in What's Trending Now mention it's going to be Kelsey Plum's home debut tonight. And of course, now that they've officially been eliminated from the postseason, the watch is on to see if she's going to re-sign here, if she's going to go somewhere else. They give up an awful lot for her not to re-sign here.
We know how Diana Taurasi feels about it.
Yes, we do. She made that very, very clear. So that's what's on tonight. And just because I meant to check it real quick, I'm looking for scores of games that impact the Diamondbacks in the race. Where was it? It was just there a second ago. Red Sox and the Marlins are tied 2-2. The Phillies play the Mariners later tonight. The Pirates play the Padres later tonight. So neither of those games are underway. So that's the wild card standings. As Diamondbacks and the Cubs coming up at 6:40. We'll preview the game coming up here in about 10 minutes or so. In the meantime, the Arizona Cardinals are back in Green Bay tomorrow. Looking forward to getting the practice reports and things like that. Today on The Athletic, they kind of did this. They looked at each team's projected wins, and then each writer who covers each team said that's too high, that's too low, or that's just about right. It's kind of like a Goldilocks and the Three Little Bears kind of thing, right? This win total is too soft. This win total is too firm. This win total is just right. As it turns out, they believe that the 4.4 projected win total for the Arizona Cardinals is, in fact, just right in terms of what we should expect from them this year.
Well, what I think is interesting is, so I read, we both, you and I read the same thing. And when they said just right, I went back to the schedule because I thought to myself, we do this game, everybody does, but we especially do it on the radio when they first come out. And you can't do this in any other sport. You can't do it over 82 games. You can't do it over 162, but you can do it over 17. And so I started to look, okay, what would be my updated thought on this whole thing? And it stayed relatively the same just because late in the season, when you're talking about 4.5, New York, New Orleans, Las Vegas, and either the Niners are going to have a ton of injuries at the end or maybe that won't be a game that they need. So, I mean, they could conceivably go on a 4-game win streak at the end. But then I started looking at kind of some of the things in between. And, you know, injuries happen in the league and everything like that. But has my opinion changed on any of these teams based on what we've seen? And I think they're going to be in more of these games than we think. I just think maybe it won't reflect more in wins, but I don't think they're just going to be crazy blowouts like they were last year.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about this off the air, and we did the same thing, Gambo and I did. And I mean, there's a backstory behind this. Last year, I picked them to win 11 games. And
close.
Yeah, I was like, I was horseshoes and hand grenades close on that one. Because this year I picked them to win 5, and I even got crap for that. And I'm like, 5's a terrible season. 5, and you're picking in the top 5 of the NFL draft, and even that was seen as, oh, that's Bernsey being way too optimistic and way too Pollyanna about the Cardinals. If I could go back and do it again. Let me look at the schedule again. Would I stick with 5 or would I downshift to 4? I mean, I'll stick with 5. It's you know, my team's on the floor, all that sort of thing. I guess I'd probably downshift to 4, but I don't know. And again, this is me being maybe too optimistic or overly optimistic, but there's something about, even though it's preseason, there's something about the way Jeremiah Love looked against the Raiders. There's something about the way the quarterbacks have operated in Mike LaFleur's system, even though it's preseason vanilla defense, blah, 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 all that stuff. There's something about the way they've functioned offensively for the most part that has made me think they'll score their fair share of points. Like they'll be able to keep themselves in games that way. And if the defense can even remotely be decent, that they might be more competitive than we think in some of these games. And I also think a lot of it, too, is like regression to the mean type of stuff. Early last year, they lost a bunch of games they should have won, right? I mean, like a whole slew of games where you go, man, they were like 2 plays away from winning that football game. And I don't know if it'll be like that every single week this year where they'll just automatically lose every single close game they played in. There was some bad luck last year for them last.
Yeah, Tennessee, and then on and on and on. I think they're going to score points regardless who plays quarterback. I mean, Jacoby, yeah, okay. I was encouraged by Beck, but we'll see. But there are too many offensive weapons, and I can't remember who said it. Was it ESPN or whether they put not quarterback, but their offensive weapons at like 6th in the league?
Yeah, I think they're wide receivers, tight ends, and running backs. They're skilled position players. They said 6th best.
Yeah, that's legit. And so then it comes back to you kept the same defensive coordinator. I don't know that I was on board with that, but if the problem is you play the if game, right? Defensively, there's so many if games. Offensively, not as much, but defensively, there's a lot of if game. If this guy comes through, if that guy comes through, if this guy stays healthy, all that kind of stuff. And a lot of times with ifs, those are like 50-50 propositions. At best.
At best, they're 50-50. And there are, but I think I feel like most of the ifs for the Cardinals reside completely on the defensive side of the ball. If Josh Sweat, I mean, hell, if he's even here, right? Like if he doesn't get traded, if he plays the whole season on the Cardinals roster, that's a big if. If Will Johnson stays healthy, if Walter Nolan stays healthy, if some of the draft picks start to hit, right? Like, and then on the offensive side, if Marvin Harrison Jr. finally hits, if they've got the right side of the offensive line figured out, or is that a mess, right? Like, I mean, yeah, there's ifs for every team, but for the Cardinals, a lot of those ifs have to hit. And even then, like what's in your best case scenario? How many games should the Cardinals win this year?
Best case. I mean, this is absolutely everything goes right.
Great.
I think they could win 6. I'm not predicting they are. I think that they're going to be in the 3 to 4 range, right where that number says it is today on The Athletic. But what we're assuming a lot of times, look, the division's really, really good, but San Francisco is a really banged-up team. We're assuming that John Harbaugh fixes the Giants. We're assuming the Lions are going to bounce back. There's a lot of, I'm not a big Washington fan. I think they had a fluke of a season a couple of years ago. The end of the schedule is easier. So, they're going to score points. You just can't be what they were defensively last year, which is completely inept.
The schedule is, I just keep looking at it.
Brutal.
It's brutal.
Yeah.
It's so hard. It's just so, there's a stretch here where you could legitimately say to yourself, they might go the first 2 months of the season without winning a football game. And it's hard to believe that would actually happen. Or you wonder, can they go to New York and beat the Giants in week 4? But then is that going to be the only one until they play the Commanders on the Sunday after Thanksgiving? I don't know. It's so difficult and it's so hard and there's so few and the fact that they got screwed on the bye week thing and they don't even have a chance to reset themselves until much later. I don't know. 4.4 sounds about right. I bet I was thinking about this earlier. If we were to set an over-under on Cardinals wins where we knew 50% of the people would bet on the under and 50% would bet on the over, would it be 3.5?
Yeah.
Is that like the line?
Well, I think most people are pessimistic, right?
We would actually bait people into betting the over. 2.5 is too low.
Yeah, too low.
Is 3.5 the number where we bait the hook a little bit?
Yeah, because I think most people don't think they'll get over the 4 just looking at the schedule. And what you just pointed out, I don't know that there's a tougher stretch for any team, regardless of how good they are, from October 18th to November 22nd, which is at Rams, Denver, Dallas isn't great, but Seattle, L.A., Kansas City, and then maybe you get a break with Washington, then it's Philly. And I've seen some people, I've seen Philly's number as high as 12 on over-under. I don't think they're going to win 12, but Philly, you're playing L.A. twice in that. You're playing Denver, who was in the AFC Championship game. You got Seattle in there. You got Patrick Mahomes back in Kansas City. That's a brutal stretch. And I don't think there's a stretch like that in the entire league, let alone playing, you're the Cardinals.
Yeah, when we come back here on Burns and Gambo, D-backs, Cubs, round 2. Does this one go any better than it did last night for the Diamondbacks? We'll talk D-backs, Cubs coming up here on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Not only was he not in the dugout with his team on Friday, he wasn't in the facility, he wasn't in the stadium. He was spotted at a casino.
Yeah.
Which, again, players have lives. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't.
Gambling's legal. Players have lives. There's nothing wrong with going to a casino.
I thought you crystallized it perfectly in your column on Arizona Sports. In a series of things that have been bad looks for Ketel Marte, it's just another one.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
True luxury isn't just seen, it's felt behind the wheel. Welcome to Genesis of Scottsdale, where every visit feels first class. Step into our showroom and experience the spacious, family-sized 2026 GV80 3.5T and the strikingly athletic GV80 Coupe. Both flagship SUVs pair commanding power with handcrafted interiors, intuitive technology, and iconic design engineered entirely around you. And for a limited time, well-qualified buyers can unlock exclusive 0% financing on both models. Elevate every journey. Step into extraordinary today at genesisofscottsdale.com or visit our showroom at 15345 North Scottsdale Road.
0% APR up to 48 months on select 2026 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance on approved credit. Monthly payment of $20.83 per thousand financed. Competitive owner bonus up to $1,500. Varies by model. Cannot combine with loyalty offers. Excludes tax, title, license, $699 document fee, $998 protection package, and dealer options. In September 8th, 2026. See dealer for full details.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Progressive knows you've got plenty of things to worry about.
What time does the kids' practice end? How long has that check engine light been on? Are takeout containers microwave safe?
So the last thing you should have to worry about is what to do if something unexpected happens on the road. That's why if you're ever in a major accident, Progressive's accident response can detect it and send help. It's just one less thing to worry about.
How long does chicken last in the fridge?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Truck started slow. Battery might be toast.
Slow starts are the first sign of heat damage to your battery. We'll test it, no charge.
Thanks. And if it is dead?
We'll set you up with a new, fully warranted battery. Some up to 5 years. And we'll recycle the old one.
Thanks for the rundown. Lead the way.
Get free battery testing, charging, and recycling at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smash patties made with Angus beef, drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then, cool down with the Tropical Cream Slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, there's a lot of excitement around the dealership this month.
There is, Dave. It's our Arizona Tough Sales event, and now is the time to save. Lease a 2026 GMC Train for just $299 a month, or drive home a new 2026 GMC Canyon for only $329 a month. Now is the perfect time to drive home a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500. Get up to $12,500 off, or take advantage of 2.9% financing.
So visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, D-backs on deck. We preview Game 2 against Chicago Cubs coming up 6:40 tonight. D-backs BP show with Steve Zinsmeister is coming up at 6 o'clock, but this is D-backs on deck. And today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com. John, for the Diamondbacks tonight, Brandon Pfaadt coming off a so-so start last time against Boston, in which he gave up 5 earned runs. He'd been so good up until then, though. The righty is 7-1 with a 3.39 ERA. And interestingly enough for the Chicago Cubs, Clay Holmes gets the start for them tonight. Trade deadline acquisition for them. The righty is 5-6 with a 2.49 ERA, and Diamondback fans will very likely remember he was a guy reportedly the Diamondbacks believed they had an agreement to acquire and got stalled out a little bit on the Mets when they had some questions on the medicals, and instead he ends up going to the Chicago Cubs. So there is a little bit of a sliding doors moment in this game tonight.
Yeah, that one hurts a little bit, and he's been good. We saw Kevin Gausman, too, who came over from the Blue Jays, has been really good, except for one start for the Cubs. Same thing with Clay Holmes for the most part since they got him, and they've changed that rotation. They've had more injuries than anybody, even the Diamondbacks, as far as their starting rotation is concerned. So getting Holmes and Gausman was good. So hopefully you don't have a repeat of the guy that they got along with Holmes at the deadline, and he's been good for the Cubs.
I will ask Lauren to pop in here real quick, being the resident Cubs fan. How has Clay, from your perspective as a Cubs fan, how has Clay Holmes done for you guys since you got him?
He had a bit of a rocky start as he came over to the Cubs. Not the best, but in the last 2 starts, he's kind of evened things out a little bit and been more even-keeled out on the mound.
6 2/3 against the Cardinals, in which he didn't give up a run, only 1 hit. And then in a loss against the White Sox, 5 1/3, but he only gave up 6 hits, 1 earned run, 2 walks, and a strikeout. So his last 2 starts, we're talking about 12 innings pitched, only 7 hits, and only 1 earned run allowed in his last 2 starts. So, yeah, there is a little bit of, And again, Mike Hazen has beaten himself up steadily over not doing more at the trade deadline. You said it very well earlier. You either do or you don't. I mean, there really isn't a try in this situation. It's a results-oriented business, and he's been pretty hard on himself. But it's kind of ironic, or at least coincidental, that the last two nights, given your starting pitching problems and how thin it is for you, you're going up against a team that was uber aggressive at the deadline in adding starting pitching, and you kind of look at them almost with a little bit of jealousy, like, oh boy, it sure would have been nice to have even a couple starters at the deadline.
Yeah, and what they also did is they solidified their bullpen a little bit, and they're starting to get healthy in the bullpen as well. So this is about as good as they're going to be from a pitching health standpoint.
The injury report today brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more by going to barrowneuro.org. One of the reasons why, in addition to, getting stalled out by the Mets, but one of the reasons why they rationalized not being super active at the deadline was because who they were getting back injury-wise. These two reports come to us from Nick Pecoro, who covers the Diamondbacks for AZ Central and the Arizona Republic. Corbin Burns, and I'm reading word for word from Nick's tweets here, Corbin Burns was up to 93 miles per hour in his bridge game today through about 24 pitches. He will pitch again this weekend, perhaps in Reno. Then they'll decide if he comes off the IL and continues his buildup at the major league level. In that scenario, he might be capped at 3 innings pitched initially. So if he throws one more time this weekend in Reno, presumably you could be looking at the end of the Phillies series or the start of the series after that as when Corbin Burns might be back for the D-backs.
Yeah, and that's really hard because he's been out so long, but I'll take 3 innings from him. And then if he can ramp up, you and I were talking about this before, if he can ramp up to a point where even if he's a 5-inning guy or a 6-inning guy, if they could somehow get in the playoffs, then you don't need your 5 starters. You just need really 3 solid ones, and you got Fott going on tonight, and you got Erod, what he's done, so all of a sudden you become dangerous.
And then there's Zach Gallen, who, again, from Nick Pecoro, reports that Zach Gallen was sitting about 93, 94 miles per hour in his 3 innings today at Bridge Camp. He threw 45 pitches. He allowed 1 run. He is not eligible to come off the 60-day IL until September 7th. So he's going to be and his future is a little murkier, but with the Soroka injury and with the uncertainty about who else is in the rotation, and certainly just knowing that Corbin Burns isn't going to be able to go very deep anyway, I do wonder if there's a home for Zach Gallen somehow for the D-backs in these last 3 weeks of the season.
Well, the debate would be, what would you rather have on the mound, especially when you're going down the stretch? I get it. He hasn't had a good year, but do you want one of the young guys? Do you want Brat to be out there, or somebody else, or do you want to have Zach Gallen? I would imagine the D-backs, I know what the fans would think, but I would imagine the D-backs would probably want the veteran.
Yeah, I would think so too. So that is a really interesting That's a really interesting update. And now there's another update that apparently there's wildfires in Reno. So there's a possibility of Corbin Burns having to pitch somewhere else this weekend as well. So, I mean, he would still pitch. It just might not be in Reno. Anyway, the MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. As we go into today's game, the Arizona Diamondbacks remain 2 games back of the San Diego Padres for the final wild card spot in the National League. The Philadelphia Phillies have the second wild card spot. They have a 2-game lead over the Padres. So it's Cubs 1, Phillies 2, the Padres 3, the Diamondbacks 2 back of the Padres. The Miami Marlins are 4 back of the Padres and 2 back of the D-backs.
Become a Paul Skeens fan tonight because he's got Michael King against the Padres. So Skeens has been up and down, but go for a nice Skeens start tonight to beat the Padres.
He's throwing in that game, and then the red-hot Phillies, they're taking on the Seattle. The Mariners beat them last night. The Phillies have won 9 of their last 10 games, and that's the 2 teams that you're kind of watching tonight. Time for a key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
There's always a thing about starting early and scoring early in a game. There is something that is felt undeniably flat about the Diamondbacks early in these games lately. Alex Weiner points out in his story they have failed to score over the first 3 innings in 6 of the last 8 games. They get off to very, very slow starts, and they're chasing almost from the jump. Fix that tonight. Let's see what happens. It's going to do it for us. John, it was a pleasure. We will see you on Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow after the D-backs game here on Arizona Sports. Have a good night.
You're still here? It's over.